What's up, guys? It's your host Spartanic Arts DXD back with another high school DXD related video. And today we have What If Issei Was Overpowered, the movie. Thank you guys so much for the support, what's been going on my channel in general. I really do thank you. I cannot thank you enough, my apologies, but I won't hold you too long. If at all possible, we could hit 1,000 likes on this video for this whole entire hour something long movie. I'm not sure how long it is yet, but thank you so much for the support. Remember to subscribe to my second channel, Popowski, and my second channel, Fallen DXD. Without any further else intrusion, let's go ahead and talk about my balance breakers. Rob the King, Lachlan Yates, Atomic Warlord 58, Aunt Lewis, Night Ammo, Joe Baldwin, Frostbite 520, Refeek 135, Zapper 363, Keep Saying 21, Louis Bermudez, $5 Sakasake, VR OF hashtag 2347, Night Ammo, Ziki 2000, Seth Voiles, The PS Gamer, XORX108, Jacob Kamez, Jordan Patchow, Mazaku, Dr. MG underscore is the bomb, Grim Fireshot Gamer, That Round Guy, Zero Fusion, Source Bonder, Chaotic Raven. Thank you so much for becoming a balance breaker. Now, if you guys want to know exactly when I upload or when my upload schedule is, click the little blue button right next to the subscribe button and become a channel member today. Thank you so much for all the support, what's going on with the channel. Without further intrusion, let's go ahead and get right into the movie. Chapter 1. A black-feathered woman was seen floating in the air, staring down upon the unfortunate being. Her name was Rainier, and she was aiming for the murderer of an innocent child, scheming inside of a small territory of Ko. She was hoping that everything would go along with their plan flawlessly, allowing her to prove herself to her leaders. However, getting back with the two beings, Rainier had finally set foot down upon the water fountain's top. "Sorry, Issei, but you are a potential thorn in my plan. If you have anyone to blame, it's your mother and God," Rainier says. "Wait, that doesn't make sense," Issei replies. She quickly formed a light spear while aiming straight at Issei. Frozen in fear and confusion, he was directly penetrated by the woman's attack, leaving him stunned at the pain. Splash! Forced to drop onto the ground, the force exerted by the powerful throw of the light spear from the fallen angel, Issei was beginning to form a massive puddle of blood. "May you see peace, boy," Rainier says. She chuckled before soaring into the sky. Issei Hyoda was betrayed by his first girlfriend. Rainier, that was her name, had dated him just to kill him. "I won't die," Issei says. Issei reached his hand out into the air. He forced himself to stand, looking around only to see red, blood dripping down his stomach while a massive hole could be seen near the right side of his gut. "No, I can't go out like this," Issei says. Frustration was all that he could feel when knowing that he was killed by someone that he trusted, someone that he actually gave his love to. "Damn, Rainier, I will get you back for this," Issei says. His emotions were going all over the place. His desire to live was enough to trigger something deep within his body. Quickly, a red gauntlet was formed in his hand. He didn't care about the gauntlet but finally dropped to his knees. The magic circle that was given to him, which he didn't know was a magic circle but thought it was a random satanic circle and some cult trying to recruit him, began glowing red. When the poor fellow finally dropped onto the ground dead, a person slowly walked out of the magic circle. The sky around began changing colors. When seeing this being appear, the ground slightly shook when the woman in armor had appeared in front of the boy. The Lucifer was in front of the Red Dragon Emperor, but she didn't know that. By the way, for context, Lucifer is a woman in this scenario, in this story. The red gauntlet had been dismissed when the boy had died, leaving the Lucifer staring at the boy, trying to figure out why she was summoned. "What has happened? Why was I summoned?" Serzek says. The Lucifer immediately knelt to the boy, inspecting his wound. Seeing the wound, she could easily depict that the child was penetrated straight through the chest by either an angel or a fallen angel. Knowing that angels wouldn't kill a human without a given reason, the fallen must have messed with him, especially when Serzek had been informed about the fallen's inner territory. "Poor child, you didn't deserve to die at such a young age," Serzek says. Serzek, after many years since the Devil's Civil War, had changed from her cold, leader-like personality, which earned her fame of Lucifer. Seeing the child in front of her, she could tell that he had been tearing up. His eyes were still leaking tears. Serzek pulled out the two mutated pawn pieces. She nearly had a complete barrage, having 8 members that are considered to be the strongest of their class. She didn't need a strong person anymore. Kneeling, she decided to use one of the pawns to revive the child. "What? It didn't work?" "What the?" Serzek says. She tried with both of the pieces, and finally, Issei Hyoda was the pawn piece of the Lucifer. Now, Since you are involved with the supernatural world, I will take responsibility for allowing you to adapt to this world, even if I must train you to the core. I'll just have to make sure that council doesn't get a word from you, or else they will cause conflict with us. Surzex could sense the energy boost which Issei received from turning into a devil. Surzex lifted the child, carrying him away while forming a magic circle. She was going to make sure that Issei was prepared for the events to come. By becoming her pawn, he will have standards to meet. That didn't leave out Surzex from not having the responsibility of training Issei. However, thanks to the power boost of turning into a devil in Issei's last dying will, a certain red dragon had awoken. Drake. To see the current Lucifer turn my partner into a pawn is quite an interesting turn of events, Drake says. When hearing the voice coming from the red gauntlet, placed in the right hand of the boy, Surzex Lucifer looked down with shock. The boy was unfortunate enough to have this power, which resulted in him being targeted. Lucifer was finally beginning to piece the parts together. Greetings, Welt's dragon, Surzex says. Showing some respect to the ancient dragon, Surzex was astonished in seeing the youngster being a host of a powerful Longina's sacred gear. Drake quickly retorted with some respect with himself towards the current Lucifer. With a deep and rough tone, he began speaking. Greetings, Surzex Lucifer, the strongest devil in existence. I have heard many rumors about you through many hosts. Interesting to see that we finally met, Drake said. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you as well. Looks as if we'll be working together for a while, especially with the lifespan of a devil, Surzex says. I don't mind that. Working with someone as respectable as you wouldn't be that bad of an idea, Drake said. Drake, the heavenly dragon who had been placed fear into millions upon millions of beings during the Great War, even in his prime. Not even the Satans were able to handle the power of a heavenly dragon. It took the power of the god of the biblical faction to defeat the two heavenly dragons in their prime. Seeing two beings who were in the top 10 casually speaking with one another in quite a rare scene. However, there was one thing that Surzex's mind that she needed to get off her chest. Drake. Have you gone through your host's memory? Surzex said. Wanting to understand the man in front of her more, she needed to understand how he died. Even if the boy didn't want to tell her the truth, she needed to know if this was a sign of war. Messing around with her little sister's territory, which could easily take back, was something she didn't seem to agree upon too lightly. The ancient dragon gradually began speaking, seeing through his host's memory. He was killed by his girlfriend, Drake said. Surzex widened her eyes in shock. Hearing such a thing was unusual, seeing the boy in her hands. Imagine the pain he must have been feeling after such an event. Surzex knew that his memories were going to be even after his revival, but she would need to take slow steps in helping the boy. Drake continued inspecting the memories of his host. He noticed that his host was a massive pervert, but was the usual for the teenagers around his age. He could easily bypass such details currently until it actually begins to take effect in battle, Surzex says. He gave her everything, love, an amazing time, and even a great time. But she betrayed his trust and brutally killed him, Drake said. Surzex heard those words. How could those fallen manipulate a human being like that? Her anger was beginning the ground to shake, destroying whatever magical presence within the area. The entire supernatural group within the territory were going to be surprised with this presence, as it was shaking. Issei's body began shaking, when the being impacted by the pressure purplish aura beginning to expand from Lucifer. Lucifer, there is no need to the contempt of the past, but aim for the brighter future. Look around you, we're inside the human world, Drake says. Hearing that the ancient dragon's words, Surzex realized this and began to power down. Surzex sighed and walked towards a magical circle which she formed. Hopefully, Graphia doesn't scornfully attack me for ditching work, Surzex says. Once appearing in her massive home, she decided to heal the boy before anything could happen. She would deal with the repercussions afterward. Scene change. Rias Gremory could be seen waiting patiently for whatever Fallen were planning until she felt the sister's power entering her territory. Her expression quickly changed to one of fear when sensing her sister's overwhelming presence appear in the human world. Trembling in fear, what if her sister was able to sense the Fallen and knew that they were? What if she lost control of the things and they would have been doing? That would be the end of his entire town. Akeno, Rias says. A black-haired woman with rivaling body to Rias was seen shaking when sensing the energy. Rias, we have to check on what's happening. Akeno says. Are you sure? What if Big Sis doesn't want me to bother her? Rias replied. Rias was worried. There are times when her older sister was vividly furious when she wouldn't want anyone to be around her. But there were times where she would need someone to be there for her to calm her down. Rias sighed. She didn't know what to do in this situation. Rias, you are my king. The decision is up to you, not me, Akeno replies. Rias didn't want to be a hindrance to Lucifer. However, the energy signature suddenly appeared in the same spot where the fallen angel was supposedly dating Issei. Rias, Akeno says. What the hell just happened? Rias replied. She was trying her best to understand the situation that had just happened, but nothing was clicking together due to her stress and panic. Honestly, I don't know, Akeno says. Akeno shrugged her shoulders, not knowing what to say to Rias. She didn't want her to false accusations, yet about her situations, Rias sighed and leaned back in her chair while staring into endless night sky. You know that? We're done for today's work, Rias says. Wait, we did work? Akeno replied. Of course. Every day we work as hard as ever to make sure that this territory is up to shape, Rias says. Akeno interrupted Rias' entire claim with a doubtful tone. But weren't you just sitting down on your I said we're done with work today, Rias says. Akeno sighed. Sometimes teasing with Rias would anger her to make her act like this. Other times it was hilarious. She would just leave the situation like this. Great. I'll be going to the tea shop. Call me if you need me, Akeno says. Rias nodded, and Akeno left through the door while humming a harmonic tone. And that is the end of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Issei woke up in the middle of the white void, but there seems to be something behind him. Slowly, he turned his head to see flames of pure condensed heat burning the ground near him, stirring a figure that was being enveloped by smoke emitted by the flames. Issei's fear increased when he heard the deep and rough voice of the figure. Backing away while he stumbled upon his own foot, Issei dropped on the ground while continuously staring at the being in front. So you are my host. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined, Drake says. Issei looked at the dragon, who had finally stopped producing flames. He could see a massive dragon covered in red scales and a serious facial expression glaring straight at him, seemingly straight through his soul. What? A dragon? Issei says. No, I'm a fucking human with red skin. Of course I'm a fucking dragon, Drake says. Drake sarcastically retorted before seeing Issei's confused expression. Sighing with annoyances, hopefully this host actually knows how to stand up to him, maybe creating some entertainment for the ancient dragon. Child, that black-feathered pigeon isn't going to be the only enemy you'll be making, Drake says. Issei, once hearing that, was brought out of his confusion, changing his facial expression to one of sadness, knowing of his betrayal. Drake, seeing this, sensing his host's emotions, knew that going through and remembering such an event wasn't an easy task, but he didn't want to be soft on his host. He was getting into the world filled with monsters that even that pigeon would be considered non-existent next to. Boy, that black-feathered woman is someone you must fight and kill. Those types of people, especially the greedy ones, are ones you must slay, Drake says. Issei, immersing himself with the information he was receiving from the ancient dragon, decided to take those words, keep them deep within his mind when he could process what was happening to him. Wait, who was he even speaking with? How was he even speaking with a dragon? Lifting his head, staring into the dragon's eyes, Issei asked a quick question. Wait a minute, who are you? Drake says. Issei says, my bad. Drake knew that such a word was coming and was contemplating either telling the truth or allowing Issei's new king to explain the situation. Well, my boy, my name is Drake, and I am a dragon, Drake says. Stating his name with pride and puffing out his chest, Issei nodded while the ancient dragon decided to stop speaking about who he was and why he was in front of the boy. Let's say that we'll be seeing each other soon, Drake says. Issei was beginning to disappear from the mindscape. Issei's confusion was preventing him from panicking. He didn't know where or how he was there, who that dragon was, or how he was even breathing. The dragon huffed once more, smoke blasting out of his nose while he looked upon Issei as if as an insignificant being. The dragon slowly began to open his jaw, while roughly speaking. "You're just leaving this realm, boy," Drake says. That didn't do anything. Issei began running around until he entirely disappeared from the boosted gear's mind. Drake huffed in disappointment in seeing how childish his host acted. He was going to have a difficult time with his current host. However, there was hope with the current Lucifer being his king. Maybe he could obtain enough power to continuously hold up the title of the Red Dragon Emperor. "For my centuries of living, this boy has already piqued my interest as well as disappointing me. Two feelings at the same time. Only time will tell which feeling is the correct one," Drake says to himself. Drake closed his eyes and dismissed the flames. This was going to be an interesting ride. Hopefully he doesn't run into a certain blue dragon. Scene change. "So, you're finally awake," Sir Zex says. Issei fluttered his eyes, open to a red-haired woman sitting on a chair in front of him. Taking a few seconds to understand his surroundings, he knew it wasn't his room. That was apparent, seeing the dark and reddish-colored lights of the massive area of the room. Shifting his head from each side to see where he was lying upon, the bed which he was resting on was massive, easily as large as the entire room. "Like my room? Yeah, I don't really like the whole decorating the room thing that most women are into. I just personally like a simple open area for my room," Sir Zex says. She joined Issei in glancing around her room until Issei finally noticed that the woman in front of him was someone he didn't know at all. "Wait," Issei says, widening his eyes in fear. He had watched hundreds of horror movies to know where this was going. Quickly backing up, he quickly saw Sir Zex beginning to smirk while having a smile on her face. She was going to have fun with this. Sir Zex Lucifer, a woman that was forced into training during the Devil Civil War and became the main hero of the war, earning her name Lucifer for her accomplishments. However, during this time, she was restricted from freedom due to the massive paperwork and natural feelings of others, thinking of her as an almighty woman. It got bothersome over time when she began to soften up a bit. So having a little fun here, there was nothing she loved doing. "Wait, stay away! Who are you?" Issei says. Issei quickly glanced around the area to find a weapon to defend himself from Sir Zex Lucifer. She immediately appeared in front of Issei and gave him a wicked smile. Closing his eyes and embracing impact, he instead received a flick, opening his eye. He could see Sir Zex Lucifer bursting into a fit of laughter while pointing at Issei's face. "What?" Issei says. Confusion, once more, appeared on the boy's face while staring at the scene in front of him. "Oh my Satan, you should have seen your face," Sir Zex says. Okay, Issei was now getting annoyed. First, he met a dragon. Now he was kidnapped and might be tortured. Third, this woman was making fun of him. Fourth, how is he acting so calm? And finally, what the hell is happening? Okay, first, you may have questions, Sir Zex says. Issei immediately fired her with a question. Composing himself in front of the mysterious woman, he quickly spoke away. "Who are you?" Issei says. "Should have seen that one coming. My name is Sir Zex Lucifer, the current Lucifer of Hell," Sir Zex says. She came out blunt and serious, which placed fear into Issei for some odd reason. The woman seeing this quickly began expanding her aura to make sure that her words were taken seriously. She didn't like doing this, but she needed Issei to follow along with what was happening with him in his new future life. For Issei, once he began seeing the condensed energetic reddish energy surrounding the woman, who reminded Issei of Rias Gremory, but with more mature features and far more intimidating presence. He began to gasp for some air. The presence was beginning to choke him. He had only just turned into a devil, which he didn't know he was experiencing the aura of a super devil who has toned down her power to an ultimate class devil. Once she saw the near unconscious Issei, she immediately stopped her aura and allowed for Issei to regain his breath. What? You know, human? Issei says. Speaking while breathing after each word, Sir Zex chuckled while nodding. Showing her bat wings, Issei was shocked when seeing this, moving his brain while connecting some dots. He spoke, trying to connect with his ex. Both having wings, both having an amazing bodies, like seriously, an amazing body of both of them had this amazing power. Hold up, wait a minute. Are you related to that other feathered girl? Issei says. Amused by such a question, Sir Zex sharply retorted a clear misunderstanding. No. That woman was a fallen angel, something different from my race, Sir Zex says. Issei may not have known for being an intellectual type, but he knew some ideas of the supernatural world from stories. When seeing his first supernatural beings, Rainier, then seeing Drake, who was a massive fucking dragon, seeing Sir Zex was still shocking, but it wasn't as mind-breaking as if they've seen first. Using his mind, Issei thought of the possibilities. If a fallen angel had black feathered wings, then an angel would most likely have white feathered wings, leaving Sir Zex having only one option. She was a devil. Would you mean that you're a devil? Issei says. Quite an observant child. Yes, Issei Hyodo. I am what humans call a devil, Surzek says. That's so cool, Issei says. Issei screamed while staring at his wings, which were flapping around. Surzek was quite shocked when hearing those words. Usually from the rumors, most lower and less aware humans were disgusted by the wings that devils have. Seeing this, Issei contemplating her wings brought a small smile on Surzek's face. However, let's get into some more important things to discuss. Rainier was the name of that fallen angel, Surzek says. Issei was shocked when hearing this woman known about the fallen angels that had killed him. Name? Surzek had gotten the information about the woman from Drake while Issei was snoozing away. Yeah, Issei said. I hate to say this, but she killed you because of the sacred gear which you have. If you're wondering what a sacred gear is, well, they're tools created by the original father of the three factions, angels, fallen angels, and devils, to allow for humans to stand a chance against some of these supernatural beings. You were unfortunate to have such tools which made you a target, Surzek says. Absorbing all of the information, Issei looked at his right hand with slight anger. He remembered what Rainier had told him before dying, blaming God for such a weapon. While dying, I was somehow teleported in front of you, Surzek says. Issei quickly began remembering a certain Batgirl cosplayer giving him a certain piece of paper. Not wanting for you to such die a death, I decided to give you another chance in life. However, in exchange, you'll have to be my servant, specifically my pawn, for the rest of your life. Issei Hyodo, you're now a devil of the Lucifer Parage. The silence was all to be heard between the two. So, you gave me another chance in life for serving you? Issei says. Surzek nodded. Issei didn't know what to feel about this. Serving someone was a terrible idea, but he was at death's door and she did save him. Also, so far she hadn't done anything terrible to him. Honestly, she had done an amazing thing for him, which was giving him another chance at life. Okay, Issei says. Now, I did make a promise with myself to make sure you're prepared for the supernatural world, Surzek says. Wait. You did say I was a devil now, right? Issei replies. Yes. What benefits did I get for turning into a devil? A stronger body and more magic. Yes, actual magic, Surzek says. Woohoo! Yeah, baby, that's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Issei was flailing his arms in the sky with satisfaction. Are you able to summon your sacred gear? Surzek says. Issei heard those words and remembered the red gauntlet in his right arm before he was finally killed by his ex-girlfriend. It was most likely activated by his desire to live. Now that Issei thought about that moment, closing his eyes and forcing himself to feel anger, remembering the image of his ex-girlfriend was enough to feel his pure rage. Boost! The red gauntlet was finally on his hand. Surzek looked extremely satisfied with the results. Step 1 was completed, leaving Step 2 to be completed today. Now, I'll be breaking your body until tomorrow morning. Don't worry about school, I'll sort that out, Surzek says. Surzek stated. While Issei was laughing when listening to those words, she didn't mean that, right? Better be prepared because your vocal cords won't be the same after today, Surzek says. Am I interrupting something? Drake said. That was the dragon from his dream. The voice was basically the same. No, I was just going to beat Issei until his bones break, Surzek says. In that case, beat his ass, young Zex, Drake says. Wait, why was the dragon inside of his gauntlet on the woman's side? Hey, aren't you? Issei says. No, I will always be on the side of justice. Beat his ass twice, young Zex, Drake says. Issei slowly shifted his head to see Surzek with a creepy smile. Let the games begin. Her aura quickly erupted, lifting red hair. And that is the end of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Adjusting. Huge explosions noises could be heard in a massive room behind a massive door. This was Lucifer's enormous training room, the same room which she trained in ever so often to release his stress or remain in her prime, a wide open area filled with the flat surface of rock and dirt. The room itself was easily as large as a few football fields, stacked next to each other, while the walls of the room were built for supernatural resistance. Woods filled with magic resistance metal that would prevent supernatural destruction from affecting those outside the proximity. The room itself was a massive cube box. One side was large as the other side. This was the best area to train in besides the deserted areas such as deserts. Issei, needless to say, was on the ground, broken, damaged, and was coughing up blood after such an intense fighting match. At least for him, surrounding him was a massive crater. Debris continued impacting his body at a high momentum, further aiding Surzek's propose on training. Issei gradually lifted his head to glimpse at Surzek, who was descending onto the ground while more slowly staring at him. Moving his hand, lifting his right arm slowly crawl out of the crater, Issei finally fell face first from pain. "Is it over?" Issei says. He croaked while rolling over to grab his gut, which easily had a few broken bones. It wasn't so pleasant for the poor boy to be beaten by such a drastic instructor. However, Surzek was finally seeing the damage she had done to the boy. The excuse of trying to make him adapt to the life of a warrior in a supernatural world won't be working this time. Issei was finally coughing out a miniature school of blood. Surzek was seriously beginning to show major concern for the health of her pawn. Healing was essential. She immediately broke out of the gaze and responded to the poor boy's question. "Fine, you may rest. I'll try and heal you up," Surzek said. Surzek's Lucifer wasn't even trying during their match, but she was impressed with the development of Issei, from being a human without a sacred gear to one with a long ginus, and was able to boost a few times during the entire time. "Thank goodness," Issei says. Issei, with the slim opening of his right eye, the only one that was open without blood oozing into the opening, watches beginning to lose consciousness. Laying his head into a pool of blood that he formed, Surzek's Lucifer knew that she may have gone a bit too far, but breaking the boy's bones was necessary for a development with the boy's body, allowing for his body to fully recover without any lingering issues of a human and a devil blood fighting with each other. "Issei," Surzek says. She immediately appeared beside him to see his condition. Judging by his injuries, she had thought that he had died from suffering from the pain. Thank goodness, she sighed in relief. He was only unconscious while taking a short nap. Grabbing onto the child, she quickly saw the red gauntlet appear on the right hand of Issei. The dragon wanted to speak. "The brat did far better than I expected. He at least put in some effort instead of passing out on the spot when seeing your sadistic smile. At least he wasn't a bitch," Drake said. Surrounding it, if he wasn't impressed by the weakling, Surzek was amused by such a detail. Just a few hours ago, the dragon had acknowledged Issei as a proper and well-sophisticated host. Approaching the door, Surzek quickly used some magic to repair the damage done in the room. "Well, you can't really blame him. He was basically a human with no powers a day ago," Surzek said. "So what? Humans can still reach great heights. Just because a person is human doesn't mean they are completely useless. Humans have math and science to solve problems, while we supernatural use our imaginations. It's two sides of the same coin," Drake says. "You know what I meant," Surzek replied. "Well, take care of my host for me," Drake says. The old dragon quickly went deeper inside of the sacred gear. Surzek looked at the sleeping form of Issei with some hope, and that he doesn't get absolutely demolished when fighting. Being in her barrage meant one thing: enemies will come in vast quantities. Many of them are easily threats to some ultimate class beings. Issei was only the lowest of the low class. He has a long journey of pain and suffering because Surzek was going to make sure that he would get mentally straight, to grow strong and work hard. Time skip. Huge time skip. "Holy shit, is this the main living room?" Issei says. "No, it's a bathroom," Drake replied. Drake sarcastically responded to Issei's question with annoyance, but his surprise when seeing Issei actually beginning to think that Drake was telling the truth, he mentally facepalmed and lost more brain cells. "Of course it's a fucking living room. Where's the toilet? Where's the bathtub? Think, Issei, think!" Drake says. Issei shivered in Drake's tone. Okay, maybe he was right. This was certainly not a bathroom. There was no room for him. Finally catching up to Surzek, who skipped the entire way after recovering from Surzek's healing quick, which she hadn't told him. Now she healed him for some reason. Issei was immediately forced into getting some breakfast. Surzek had stated that he would be working every minute would count in his progress to adapting to the supernatural world. However, he was now standing in front of the living room. The living room itself was easily half the size of a football field, while the couches, which were cubic shaped, were placed in the middle proportion to the shape of the room. Circling a massive rectangular table, most of the room was filled with such furniture. On the front wall, perpendicular to the hallways, there was a massive 120-inch television. Issei was, needless to say, drooling in such a beautiful television screen. Seeing this reaction, Surzek chuckled and decided to have some fun. "Yeah, Yeah, it's nothing too big. Compare this to other noble family houses, and then this would be just an average home. I didn't want to go too overboard with the size, Issei says. Issei was shocked beyond belief. This was just an average room compared to other noble families? His jaws was basically on the floor, while his eyes widened to a degree which he never thought would be possible. Still, it's far larger than any human home I have ever seen, Issei says. Issei, hurry up, Surzek replied. Surzek motioned to him to follow her orders to the kitchen. Issei wondered how large the kitchen was going to be. He was expecting a decently large kitchen proportion with how large the living room was, judging by his own kitchen in relationship with his living room. Walking along the hard wooden surface, Issei made his way towards the corner of the living room, more specifically the right corner. Once arriving, Issei turned to see the kitchen. Immediately his jaw dropped onto the floor. Holy hell, Issei says. The kitchen was easily just as large as the living room. The entire kitchen was massive. It also held a massive fridge which could house the amount of food necessary for an entire week for a family. Issei watched as Surzek smiled in pride. Walking along towards the fridge, she asked him for another important question. Issei, I'll cook some breakfast for both of us. Don't expect the food to be the highest of quality, Surzek says, shrugging her shoulders, kind of laughing. Sure, food is just food. It's just to fill ourselves, Issei says. For the next few minutes, Issei had to wait for his breakfast to be served to him. When seeing the plate filled with pancakes, Issei smiled, knowing the food didn't change from the human world. After finishing their breakfast, Surzek stretched before finally walking away. Issei, how about some more training with me? That's if you want to train, Surzek says. Issei heard the words and beginning to contemplate with himself. He wanted to stay and rest for a little longer. It only had been a few hours since his first training session, but now he had a choice to reject the training session. While thinking, Issei heard the dragon inside of his mind. It turned out that he was an ancient being that well respected by the natural world. Partner, what would you do besides train with her? This is a foreign area to you. A wrong step and death awaits you. Right now, you're just a sitting duck. 2 boosts aren't enough just to make you behemoth, Drake says. Issei went to retort to the ancient dragon's word, but stopping himself and thinking about what he said, there literally wasn't anything that he could currently do in the foreign area. Surzek was beginning to get a little impatient with Issei's choice, but still kept it in his mind, dragging inside of him a child's mind. Issei, with great difficulty, slowly risen himself to his feet and shifted his attention back to his king. Surzek was beginning to regain some hope, and Issei was going to say, fine, I'll come along, just don't hurt me as much as you did before, Issei says. Surzek cheered with glee. She wasn't going to train alone, even if Issei was going to be a hindrance. She wouldn't mind slowing her training down for someone to be there to speak with her, especially when she was taking an urgent break from the paperwork. Surzek knew that the paperwork would eventually come, but she would allow for time to tell when Grafia will stop towards her way and drag her by the ear, painfully, rushing towards Issei in a burst of excitement, grabbing him and swinging him around and hugging him. She was extremely excited. Issei, once realizing the predicament he was in, began blushing sincerely. He hadn't been this close to a woman besides his mother. Could you please let me go? Issei says. Surzek immediately released Issei on her hold. When coming back to reality, she smiled nervously when realizing what she had done. I am sorry. I was just excited about this, Surzek says. What Issei didn't know was the people don't train with Surzek's Lucifer because of the fear of her accidentally getting agitated and disintegrating her training partner. The power difference between Surzek's and his Satan class was so massive, Surzek could easily fight on par with beings in the top 10 beings in the supernatural list. Comparing her to Seraphal, who was easily weaker than some simple gods, the difference became noticeable and fear of being Surzek's training partner was apparent. Let's go, Surzek says. She grabbed him and dragged him along the floor until they reached the training ground once more. And that is the end of Chapter 3, Adjusting. Chapter 4. An entire week has passed since Issei has been transformed from a human into a reincarnated devil. Ever since then, he had been training with Surzek multiple times per day to finally achieve the second liberation of the boosted gear. Issei, what do I do when I have to go back to paperwork? I won't want to do paperwork. It terrifies me, Surzek says. I don't know. I guess just try your best and you'll succeed, Issei replies. Suzex slams her hands onto her lap while looking as angry as she could at Issei before responding. But I don't want to do the paperwork, Suzex says. Well, you asked me about this paperwork, and knowing how important paperwork is, you'll eventually have to do it. Just suck it up, pain, and bravely fight through the paperwork, Issei says. Oh, come on! You're almost as bad as Rias, Suzex replied. Issei had learned many things from Suzex. One was that she was very childish which was kind of entertaining. Another thing that she was really smart. She could effortlessly destroy any plan that he would come up with, even when she gave him an entire day to plan. She was able to effortlessly just see through his entire plan step by step. Finally, she hated paperwork and was petrified of this person named Grafia. While Suzex was complaining about paperwork, Drake finally began speaking with Issei mentally. You're saying as if you're any better. Should have seen yourself when I nearly forced you into training with Suzex while she was agitated by something. You begin whining like a bitch, Drake says. Drake wasn't so kind to Issei when talking about words that he would only use on the human boy, but he did not show some sincerity for his host. He was definitely a tsundere. You do know that you complain even more than me, right? Always complaining about a pervert being your host or weakling being your host. I think you repeat these phrases at least a few hundred times a day, Issei says. Are you talking back to me? Drake says. Isn't that how a conversation works? Issei says. Leaving the dragon to scream in the background, Suzex quickly decided to have one final training session before allowing Issei to take the next step. Issei Hyodo. In this entire week, you have shown great adaptability in the supernatural world. However, you'll now have to show me what you've got, Suzex says. Didn't we just have a training session not too long ago, Issei says. Did I ask for your opinion? Suzex replied. Suzex quickly began training and dragging Issei along the ground while he tried to run away. She quickly slammed him onto the ground, which signaled him into a mess with her at the current moment. Time skip. Issei was standing on the other side of the battlefield, where Suzex was casually waiting for Issei to rush at him. She was turning her back on him just to agitate the boy, knowing better than rushing in immediately without being boosted enough. Suzex, even when standing still, was still releasing a terrifying aura that sent shivers down Issei's spine. Issei decided to use his resources well. Drake, how many times can I boost? Currently, you can only boost several times before exhaustion wears you down, Drake says. Alright, Issei replies. Boost! Issei immediately rushed backwards, waiting to see if Suzex would do, but she just stood there. Boost! Moving around, making sure that he would always be paying awareness to whatever the movement that Suzex could do. Issei rapidly moved left and right. Boost! That was 3. There was still nothing to happen. He was going to be needing even an approach bypass the settled pressure that Suzex naturally releases when just by standing. Boost again. Now quickly dashed straight at Suzex, landing a powerful right hook on Suzex's back, forcing his body weight into the blow and forcing the force which released a small gust of debris. However, Suzex was still stationary while having this menacing aura. Boost! Continuing his comma, each continuous jab he landed didn't do anything, but his plan was boost! If she was going to allow for him to land all these blows, then she wouldn't mind if he did this, grabbing onto Suzex from feet and lifting her, catching her off guard by swinging her around before saying, "So long, gay Bowser," Issei says, sending the woman flying high into the sky before crouching down to prepare for a powerful leap. Boost! Jumping straight into the air, Issei quickly learned a powerful dragon blast in his hand before appearing in front of Suzex's face. She wasn't smiling. She had the face of pure disappointment before Issei blasted his most powerful dragon shot point blank at Suzex's face. An explosion of sheer power and small pressure was shot straight at Suzex's face, seemingly sending her flying into the ground. Issei knew that she wasn't down. He had learned from Drake that Suzex was literally a mountain while he was an ant. He had no chance in defeating her if he was given a century to train. However, maybe impressing her was something different, but Issei's thoughts were interrupted when a hand grabbed his face in a split second. He was slammed to the ground with enough force to destroy whatever momentum or boost he was having, forcing the boosted gear into dismissing itself. That was highly disappointing. I knew I should have taught you how to fight better with your hands, instead of training your basic capabilities. It was as if a 5-year-old was attacking me, Suzex says. Issei released a groan before Suzex lifted Issei's head with her right hand into the air before throwing him towards the door. At least you can use your magic to the degree of notifying me when you're in trouble, Suzex says. Wow, nice way of encouraging me, Issei replies. Yep, a week of dealing with Drake was beginning to rub off on him. Zex sighed and appeared in front of Issei. Come on, get up. Let's get something to eat, Zex says. Issei attempted to get up, but his body wouldn't respond. Yeah, sure. Could you help me? Issei replied. Issei was kind of stuck and out of energy. Zex sighed and lifted the poor boy. Thank you. At least you're not like all those Karens, Issei said. The Karens? Zex replied. Yeah, the crazy woman screaming at anyone they proclaim are wrong, Issei replies. Zex was kind of amused by such people that Issei knew about. Karens? What type of people did Issei know about? Do you know anything about these Karens? Zex says. Yeah, they terrify anyone with how loud they can be, Issei replies. Am I a Karen? Zex says. No, why? Issei says. I'm loud and some people say annoying. Are you racist? Issei says. No, Zex replies. Are you self-centered? Issei says. No, Zex replied. There's your answer. Zex was relieved when hearing that Issei didn't think that she was a Karen. Having a negative connection with your servant was leading to factor to them turning into a straight devil, something that Zex would hope to Satan would never happen. Issei continued speaking with Zex about some more facts that he knew. They both have a major thing in common. They both were fearful of math. Even Drake joined them in that phobia. Time skip. Appearing in the middle of the living room, Zex made sure that Issei wouldn't be noticed by her barrage, because if they think that Issei was an enemy, then they would kill him in less than a second. Currently, with a certain evil super devil, the entire underworld was on guard of any chance of infiltration happening. Issei would immediately be suspicious, being when his strength was equal to a low class inside of Lucifer's mansion. Another good thing that was, since Issei was so weak magically, he was able to be hidden from the radar when being in proximity to Lucifer, because Zex's pressure would hide Issei's presence. So, what do you do in your spare time? Issei replies. Zex sighed before thinking about a response. That's even if I have spare time. Usually I just annoy my sister, Zex says. Issei, once hearing that she had a sister, quickly began changing his facial expression to one with confusion. Wait, you have a sister? Issei says. Yeah, Rias Gremory. Doesn't she go to your school? Zex says. Issei, when hearing the news, shouldn't be surprised, but was still shocked because of the resemblances finally appearing in his mind. There was a reason why he said that this woman was a more mature version of Rias Gremory. Something's telling me you finally realized the similarities between us, Zex says. Yeah, you both act childish and are beautiful, Issei says. Issei, being the pervert and the man hated by nearly entire woman population, while also being scarred for his life by his ex-girlfriend, didn't know why Zex was blushing while smiling at Issei's words. He simply just sighed and waited for her to speak again. He still wanted revenge against his ex-girlfriend. She played with his heart and thought that she could walk away. He hated those who walk away thinking that they could do something to someone and expect to have no consequences delivered to them. Well, thank you for your words, but that's all that I do when I have spare time, Zex says. Sounds really boring, Issei replies. Yeah, I know, but I really... Zex gets cut off, being interrupted by Issei, who quickly grabbed her by the hand while grabbing her attention. Since you don't have to do paperwork, how about watching some television shows? Trust me, some of the shows on television, when connected with the human world, are amazing to watch, Issei says. Zex, when staring into Issei's eyes for any hint of jest and not seeing any, decided to allow Issei to continue with his plan. She heard from her sister that these human television shows were some of the most entertaining things to do when having spare time. Sitting on the couch, the massive cubic couch, Issei quickly played regular show. Be prepared to be amazed, Issei says. Time skip. My amazement is immeasurable and my day is fixed, Zex says. She was amazed by how little shows that give her this much entertainment. Now, she had something to watch while being bored or not wanting to bother her sister. Issei, you'll have cured my boredom with such a show. For that, I'll allow you to rest during... That was when Zex began sensing an evil presence outside of the castle. Not right outside, but in proximity. It was definitely a straight devil. A massive smirk was present upon her facial expression, while Issei was at the beginning to tremble in fear, knowing that when she smiled like that, things were going to get terrible. I'll take back what I said. We're going on an adventure, Zex says. She grabbed Issei and began running with him. The two were essentially just children. Issei was similar to Zex in that they both were clueless in many things. But Issei will be seeing the truth of one of the many dark secrets of the supernatural world. Stray devils weren't just normal beasts. They can easily be anything, from small critters to massive behemoths, from low class to ultimate class and above. And that is the end of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, The Stray. Issei hung onto Sir Zex while they teleported straight towards the area of the stray devil. Watching as this place was filled with blood and guts all over the place, Issei was beginning to feel fear and disgust when seeing the massacre. The ruined area was giving off a vibe of fear and malicious, but that feeling was being fed from one specific direction, the north. Issei, this may be hard to watch, but you will see and have to do this eventually, Sir Zex says. Sir Zex morosely watched as Issei was beginning to pale at the moment that he had finally seen everything in his surroundings. She knew that showing off such a horrific sight was going to damage him, but it was better to show him the sight now and help him recover than later. Drake, what type of monster would do such a thing? Issei says. Stray, rogue, and evil dragon would do such a thing. People who have lost their common sense, people who have killed their masters, and people who have wanted the freedom just to kill those they despise, Drake says. Luckily, Sir Zex is here, Issei says. Then, you hear a huge roar. What they say was going to terrify Issei for a little while. A monster! The size of a couple of stories tall and massive, half of a football field wide, was seen ramming through the plentiful horses of young devils in the proximity, having a bunch of legs that were shaped like hooves of an animal while screaming out goat sounds. A dozen tentacles that were swaying from the side to side made the creature even more terrifying than anything that Issei had seen, even more terrifying than Drake. It's one of those types, Sir Zex says. Boost! Issei quickly pulled out the boosted gear. Even if he was outmatched by a mile, he wanted to at least have some sort of chance to push away some debris or at least die fighting. Sir Zex noticed this and smiled. Issei was quite brave and doing far better than most humans than turn into devils. Issei, stay beside me at all times, Sir Zex says. Boost! Sir Zex demanded Issei to follow her order. That wasn't a moment for them to play around. Issei went beside Sir Zex's side, watching as Sir Zex quickly began releasing when a massive pressure that caught the monster's attention. Turning towards Sir Zex, the goat monster began walking, destroying everything when stomping its hooves towards Sir Zex while swinging its arms around. Boost! Whenever the monster began to approach Issei and Sir Zex, the monster began to bring the dark and malicious energy into a singular point above its head, finally launching the massive beam of pure darkness straight at Issei and Sir Zex. Issei quickly got closer to Sir Zex while preparing himself for the event in front of him. He knew that something bad was going to happen. That was the feeling which he was getting from intaking the malicious aura from the goat monster. Boost! Well, Issei, I want you to watch and see one of my many dark secrets that are in the supernatural world has, Sir Zex says. Sir Zex, with a swipe of her hand, dismissed the beam of darkness while leaving the goat monster confused about what was happening. Boost! Sir Zex finally decided to act, releasing the aura of destruction around her, while making sure that things around her weren't disintegrating. She had the mastery control over her aura and power, allowing her to point her hand straight at the goat monster from a distance. Transfer! However, before she could attack the monster, Issei decided to make sure that nothing bad would be able to happen. Transferring the boost which he had gathered, Sir Zex, needless to say, gladly accepted the help and smirked when knowing that Issei was helping her, even when he didn't know what he was doing. Drake was heavily supporting Issei, making sure that Issei's mind wouldn't be affected by massive pressures being released by Sir Zex. Before creation comes destruction, Sir Zex says. With the boost that she obtained from Issei, her aura had vastly increased, and the control of her power nearly went unstable with the massive boost of energy. Issei didn't transfer his own power, he instead transferred the amount of boost that he had accumulated collecting. Hakai, Sir Zex says. Seemingly, with a single glance, the goat monster was seen disintegrating from existence. Issei was absolutely astonished by such a sight. Issei Hyodo, this is only a fraction of which the power Lucifer holds. Even with the transfer of boost, she can easily blow away what she had just done. From rumor, she was stated to be the pinnacle of devil power. I can see why, if she continues to grow stronger, she might even reach the power of the original biblical god, Drake says. Issei lost his absolute mind when hearing that. She was far stronger than even this. Issei had his mouth wide open while his eyes were glued on the previous location of the goat beast, which had finally stopped screaming and existing altogether. Well, that was that. Now, how about Issei, are you alright? Serzex says. Issei was still stuck in fear when seeing all of this occurring. Serzex, being the king that she was, began worrying about the well-being of her pawn after seeing such an ugly monster. Serzex quickly appeared in front of Issei and began shaking him, trying to get him out of such a state. He had finally been shown why this woman was named Serzex Lucifer. An entire week, Issei had been thinking that this woman was just naturally named Serzex Lucifer, but now seeing that she had been holding back even more power than what he thought, maybe this woman was named Lucifer because of her power. Drake had been warning him of how powerful Serzex was, mentioning not getting on her bad side. Maybe listening to those warnings would be the best option for him if he wants to survive in this new life. Issei finally got his shit together and looked at Serzex with a little hint of fear. Sorry about that. What was that thing? Issei says. Like how humans have serial killers and criminals, we have supernatural or have a similar concept of sucked beings. Those are called stray devils. You know, how am I your master, your king piece? Issei quickly nodded to what she said. Well, those strays are beings that have killed their masters for many reasons, mostly for their gains. They usually turn into beasts, but if they are originally strong, then they tend to turn into monsters the size of the same one we have seen today, Serzex says. Issei processed all the information and understood all of it. Over the entire week, Issei understood that he was pathetically weak compared to, from what Serzex was told him, nearly every being in the supernatural world. She had embedded this small spark for Issei to try obtaining more power. But this is evident, had truly shown him why he needed to train. He was finally understanding why it was essential for him to train. Serzex and these monsters were in their own league. From what he had heard from Drake, Serzex was named the Lucifer. That meant she was the queen/king of the entire devil race. If life and cartoons have told him anything, the king usually has the most enemies. Issei was a weak point that any enemy could use against Serzex and her other Parage members. Well, what do you want to do? Rest, sleep, or eat some food? Serzex says. Issei was going to nod, but he wasn't going to be satisfied for a while. He was literally useless in this situation. Rainier was something, but she wasn't someone that could swipe left on a massive bean and dismiss it. Drake, should I accept this? Issei says, since you're finally seeing the world with truth. Instead of one brain cell, but now with 2 brain cells, you have realized that you're basically one of the weakest in the supernatural world. What I suggest, bear with me partner, is for you to continue training until you have reached around 15 boost. I know, but the pain, Issei says. He was interrupted by the ancient dragon replied in a more hostile tone. As they say, no pain, no gain. In this case, it would be gain. If you don't make this a habit, you'll eventually hit the point where you'll have to know that you failed. You will then have regrets knowing that you didn't put in your best at each point. As a dragon, I suggest stop being a bitch and train. I'll ask this partner, where is your fucking pride? Drake says. Issei took those words and sucked up some of his potential fear. He was literally given the chance of being trained by Serzex Lucifer, the perfect instructor for him, and the strongest devil, looking at Serzex with a serious gaze, which bemused Serzex before finally speaking his mind up. How about taking another session of training me? Issei says. Serzex was bewildered in hearing those words. Issei Hyodo, a man who a week ago was a pathetic coward, who was asking her for some training. This was even more entertaining than watching television. Well, you're asking for it. Don't come crying to me when you're beaten on the ground, Serzex says. Issei shivered when hearing those words. He began shuddering when seeing the same damn smile that would bring pain to him. Okay, Issei says, and he was teleported with Serzex. And that was the end of Chapter 5, Stray. Chapter 6, Exchange. After a few days, Issei has been seen training inside of the training room. Serzex was needed for a specific meeting, which she couldn't ditch. Currently, Issei was doing weighted push-ups. Drake had forced him into doing workouts that he can make him sore for many days. Holy shit, these hurt, Issei says. Issei Hyodo, I suggest you stop complaining or else I'll have to increase the load, Drake says. Issei, needless to say, listened to the old dragon and silently began finishing the last set of his push-ups. Thud. Hastily, Issei tried to regain his composure, but failed in getting back up to his feet, dropping onto the ground face flat once more. Issei was out of energy again. Good. That was 4 sets before failing. We'll have to bring that up to 10 sets before proceeding to the next step, Drake says. Damn, this is just hell, Issei replies. Would you rather deal with some soccer moms or train with me, Drake says. Obviously, I would want to train with you and deal with an angry soccer mom. Wait, How do you, Issei says, I can literally go through your entire living memories, Drake said. Oh, that explains that, Issei replies. Issei remained stationary on the ground before he finally gained the thought that he wanted to ask the ancient dragon. It was always lingering him ever since that he had joined the supernatural world. Drake, is there any way of gaining instant power? Like, this world is called the supernatural world. The side of the humans wouldn't be able to understand with their math and science. This world, from what you have educated me of, uses imagination to obtain success. Then, is there any way of attaining quick succession of power through abnormal means? Drake kept quiet. He knew that his partner was going to ask questions when the sudden jolt occurred in his partner when he was lying on the ground. Seeing, though, what his partner could think, he already had a response prepared but didn't know when to say it. Was his partner going to follow through and believe what the ancient dragon was going to say? Well, there is a specific way of obtaining power succession of power for Longinus users with spirits, Drake says. Issei's eyes sparkled when hearing this. He was going to obtain some power no matter what. If less than the circumstances become grim, he needed a quick power boost to power to create an easy base for him to start learning the magic that Sir Six can use, or at least the magic that the most supernatural beings can use. Sacrificing parts of your body can result in quick succession of power. They will be replaced with the dragon parts instead, Drake says. That was when things got a bit grim. Sacrifice parts of your body in the same sentence don't mix well with anyone. If you sacrifice your arm, the arm you'll obtain will be the draconic, stronger, and better than the devil arm that you currently have, Drake says. Since you said body parts, what that mean I can sacrifice my heart, hair, or even my legs, Issei says? Yes, but the more vital part of the body is, the more chance of failure will occur with the body part. Also, each body part sacrifice comes with its own benefits, Drake says. So what if I sacrifice my eyes? Issei says. You'll gain the normally increased affinity with dragon magic, but you'll also gain sharper and more powerful eyesight, Drake says. What about sacrificing my brain? Issei replies. Sacrificing your puny brain for a strong dragon-like brain would bring in benefits such as an entire increase in your senses, an increase in your pain tolerance, stronger mental health, an increase in magic affinity, specifically a substantial increase in magical abilities. Not only that your entire personality would change to more of a dragon type, a dragon aiming for domination, Drake says. Issei was astonished by such news until... But sacrificing such a vital part would mean instant death. The chances of living through such trade would be lower than winning the lottery, Drake says. Well, there goes the chance of Issei becoming smarter. Maybe then he could have made his mother and father proud with a higher chance of making it into an actual college, Issei thought to himself. Parts of your arms and legs can be changed to dragon parts with guaranteed success. Parts like eyes and ears have half the chance of success, while vital areas such as heart and brain don't even try to exchange them, Drake said. How much of a boost would I receive in exchanging my legs and arms and my eyes? Issei says. You would be able to gain a substantial increase in power. Your boost limit would increase from 12 to nearly 20. Your base strength, magic affinity, and natural eyesight would increase, while your speed would substantially increase. Partner, why? Drake says. Issei began thinking thoughtfully about what he was saying. This was a sacrifice for him to become more dragon, thinking that dragons would be naturally more powerful than devils and angels, seeing through many of the fantasy books which he had read when he was a child, seeing the difference in strength between him and Sir Zex. He was a liability in nearly every circumstance if he were to work together, except when playing board games. However, there was one thing that was forcing him into wanting to obtain this power, the fear of not being able prepared when he meets his ex-girlfriend. He wanted revenge against that bitch. He wanted to make sure that she would suffer, for her to play with his emotions and humility. Him by letting him die in such a cruel way, he will make her suffer for such a thing. I want to sacrifice those parts, Issei says. Silence was all heard in the area. Drake was bewildered by such a saying from his partner. He literally just told him that he would need to sacrifice those parts for power, and he was bravely accepting such terms. Partner, are you sure? Drake says. Yes, Issei replied. In an instant, Issei's body suddenly felt the massive jolt of pain coursing through from bottom to top. His eyes widened in pain, but then they stopped functioning as well. Issei's eyes were forced into slamming while his body began crumbling apart. He wanted to scream, but his eyes and body wouldn't respond. He was experiencing all the pain while he was awake. What was happening? I have forced your body into a sleeping state while allowing your brain to function, since those parts aren't going to be sacrificed. Drake said. You know, you could have knocked me out, right? Issei replied. I could have, But I didn't feel like doing that, Drake said. Why? Issei replied. For all the times you've talked back to me. Take this as punishment, Drake says. You son of a... He quickly felt another jolt of pain coursing through his entire body. Damn that dragon! Time skip. Rias was seen sitting down examining the evidence that she had received. The fallen angels in the area have left for some reason. Before Rias could do anything, they seemingly have fled the area after doing something. Akeno, what have you found in your abandoned church? Rias says. Akeno morosely showed something that shocked Rias to the core. In the hands of Kiba, who was making his way back, a dead body that was going through the process of decay was in his hands. It turns out those fallen angels have been manipulating humans into doing their deeds. The body has been seemingly dead for many days. Rias, seeing that the body couldn't be resurrected anymore, slowly began tearing up. A human body was killed. The 2 human bodies have been killed by the fallen angels, and she wasn't doing anything because of the fear that she had. This woman was seen in the middle of a ritual. It appeared that they had done something to her which resulted in her death, Kiba said. Kiba placed both hands on the ground before backing up to where Konako was. They all felt the terrible tremble for a human to die, an innocent human to be conflicted with the supernatural world, to be killed. Rias could only blame herself. Anger began to crawl up from her body before her aura of destruction began engulfing the room. Akeno, Rias said. Rias, what is it? Akeno replied. Are you sure that the fallen angels have left the area? Rias says. Akeno sadly nodded, which caused even more pain in Rias. When Rias sees that bitch Rainier again, then she will make sure that she will pay for at least 2 lives that she had taken. Akeno, help me get in contact with Gravy to set up a meeting with my sister tomorrow, Rias says. Akeno sorrowfully nodded while looking at the woman's dead body. They were going to give the woman a proper burial. Time skip. Issei finally was able to move his body after what seemed like hours. What the hell? Damn you, Drake! Issei says. You're welcome, Drake replied. He quickly left the mental link to do whatever the dragon does. Opening his eyes, Issei was met with a view, a much sharper and more precise view. Being astonished by the development, Issei backed up and quickly fell on his ass. Why is everything so clear? Look at your arms and legs, Drake says. The dragon was back. Nice! Issei looked at his legs and arms and was able to see the detailed scales. The red scales covering his entire arm and legs with claws pointing out of where his toes and fingers were. If you haven't noticed, you can turn them back with magic. I'll help you in shape-shifting the arms and legs into normal human limbs, Drake said. With that, Drake was quickly able to do, which was something that Issei greatly appreciated. The benefits of doing such a trait is that you have increased strength, speed, durability, eyesight, and more. Stability when using magic. Also, your reaction time has increased severely. Partner, you're more dragon than human at this point. Be proud. Now you aren't completely worthless, Drake says. Thanks, I guess, Issei replied. For the next few hours, Issei continued trying to adjust to his new body, which Drake had given him. Time skip. Issei was walking back after taking a shower towards the living room. So, you've exchanged your body parts to gain more power, Sirzex says. Issei was caught off guard by how quickly Sirzex was able to detect that. Don't think that I wouldn't be able to detect the draconic presence that's coming from you, Sirzex says. Sirzex was standing near the entrance of the living room with a look of devoid of any emotion. She was staring down upon Issei, not knowing what to do. Issei just sheepishly chuckled. Damn, even this doesn't get past her. You're on your own, partner, Drake says. Damn, dragon. Sirzex began approaching Issei with a monotone steps, before finally, Issei was closing his eyes in fear, staring down at the child. Sirzex was quite a bit taller than Issei. Bunk. Why are you closing your eyes? Why are you acting as if I'll hurt you? Sirzex says. She was severely annoyed by that. Issei opened his eyes, showing his draconic pupils to the woman. Sirzex had to say they looked far better than before. It was actually matching Issei's hair color. Sorry about that, Issei says. Well, at least it will make this training with you far more entertaining. Maybe I'll actually have to move a centimeter, Sirzex says. Okay, this one was going a little bit over with that statement. Issei decided to say one of the classics and unoriginal jokes that humans tend to say in Kahoo. Ligma, Issei says. Sirzex, not knowing what the hell Issei just said, quickly questioned the word of the name. What's a ligma? Sirzex says. Like my balls, Issei replied. Like my
balls, Sir Zex says. Sir Zex, once saying the word, finally understood what he meant. Looking at Issei, who was laughing his ass off on Sir Zex's perplexed facial expression, she quickly began blushing in embarrassment, hearing what Issei said. Fumbling the words she was going to say, Lucifer had to lost to a low-class devil for the first time. No! How could I be losing to a low class? This can't be, Sir Zex says. Okay, now she was mocking him. Okay, for that, I'll make sure to show you mercy in those board games, Issei says. I'll make sure to no mercy, my bad. Sir Zex widened her eyes when hearing that. Issei couldn't do that. He wouldn't do that. Sir Zex gave him puppy eyes, but she still hadn't worked. Be prepared to be destroyed, Issei says. Please, show mercy, Sir Zex replied. Sir Zex quickly grabbed Issei's, hoping that this would work. Sorry, but I'm all out of mercy, Issei says. For the rest of the night, Sir Zex continued losing every match in Sorry, Uno, Monopoly, and even Mario Kart. And that is the end of Chapter 6, Exchange. And that is where we're going to end off Part 2. Chapter 7. In the middle of a small section of the living room, the right corner, Issei and Sir Zex could be seen sitting down while staring mechanically at each other, locking their eyes with one another. Issei was seen smirking while Sir Zex was seen sweating. The most intense moment in their friendship was happening, the moment that will make it break the friendship, and it begins with Issei opening his mouth with hesitation and saying, Uno. No, this can't be, Sir Zex said. Sir Zex was going to lose the 15th time. Rapidly, she began obtaining cards due to her having the right color or the number until she finally got the right card. Placing it down, after drawing over 15 cards, she had placed down a +4. Game over, Issei says. Issei had placed down his own card for deck. He knew that Sir Zex was going to desperate in obtaining a drawing card, which was why she wanted to make sure that Issei would take another 5 attempts in winning. However, just to make sure that Sir Zex would feel the full force of defeat, Issei made sure to keep the card until the very end. He had won once more, making him the winner of the first 50 rounds. Well, sorry about your 50th loss. Not a single victory, not Uno victory. You're just monopolizing your sanity with each game. I demand a rematch, Sir Zex says. Another win? Sure, I'll take another, Issei replies. No, this time we'll play rock, paper, and scissors, Sir Zex says. Sure, Issei replied. After the 14th matches in rock, paper, scissors, Issei had won all of them, leaving Sir Zex crying on the floor. However, before they could call it a day, Sir Zex quickly got up and rushed towards Issei, grabbing him and turning him around. Before he could leave the room, she looked at him before screaming, One more match, please, Issei, one more match. Why? I'm so damn tired, Issei says. Please, I'll play with you tomorrow, Issei says. Sir Zex didn't release her hold. She was literally like a child not wanting to accept reality. She receives an answer she wants. Issei was stuck staring into her tearful eyes before he sighed. Nodding to whatever she was going to do, Issei played one more match. Doink. Sir Zex was left crying, hugging her knees before rolling on the ground. This can't be happening. I cannot be this unlucky, Sir Zex says. Well, this solves everything, Issei says. Issei walked into his room, which is on the other side of the entire building. Making his way to the bed, he sat down and began thinking. I wonder, how are my parents doing, Issei said. Issei was worried sick about his parents. Even if they disliked all the way that he acted with his perverted stash, he was still their son and they were his parents. He hoped whatever the lore that his parents were doing perfectly fine. Time skip. Boost! Issei was at the highest boosting potential of 20. Sir Zex had ordered for a training session to drag out to make sure that Issei would be able to reach his maximum boosting number before the counter will stop. This is far better than what you were a few days ago, Sir Zex says. Needless to say, the better that Issei became as a fighter, the more satisfied Sir Zex became during the training sessions. Issei rushed straight at Sir Zex, expecting for Sir Zex to predict him following with a right hook. Issei instead quickly formed a small dragon shot. Sir Zex was quite bemused by such a small fear, but expecting Issei to blast her, knowing that Issei was a terrible fighter. She quickly forced her hand through the sphere. However, she underestimated Issei's ability to adapt and the ability of Drake's resistance. Issei used the sphere as a light bomb, using it to blind Sir Zex while pushing himself back. Huh? Sir Zex says. Issei quickly used some sort of burst attack, forming another dragon shot and crushing it to force himself to move forward at a ridiculous speeds, slamming his fist into Sir Zex. Issei immediately backed up when his instincts were urging him to do so. Narrowly dodging the attack, Issei quickly formed another 2 dragon spheres in his hands, one larger than the other. His right hand, the other one with a large sphere, was being forced into protection while Issei rushed towards with his left hand. This is what I'm speaking about, Issei. Too predictable, Sir Zex says. Sir Zex sent an instantaneous jab filled with destruction energy. If landed onto Issei, then it would force him into abandoning whatever he was planning to during the day for healing. However, Issei crushed the larger sphere, which created a quick combustion, sending him flying straight above the wave of destruction into Sir Zex's face. Transferring all of the energy into not the sphere, but his hand. Issei had realized that his magic was still pathetic. It paled in comparison to his draconic strength. Forcing his hand to suffer through the pain of having this much pressure applied onto it, Issei slammed his fist right into Sir Zex's right cheek, putting his body and momentum into the blow, forcing himself to do everything that he could. Issei wasn't able to move Sir Zex, but he was able to impress her. The pressure from the punch was able to create an explosion of debris. Boom! However, there was still that little sphere Issei's left hand, which created another explosion. Another boom. Issei was flung across the ground before coming dead stop. Kneeling in pain, Issei waited for the moment for Sir Zex to finally end the battle. Not bad, Issei, already reaching the level of surpassing some of my sister's Paraz members. But, to meet my expectations, you'll have to prove 100-fold. Fuck, Issei said. Issei, deciding to YOLO this, rushed towards Sir Zex with boost! Only one boost, attempting to slap the woman. Issei began imagining her as a Karen to meeting her to his manager. Anger fueled him, rushing straight at the woman with a battle cry. He was met with a slap. Issei was slapped to the ground by Sir Zex, immediately knocking Issei out of this moment of the state of obtaining boost. Fuck, Issei said. Sir Zex was smiling when seeing Issei breathing heavily. Well, that was something. You actually surpassed my expectations. For that, we'll be visiting the amusement park, Sir Zex says. Amusement park? That sounds pretty good, Issei replied. Issei began having a flashback with his family, visiting the amusement park when he was a child. Remember when he was having the best time of his life in the water park. The roller coasters were amazing and joyful to ride, while the food was quite expensive, but decently done. You know, that sounds like an amazing idea. And Issei was quickly beginning to lose energy. When having 20 boost, his limit stacked upon him, his body was losing a massive amount of energy and creating massive exhaustion, resulting in only him having the ability to stay in that state for about 1 minute. One may say, what happened with the fallen angels in the territory of Rainier, that was the name of the leader of the pack of the rogue fallen angels, was making sure that she was fulfilling her plan of gaining the attention of the higher-ups and gaining herself an amazing title for bringing an amazing item. She was able to kill a potential threat to her plan, being Issei Hyodo. And when noticing the massive energy surge in the area near Issei, she had thought that a Satan-class being has come to save the boy, making her want to quicken the pace of the ritual they were planning on pursuing with a certain blonde human. During the time of killing the blonde human, mercilessly ripping the sacred gear out of the woman, Rainier made sure to visit Issei Hyodo's home, attempting to potentially kill Issei Hyodo, ignoring his parents since they didn't matter to Rainier. She patiently waiting a few days for him to return, but he didn't appear whatsoever. In anger and frustration with her time wasted, she finally decided to instead deal even more damage to Issei Hyodo. Knock, knock! Issei, is that you? Miki says, which is Issei's mom. Miki Hyodo had worried for her son. Worried ever since the day that he had mysteriously disappeared from the face of the planet. To say that she was smiling while opening the door was an understatement. Instead, she busted through the door with a smiling, happy atmosphere with her. When she said that it wasn't Issei, she quickly lost her smile and regained her composure. Excuse me, but have you seen Issei Hyodo? Rainier says. No, we haven't, Miki Hyodo says. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure a child wouldn't leave his parents this early. I'm just a good friend in his school, and I just wanted to make sure that he was okay, especially when he hadn't been home for a couple of days. Miki Hyodo at this point was tearing up. She was on the edge of bursting into tears. I still haven't found my son, Miki says. She finally broke, releasing all her tears she had been holding. Rainier smirked before hugging the woman. Don't worry. I'm sorry about your son. Don't worry. I could potentially help you in letting see him. Rainier finished. In a second. Slice! Miki Hyodo shockingly looked down to see her upper body being disassociated with her lower body. Slowly, a burst of blood erupted, allowing for a massive pool of blood to spill everywhere. Rainier began chuckling before releasing her winds. Miki Hyodo died from the massive loss of blood, even before she could see who her real killer was. Miki! Goro Hyodo said. The husband of the woman was running down the stairs when hearing the sound of something getting sliced. When arriving, he was met with a sight of fear. A woman was seen with black feathery wings with an aura of green and powerful healing magic. She was seen glaring straight at the man. Without hesitation, she killed the man with a quick light spear to the head, allowing for the blood to spill. If you have anyone to blame, then blame your son for your death, Rainier says. She quickly walked away through the front door after dealing with the pest. She wanted to make sure that Issei Hyodo would suffer. Time skip. Issei Hyodo felt a quick chill going down his spine. Turning towards the door of his room, Issei knew that leaving his mother and father was for the best. Lucifer had told him that his unstable aura would be guaranteed the death of his parents in the land of humans. Well, time for the amusement park, Issei said. Issei quickly grabbed his stuff and a small trip to the amusement. Sir Zex was excited about this. She had never had someone to go with said to the amusement park, because she would either have no time thanks to paperwork or the fact that she couldn't go because she would be required to have a barrage piece with her in case of guarding her. Then, she didn't want to risk the chance of boring them if they didn't like the amusement park. Issei, hurry up before I double your training session, Sir Zex says. And that is the end of Chapter 7. Chapter 8, The Amusement Park. Sitting down in this park, the first thing I was expecting for the rides to be crowded, Issei says. Issei was walking along with Sir Zex towards the largest roller coaster. Sir Zex wanted to leave the best thrill of her life instead of this amusement park, but Issei just wanted to try on some food. Since Issei, seeing Sir Zex's reaction when entering the amusement park, wanted to make sure that Sir Zex would have an amazing time. Oh look, Issei, the line waiting for the roller coaster is short. We have to make it there before the line lengthens, Sir Zex says. Speaking about the roller coaster, the thing was massive. It was easily around 400 feet in height, while the length was wearing a few kilometers, with loop-to-loops. It was deemed as one of the scariest roller coasters. Sir Zex quickly grabbed onto Issei's arm, catching him off guard, and ran straight towards the roller coaster while the others around began thinking they were crazy. Drake, are you going to watch the Thought Slayer, the predecessor to the Doom Slayer? Issei says. The eagerly excited Issei wanted to see the movie with Sir Zex. Over time, Issei and Sir Zex have become good friends because they have many things in common. Well, it's just naturally getting along with each other. Drake, on the other hand, was a sarcastic asshole that seems to care when Issei's in serious life-threatening situations. However, during this conversation, the ancient dragon had finally responded to Issei in a deep and non-sarcastic tone. Of course, that movie seems to be interesting, especially when hundreds of millions of people, judging by the numbers of posters, were wanting to watch the movie and rated the movie to a nearly perfect score, Drake said. Hopefully the movie is as good as the movies before this version, Issei says. Sir Zex continued running until they finally made it to the line. Now we wait, Sir Zex says. She quickly sat down while pulling Issei beside her. She was moving side to side while humming a soft melody to herself, while Issei continued speaking with the ancient dragon. Yeah, but I still want to at least pass high school, Issei says. Issei Hyodo, you are literally a part of the supernatural world. You're also part of a current Lucifer's barrage. You can easily live off of that alone, Drake says. Yeah, but if things go south, then I'll have a backup plan to a minimum wage, Issei says. Huh? At least you're making different plans for your future. That's a step in the right direction. Far better than sniffing the smell of magazines filled with random women, Drake said. Issei quickly began blushing. In embarrassment remembering the perverted things that he did, it was only natural for someone around his age to act. What was Drake trying to say? All of you know that men around my age usually get into that phase of our hormones kind of affecting us, Issei says. Let's check up on what these kendo girls have to say about that, Drake says. Issei quickly, deciding to defend himself, began arguing with Drake, resulting in them throwing insults at each other. From the outside, Sir Zex watched Issei's expression changing from a victorious expression to a saddened expression. Issei, Sir Zex said. She quickly waved her hand in front of the boy, dragging him out of the mental space and back into reality. Oh shit, sorry, what were you saying, Issei says? We can finally get onto the ride, Sir Zex replied. Sir Zex was holding in a burst of energy, which she could release at any moment if given enough enjoyment. Issei could tell that she was excited to get on the ride. Then, let's go, Issei says. Without letting the brunette finish, Issei was dragged into the front of the ride, quickly bedding themselves into the seat. Issei was beginning to feel fear, the fear of adrenaline crawling onto his back. Wait, why did he even get on the ride when he was fearful of great height? His conversation with Drake had distracted him from realizing this. Issei was beginning to quiver in fear. Seeing this, Sir Zex grabbed Issei's hand while turning her head to see the fearful look in his eyes. She was trying her absolute best not to laugh. She was enjoying the feeling of anticipation for what comes next. Issei slowly turned his head back towards the roller coaster and was finally moving. Drake, fuck you for this, Issei says. Drake simply chuckled when seeing his partner beginning to have a panic attack when the ride was at the top. For the next few minutes, Issei was screaming for his life while Sir Zex was dying and laughing. Time skip. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined, Issei says. Issei, after the entire situation, the roller coaster was able to see the snapshot of him closing his eyes and screaming for his life. Right next to him, he could see Zerzek smiling with tear rolling down her face from how hard she was laughing. All this was seen through a camera that was connected to the top of the main poles that was nearing the end of each ride. Zerzek was patting Issei on the back while stopping herself from bursting into a fit of laughter. Oh, come on. It wasn't that bad, Zerzek says. Zerzek was trying her best to help Issei out after such a traumatizing event. Can we finally watch a movie, please? It would easily flip my day ruined to amazed, Issei says. Sorry, but food comes first, Zerzek says. She pointed towards the nearest restaurant. The name of the restaurant was Prince Burger. They ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're totally not fine. But you can't get into it because they would never understand, Issei says. Why? Why do we live just to suffer, Drake says. Both Issei and Drake having a crisis with their suspense growing to no limit. They wanted to watch a movie. They wanted to watch the thoughts being slain. They wanted to watch the man that came before the Doomslayer. Come on, it won't be that bad, Zerzek says. Once arriving inside the restaurant, Issei and Zerzek wanted to see the menu. The waiter arrived near them, watching as they both began studying the menu with serious stone-hard stare. How may I help you two fine people today at our restaurant, the waiter says. The man politely asked, breaking the concentration that both Zerzek and Issei had. Zerzek was quickly able to answer, pointing towards the menu onto the best deals. I'll have your limited time offer. This one, Zerzek says. Nice. What about you? Waiter says. I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, and a number 7. 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese and a large soda. Zerzek looked at Issei as if he was crazy. There was no way that Issei was going to eat all that food. Well, more for her as well. Ah, the special limited edition order 420. You, my friend, have gained respect from me, the waiter says. The waiter quickly got their food as they began scarfing down food as if they were animals. In less than half an hour, they were done with the food. Issei, why did you order so much, Zerzek says. A bloated Zerzek spoke before toppling over from her drowsiness. Issei quickly caught her. He was more sustained with his feeling that for some reason. He was more adaptable with being the foal than Zerzek's, allowing him to catch her and prevent her from falling. You're not that well adapted to being bloated, Issei says. Doesn't seem like it, Zerzek replied. Zerzek quickly grabbed onto Issei. While walking slowly in random direction, it turned out that the park was forced to close thanks to the weather changing soon. Issei and Drake were screaming at each other. They were blaming each other for each other's stupidity for the closure of the park. Once Zerzek was able to grab into Issei, the boy in return began to blush. He was still perverted. He couldn't change that due to the becoming a natural thing to him. His body, when blushing to see Zerzek's body touching him, thanks to her tired state, began to lose control and he just stopped. Taking a little to control himself, Issei slowly began walking with Zerzek until arriving towards the teleportation circle. Issei, you really are a nice person, you know that, Zerzek says. She spoke truthfully while yawning. Issei didn't take the compliment seriously. Well, Zerzek, I'll see you in a little while. Since we're in the human world, I'll have to visit my mother and father. Can I visit them? Issei says. Zerzek, knowing that Issei had controlled his power to some sort of degree and believed that awaken the ancient dragon with the sacred gear, believed it would be painful for him to visit his parents. She had received a report of her sister that Fallen had left the area not before killing a few innocent humans, deciding to allow for the boy to visit his parents, know that they won't be in harm's way. Zerzek nodded while signaling for Issei to help her in the teleportation circle. Issei decided to have some fun through Zerzek to the teleportation circle. Drake, scan the area, Issei says. Detecting no paranormal activity. The coast should be clear, Drake says. Thanks, best buddy, Issei replied. I am not your best buddy, Drake says. Yes, you are. No, I am not, Drake says. They continued arguing towards Issei's house. Drake continued screeching that he wasn't Issei's best buddy, while Issei retorted the opposite. They were truly getting along with each other. Wait, why are the lights off? Issei says. And that is the end of Chapter 8, Amusement Park. Chapter 9. It was my fault. Knocking on the door a few times to see if anyone was actually home, Issei realized that something was definitely off. He was beginning to smell something disgusting within the house. Beginning to worry, Issei decided to do the best thing any man would do. Mom, Dad, what are you guys doing? Issei says. Entering the house, the full smell of blood began to hit Issei with full force, almost making him puke. Issei gradually began to shift his body towards the inside of the house to vividly see the truth. Seeing the blood on the ground, even seeing through the darkness, Issei could see the lower of the butt of just lying on the ground, dried in pool of blood. No, Issei said. Only 3 people would be inside of this house. Issei, his mother, and his father. Moving his attention forward, It was as if he could perfectly see everything inside the house. Even the darkness was enveloping the kitchen. But what caught him was the other part of the body of the person. The face of his mother was soullessly staring right back at him. "Mom," Issei said. It was a nightmare. As if it was a nightmare, his brain was beginning to bring him to the belief that this was real. His mother couldn't be dead, especially in such a brutal way. This couldn't be happening. What truly destroyed Issei was seeing both corpses of his mother and father right next to each other. His father's body. He knew that it was his father, seeing the shirt that his body wore while the head wasn't on his neck, was basically holding his mother's hand. Both them were dead. Blood was all over the place. Issei began to tear up. Bursting into tears, nothing was preparing him for such an event. He couldn't believe this was happening. This has to be a nightmare. This can't be happening all of a sudden. Quickly averting his attention from the sight, this must have been an early Halloween prank. Swoosh! A powerful breeze pulled him out of the trance to slowly avert his attention to the window, which had blood all over the place. The walls on the building reading the words, "You're welcome." Gripping his fist with absolute rage, his body began to emit this powerful, deadly aura, forcing his sacred gear to appear, even with the exhaustion of training trying its best to restrain him. Walking along the table to see a piece of paper, Issei, being as curious as he was, quickly went to see what said inside the paper. This just has been a joke, opening the letter to see something that finally broke him. "Don't know you were alive. I thought I made sure to end you. Well, your parents paid the price." His bones started cracking. His damn ex-girlfriend had fucking killed his parents. Finally breaking down, Issei fell onto his knees with soulless eyes. He couldn't believe it. That damn bitch killed his parents. Why did he have to suffer for this? Why was she doing this to him? All he wanted was to have a perfect date, but she only made him suffer. Cracking again. "Hey, Issei, remember that I always be proud of you no matter what," remembering his mother. His mother was always with him, even when he was at his lowest. "Now that's my son. Always stay strong and pursue your dream of becoming a harem king." His father supported his degeneracy, even when he was basically becoming a failure. "Would you die for me?" The words that stared this whole madness. "Issei, I forbid you from visiting your parents. Your power is unstable and will bring the death to them." No, he had failed his parents, even when he wasn't in danger to them. His entire existence alone was deemed to be dangerous to him. He made sure to stay away from them, and yet they still died. It was all his fault. His fault. His fault. The earth was shattering. A dark, ominous aura began covering the entire house. "What in the motherfucking world is happening? Partner, what the hell is happening?" Drake says. The ancient dragon had finally woken up from his slumber to see his partner's emotions shaking the entire mindscape. Drake was beginning to worry for his host. "Partner," Drake says. That was when Issei's mind began to tune out everything. Nothing was entering his mind. A dark, powerful aura began to warp around Issei. The rage he was feeling was something that no one would understand. His mind was set on one thing: revenge. He will make sure to take away the will of that fallen bitch and make her suffer. He will make sure that bitch will want to kill herself, but he won't allow it until she suffers more. She will suffer. That bitch will suffer. I will kill you. I will kill you, bitch, Issei says to himself. He had revenge shut in his mind. His rage alone was beginning to force changes within the sacred gear. His rage was so powerful that even those words that were playing in the back of his mind were blocked out. He was going to aim for revenge, but nothing will stop him. He will kill Yuma. Issei's body began to emit this aura of pure rage, domination, darkness, chaos. A dragon in the supernatural world was able to boost their power significantly, depending on their emotions, making them a real threat in the supernatural world. Issei, being a small percentage dragon, was still able to gain this emotional boost, while also gaining the emotional boost from the sacred gear. His power was skyrocketing past high class and ultimate class territory. Looking at his arms, Drake was trying his best to gain contact with his partner, but it failed each time. Issei was far gone to hear anything. Scene change. A certain angel was sitting down in the highest level of heaven. This archangel was known as the leader of the angel race, the substitute of the biblical god and father of all the angels. Sitting down, watching the sacred gears in case if anything happens. In an instant, the man could see a black tainted color being to flicker with the boosted gear, one of the most powerful sacred gears on the planet. What is this? A mutation? Michael says. This is the first time I'm seeing this. Michael begins inspecting the once of a lifetime chance he was seeing. A Longinus sacred gear mutating was something that had rarely, if ever, happened, especially when it was the boosted gear, a gear that had soul of one of the top 10 beings on the planet with the gear. But why is such a darkened presence coming from this change? Michael says. The pure negativity being released from the change was beginning to affect Heaven's sacred gear system. Why did you have to leave me the responsibilities, Father? Michael says. Scene change. Issei's power skyrocketed to heights he had never thought he would achieve. However, even with this change, the voices in Issei's head began speaking with him. Do it. Say the chant. Use the power. It's the only way. Unconsciously, Issei's body began to move on its own. His mouth finally began saying the words. In an instant, his body forcefully entered a more darkened and dangerous balance breaker state. The dark, ominous aura began forming a second layer of coating on the top of the massive armor which he wore. Drake was beginning to become desperate. Drake began to realize what happened, sorrowfully spoke back to his partner and convincing him to turn back to normal. Boost! Partner, stop! Listen, your body is beginning to disintegrate. Listen to me, Drake says. Just like before, his attempts were futile. Smaller spirits began spreading out from his body. Doom! A massive red light was seen erupting from Issei, pushing everyone within the room to be blasting away. The corpses of his parents were blown the fuck away into the streets. Issei immediately forced himself to transform into his balance breaker form, but with more bulk. However, the most bizarre part was the small orbs escaping from his body, each of which held the voices of people, young, old, male, and female. I, who shall awaken. It started. Looks like it will start. Am the heavenly dragon that has stolen the principles of domination from God. I laugh at the infinite and grieve at the dream. I shall become the red dragon of domination, Juggernaut Drive. Issei's appearance is chained to one similar of the actual dragon. However, Issei's Juggernaut Drive was far different from the other user's Juggernaut Drive form. Issei's Juggernaut Drive was larger, more armored, more powerful, and far more fearful. A dark, ominous aura of pure darkness and sadness began to wrap around the Juggernaut Drive. His mouth began opening to show pure draconic teeth. Boost! Issei released one powerful roar, which shook the entire city while engulfing the city with his darkness, knocking out all humans within the area, forcing many to have nightmares with the aura. Not only was he suffering, but all humans will be. Boost! In an instant, someone had appeared in the area with the entire barrage while staring at a powerful being in front of them. Even Sona Citri had appeared right beside the woman, the sister of Lucifer. Boost! So, who are you? Rias says. The redhead was able to sense this monster aura coming from the neighborhood. She quickly appeared with her entire barrage. Without Avery saying a single word, Rias was met with the soulless and bone-chilling eyes, sending shivers down her entire barrage while causing them to black away in fear. This power. How is it this powerful? How is it more powerful than my sister? Sona says. Boost! The entire ground began to change to a darker and more dead-type surface. All the grass around the ground was killed, while trees began to lose their will to live. The atmosphere in the air was beginning to increase in density. It was beginning to become far more difficult for the barrages to breathe. Boost! I ask, Akano says. She was interrupted with a fist landing straight in her guts, sending her flying hundreds of buildings, breaking her back while severely destroying her body. Boost! Akano, Rias says. Before she could do anything, a hand grabbed onto her shoulder. Turning around, Rias was met with the equally terrifying sight. Her sister was right next to her, and she wasn't smiling. Rias and Sona, get your barrage healed and get the fuck out of the area, Srzek says. But Rias says, boost! Srzek simply glared straight into her sister's eyes. It was as if she was seeing straight through her sister's soul. Backing away, Rias was finally beginning to feel fear, which humans have been being within the life-death situation while being powerless. Nodding, she quickly ordered her barrage to leave while grabbing Akano to heal her. Boost! Issei, just a single hour. What has happened to you, Srzek says. At the same moment, Issei finally released a roar filled with agony. Srzek finally realized the scream that wasn't one with pure anger, but with pure agony. The scream of a broken dragon. Srzek's Lucifer, as you can see, my partner is in stable condition. I suggest that you end this quickly before he begins to feed off his negative emotion and becomes an evil dragon, Drake says. Srzek was astonished when hearing that, especially when seeing the broken state of Issei. What happened to him for turning to such a state? Issei's power was on its way to approaching the power of a regular Satan-class being. Sir Zex was quickly beginning to expel more of her power, balancing out the aura which Issei was created to prevent the deathly aura from expanding. Sir Zex, I suggest defeating my partner as quickly as you can before it becomes too late. My partner is giving his all, Drake says. What do you mean by all? Sir Zex says. Sir Zex understood by giving it all was expelling the most power that someone could handle. But this wasn't Issei's limit. This was hundreds of thousands of times higher than his limit. What came out of Drake placed Sir Zex into a state of pure fear and worry. Boost! Issei is sacrificing his life force, his body, his mind, and his will to live. His emotions have ultimately brought him to the mutational state of Juggernaut Drive. You're the only one that can stop him. Please help my partner, Drake says. Those eyes that gave great Lucifer chills down her spine. Get ready, Issei. I'll save you, Sir Zex says. That was when Issei showed his darkened smile to Sir Zex, sending a jolt of fear down the woman's spine. Scene change. A silver-haired boy was seen sitting down at the table while eating some food. Buying a food from the local market, the boy abruptly stopped and began sensing a powerful presence. Albion, do you sense that? Folly says. The ancient dragon began speaking to his host in an amused tone. It appears that the Red One has entered the Juggernaut Drive state, Albion says. However, I'm sensing this Juggernaut Drive seems to be far more powerful than our version. Aren't Juggernaut Drives supposed to be equal? Volley said. Volley, I have taught you many times that dragons' emotions can alter anything. This must be the mutation in Juggernaut Drive. I suggest avoiding the red because I'm sensing an equally powerful being there, Albion says. Oh, come on, why can't I see my rival? Volley says. No, Volley, bad, Albion replies. Albion, please. No, Volley, if you even dare to approach the red, then I will make sure to shove this tree straight up your ass while you're sleeping, Albion replies. Fine, can I at least watch the battle? No. My disappointment is immeasurable, Volley says. And that is the end of Chapter 9. Chapter 10, Humanoid Destruction. Boost! Already surpassing most beings in Satan class, Issei immediately landed a powerful bone-crushing punch straight into the woman's gut, sending her flying through hundreds of buildings, busting through the city straight into the forest besides the city. Shit! That was unexpected, Sir Zex says. Stopping herself, Sir Zex immediately was met with a powerful uppercut from Issei, shooting her high into the sky. While being dazed, Issei disappeared until he was perpendicularly to Sir Zex, reaching both his hands into the sky, combining them to form a powerful sledgehammer blow. In an instant, the screams of the woman could be the only thing that the city could hear. Sir Zex was met with a powerful blow to her back, crashing her straight into the ground. Issei was staring down onto the spot where Sir Zex had landed. In an instant, a powerful of destruction wave collided with him with such ferocity Issei was shot flying into the ground. Yeah, that damn dragon was telling the truth, Sir Zex said. Sir Zex quickly rushed straight at Issei, colliding fists with the massive draconic arm. Both beasts were staring into each other's eyes, however, taking advantage of the Juggernaut Drive or whatever mutation that Issei was going through, basically forcing the host into such a depressive and angered state. Sir Zex, finally taking the battle more seriously, backed down to see what Issei would do. Obviously, Issei went with a sharp right hook, wanting to land a vital blow to end the battle. Sir Zex ducked and landed her own powerful uppercut, which easily destroyed some parts of Issei's armor, revealing some dragon skin. Watching as Issei quickly recovered, Sir Zex quickly landed a critical roundhouse kick filled with destructive energy onto Issei's side, shooting Issei straight into the hillside beyond the forest area, crashing onto the ground, creating a massive indentation line, skidding across the ground until colliding with the largest hill, which was in the middle of the land. Issei's armor was quickly regenerating with the rage and frustration he was further gaining within the battle. With twice the speed, Issei rapidly closed the gap between him and Sir Zex, appearing in front of him, and Sir Zex quickly forming a quick dragon shot. Sir Zex had been prepared, combusting a sphere of destruction to create a smokescreen that was able to freeze Issei. Sir Zex, with even more energy than before, landed a devastating blow into the gut of Issei once more. Instead of letting the blow send him flying, she appeared right behind Issei and landed a devastating kick onto his back. Boost! Times 3. However, Issei had stopped himself thanks to his quick boost. His anger and frustration once more had forced a quick burst of boost, which raised his power significantly. Turning around, with great speeds, caught Sir Zex's legs and slammed her onto the ground with such force. Shit, he's gaining power too quickly, Sir Zex says. Instantaneously, Issei slammed his huge body straight into Sir Zex's body, destroying the ground while sending Sir Zex flying straight into the deeper part of Earth's crust. Flying into the air, Issei decided to do the best thing. Boost! Times 10. Maximum transfer! Pulling out massive cannon, different from Juggernaut drive form, this cannon was as large as its Issei himself. The maximum boost, which he could do, transferred all of this into his cannon, forming the most powerful beam that a Red Dragon Emperor could even do. This was the most power of the Red Dragon Emperor, once finally losing his mind and losing his will. Only the likes of that evil dragon could match. Heavenly tears rupture the skies. A massive black beam purely made of absolute hatred, sadness, destruction, chaos, and the emotions of a broken dragon was released onto the current Lucifer. Gradually, once the beam landed impact onto the surface, the largest explosion occurred since the Devil's Civil War, an explosion that destroyed all the surface around, disintegrating whatever was in its path. The ground in front of him, the dirt and sand, was beginning to melt from the extreme heat, turning into glass and liquid. Issei released a massive roar, which shook the entire area, even shaking the cities near the area. Nothing was left. Destruction what could be only described after the beam landed. Issei began coughing blood. There wasn't much time before he would die a horrible death. Boost times 50! A massive tremor was felt across the land. Even Issei's attention was brought back to the space in which he destroyed Lucifer. Something was coming out. Issei roared while staring at the location. Issei quickly forced his body unconsciously to boost many times. His dragon instincts were screaming for him to watch out. Out of the hole came out a being filled with a body filled with power of destruction. The power being emitted from this was beginning to shake all the realms. This was one of the strongest beings, one of the very few beings that had reached the realms of the strongest gods. This was the strongest devil in existence, Serzek's Lucifer in her humanoid destruction form. Issei quickly rushed at the woman, with his fist coated with all the energy that he gathered. Issei, forgive me what I am about to do, Serzek says. Once Issei appeared in front of Serzek, he tried to land the strongest blow he could. You were a friend to the end. I will never forget you, Serzek says. Small tears began to form on the side of Serzek's eyes. She quickly landed a punch of her own. She stopped holding back and absolutely blew away Issei into seemingly nothingness. Tears were finally escaping her eyes. Thinking about what she had done, she needed to do it. Reverting to her normal form, Serzek watches the dust that she formed stop, revealing something astonishing. Issei, Serzek said. There was a body burned and destroyed on the ground. Fear finally began to crawl up to Serzek when seeing one of her closest friends. She didn't want to see the state of her pawn, but she needed to fight through the fear. Approaching the body, she began to hear, "Thank you, Lucifer, for this. My partner is alive, but he won't be without the help of my any medications. He needs help," Drake says. That was when she saw Issei's body. Issei, Serzek said. Serzek began to release even more tears when seeing Issei's state. Issei's body was reduced to such a state. How is he alive? What a miracle! Grafia, Serzek says. Serzek screamed of pure anger through a magic circle, startling the woman on the other side from a sudden burst. Get some phoenix tears and some other medication, Serzek says. Why? Grafia replied. Just do it! Grafia instantly complied with the order. Drake, if it isn't too much to ask, what happened to put Issei in such a state? The dragon was hesitant to say the reason. He kind of wanted his partner to say it, but the chances of his partner surviving was becoming smaller by the second. If he dies and the person who made him suffer got out scotch-free, then Drake will find a way to leave the sacred gear and will annihilate the fallen faction himself. Let's get into the beginning. There was once a woman named Yuma Amano, the same woman that killed Issei Hyodo, which resulted in him entering your barrage, Drake said. Serzek nodded. She understood that much, even if her anger was beginning to become unstable, where her sister was when this was happening. My partner entered his house today and saw the two most important and most supporting people dead in front of him in brutal ways, Drake said. Serzek quickly processed what he meant and widened her eyes upon hearing the news. Don't tell me that... They were his parents, and they were killed by the same bitch that killed him originally, Drake said. Drake stated that with such disgust and venom that it would have shaken Serzek if not for her own outburst, and she left the area with... Yes, Serzek says, that damn woman had basically killed her pawn, her friend, and wanted to leave without any consequences. Serzek clenched her fist with anger. That was another person she held dear to her and was going to die because of her poor ability as a king. Leader, Serzek, with such anger, entered her humanoid destruction state. This time, she was expelling even more energy and pressing Drake to the highest degree. Damn that women, Serzek says. Serzek calmed down, knowing the revenge will be given to Issei. Kneeling and lifting the poor boy, Serzek quickly sensed her queen appearing. I have brought what you needed, Grafia said. Grafia was stunned at the seeing was in front of her. Serzek's Lucifer was sobbing while holding onto the corpse of a man. Without saying anything, she quickly helped Serzek in trying the best in healing the boy to at least stable state. The damage had already been done, and there was nothing that they could do. And that is the end of Chapter 10, Humanoid Destruction. Chapter 11, Aftermath. That damn fallen angel, Sirzex says. Sirzex couldn't stop sobbing upon seeing the horrible state of the man in front of her. Blood was still oozing down the body, even after he injects the medications that they gave him. The Phoenix Tears were able to make sure that Issei wouldn't die, but they didn't help the damage that had been done to the boy internally. Sirzex couldn't look at the boy body anymore. She walked outside of the room and saw Grafia, her queen, waiting for her. She approached the sobbing king with sympathy. Even she didn't know what the man was to the current Lucifer. Sirzex, my king, who was that man? Grafia replied. Sirzex slowly looked up and decided this was the best time to tell Grafia the truth. Sirzex calmed herself and began speaking. That man, he was one of my closest friends, rivaling you as my best friend. He was my pawn, someone fun to hang around with, Sirzex says. Wait, so that person was able to force you into a humanoid destruction state? The form in which you become the very embodiment of destruction, Grafia says? I could have handled him in my normal state, but hearing the screams and his power increasing, I wanted to end the battle to save him. Turned out, my power was a bit too much, Sirzex says. Sirzex mercilessly chuckled, before sitting down next to the door, which showed Issei being injected with even more needles. Time skip. An entire week had passed with many healing spells and Phoenix Tears were being used on Issei. After so many fateful attempts, he had finally recovered to his best condition. Besides the many years of losing his lifespan, however, he was still going to be in a coma state to regain the blood that was lost. Drake, I have some serious questions, Sirzex replied. Drake the dragon had been sleeping for the time being, had woken up upon hearing the words spoken in a low-toned voice. What do you want, Lucifer? Drake says. When Issei was beginning to state the chant, was there a reason why you didn't stop him? Many think that we, the heavenly dragons, can stop the Juggernaut drive. However, we can't intervene with the curse that manipulates the user's emotions, forcing them into such a state. The user blocks our calls and only focuses on the desire that they want, whether it be suicide, anger, or in this case, revenge, Drake says. Sirzex understood what the dragon was saying. She should have known the dragon was going to say that. I'll deal with the other details later. Is there anything that I should be wary about Issei's condition? Sirzex says. Well, the Juggernaut drive state is stated to be basically a noose, Drake says. Upon hearing those words, Sirzex's uncomfortable feeling began to overtake her. A bad suspicion was beginning to creep up the spine, traveling up to her body, sending chills down her bones. Hosts aren't supposed to survive that state due to the burden and the curse that it brings. However, Issei has been the first host that has survived the Juggernaut drive. Even worse is that it was in a mutational form of Juggernaut drive, something that I don't even know nor want to know. But in doing so, he was basically on the brink of death. He only had barely any life force left, but with some form of my own energy and partial bit of my life force out of nearly immortal life, I was able to at least recover a decent amount back. Sirzex sighed with some relief. His organs, however, were basically non-functioning. I needed to replace them with a dragon part of my partner to ever see the light of a day again. Taking advantage of the Phoenix Tears, I was able to do it successfully. But Issei's mind was so set on revenge, Drake says. Drake paused, which raised suspicion with Sirzex until he finally gained the courage to say what he wanted. His negative emotions had finally changed his body. Since a dragon relies on the emotions for battle, the emotions can furthermore change the dragon, Drake said, stopping himself and letting the suspense of the force Sirzex to nearly want to strangle the gauntlet. Drake had sorrowfully spoke the final thing he wanted to say. You'll see soon enough. Sirzex, as my honor as a dragon, please help my host. He needs comfort, especially when he has no one in his life anymore to support him, besides you and me, Drake says. Sirzex was astonished to the highest degree. Hearing those words, she had finally realized that Drake had stated that Issei was now alone. She had finally failed him as a king and a friend once. She won't do it again. She will be there for Issei, especially when he was in the worst state that a person can be. With that, the ancient dragon had finally fallen asleep once more, even if he didn't want to say it. This was definitely the most entertaining host, because Issei was just an insult bank for him. Azazel and I are going to have a special talk, Sirzex says. Time skip. Another week has passed and Sirzex had entered the room holding Issei. The time has come, Drake says. Hearing those words, Sirzex looked at the body with confusion. Sirzex Lucifer, Drake says. An explosion of negative energy engulfed the entire room. Pushing back all the equipment, the burst of energy began to put fear in all those inside the building. Besides Sirzex and Drake, Grafia had left. She took the duties of Sirzex for the moment. Powerful blackish energy began to hover around Issei Hyodo's body until it began seeping into him. Changing his physical appearance drastically, his eyes began to change, his teeth began to sharpen, his power began to become far more sinister. Your pawn, Drake says. Slowly, the energy began calming down until it became one with him. His power changed from this pathetic state before turning into Juggernaut Drive, the mid-class power which he had, to his far more powerful and muscular form, around high class and base. The dragon parts had transformed beforehand, but with help of Dragon, Sir Zex and Issei had another drastic improvement physically, but a step backward mentally. Has become an evil dragon, Drake says. With a sudden roar, the entire building began shaking from the overwhelming negative energy. Issei had finally awakened from the 2-week coma. Issei? Sir Zex said. Sir Zex? Issei replied. Scene change. A man with the appearance of a tall, handsome man wearing a black coat with long mixture of black and blonde hair, as well as the heteromatic eyes. Where his right eye is gold and his left eye is black and has pointed ears. That energy signature, Crom said. The evil dragon sensed the birth of another evil dragon. Smiling grimly, a potential future opponent could never hurt. It's good to see an evil dragon race gain another member. Let's see if this one could eventually put up a fight with me in the future. The strongest dragon, only second to the dragon gods, Crom said. The man continued to train, lifting mountains and throwing them as if they were nothing but paper. This man was Cromcrotch, the strongest evil dragon as well as the strongest dragon, except the dragon gods. This might be important information to Rizavim. Maybe we can gain another ally, Crom said. Crom stopped training and thought about returning to the Chaos Brigade. This was going to be an interesting developing for him. Scene change. The birth of a new evil dragon, Issei Hyodo. Welcome back to the realm of the living, Drake says. And that is the end of Chapter 11, Aftermath. Chapter 12. Issei, Sir Zex says. Issei stared at the woman with a neutral expression. In reality, he was relieved in seeing the woman in front of him, but that feeling quickly was replaced with grief when remembering his parents' death. However, while not paying attention, Issei felt 2 hands wrapping around his body while forcing him into being pushed by some squishy pillows. Hello, Sir Zex, Issei said, speaking in monotone. Sir Zex was drastically astonished at the change in voice comparing Issei's voice from before. Composing herself and beginning to speak, Drake could tell that his partner wasn't the evil dragon that was openly crazy. He knew that his partner was similar to Cromcrotch, that juggernaut drive of an evil dragon. He was containing himself until the circumstances was right in which he could show his truest colors. Drake didn't want to say it to Sir Zex, since the woman was already worried about his partner's current condition. Adding the future condition would drastically add more pressure on Sir Zex. The old dragon would now just be the guide to the newest member of the race of the dragons. Don't ever do that again. I know that you're angry, no, livid with the fallen angels. Just remember that suicide isn't the answer. If you want to kill them, you must live, Sir Zex says. Issei's eyes are trying their best to avert himself from seeing the devilish tits, but his older personality, the one that he tried to contain behind his head, specifically the perverted personality, was finally acting up. He was beginning to blush heavily and thinking about the potential fantasies with Sir Zex. Issei Hyodo, this won't be enough to compensate for my failure as a king, but I just want to be there for you now. Starting from today, you'll be living in my quarters while going to school and coming back directly to my house, Sir Zex says. Issei Hyodo began to feel tears touching him. Backing away and seeing Lucifer beginning to tear up, he was quite shocked at seeing the most powerful woman, no, the most powerful person, beginning to tear up for some degree from degenerate like him. Hugging the woman back, Issei began speaking with rougher and darker tone. It wasn't your fault. I should have killed the fallen angel sooner than later. It resulted in my parents dying, Issei says. No, I could have killed them, but I instead gave all my time in supporting your training. I could have easily eradicated those fools, but my worry about you not being ready for the supernatural world had resulted in such a mistake to happen, Sir Zex says. Issei tightened his hug, reassuring Sir Zex that it wasn't her fault. Zex, it wasn't your fault. The Fallen were going to kill my parents one way or another, Issei said, while being calm on the outside. Sir Zex could tell that Issei was holding his boiling rage and anger towards the Fallen inside himself. A single button would cause an explosion of pure negative energy. However, she didn't know that Issei didn't want a normal revenge on the Fallen. How about we both go out and eat some best food that the underworld has, Sir Zex says. Issei simply nodded, in which caused Sir Zex to quickly throw him into the air and catch his bridal style. Smirking at Issei's surprise and slightly embarrassed expression, she formed a magic circle and left the area. Scene change. Akeno, make sure to check if Issei Hyodo is in the area by any chance, Rias says. Rias Grimmer was sitting beside her desk while looking through some papers of important information about her territory. She was investigating anything of which can be important to her about the fallen angels. Akeno was seen beside Rias, waiting for some action. Rias, I don't think Issei would be in the area anymore after seeing the fallen angel, which he was dating, and the massive energy spike within the same boundary that he was in. It's easy to assume that he has been taken away by someone. Rias nodded to Akino's assumption. She had finally thought of that idea beforehand, but still wanted to make sure due to the chances of Issei still being alive but hiding in the area. That may be true, but taking any chance to make sure that the Rogue Fallen Angels plan would fail is the best route. We can't allow them to win the territory over, or else my sister would need to annihilate the faction itself when entering the war, Rias says. I suggest working with Sona on this one. Her intellectual abilities combined with your power would make a deadly combo, Akino says. I have already requested that with Sona. She will be working with him soon, once he finishes her grading and declining most of her admissions to coming into school, to be specific, Rias says. I see, Akino replies. Before her queen could finish her thought, Rias had already interrupted with additional information about her plan, with Sona and Paraj helping them. I have already told Kiba and Konako to work together. When traveling around the town and such potential hints towards the Fallens, knowing Kiba's weakness is covered by Konako and vice versa. This duo would make a deadly combo. Sona wanted to add her queen into the mix to make sure that both of them would be protected from potential magic attacks. What should I do to support you all? Akino says. The both of us with Sona should stay alert. If Sona and I were to be fatally wounded, then that would be detrimental to all of us. There's a reason why we are called kings, Akino. I am trusting that you'll be able to protect and defend us from potential threats, and we'll do the same back. We'll have to work as a team because I have a feeling the Fallens will be back with some more units. Scene change. Rainier was seen devastated after the news of her removal from the Fallen Angels faction. She had returned to the place in which Azazel and his subordinates stayed and worked. Telling the tale of what she did, Azazel, who was fortunately there, saw straight through the parts of the lies in which Rainier stated. With many centuries of living, he was able to manipulate the words of which he was able to make Rainier accidentally say what she actually done. To say Azazel was livid was an understatement. Azazel had destroyed whatever chance of which Rainier was going to get off being recognized her higher-uppers. She was able to escape before the fallen angels inside of the Grigars could massacre them. Damn it all, Rainier says. It was because of you, Kala Warner replied. Kala Warner was livid. She was extremely pissed at Rainier for dragging her into such a plan. However, Millet was able to enter the argument and calm both down. We are all responsible. Rainier may have dragged us into such a mess, but we accepted to play along. We all must try to live through the circumstances placed upon us, Millet says. Rainier and Kala Warner were going to say something back, but they knew she was right. Donasik was staying silent during the entire thing until they began sensing another energy signature. Well, what do we have here? Kokaville says. Lord Kokaville, Rainier replied. Rainier and her friends had gotten on guard, since the road catcher that they had heard rumors, even before leaving the mission that Rainier was given about the departure of Kokaville. Now what's the point in trying to fight me? We're all the same. We're rogues, Kokaville said. Rainier and her friends didn't want to admit it, but the old catchlady was telling the truth. What do you even want? Rainier said. I am pretty sure you already know. I want you three to join me in getting revenge on the factions, Kokaville says. Age must have really been affecting your thinking process for you to think that I would actually join you, Rainier says. Why not? You have been pushed away like nothing by Azazel for many years, and he even banished you for doing something that would make our faction better. Azazel had given you nothing but disrespect for everything you've done. Why side with him? Why not get revenge? Because we are still loyal, Kala Warner replied. Yet he didn't even know you existed until you entered his reference, Kokaville said. Each one of those sentences had hit all the fallen angels hard, making them feel terrible for what they have done. However, Rainier was beginning to think over what Kokaville was saying. She was always wanting to gain attention and appreciation from Azazel, pushing herself to the limit to impress her leader, but he never noticed nor wanted her. She was always cast away if she was nothing. Fury beginning to build with Rainier, Kokaville was saying the truth. She didn't have anything to do anymore because the man that she admired for so many years had just banished her for doing something that would have been significantly beneficial to their faction. She looked at Kokaville with determination in her eyes. I guess I don't have a choice anymore. I'll join you, Rainier says. Rainier, are you being serious? Kala Warner says. This has to be some kind of prank, Millet said. Look at it this way. We have done so much for them, yet we were banished, Rainier said. I wouldn't say that we did something good, more like something greedy. We killed 2 humans and stole a sacred gear, Donasik said. The man had stated while looking down upon the grounds. Kala Warner nodded with Millet at Donasik's words. Rainier didn't care anymore. She walked along with Kokaville while the fallen Katri smirked deviously. This was all going according to his plan. I'm guessing that you won't be joining. Well, that seems to be unfortunate. I'll come back, but we won't be on friendly terms anymore, Kokaville said. Kokaville began hysterically laughing before leaving. Rainier also began hesitantly leaving. Rainier, think thoroughly. The moment that you leave is the moment that you will make enemies out of all of us, Kala Warner said. Rainier sighed before leaving. Looks like we'll have to kill her next time, Millet said. We didn't need her anyway. We'll just work together, Donasik said. They all nodded before walking along the ground, flying giving them too much attention to them. Scene change. Sir Zex was forced into leaving to finish some paperwork. The amount of time that he was school was the amount of time Sir Zex was needed to finish her business in the underworld. Drake, how should I train today? Issei says, I suggest that you train your devil powers and dragon powers. Let's break this down. You're partial human, partial devil, the partial dragon. The human side had given you the sacred gear, the boosted gear. The devil side allows for you to use devil magic, allowing for the potential to gain super devil forms and Satan class titles. Hearing those words, with the help of Drake transferring some memory of the events of Issei going berserk, he was able to see the monstrous form of Sir Zex. The pure terrifying power which she displayed, imagining with such a form, Issei was beginning to grin with another goal in his mind. Drake was able to sense the sudden jolt of determination from his partner, smirking slightly while beginning to grow slight respect for Issei Hyodo. But it gives you a weakness to any type of holy weapon or object. The dragon, more specifically, the evil dragon side of you has given you a darker and sinister mind. Darker and more sinister power while giving heightened pain tolerance while exponentially increasing your magic reserves. Currently, you're easily high class in terms of raw power with the boosted gear. I wonder how powerful you'll become with Balance Breaker, Drake says. So my devil magic reserves were drastically increased from the illusion of my dragon side allowing me to use both magic types, Issei says. Yes, but you both weaknesses to both races. Dragons may be powerful, but they are completely vulnerable to emotions and dragon-slaying weapons. You both have weaknesses. Anything holy, emotions, and dragon-slaying weapons, Drake says. So, the transformation had both pros and cons, Issei replied. I suggest following my training route when I was a hatchling. You will scream at the end of this training regimen, but trust me, partner, this is for the best. Drake, I have always trusted your judgment. When do we begin? Drake smiled with the feeling of happiness when hearing that. Smirking, the entertainment of the ancient dragon had only begun. Now, Drake says. Issei began doing what Drake continuously told him for his training regimen. However, Drake could easily tell that Issei's power was harshly influenced by his forceful change of becoming an evil dragon. His power was unstable. If circumstances were against him, then the darker side of his mind would begin to take control and... Drake didn't even want to imagine what would happen then. He had already seen what an evil dragon can do to his many years of living. Now imagining his partner acting in such a way sent shivers down his spine. The advantage of being an evil dragon was almost the immense pain tolerance, but that didn't affect the control of his emotions. And that is the end of Chapter 12.
Chapter 13. Issei was seen in the hallways, walking towards his newest room, the room that Sir Zex Lucifer slept in. She decided that the best way to keep her little pawn safe was to be near as she could be with her pawn. Also, she enjoyed the company that Issei brought to her. He was one of the most entertaining people to Sir Zex because of the way that he would look back and talk to her as if she wasn't the current Lucifer. Opening the door, he was met with Sir Zex Lucifer sitting on the bed while reading a comic book. Issei, it was about time that you came. Hurry up. We have many things to do, Sir Zex says. She began patting the spot beside her with eagerness. She was waiting for Issei to finally arrive in which they could finally play some games. Issei was beginning to blush at what she was saying. Why was she wanting him to sit beside her? Sighing to himself, he just decided to play along because he was too exhausted by this. He sat down beside Sir Zex and she began smirking. We are going to play Uno once more, and I'll be the winner this time, Sir Zex said. Magically, a deck of Uno cards appeared in front of them and began playing. Time skip. Why? Why is this happening to me? Why have I lost every single match I've played against you? She was crying onto Issei's shoulders while Issei began sincerely laughing at the way Sir Zex lost and she was crying. Sir Zex in response slammed Issei onto the bed and decided that today wasn't her day. Wait, it's time to sleep. You've already won too many times. Today isn't my day, Sir Zex says. She wrapped her legs around Issei. Wait, this isn't the way. I need to be a little further away from you, Issei said. The bed that they were laying on was massive. It was easily as large as the massive room in terms of coverage, and it was a rectangular shaped bed that had curtains around it. To say that Issei was impressed was an understatement. He was expecting that he would at least have one section of the bed, or maybe even sleeping on the ground because that would also be kind of comfortable. But instead of any of that, Sir Zex wanted Issei to be near her. No. Because that moment you leave my side is the moment a potential kidnapper could take you. I must take my job as king seriously for my Parage and my people, Sir Zex says. She childishly tightened her clutch around Issei to make sure that he wouldn't leave. Drake was laughing his ass off when hearing this. It was hilarious for him to see his partner so powerless in front of the childish Lucifer. "Good night," Zerzek says, and she was off in the dream realm. Issei was just dazing. Issei tried his best to sleep as well. It was a rough night for the boy. Scene change. Rias was seen standing on top of a skyscraper. "Nothing has come out of the investigations," Rias said. "That was expected. I suggest that we instead train to prepare for whatever these fallen have planned." Rias shifted her attention to Akeno and agreed with what she was saying. "Tell Akeno, Kiba, and Sona's queen to cancel the investigation. It's time to prepare differently. We'll be training in the woods for the time begins to avoid human interaction," Rias says. "Yes, Rias, I'll immediately tell them," Akeno replies. Akeno used her wings to fly away towards the direction of Kiba and Konako. Rias was seen staring at the moon. "I don't know what's to come, but I fear that there will be problems to come. Looks like I'll have to ignore my studies for the better of my Parage," Rias says to herself. Rias used teleportation circle to quickly move back to her residence in the human world for the rest of the day. Scene change. Issei was seen standing in the white void, and this was something different. Usually he would have nightmares about that night. This voided area was for some reason familiar to him. However, when he turned his head to the right from sensing individuals in the area, he was able to see many beings in white clothes sitting down. A dark and malicious aura was coming from them, intriguing the young hatchling to approach them. "If you're wondering who these beings are, well, they're past wielders of the boosted gear. The ones that have suffered through the curse of the Juggernaut Drive and met a terrible ending to their story," Drake said. "So, they were the ones that didn't have the support, resulting in them dying," Issei says. Issei sorrowfully said. He saw through the transferred memories that Drake had shared with him of the destruction and chaos which he brought in his Juggernaut Drive state. He especially saw the way his body ended up appearing after being forcefully reverted into his human form. The blood and destroyed skin which he had was disgusting and horrifying. Imagining the other hosts being in the state was something that Issei didn't want to imagine. "That's right, partner. The curse of the Juggernaut Drive is said to accumulate the negative emotions of past wielders and pressurizes the current hosts when they are in a terrible mental state," Drake says. "I see," Issei replies, walking in front of them, crouching down to see a youngster staring into his eyes. Nothing but hollowness. "Let me guess. This one suffered the curse far younger than the rest," Issei says. "Correct," Drake says. Issei turned around and walked away, leaving the soulless wielders to continue staring onto the floor. "I who shall awaken." Interesting speech, nonetheless. The words that start the curse. Issei steps forward, listening to those footsteps approaching him. "It can't be," Drake says. A woman with blonde hair, wearing a purple dress, was approaching Issei with a smile. To say the woman was gorgeous was an understatement, but Issei wasn't curious about her looks, but more curious about what she was doing inside the mindscape. "Hello, Drake." "And hello to you too, Issei Hyodo," Alicia said. "A wild thought has appeared," Issei replied. Quickly, Issei powered up to the highest degree, as he could be seen activating the boosted gear. Alicia was astonished by the sudden burst of energy. She quickly decided to summon her version of the boosted gear. Both of them started at each other before Drake had interrupted them. "Enough!" Issei. "This is Alicia, the second strongest Red Dragon Emperor, only bested by Belzard. She is someone that I can trust. Please, don't try fighting her. She may look like a thought, but Ishla's anything but a thought," Drake said. Issei, hearing that, Drake trusted the woman, lowered his power, but he was still on guard while Alicia dismissed the boosted gear that she had before, chuckling. "I didn't expect for the current Red Dragon Emperor to be this on guard about things," Alicia said. Issei didn't say anything, staring at the woman for any potential plans in defeating her. "Anyway, I came to see how powerful you were like. I'm quite impressed with the results," Alicia said. "That's nice and all, but what I want to know is the true reason why you're here," Drake said. "Well, what a way to ruin my fun. But fine, since you can't seem to take simple visits by me without causing a commotion," Alicia said. "I haven't seen you in decades, if not centuries. Of course it seems strange for you to visit my current host," Drake says. "Well, I just wanted to see the newest evil dragon, which coincidentally is also the Red Dragon Emperor. Since I have been bored in this void, I have finally decided to do something." She quickly pointed at her hand at Issei before saying, "I will be training you myself, also, because I'm curious about how a true dragon would deal with having another dragon helping him with human training." Alicia said, Cool, Issei replied. Deflating at the minimal reaction that Issei had, Alicia decided to compose herself and launch herself straight at Issei, and the battle between the evil Dragon Emperor and the strongest Red Dragon Empress began. Time skip. Issei may have not gained much from the many defeats that he experienced from Alicia, but he sure as hell learned many more fighting techniques and generally gained knowledge in fighting. Waking up, Issei was met with the Sir Zex peacefully waking up beside him. Oh, good morning, Issei, Sir Zex says, looking at the alarm clock, which was right beside her to make sure that she could wake up on time every day. Sir Zex realized that she could sleep a little longer with Issei. Sir Zex was still drowsy and wanting to sleep more, causing her to clumsily fall on top of Issei. Oops, Sir Zex said. Issei replied. Issei was beginning to blush once more from the sudden view and touch of the woman. Sir Zex was the only woman that Issei could trust. After the death of his parents and his death, he almost lost all the trust he could have for women that he didn't have. Sir Zex could tell from that, which is why she had been making smaller steps in recovering Issei's original nature, the one that was always staring at her assets, which she didn't mind because it was funny seeing his embarrassment. You know, I feel like sleeping for a bit longer, Sir Zex said. She quickly wrapped her arms around and legs in Issei's once more. Bonk! Greyfia was here to save the day, hitting Sir Zex on the top of their head, while picking her up and throwing her against the walls. Stop making your pawn uncomfortable, Greyfia said. Fia, what was the point of that? Fia said. What I do to my pawn is for the best, Sir Zex says. Who decided that? Greyfia replied. Greyfia glared at Sir Zex. However, the woman stood back up and released her aura. They began to colliding. The auras began shaking the entire room. Issei, being the brilliant man that he was, jumped straight out of the window and ran for his damn life. Run, Issei, run, Alicia said. In his head, Issei kept running for his life while looking for the building to hide in. Lucifer, if you don't stop right now, then I'll have to punish you for this, Greyfia says. You can try, Greyfia, but it seems as if I'm the one winning here. Wait, where'd Issei go? Sir Zex notices the hole in her window. Fia, how about punishing someone else? Sir Zex says. What is it, Sir Zex? Oh, the boy jumped out the window, Greyfia replied. You know what that means, Sir Zex says. I'm about to whoop his ass, Sir Zex and Greyfia says. At the same time. And that is the end of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. After a few days, many things have been happening between Issei and Sir Zex. During the period, Issei has learned the ways of promoting into many chess pieces in chess. It was extremely useful. Another thing that happened was a drama scene with Sir Zex and Issei. Flashback. Issei was sitting down watching some regular show with Sir Zex. They both binged the show until the final season. No, bobblehead guy, Sir Zex says. Sir Zex had decided to make the day special since he had gotten the day off tomorrow, grabbing some beer and began drinking some bottles each episode that passed. She had gotten to the point where everything was becoming dreamy-like. Yeah, time for adventure time, Issei says. What's that? Sir Zex replied. She turned towards Issei to see him reaching for the remote. Deciding to have some fun with this, she quickly swiped away the remote while smugly looking directly at Issei's face. Zex, better give it back, Issei says. No, Sir Zex says. Fine, Issei replied. Quickly, he swiped away the remote from Sir Zex, causing her to glare at Issei immediately. She jumped onto Issei and latched onto him, preventing him from using the remote. Preventing him. Thud. And they fell onto the ground while Issei being on the bottom. Why does this always happen with you, Issei says. Sighing at nearly how everything becomes a ruckus with Sir Zex around, the woman childishly chuckles while lying on top of Issei. Would you kindly get off me, Issei says, smiling while preparing the throw of a woman off of him. Sir Zex decided to have some fun, getting up and quickly sitting on top of Issei while restraining him with magic. Sir Zex was drunk, but not the level where she was completely acting out of control. That was when Greyfia usually got the metal bat and knocked Sir Zex Lucifer the fuck out. Hey, this is some kinky ass shit, Issei says. No, I'm going to tickle you until you say auntie, Sir Zex replied. Issei tried his best to summon his gauntlet and boost his way out, but the magic that Sir Zex was using too powerful for Issei to handle, restraining him to only trying his best to shake his way out of the restraints. As I said, kinky shit, why are you even doing this, Issei said. Because that's what best friends do to each other, Sir Zex says. Wait, when were we best friends? Issei replied. Sir Zex pouted while looking at the imitating as possible towards Issei, causing the younger lad to sweat a little. Speaking with a harmful tone, Sir Zex leaned closer to Issei while emphasizing her words. We have been best friends for many weeks. Don't say it as if we aren't. And maybe we are even something more. Just wait until I beat you in Uno. Then you'll beg me for a rematch. In response, I'll make sure to embarrass you, Sir Zex says. And she knocked
and she has knocked the fuck out. Like, her daylights were fucking gone. She was wasted after the 14th bottle of beer. While laying on top of Issei, honestly, the day was eventful because Issei had received all of the missing work that he had from school. To say that it was a lot was an understatement, because he had received nearly a dozen packets while having to make up a few tests. He was going to have a hard time with school while dealing with the childless behemoth in front of him, and that dragon in his head screaming towards the blonde woman in his head. Issei shaking, trying to get out. Oh shit, I'm stuck. I'm actually really stuck. Issei was still powerful restraints that Sirzex placed on him. Flashback ends. During that morning, Issei had to deal with the panicked Sirzex, who thought that she lost her best friend. Because of the way that she acted, Issei chuckled when seeing this, deciding to have some fun. He decided to reject whatever apology she had, causing Sirzex to start sobbing. Panicking, he quickly tried to resolve the issue, seeing the way that her barrage would potentially kill him, and that she was also his best friend, even more so than Drake. However, both of them received scoldings from Grievia for being too damn loud and being too childish with each other. That woman was anyone that anyone would fear besides Sirzex's true form. Anyway, Issei was nearing reaching the point of balance breaker state, but he needed to drive. He needed something to push him into the form. Currently, Sirzex was training with the boy to push him into the state. Promotion to Queen. Issei blasted towards Sirzex at speeds only the highest ranked high-class devils could match. Boost! Punching Sirzex in the chest, she had to stop herself from chuckling at the ticklish feeling of having such a weak attack hit her. However, Issei took advantage of the moment when Sirzex lost her composure and landed a devastating blow to the gut onto the woman, which sent her flying into the air. Not doing any damage, he was instead aiming to send the woman into the air. He charged himself. Boost! Rapidly the energy towards his body, coating himself in draconic magic, allowing for a quick burst of speed which surpassed his speed from before, flying straight at the current Lucifer with his wings. Boost! Not bad, Sirzex says. Sirzex quickly disappeared from Issei's sight. But I feel like beating something, Sirzex says quickly, without even allowing Issei to react, enhanced her fist with the smallest possible amount of destruction to erase sure that Issei survives. And in that instant, an explosion that blew Issei straight into the ground. Tears of extinction, Sirzex says. Sirzex opened her palm, allowing for the small particles of destruction to land on the ground, blowing away the entire area in which they were training, destroying in the entire ground while consuming the smallest amount of Sirzex's magic. Boost! Issei was standing with his hands blocking his face from tears of extinction. Blood was oozing down his body, covering his entire upper body with blood trails. However, this was the benefit of being evil dragon and not a normal dragon. His pain tolerance was immense, moving his hands down. He immediately shot straight towards Sirzex, catching the woman off guard by the quick movement of the boy, even in such a destroyed state. Maximum transfer. Transferring the energy into his fist, Issei effectively landed a powerful overhead blow into Sirzex, slightly shifting her position in the air by a few meters. Maximum transfer. As fast as he could, Issei transferred all the energy into his right foot and spanned around to land a powerful roundhouse kick on Sirzex's side. Good. I felt that one, Sirzex says. Sirzex grabbed Issei's leg, threw him straight into the ground. Deciding to test Issei, she created a small ball of destruction, a little larger than before, and flicked it straight at Issei. An explosion occurred once the ball landed on Issei, destroying the entire area once more, creating a massive crater that had Issei embedded into the ground. Once the smoke cleared, Issei was seen kneeling with a face filled with blood. His face was destroyed. His body was a bloody pile of mess, but he still stood strong. Sirzex began regretting testing Issei. She was beginning to panic when seeing the amount of blood coming from Issei. Boost! Shit, that hurt like a bitch, Issei said in his head. Partner, I suggest stopping. You're going to die if you don't stop, Drake said. No, I have to at least do something to her. I won't allow myself to be weak anymore, Issei said. Partner, sleep, Drake says. No, I already have. I said I won't fail anyone else again. I will get my revenge. How do I obtain revenge when I can't bear such simple pain, Issei says. Issei was forcing himself to stand even when his legs wanted out. I will not let those fallen angels escape scot-free, Issei says. So, it was about that, Drake said. Drake began realizing that there was a deeper meaning to this fight than to Issei. Even he wanted his partner to fight, rage on to become someone respectable. However, he cared for his partner. He was conflicted on either doing the best for his partner or respecting his partner's wish. Doink.
His partner had fallen onto the ground face flat. Issei began to envision his mother's hollow face, the regret of which he felt beginning to crawl upon him once again. His father's headless body. The guilt was beginning to destroy him. However, the sadness began to switch to anger. Issei began to feel enraged, beginning to feel hatred, not at someone else, but himself for being the reason for his parents' death. He wanted more power to achieve things that he failed. He was going to make sure that no one else could die because of him, and he was going to make sure that he would receive his range. Drake, seeing all this, had finally decided to support his partner. Partner, you're not alone in this. I will make sure that you accomplish your dreams and wishes, especially your revenge, Drake says, adding to his own power and emotions to Issei's rage and desire. Issei noticed the instant urge surge in emotional support coming from him. An explosion of energy happened. Welch Dragon, Balance Breaker! Standing in the armor that was mutated into shape to his desire, dense, that was supporting the power that Issei could hold. The blackish lining was tailing around his body due to his evil dragon power influencing the boosted gear. The glowing red light surrounding his armor was because of the support that Drake gave and the determination that Issei held and helped him to stand. His wings were far more draconic than the other balance breakers due to Issei literally being more dragon than any other race. Boost times 10. His power was already the level of some ultimate class beings in the supernatural world. Let's do this again, Issei says. Zex was already in front of Issei. She appeared in front of him to heal him, but she was not expecting the sudden balance breaker state. She was unsure of the frightening Issei with his current condition, but she decided to fight him. Maximum transfer! In an instant, Issei landed such a powerful attack on Zex's chest armor, not hurting her, but destroying a part of her armor. This allowed Issei to gain some distance to do a powerful charge attack. Boost times 10. Maximum transfer! Pushing himself to the limit, with the help of Drake and his pain tolerance, he was able to boost himself a massive amount. Putting all the energy into his mouth, showing his face, he released a powerful purple beam that easily blew away everything in its path. However, to Zex, she could see the outline of a massive dragon, being Drake, covering his host and opening his mouth, releasing the beam. The afterimage of the dragon made the attack far more intimidating than it actually was, forcing Zex's instincts to attack and quickly reeling her fist back. Boost times 3. Issei's beam continued, expanding the strength with the more strength that he was applying to his mouth. His mouth was beginning to leak, even before the blood before, but he didn't care. Once the beam reached Zex, Ora da, Zex started saying, and the beam was destroyed by the sheer pressure that came from Zex's fist, by blowing away Issei to the ground, forcibly reverting him into his base form. Knowing him unconscious, Zex finally realized what she did and began panicking. Damn, I barely put that force into an attack. She quickly rushed towards her pawn, searching for the body of her pawn. Issei, where are you? Zex said. Drake, Issei said. Yes, partner? I call bullshit. Didn't I say that woman was built different, partner? No, Issei replied. Well, she's built different, and she's scary, Drake said. Tell me something that I don't know, Issei said. That I am proud of you, Drake said. Thanks, partner. See you on the flip side. Issei was sent to the dream world. Now it's time to wait, Drake said. There you are, Zex replied. Zex lifted Issei into the air, while blushing heavily when seeing the bare chest that Issei displayed. His shirt was torn apart. She was able to see the well-built body that Issei had been training and had obtained. While blushing, she was paying attention to Issei's body, hitting her face and knocking her down. Zex may have won the battle, but Issei won in embarrassing the other opponent because Zex began steaming from the amount of embarrassment she was experiencing, quickly lifting Issei and running towards straighter room to place Issei on the bed to heal him. I should play against Issei and Uno. Maybe I could actually win against him, Drake said. And that is the end of Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Rias started talking. Akeno, make sure to have Kiba and Konako spar with each other to improve upon their weaknesses. Afterward, we'll have both of them fight off against both of us to make sure that they're accustomed to magic, Rias says. Agreed. What about us? Akeno says. We'll be sparring with each other. We're magic bases. Unlike Konako and Kiba, I suggest we train with each other to improve upon our magic offense and defense. To be honest, we both lack in our strong suits. Alright, anything else? Akeno says. Can you help me with math homework? Rias replied. Akeno quickly widened her eyes when hearing Rias' request before they left for a special trip. I'll see you later, Rias, Akeno says. Akeno opened the window and jumped out, leaving Rias on the floor worried. Akeno, this isn't funny. I need help with my math, Akeno. Akeno, Rias says. Rias quickly ran after Akeno, busting through the walls of the building. Get back here, Akeno, Rias says. You'll never catch me alive, Akeno says. Get back here, Rias replied. Can't touch this. Rias was gaining on Akeno until Akeno did some bullshit so quickly climbing up a building that it quickly disappeared from Rias' sight. You forgot one thing, Akeno. I can easily sense my Parage pizzas, Rias said. She quickly began running towards the north. Time skip. Sir Zex had placed Issei on the bed while making sure that he was resting well. Sitting down, placing Issei's head on her lap while playing with his hair, Sir Zex began healing the boy with magic. She was proud of Issei for achieving the balance breaker state in just a few weeks. It may have been due to Juggernaut Drive's mutation, which forced his dragon to dealing with the internal damage within Issei's body. However, the short amount of pride in her best friend, Pawn, was short-lived when a magic communication circle appeared right beside her ear. Scene change. Partner, you finally achieved the balance breaker state, Drake says. For that, I am proud of you today, Alicia says. Issei ignored what she was saying and stayed on topic with Drake, continuing the conversation with the balance breaker that he had achieved, wanting to know some things about his transformation. So, this balance breaker form, does it also mutate like the Juggernaut Drive? Issei says. Usually. The state doesn't differ from the host to host. Besides, gender applying the appearance of the armor. However, your forms seem to have been changed. From my guess, your desire, emotions, and the fact that you're an evil dragon may have changed the appearance of Balance Breaker state in your own personal form. Drake deeply thought when answering Issei's question, which he gave Issei hope in evolving such a form. He planned to reach a state where he could be able to use the powers of the Juggernaut Drive form and place it into a stable form, maybe even achieving his own heavenly dragon form, and more like an evil dragon form. Try and enter the form, Drake said. Issei nodded while clenching his fist. Welt's Dragon Balance Breaker! Holy shit, that looks far better than even Bizarre in his balance breaker form, Alicia said. Your power is already reaching the level of the top dragon emperors. I suggest that you'll begin training with me in a few days, Drake said. Hey, stop ignoring me, Alicia said. Drake looked at the woman with some annoyance before she glared at him. What? Drake said. I'll continue training him, Alicia said. Want to see the backside of my hand? Drake said. Calm down, you big old lizard. You wouldn't dare to hit your favorite host. You've been replaced, Drake said. Alicia couldn't understand the truth and thought that Drake was lying to her. Stop lying to yourself. Alright, time to slay a thought, Drake says. Then who could... Issei, he's my new favorite host. Discussion over, Drake said. Alicia was going to say anything. Issei, how about you troll Sir Zex while the adults have a little peaceful talk, Drake said. Issei didn't need to be told twice. He simply gave the peace sign and disappeared. Drake, the heavenly thought slayer, was finally going to slay some thought. Scene change. Grafia, you must be jesting, Sir Zex says. In her room, she was seen laying down while Issei's supposedly unconscious body on her lap. She was beginning to play with Issei's hair while speaking through a magic circle with her queen. Her ex-best friend, it turned out the Phoenix house has pressurized the Gremory family without fear, since Sir Zex Lucifer wasn't a part of the Gremory family anymore, forcing the marriage between the eldest Harris and the youngest heir, between the two houses to marry each other. Grafia, noticing the sudden burst of energy from her king, sorrowfully spoke. Knowing well that her king cared for her sister, she was restrained due to her title and wasn't able to follow the best decisions for her sister. She needed to be someone to step up and save her sister. She needs a hero. My king. The House of Phoenix seems to be wanting his marriage to occur far earlier than expected. The Devil Council has agreed with their demand, and the marriage between the two will have to happen earlier than expected, Grafia said. Grafia simply spoke through the magic circle, which they both were speaking. Sir Zex, in pure anger, shattered the magic communicator and denied all that has been said to her. Riser, that fool seems to just continuously pressure my sister into marrying him, Sir Zex says. Sir Zex was speaking to herself while healing Issei Hyodo. She didn't want her little sister to marry that man. Currently, he was too arrogant to marry. He needed to first have his ego taken away, then she could marry him. Sir Zex Lucifer felt powerless in this decision, since it was between the House of Gremory and the House of Phoenix. She couldn't be involved since she was the current Lucifer. Why can't my father and mother understand that my sister doesn't want to marry that man? Forcing a marriage only makes life harder for an individual. Why can't they understand that? Why can't they just give her the same freedom that I have? Serzex says. Serzex Lucifer was beginning to lose hope. There was no chance that her sister's project was going to close. Prepared for the raiding game happening in a few days, her sister was going to become Rias's bride, and she feared the things that Rias could potentially do by judging the way he acted in public. Rias just wouldn't want to train. She didn't need to, since she would eventually become Ultimate Class Devil by when she becomes a mature devil, just enough so that she would be a competitive in the raiding games, the same place that Serzex couldn't appreciate, and because of her barrage being filled with behemoths. The inclusion of the Red Dragon Emperor would ruin any pride and joy that her opponent would have, since Issei could technically transfer boost to others, allowing for substantial power increase, ruining any chance that the opponent would have. I don't know what to do, Serzex says. What she didn't know was that Issei was hearing everything. He heard the words that his king was saying, but he didn't really care since it didn't involve him. However, the broken voice of his king was beginning to remind him of the sadness for some reason. The powerlessness that she was feeling was the same that Issei was feeling. He didn't know if he should help or not because this shouldn't affect him. I have already failed as a king to my people. I have already failed as a king to Issei. I have failed as a best friend to Issei. I have failed as an older sister to Rias, and I couldn't even do anything about those failures, each of which has happened because of my delay to act, Serzex says. Serzex was beginning to finally break down. She had a soft heart. Many would think that Serzex Lucifer would be a cruel person just because her title as Lucifer, but she was one of the nicest and kindest individuals to ever exist. However, many would use that kindness against her. During her early years of living, she had a group of young children that were part of a musical, but that they were brutally murdered in front of her eyes, causing her to take arms in the Devil's Civil War. She cared for her loved ones, but was devastated when she couldn't do anything to save them. Shuffle. She felt arms wrapping around her neck, turning her head, and she was met with Issei's arms pulling her towards him. Issei, you hurt, Serzex says. It's alright, Issei replied. Serzex didn't know what to do. Her best friend was hugging her while comforting her, something that she did with Issei when he was slowly recovering. There was only so much that she could do to help Issei because turning into an evil dragon had permanent effects. However, Issei was still helping her. Don't worry, because I am here, Issei said. Serzex suddenly began crying, releasing all the stress that she had begun collecting over the many years of being Lucifer. She was glad that she had reincarnated Issei as her pawn, because he was someone that she could trust. And she was someone that he could trust. Not too long later, Serzex had fallen asleep with Issei. From how she spoke and what she said, it appears as if she's been holding back guilt and stress for a while, Issei says. Issei Hyodo, I suggest supporting your king because I have a strong feeling that things will make a huge turn. You finally reveal yourself soon, especially to the White Dragon Emperor. With your changes, you might stand a chance, Drake said. I know, Drake. I know. Issei says, my back hurts, my head hurts, my everything hurts. Why did you have to slap me too damn hard, you dragon? Alicia said. Give me another few minutes, partner, Drake said. Wait, Alicia replied. Beat her ass, young Drake, Issei said. Time skip. So Issei Hyodo, the Red Dragon Emperor of the current generation. I have a plan that might save Serzex and make you both come closer together, Grafia said. Grafia was waiting for the moment that Serzex had left to her duties to make sure that Issei would hear her dealing with Serzex. The only way for this, I'm guessing that you already know what Serzex was screaming about since you have the Red Dragon and the Gauntlet. Issei simply nodded. The only way to prevent Serzex into a rampage and the only way for you to own up to Serzex for what she has done for you is to save her little sister from this marriage. Alright. Issei had some uneasiness in fully following through with this plan that Grafia had. The moment that he was involved with the supernatural world was when he would be letting his presence known to all those he hates. He didn't know if he was even near the level at which he needs to be in order to carry out his plans. Was it worth placing himself and Serzex in danger, knowing about the supposed awakened of the Red Dragon Emperor? Partner, I suggest supporting Grafia on this, Drake says. Issei still had his doubts. Think about this. You seem to only care about Serzex from beings that you trust in the real world. This seems to be devastating to her, especially seeing the state in which she was in yesterday. Let me say this straight to you. Your power is already reaching the point being able to fight someone of the beings inside of Lucifer's Parage. Ultimate class, a class in which supernatural world is deemed safe for those in the class to travel alone. Trust me, partner. Doing this will help you severely. If you're going to believe anyone, believe the dragon who has been supporting you even more than Sir Zex Lucifer, Drake finished. If you say I'm strong enough, maybe I can follow through, Issei said. Drake was smirking at in the background. His plan into taking steps to recover his partner's mental health was happening. He was making sure that the Juggernaut drive wouldn't mutate any further to the point where Issei literally becomes a heavenly dragon himself. Sure, Sir Zex and her Troom 4 would be powerful enough to knock Issei out, even in that form, but how much of a rampage could he create? Drake was caring to his partner. He was interesting and entertaining to mess around with. However, Drake could easily see through Issei and know that Issei just simply didn't care about this marriage situation. He just wanted to play it out softly and not accuse Issei to ruin Issei's mood. He needed to make sure that Sir Zex and Issei could finally come closer together. It would be beneficial for both sides, mostly for Issei. Explain, Issei said. I'm glad you're accepting this. Trust me, my king would be the happiest person in the world. My plan is, and Grafia gets cut off. That is the end of chapter 15. Chapter 16. After the inevitable loss that Rias had experienced during her first raiding game, she was desperately hoping for all this to be a dream, her joys being stolen away by her parents for what they have done to her. Forcing her to marry such an egotistical being was something that she didn't want to deal with. Sir Zex had watched her sister lose the raiding game. Right beside her was Issei, who was able to hide from the crowd by appearing during the raiding game where it all begins in the room had already greeted each other. This was inevitably going to happen. My sister doesn't have the experience that the other raiding game players have, even if her dream is to reach the number of one player in the raiding game, Sir Zex says. Honestly, these raiding games are just massive tournaments, or events used to deal with problems between elite beings, Issei said. Well, sort of, but I'm just happy my sister's aiming for becoming a raiding game champion instead of a super devil, because that dream died the moment she was born, unfortunately. Well, come on, Issei says. Issei lifted Sir Zex, but she quickly did the opposite. She lifted Issei and began carrying him back towards their home. She was going to make sure that Issei would pay for embarrassing her during the sparring match. Also, it was entertaining seeing Issei showing up normal expressions instead of just grin. Serious facial expressions where she displays to nearly everyone he doesn't know. Time skip. A few days more have passed, and the time for the wedding was finally here. Sir Zex entering the wedding was wearing one of her favorite dresses. Seeing her little sister with tears in her eyes, she was heartbroken by such a scene. However, she must keep her image in this wedding, or else those around her will have another reason to criticize her abilities as a leader. Drama was something that populace enjoyed spreading around and feeding upon. Rias Grimmery, are you ready for the wedding? Riser says. Riser mockingly stated, while watching Rias glare at Riser with such ferocity that it even shook the young phoenix into his core. Maybe that was enough trolling for one day. Everyone began entering the ceremony. Many were wishing the future couple happy stuff, while some of Rias's friends were wishing the best for Rias and hoped for the worst for Riser. They continued celebrating. Grafia was beside Sir Zex with a smile. Sir Zex was curious about that she was smiling about, but she decided just to sigh while sitting down to bide the time. What do I do about this? There is no way for me to save my sister. My mother and father wouldn't approve of me being my absolute authority without reason. Neither would the council, Sir Zex says. He's coming, Grafia replies. Boom! The door exploded with a figure walking through. Who dares interrupt the mighty Riser's wedding? Riser says. You hear footsteps. Someone continued walking towards the main room. Answer, Riser, before Riser annihilates you, Riser says. Who decided that? Issei replied. Steps again. The figure was seen to be Issei, and he wasn't in the best mood. Sir Zex immediately jumped out of her seat with new hope. Grafia was seen chuckling when glimpsing at Sir Zex's new mood change. She was understanding the friendship between Sir Zex and Issei. Issei, Sir Zex says. Rias, when hearing the name, widened her eyes, looking at the young boy that was presumed to be dead and just casually walking towards the main arena. A beaten and bloody guard was in his hand, simply tossing the body aside. Issei continued glaring at Riser. What is the meaning of this? Riser says. Sir Zex saw the opportunity for reason and gradually reaching a point in freeing her sister. Jumping to such an opportunity, she quickly began speaking. It's simple, you see. From what I saw during the raiding game, you were struggling against my little sister. Even after many years of the experience that you have in raiding games, you nearly brought down to her knees in front of my sister and her Parage during their first raiding game, Sir Zex says. But, my lady, the ending result is what counts, Riser says. That would be true. However, combat and evaluating others in a random game tells us higher beings with potential reliability in lore. In war, seeing as though my sister, who hasn't been born with the highest potential, nor was she even deemed a prodigy, was able to nearly defeat you with strategy and will, that is something that I can't simply skim so casually across, Zex says. What is this? Lord Phoenix replies. Simple. I want to see if your son's claims of being as powerful as he says are true. His ego seems to have taken control of his behavior and has been causing me to question his power, Zex says. What? Of course I'm powerful, Riser says. Then, how about fighting against this man right here? You win against him, you'll be promoted to ultimate class. Trust me, this man isn't one to be taken lightly, Zex says. Riser looked at the being with a cocky expression. Issei was concealing all of his power to make sure that this would work. Grafia was right. This man was even cockier than Drake when training Issei. This is an easy deal. I'll take him on, Riser said. I, as well, will help Riser with fighting such being, Ruvel said. Ruvel, the eldest son of the Phoenix House, had entered the room to see such an event happening. Something about this new being was causing Ruvel to be wary of this being and potential power that he was concealing. Riser, when seeing his brother, was shocked at hearing that he was going to participate in helping him. Ruvel took a step forward. Zex was visibly annoyed, and the behemoth appearing. Her plan might not work, depending on how powerful Issei has become. Instead, I'll help my brother out against this being. You brought this deal, I'm just adding components that can make it fair. That boy, he's simply just hiding his power. How much is he hiding? Nobody knows, Ruvel says. Fine, Zex replies. Zex knew that the only way that her sister could be free, but she also worried about Issei's condition in this battle. However, once seeing the serious expression which he held, Zex simply decided to trust Issei. Ruvel and Riser chuckled. They were confident in their abilities in winning, especially when one of them was reaching the level of ultimate class. However, what is it that you all want when you win? Zex says. Zex needed to know the intentions of each, especially Issei's. I want to be able to receive the same reward as my brother gets for winning, being promoted to ultimate class, Ruvel says. Being promoted to ultimate class, Riser says. Breaking this engagement, and 3 favors from the current Lucifer, Issei says. All the beings were going to reject this lowly human to receive a reward. However, a quick exposure to Zex's aura was enough to shut everyone what? Alright. Whoever wins, your request will be my command, Zex said. Zex tried her best to hide her smile, but Issei was directly staring at her. She slowly began blushing. Issei was truly the hero that she needed. Time skip. Ruvel and Riser were on the one side the entire separate dimension, which they created for this battle. Both of them used their full power. They didn't know anything about their opponent, so they decided to just simply end this battle as quickly as possible. You, who has decided to enter this battle against the pride of the House of Phoenix, prepare yourself for defeat, Ruvel says. For we shall defeat you and make you suffer from this loss, Riser says. They quickly expanded their aura and power to the highest degree. Ruvel was obviously significantly more powerful than his younger brother, but Riser was still quite powerful. Issei hadn't said a word during the entire build-up until the match. Is that all? Issei says. Ruvel and Riser were shocked when hearing those words, but before they could even rush towards the stranger, Issei decided to unleash his full power in base form. Red eyes that were glaring into their souls, the 2 Phoenix brothers were seen through their massive malicious aura that was being spread across the field by Issei. The power beginning to even surpass the power of Riser, but wasn't on the level of Ruvel just yet. Seeing this, Ruvel decided to rush at Issei. Welch Dragon, Balance Breaker! Those words were enough to shock the entire world, placing the entire 3 factions, some of which were watching into chaos when hearing those words. Even more so, the look of armor had shocked all of the faction leaders that have encountered the Red Dragon in their previous years. Ruvel and Riser were finally beginning to feel fear. The power of Ruvel wasn't enough in this battle anymore. Scene change. Zex was astonished to see that Issei was truly go all out to break this engagement. Grafia was beside her. Zex, this man, Issei Hyodo, seems to be wanting to help you out of no matter what the cost. A good-willed man. Someone that woman would wish to have. Zex, your pawn, he's just built different, Grafia says. I know, Grafia. Issei Hyodo, the red evil dragon emperor of our current generation, Sirzex says. Sirzex smiled at Issei. Over a month, Issei was slowly making Sirzex open more and more up to him, resulting in them getting closer and closer. Both of them were basically family. Sirzex was the child's sister / powerful mother, and Issei was the just quiet brother / child figure. Sirzex had to admit that seeing Issei appear today, she saw him differently. The way he was glaring at Rias was the one of heroic stare. The way he was unaffected by Ruvel's declaration was heroic. Issei was the hero that Sirzex needed. He was always there for him ever since they met. He was supportive of her since they met. Issei was the one person that Sirzex could trust, know that he wouldn't deceive her. I wonder, maybe this man will be the perfect husband for Rias, Grafia says. Grafia was beginning to troll Sirzex, wanting to see her reaction, and a reaction was that she received, because she was quickly met with a deadly glare from the woman, sending pure shivers down her spine. I'm sorry, but what was that you were saying, Sirzex says? Sirzex wasn't going to give up Issei like that. She knew that she'd embarrassing herself with what she was saying, but she wasn't going to give up Issei to Rias. No. Oh well, it depends on who gets to his heart first. Issei knows Rias for longer than he knows you. I don't know, Sirzex. Maybe it could happen, Grafia says. Grafia just said fuck it and went on full tro mode. What did you say? Sirzex, the truth, Grafia replies. Sirzex was literally going to tear apart Grafia if she continued talking. However, an explosion in the room caught their attention. Scene change. Boost! Times 20. Issei looked at Ruvel and Riser. Since they wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible, why shouldn't he do the same? Instantly, without the two brothers noticing, Issei quickly punched them in the chest, leaving them winded, confused about what was happening, and resulting in them trying to regain their composure, which gave Issei enough time to end it all. Maximum transfer! Placing all the energy into his right hand, he continued boosting. Boost! Times 11. Once reaching the same amount of boost, he did the same thing. Maximum transfer! Drake says, Heavenly Judgment! Having Drake say those words, taking control of Issei's arms. With the combined effort of Issei and Drake, they released a beam massive enough to engulf the two Phoenix brothers and annihilate the entire alternate dimension, forcing the gazes away from all those watching, though, to the sheer brightness of the explosion. In an instant, Issei and the two brothers were brought back to the real world, releasing the balance breaker. Issei was disappointed with the battle. They were underestimated him until the end, and resulting in them being dominated in a single match. Maybe fighting Sirzex would work to satisfy him. Honestly, besides Sirzex and Ajuka, the rest of the devils are quite weak. I'm not surprised that you weren't satisfied. Most of these devils are weaker than you, Drake says. Yeah, Issei replied. Hooray, you've saved the day, Alicia says. Rias was running towards Issei with tears of happiness in her eyes. Sirzex was seen approaching Issei, walking towards him with quick succession. Issei Hyodo, the man that was able to become her best friend in just a week, become one of the beings that Sirzex could trust, and was the only person that came and saved her sister. To say that she was happy was an understatement. She finally let loose all of the concentrated emotions, letting the tears spill. She was finally seeing that Issei was a man with a good heart. Even when he was destroyed by the first love that he had, a man was willing to help his king, even when it didn't involve him. However, the way Issei smiled at her, the way he entered the building, his hand, determination to obtain power to protect those he cares about, and gaining revenge was something that only a hero would do. Unbeknownst to her, Sirzex was slowly falling for the boy's charm over the past week due to the way that he was treating her as someone with life instead of just a title. Something that nearly all men in the world looked at. This event is becoming more evident that she was falling for him, but Issei was in a different dilemma. Sirzex would soon realize the truth, and will act accordingly. Issei, Sirzex says. The boy turned around with her smile, and Sirzex couldn't help but blush madly. She hugged the young boy while blushing. Quickly. You little brat. Thanks for doing this, Sirzex says. Sirzex, you gave me another chance, something that nothing I can make up for. The best I can do for you is be there for you, Issei says. Issei didn't know what the fuck he was supposed to say. He was just following what Drake told him to say. Sirzex smiled wider after hearing that, which scared Issei because this smile was one that fierce smiles that Sirzex would give before beating the shit out of him. Thank you, Issei Hyodo, Sirzex says, and a magic circle took them away. Now, it's time to initiate the plan. Make Sirzex embarrassed until she passes out, Grafia says. Scene change. Rainier was seen by the raiding game with fear. The Red Dragon Emperor was finally in the balance breaker form, and she knew exactly who was in that form. Issei, Rainier says. She was terrified by the way he was fighting, ending the battle with one powerful blow, taking down a future ultimate class devil and a high class devil with a single attack. She knew that Issei hadn't forgotten what she had done to his parents. It was easy to tell that Issei would have visited his parents. Damn it. This will be a thorn in my plan. The Red Dragon Emperor being this powerful is going to be a massive problem, Kokaville says. Kokaville was angered by not the appearance of the Red Dragon Emperor, but the Red Dragon Emperor being his mutated balance breaker state. Lord Kokaville, what should we do, Rainier says. We must carry out our plan sooner than later. The Red Dragon Emperor, from what you have told me, was a weak human a month ago. However, he has already reached ultimate class and power, only a little time before he reaches my power. That Red Dragon Emperor's growth and power is massive, Kokaville says. Rainier knew that she will be needing to confront the Red Dragon Emperor, especially when they were infiltrating Ko. She was terrified. She was only low class in power. There was no way that she would even land a single scratch on that behemoth. Scene change. So, that's the boy that Sir Zex cared so deeply about, Azazel says. Azazel wasn't smiling. He heard from Sir Zex the destroyed state of the boy after the entire mutated Juggernaut drive state that he entered, and because of what of his subordinates did to his family. Boy, I hope you find it in your heart to forgive this old man for not putting a better leash upon my people, Azazel says. Azazel sorrowfully remembered the sadness that Sir Zex had when explaining what happened to her pawn. Azazel clenched his fists and wanted to destroy Rainier for what she had done to this boy. That day was also when Sir Zex threatened to annihilate the entire Fallen Angel faction in the Super Devil form. Luckily, Azazel was able to calm her down. Boy, I'll try to make it up to you whatever I can. Hopefully, you and your partner don't kill us. Drag, even when you have a good reason to, Azazel says. Azazel closed his laptop and decided to rest for the day. And that's the end of Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Sir Zex was once clinging onto Issei's body without his consent. He was stuck between running out of the room or throwing the woman off. The second option would be great, but there was no telling what Sir Zex would do to him for disturbing her slumber. Luckily, to whatever being that was watching him, Sir Zex woke up and stared into Issei's eyes. They stayed like this for a while before Sir Zex decided to have some fun. Quickly tightening her grip onto Issei, she quickly spoke with a childish tone. Issei, carry me to the living room, Sir Zex says. Issei sighed. He decided to do the one thing that a man would do in that situation. Continue staying in bed and not listening to Sir Zex whines. She began pouting before sighing and making up her mind on something. Fine, Sir Zex says. Issei felt Sir Zex lifting him into the air before they quickly got ready for the morning. Finally, making it into the living room, Issei was met with Grafia making some food for the three of them. Good morning, Issei. Good morning, you little shit, Grafia says. Grafia yelled with Sir Zex, earning her scowl from the current Lucifer. Good morning, you hag, Sir Zex says. Grafia remarked at Sir Zex with a smug look while annoying Sir Zex. Good morning, you bitch, Grafia says. Good morning, you fucking whore, Sir Zex replies. They had a very great friendship, though both of them were always having each other's back, not in the way that you would many expect. They continued arguing with each other, while Issei took his plate and made his way to the dining table, quickly shoving the food into his mouth and beginning to chow down the food as if he were a dragon. He kind of liked this food, nothing on the level of his mother's cooking, but it was far better than most of the restaurants that serve food. So, how's the food? Grafia says. Grafia randomly appeared beside Issei with a little bruise on her forehead. To be honest, even the smallest amount of time that Issei knew about Grafia, she was kind and honest with him. She was truly just Sir Zex, but somehow they have bad blood with each other. It's amazing, Issei says. Glad to hear it, Grafia replies. However, my food is better, isn't it? Right, Issei? Sir Zex says. Sir Zex appeared beside Grafia with a bruise on her forehead. Grafia seemingly visibly annoyed with her king being beside her. Isn't school going to start in a few minutes? Issei said, shoving the remaining food on his plate down his mouth, while the two looked at the time, wanting to get Issei's opinion to handle this fight between the two women, having one of the women being the most powerful beings in the biblical factions and the other just being a stubborn woman. Issei was going to have to give his opinion in order to settle this matter. However, once they turned around, Issei was already gone from their sight. Grafia and Sir Zex looked at each other and had one thought on their mat. Zex, Via, time to whoop that boy's ass, Sir Zex says, and Grafia followed through. They chased after Issei, who was already outside of the room, running for his life. Turning towards the window, Drake, start singing, Issei said. I believe I can fly, and he keeps saying that. Drake says, Issei immediately jumped out of the window. While spreading his draconic wings, needless to say, Issei wasn't coming back for the rest of the day. Time skip. Okay, Drake. The coast is clear, Issei says. I believe I can fly. Drake keeps going. Drake! Issei says. What? I was just singing. Wait. Is the coast clear? Drake says. That's what you're supposed to sense around the area and tell me if I'm safe. Issei says. Oh. Issei, from what you're sensing, you're safe, Alicia says. Thank you, Alicia. This may have been the only time you've been useful. Issei says. Hey, I helped you train, Alicia says. For a single day before Drake took charge, Alicia simply huffed before turning off her connection with Issei's mind. Drake just laughed his ass off, while Alicia was raging at Drake, causing another fight between the two. Speaking about training, I suggest working on your dragon side. I have an experiment with the side of yours, making sure to expand upon the magical capabilities that you have, Drake says. Why expand upon my magical capabilities besides becoming for powerful, Issei says. I'm guessing that your power, will, and natural blood will influence the forms and powers that the boosted gear achieves. It was quite obvious that the balance breaker form was altered thanks to your evil dragon form. What I want to know if your new dragon magical enhancement could be used to empower other forms, such as the Juggernaut Drive, Alicia says. How would that work on my Juggernaut Drive, especially my mutated form of the Juggernaut Drive, when the form basically kills me in less than a minute, Issei says. As I said, it's an experiment. However, if such a case occurs, then I'll inform Sir Zex to subdue you, Drake says. Issei felt relieved hearing that there would be at least someone to knock him the fuck out of the form when training him that far in the future. That being said, I would suggest that you refrain from using your balance breaker state during training, Drake says, because it would only be a hindrance when the form is manipulative boost, that which requires my base form to be stronger in order for the boost to become far more powerful. I know, you acted as I'm a complete moron, Issei says. Knowing you, it's unpredictable to know if you're being smart or stupid. Since you have an hour before school, how about working out for the time being and quickly going back to take a shower, Drake says. Sounds like a wonderful plan. Issei, how about allowing Drake and I to take gravity seals upon you while preventing you from using the boosted gear for training, Alicia says. And the torture begun while Sir Zex and Grafey were arguing with each other. Damn it, if you hadn't been that hag, then we would have made it back with Issei, Grafia says. Correction, I would have been back with Issei anyway. Your dumbass was the reason why we're even in this situation, Sir Zex says. Correction, The fuck you say to me, you little shit? Grafia says. You know what I said, Sir Zex replied. That's why Issei doesn't take advantage of you. He doesn't see anything in you, Grafia says. What the hell do you mean by that, Sir Zex replies. Issei isn't as interested in your body as he is with your sisters, Grafia says. I'll have you know that my body is far superior to my little sister, Sir Zex says. Then why hasn't he done anything to you? Why hasn't he even confessed to you, Grafia says. Because maybe he's confused. Maybe he was killed by his ex, Sir Zex says. Grafia then realized that she kind of fucked up with that comment. Okay, maybe trying to tease this woman with Issei isn't the best thing to do. The confusion that Issei was experiencing about his dad was the only reason why Sir Zex hadn't confessed to Issei. She was afraid of rejection, was afraid of potentially traumatic reaction that Issei would have of that damn fallen. Grafia just stayed silent until Sir Zex decided to leave her peace of mind. Want to see destruction? Sir Zex says. Sir Zex began her super devil form, and Grafia immediately left the area. That's what I thought, Sir Zex says. Time skip. Issei, it's good to have you back, the teacher says. Being in school was the worst feeling. Not only was Issei behind in comprehending the information that this teacher had been explaining for the past month, but he was also just as far as more interested in the supernatural world than the human world. Being involved with the supernatural world had shown him that the jobs and achievements rewarded far more than nearly any job in the human world. Seeing this, he knew that his future was connected with supernatural world and the human world. Yeah. Just needed a little time to recover, Issei replied. I understand. From what I've been told, your new guardian that you've been recovering from a terrible accident. My condolences. May you have the happiest in your life once more, the teacher says. Issei thanked the teacher and walked back to his seat. The last seat on the left, the seat was nearest to the window, was his favorite seat because he could be distracted by the mainly birds and bugs that would usually have with each other. Yo, Issei, how's it been? Matsuda said. Been rough. What about you all? Issei replied. Man, it's been great. We were able to stare at the tits when we wanted, Modhama said. From their face, it seemed as if they had many bruises covering their facial expressions. Malahama had it the worst. He had 2 black eyes with a nasty bruise spreading across his left inside of his face. Matsuda wasn't as bad, but he nearly had a nasty bruise on his right side. The Kendo women were brutal, but would be considered harassment. Abusing a fellow student in the school and not having any consequences is just unfair. Being a pervert, that was a natural thing and that everyone is, but abusing people for their perverts is something a little extreme. Issei wasn't able to defend himself before he turned into an evil dragon or devil, but now he has. How about we all go peeking today, Issei says. However, before the two could respond to him, someone entered the room who began drawing in all the attention. The woman had black hair and was considered one of the most beautiful women in the school. The funny thing about Rias and Nakano was that they weren't even considered the top beauty of the school because of one factor. During the time in the open house in school, Sir Zex and Seraphal would always visit. Seraphal was among the top of her childish nature, which caught the attention, while Sir Zex considered a mature version of Rias's winning her top crown. Little did they know about the truth between the two siblings, the strongest devil compared to one of the weakest high-class nobles. Excuse me, but my club and I wanted Issei Hyodo to come with us, Akano says. That's not up to me, that's up to Issei to decide, the teacher says. Issei saw that the teacher was hesitant on wanting him to leave, knowing that he may still be depressed about having his parents killed. He needed an excuse for his absence, and Sir Zex had that covered. That woman was one of the most productive women when coming down to doing things on time. Well, I have nothing to do, Issei says. Fine, just complete the 4 worksheets that I gave you, as well as the entire essay which we have started on last week, which is due tomorrow. A book project is due next week, and some money for a field trip is due this week. Finally, you'll have to present me everything in front of the class, teacher says. Issei was petrified with the amount of work that was given to him, not being able to move for a while due to fear the amount of work he received. After a little bit, Issei got up and walked away with Akano towards the club room. This was going to happen. Him needing education was going to have to meet him with Rias and her prods, which was just a waste of time. And that is the end of Chapter 17. Chapter 18. So Rias Grimmery, I believe this is the first time we've been speaking with each other, Issei says. Issei was simply staring at the woman. Not the stare that she was expecting. Most of the time, men would stare at her with lustful stares, but Issei was drilling his eyes seemingly into her soul. The stare that he was giving her was terrifying. I believe so, Issei Hyodo, the Red Evil Dragon Emperor, Rias says. Rias had heard the title from her sister. Being influenced and looking up to her sister, she decided to follow suit and begin saying the same thing to describe Issei. So, what do you want? Issei says. Well, since you're close to my sister, very close, I wanted to know you more since we'll be seeing each other far more often than usual, Rias says. Without caring at all, Issei responded with a simple response without any emotion in his voice at all. Cool. Is that all? Issei says. Rias looked perplexed by such an announcement. She was expecting a more respectful statement, but seeing as though Issei is looking at her with an emotionless stare, she was beginning to feel uncomfortable. Upon seeing Issei's stare, slowly trembling at the stare, she knew that she had power that Issei held. Even if her sister had briefly stated to her that Issei was still holding back most of his power, even during the fight against Rufel and Riser, that alone terrified of what her potential danger she was in if she angered the Emperor in front of her. Yeah, Rias says. Believe her responding the whole situation was becoming awkward. Between one introvert and the other being a woman with confidence, her Parage was sent back to class, and she didn't think that her Parage needed to be with her when meeting her sister's newest best friend and potentially something even more. Issei, how powerful are you? Rias says. Rias' curiosity got the best of her, making her question a potential question that may have been private for Issei. However, when seeing Issei not changing his glance on her, she was quickly beginning to realize that she may have angered the man. Powerful enough, Issei says. Hearing those words, it shocked her. His tone was such a rough and darker one that she was used to hearing from the junior in high school. Rias needed to ask her sister about Issei. He was the one that saved her from the engagement, and she wanted to reward him with something. Maybe enhancing his house, maybe giving him some money, or maybe even training him. However, she was quickly interrupted with a magic circle that held specifically when someone finally appeared in the middle of the room to show Sir Zex and Gravia with many bruises across their bodies. Rias, I needed to tell you that Issei was going back to school with you, Sir Zex says. Sir Zex looked at Rias and Issei, who were both in the same room speaking with each other. An In all honesty, Surzex knew that Issei was speaking with Rias, but she wanted to intervene to prevent whatever chances that her sister to take away from her. Gravia was damaged because she had been training with Surzex, and the woman doesn't pull any punches. Surzex was caught off guard during the training session, resulting in her damaged state. I know, which is why I was speaking with him, Rias says. Well, I was here to pick up Issei to visit a specific someone, Surzex said. Before Rias could say anything, Surzex grabbed Issei and teleported straight out of the room. What just happened? Rias said. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit, Gravia said, and then she fainted from the pain that she was experiencing. The bruises that she received weren't even from Surzex's super devil form, because if that woman used that form, then she wouldn't be standing in the spot that she was in. Ria screamed before taking her sister's friend to the nurse. Time skip. After dealing with the releasing seals planted upon his pawn pieces with the Juka, one of the most powerful devils, only second to Surzex, he was a nice person, kind and caring while being genius. Issei could easily tell that he was a genius when he first met with his massive broad, filled with many math equations that didn't make sense. Even Drake was having a stroke when seeing the impossibly hard math equations on the board that Juka was working on. Partner, that was not math. That was just meth. I'm telling you, that was not math. I didn't see any numbers besides a bunch of letters scribbled on the board. Even I'm scared for life after seeing that board, Alicia says. Surzex wasn't fazed by the math board. It was making Issei think that she knew much more about those equations than she was letting about with her behavior and attitude. Maybe she could help him with his math homework. However, when arriving back after being traumatized, Issei was stated to be able to unlock more of his powers with his pawn pieces. However, Surzex stated that his power didn't increase, but his potential did. Also, that's something that Saitama fans have to understand. Also, since they were back and Issei knew that Surzex was going to question everything that happened in school, and then he didn't want to deal with this, he decided to take his first win. Surzex, she turned to him, do you know about Justin? Issei says, what's Justin? I know many people named Justin. Surzex says, Justin her ass, Issei replies. Surzex took a moment to understand what Issei meant and quickly began blushing when hearing the true meaning behind the name, but the devilish Issei didn't stop there. I think you all shall have a huge jazz, Issei said. Surzex was almost at the state when her face was the color of her hair. She hadn't even heard these names. Where is Issei getting them from? Finally, I want you to bend over, Issei says. In the final straw, because Surzex finally understood the name, beginning stuttering like a mess, Issei quickly began patting Surzex on the head and she was knocked the fuck out from embarrassment. Drake. Mark down. I just took my first one against Lucifer. You crazy son of a bitch. You actually did it. I'm actually crying tears of joy. My partner is so strong. You hear that, White Dragon? My partner is strong, Drake said, and Drake continued praising himself and Issei while talking about the White Dragon for the next few minutes. That was when Surzex woke up and looked annoyed at Issei, pouting at him for embarrassing her. She quickly got up and said nothing. She would just make him next training session far harder than before. Issei, what did my sister want to say to you? Surzex says, Rias Gremory. Well, she wanted to know more about me because we were going to school together, Issei said. Surzex, upon hearing this, was beginning to frown, hearing that her sister was beginning to take steps towards Issei for saving her. Gravia was right about the events that were starting to transpire. What did you say? Surzex says, okay, I didn't care about what she had to say to me, her opinion of me, nor will I ever follow anything she says to me. I simply don't trust her, especially when she isn't that strong, Issei says. Surzex sighed in relief after hearing that the new Issei, the one that wasn't trusting or open to individuals he didn't trust, simply rejected her sister's offer about wanting to know about her pawn. So, what do we do now? Issei says. Well, want to watch another older seasons of SpongeBob? Surzex says. Hell yeah, I do, Issei replied. Issei threw Surzex onto the couch and quickly began sitting the show up. It was time for some entertainment after a hard day of work. For his brain. Time skip. Lord Cocaville, the troops have recovered the Excalibur fragments. What else was me accomplished to achieve this revenge? Rainier says. It was about time that happened. Alright, Rainier, tell me the troops begin to attack upon the city of Ko. The time for the great war shall occur, and the Fallens will come out on top, Cocaville says. Rainier smirked, knowing that her new lord was aiming for revenge and total annihilation. He was aiming to get rid of those that had wronged them and make sure the other disgusting fools of the race will suffer. Azazel, the time of our battle is coming soon, and I have already sabotaged some of your equipment and some of your plans, Coqueville says. Rainier was quickly dismissed, while she had been poured that her lord making sure to end the others. The transformation that he obtained, the growth that he has experienced was massive. Rainier was terrified of meeting Issei. What would happen if we do fight? Rainier says. Time skip. Issei, welcome back, Alicia says. Issei had fallen asleep while watching SpongeBob. He and Zerzex got tried to the point where they had fallen asleep on each other. Well, Drake says. Anyway, Alicia replied, interrupting the ancient dragon. She was keen on explaining something to Issei. It appears as if your potential has influenced the potential of the boosted gear, Alicia says. Alicia quickly pulled Issei's potential out of her burst, showing a small little box that seemed to have his potential within a small box. You see, the pawn pieces within you were able to promote you into a different set of powers. The knight gave immense speed, the rook gave you unparalleled strength, the bishop gave a high magic affinity, and the queen gave all the buffs stated before. However, has it occurred to you that any of these stats can be altered within the boosted gear? No, not really. Isn't that impossible, Issei says? No, you see, just like your balance breaker and juggernaut drive forms that have mutated, the pawn piece's promotion state could potentially also alter the form, Alicia says. It appears as if you're truly something different, Drake says. Alicia quickly began opening potential that Issei had. In an instant, a bright light blinded all those watching, and Issei was sent back into the real world. However, in his right hand was a small little marble that was colored with purplish black tint that suppressed the massive amount of power that held the orb. That, Issei Hyodo, is your potential, Alicia says. Drake. Highly doubt that little orb is all of Issei's potential. He is still an evil dragon, Drake says. Shut up. This is my moment to shine anyway. The rest of you is to figure out. Issei Hyodo, I'll be sleeping again. Issei, what are you up to? Zerzex says. Zerzex groggily opened her eyes and began staring at Issei, who was gripping on the marble ball. He placed it in his pocket and looked straight at Zerzex. I woke up. Why else would I be up? Issei says, come back here, and she grabbed Issei and hugged his head against her assets and began soothing his way. Issei was left perplexed by such a development, but he also was tired. The both of them continued sleeping for the next few hours until the school began again. And that is the end of Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Waking up. Issei was quickly able to get out of the grip that Zerzex had him in when they were sleeping together. He knew that the time was limited for him. Before he left to go to school, quickly, Issei was able to use his supernatural speed to blitz through his homework, using this boost feature to enhance his reaction time, purposefully transferring most of the power into his head to make sure that he was able to pay attention for most of the work. Alright, done with that, said Issei. Issei placed the paperwork that he had in his backpack and was ready for school. Preparing himself, he was eating for some food that was placed on the table for him. Grafie was standing in the middle of the kitchen, cooking food for herself, and Issei, she knew that her king was always sleeping past the time that she would be making breakfast. She was happy to know that at least someone in the house was able to enjoy her food, that being Issei Hyodo. Issei, you see, from Zerzex Lucifer, I was able to hear that a specific church duo would be making their way to appearance in your city. I suggest that you speak with them while Rias is there. You're literally the only person in the school that can prevent its destruction, Grafia said. Why are these church duo making their way into Ko? Issei says. From Zerzex, I have heard that they are able to speak about the Excalibur fragments, Grafia said. Issei nodded, knowing what she meant by all that. He has been learning many things from the ancient dragon within him, as well as the childish yet monstrous Lucifer. He knew about the Excalibur. From Drake, was broken into many pieces during the Great War. The massive war began the biblical factions. Thanking Grafia before he left, she wanted to say a few things. Issei, make sure to take care of Rias within the territory. That woman is just trouble, and we all care about her, Grafia says. Don't worry. If she steps out of line, then I'll act. If she is the crossfire of an attack, then I'll prevent her potential death. You don't need to worry about anything, Issei says. You know, you're a good person. No wonder Zerzex has taken a great liking towards you, Grafia says. She purposely stated in trying to see Issei blush. Instead of a reaction that she wanted to see, she was met with a smile. Issei was thinking that she meant that Sir Zex had become his best friend because of the way that he kept promises, but Grafia meant the real thing. Grafia sighed. This was just testing her hypothesis of Issei being severely scarred by his ex-girlfriend and not believing Sir Zex Lucifer because of her childish, immature behavior. She wanted to test the theory out personally. Unfortunately, her hypothesis was correct, and Sir Zex's claim was correct as well. Well, take care. Make sure to not get trouble because the first person that they call is me. You better be watching your back because I will make your day a living nightmare the moment I get a call from the teachers, Grafia says. I highly doubting that, Issei replied. Grafia released her massive killer intent, trying to show her seriousness, turning the room into a far colder and darker atmosphere, expecting to see Issei's reaction before it be one of pure fear. However, she was met with an Issei that was completely unfazed by her killing intent. The benefit of being an evil dragon was the malicious evil killer intent usually means a comfortable feeling for them. Negative means positive for evil dragons, and that is what's been happening to Issei currently. What? I'm still doubting, Issei said. Issei turned around and began leaving through a teleportation circle. Also, make sure that Sir Zex don't get into it too much trouble, because I'm sure as hell that I am not cleaning up the both of you, Issei says. Fia, where's Issei? He left me alone without waking me up? Sir Zex said. She angrily stomped into the room with her hair in a mess. Don't tell me that he left. Yeah, he left, Grafia said. Why does he have to go to school? He could just stay and learn from me and Ajuka in a single day if there's an entire work from school. Because become like you, a complete child without any self-control, Grafia said. But if he's with me, then he won't be able to complete the hag that doesn't do anything besides acting like a maid around the house, kind of like you, Sir Zex says. At least he won't become a complete dumbass like you, Grafia says. At least he would make fun to speak with, Sir Zex says. At least he won't be hated by all the nobles, Grafia said. At least he won't become a bitch like you, Sir Zex replied. That's it, Grafia said. Come here, you fucking Karen, Sir Zex replied. And Grafia and Sir Zex began fighting, attempting to see who Issei should follow. Time skip. Issei was in front of the building, watching as the church duo were sitting in front of the Gremory. One of them was watching Issei with a little bit of caution while other was smiling at him. It was nice of you to join us on this meeting, Issei, Rias says. Rias said calm tone. She was relieved knowing that Issei was inside the building. Naturally, a person would be comfortable when knowing that a person that saved them was in the building as them. Kiba was inside of the room, he finally beginning to tremble in anger when seeing the swords in the woman's hands. Irina, once hearing the name, the chestnut-haired woman quickly attached herself to Issei by leaping towards him with a cheerful smile. Is it truly you, Issei? Irina says. Who are you? Issei replied. Issei was questioning the woman while she gained a tick mark. Before she could bonk him on the head, Issei blocked the hit and glared at the woman. I'll say this again. Who are you? Issei said. It's me, Issei, Irina, your childhood friend, Irina replies. Issei took a moment to process what was happening before finally realizing that the boy he knew when he was a child was a beautiful woman that was in front of him. He was bewildered by such a revelation, staring at the woman with his eyes widened. The others around them looked on their perplexed looks before finally hearing the brown-haired boy beginning to scream. Wait, that's you? I thought you were a boy, Issei says. No, you idiot. I was a girl the entire time. Speaking of which, Issei, when I knocked on your door, I couldn't hear, see, or even sense anyone inside the house, Irina says. Issei's face instantly changed to one of pure sadness. Irina, when seeing this, immediately began bringing the pieces together and knew that something bad must have happened to Issei's parents. She quickly apologized for asking about something so sensitive. It wasn't like Issei was ever going to tell her the truth. Irina, I recommend sitting down and getting this over with. Afterward, you might be able to catch up with this friend of yours, Zenobia says. Irina looked back at her friend with a quick smile and quickly sat beside her. Well, it's about time we go over this. We wanted to let you know that we'll be searching for the Excalibur fragment pieces within this territory, Zenobia says. The statement about such an important weapon in supernatural world is being searched for Rias Gremory's territory. The sheer tension that an action would bring would be detrimental to both sides. The Excalibur fragments being inside a devil territory is already terrible news between the factions, but being inside of Lucifer's little sister's territory was even worse. Causing any damage to her little sister or her best friend would result in the strongest super devil to show her true colors. Rias Gremory, knowing how serious the situation was, quickly began emitting her power of destruction eyes to make them shine red. Speak more clearly about such matters. This isn't something that should be considered a joke, Rias says. I was advised to avoid saying too much. However, I can say this much. We don't need the devil's help, Zenobia says. Both the women locked eyes with each other before Issei took a step forward. Excalibur fragments gone missing? Do you have any idea who could have done it? Issei says. Zenobia was telling Issei the truth, but that didn't stop Irina from opening her big mouth and telling who could have done this. It was one of the fallen angels, Catric class beings, Kokaville, Irina says. She quickly covered her mouth after saying that, earning a disappointed sigh from Irina. However, hearing the name of the fallen angels, especially when they were causing even more trouble than before, Issei began violently shaking on a spot with pure anger. The entire room was beginning to be covered with this malicious aura of pure darkness and chaos, forcing everyone to kneel while desperately trying to catch their breath. Issei was being engulfed with a powerful blackish aura that was beginning to force all those in the room to begin feeling pure fear. What is this? Zenobia says. Damn those fallen angels, Issei says. Issei spoke with such venom. However, before things could get heated, the point of Issei entering into his balance breaker form, Drake and Alicia begin speaking to him through a mental link. Partner, calm down. The fallen angels that are in this operation must be rogue fallens. Remember, not all fallens are terrible, Drake said. I know, Drake, but knowing that the Fallens did this, it still doesn't go well with me, Issei replied. Just wait a few days before you meet these fallen angels, then kill them without showing any mercy. Make sure that they fear you more than death itself, Alicia said. Fine, Issei replied. In an instant, the blackish aura became calming down around them, showing that Issei was still staring at the holy women, who were gradually getting back to their composure. I knew that the Red Dragon Emperor was powerful, but to be this powerful without being in the balance breaker state is astonishing, Zenobia said. Zenobia slowly got back to her feet before looking back at Issei. So, is this meeting over? Irina says. I'll agree with the statement with my Parage, and I won't be joining and helping you, Rias says. She smiled when looking at Issei. She knew that playing her words will be beneficial for her and her sister, which is why she made sure to exclude Issei from her claim. I thank you for listening to us, Zenobia said. Before she could finish, Kiba had taken a step forward and looked down upon the blue-haired woman. Before you leave, how about sparring your Excalibur versus my sacred gear, Kiba says. Kiba stated with venom, glaring at the woman with anger that could scare anyone. Zenobia, taking a step back, comprehending the hatred that Kiba was showing her, but knowing why he was angered at the sword. I mean, sure, Zenobia said. Yeah, I could even fight against Issei, Irina says. Kiba wasn't smiling, nor was he thrilled. He was focused on one thing, and that was the Excalibur fragment. Time skip. Issei, this must be terrible for us to fight. The devil versus the holy woman. I'll make sure to quicken the battle and prevent you from feeling too much pain, Irina says. Did the woman just forget about Issei's display of power earlier on? Alright, Excalibur fragment, Excalibur mimic. Here I come, Irina says. Irina rushed towards Issei, taking steps that were easily showing her lack of experience in fighting, taking the most simplistic direction with her sword right. She quickly went with the predictable horizontal slash, which was immediately stopped by Issei's hand. Wait, what? Irina said. Just a sword doesn't mean an automatic victory. If the being holding the sword is pathetic, Issei says. Issei quickly, without any mercy, slammed his fist into the woman's gut with such force that many of the bystanders were cringing from the feeling as if they were the ones punched as well. Issei watched as Irina dropped her sword and began backing up. Great fight. Even if it lasted less than 2 seconds, Issei said. Turning around, Issei walked away without caring to look back at Irina. The woman dropped, face flat onto the ground, with small trickles of blood was trailing down her mouth. She was destroyed by the first punch. Zenobia had won against Kiba with a powerful blow that forced Kiba to lose his guard, allowing for the blue-haired woman to checkmate the man. Turning towards her friend and seeing that Irina was on the floor with a small amount of blood around her, she immediately began thinking of the worst while watching Issei walk away. Irina, Zenobia said. She screamed while rushing straight at her, checking for her pulse. She sighed in relief when hearing her pulse at normal. Looking at the Red Dragon Emperor with a slight bit of anger, Zenobia decided to show the Red Dragon Emperor a bit of her mind. Grabbing the handle of Excalibur Destruction, she rushed straight at Issei, expecting to at least injure him. However, thud. She saw as her sword was completely stopped in its track. Issei was able to stop the sword with his hands alone. Wasn't the battle only between me and Irina? Issei says. No, Irina was far less of a challenge for you. I'll be the one fighting, Zenobia said. As I have already said, the swords may be powerful, but the wielders themselves have to be powerful to use that potential, Issei said. Zenobia coughed out blood when seeing Issei's fist slammed in her stomach, severely damaging and breaking a few ribcage bones. Zenobia was left in a damaged state. You're welcome, Issei says. Turning around, Issei walked away without any caring for a moment to look back. Zenobia was still struggling to stand. She was weakened, but decided that she was no match for such an opponent. She would be taking her massive loss and would be dragging away Irina. But before saying anything, she would say something to Issei. The White Dragon has been awakened for a while, Zenobia says. She decided that her loss would equate to her telling the truth of the White Dragon Emperor. Today was just not her day. Partner, I believe you should ask Sir Zex to train. We need your potential to be unlocked and easily accessible, Drake says. I agree with the Ancient Dragon, Alicia replied. Don't worry, I will defeat the White Dragon Emperor, not just once, but I'll do it until I break the record, Issei says. And that is the end of Chapter 19. Chapter 20. Issei, after school, decided to train with Sir Zex in the massive training room that they usually trained in. This time, they were moving at super fast speeds. Issei was already in his balance breaker form. Using his maximum amount of boost that he could maintain, Issei was continuously trying to overcome his limit against the current Lucifer. Not bad, Issei. However, I still think that you're a little too worked to explore the underworld by yourself, Sir Zex says. And she immediately insulted his power on Ancient once more. Let's see if your claim still holds up after this fight, Issei says. Sir Zex sighed before getting into her battle position. This was going to be her first serious sparring session of the week. In an instant, Issei rushed straight at Sir Zex. Each step that he took caused terminus around the room from the massive force that he exerted. However, once reaching Lucifer, Issei watched as the woman was waiting for his fist attack in order to counter him. Quickly, Issei transferred all the energy into his wings and swooped onto his knees, ensuring that Sir Zex would be mildly surprised. Taking this advantage, Issei quickly landed a powerful uppercut on the woman's chin, sending her flying up to the ceiling. Okay, that was good, Sir Zex said. Sir Zex immediately reacted and caught Issei's foot, which was aiming to slam her into the ground. This was familiar to what happened in the previous sparring session. However, Issei was quickly able to spin in midair and land on his other foot, Sir Zex's face, sending her rocketing down onto the ground. Maximum transfer! Placing all the boost into his wings, Issei rocketed down to the surface at speeds that he had never gone before. Appearing under Sir Zex, Lucifer, he went a powerful uppercut towards the woman's gut, but his instincts immediately told him to back away. Following his instincts, he was able to dodge a small bit of destruction which annihilated the ground below them. Holy shit, Issei says. I forgot to mention how much of a juggernaut this woman was, Drake said. Even Drake was astonished by the destruction that was caused by the smallest ball of destruction that Sir Zex created. I didn't expect you to dodge that. You're truly getting better at fighting, Issei, Sir Zex said. Sir Zex quickly decided that Issei was worthy of her to take her armor off. Dropping the heavy armor that she always wore onto the ground, she immediately started jumping in the arm, a smile on her face. Finally, it feels good taking that off. Now I can take you on with any tiny bit of effort, Sir Zex said. Issei had forgotten how Sir Zex was making sure that she was holding back nearly all of her power when fighting him. Now, since she had taken her armor off, this was going to be harder, especially when she was still using the amount of effort. But she could move far more freely than before. Drake, Issei said, partner, it's time to whoop this woman's ass. Issei quickly began boosting even more than before. Boost times 9. Issei rushed towards at the woman with even more speeds than before and was swatted away across the entire room until he crashed into the wall. Oops, I forgot how powerful I was without my armor. Let me hold back a little, Sir Zex says. Oh, fuck, Issei said. Damn, you were swatted away, Drake said. Sir Zex rushed straight at Issei without letting him recover. Beginning to kick around him, Issei was being used as a punching bag. Each kick that Sirsex landed combined speeding up his momentum, resulting in the next kick far more detrimental to him. However, she began punching him with more force than he could even reach the level of ending the brutal combo with a powerful roundhouse kick. Issei was decimated in the first 10 seconds against Sirsex. However, thanks to his immense pain and tolerance of being an evil dragon, he was able to stand right back up and began boosting. Drake was helping his partner by healing his armor, but that wasn't enough to protect him from his powerful attacks. Issei, I suggest you stopping the fight, Elsha said. Ignoring whatever the woman was saying, Issei wasn't going to stop fighting just because he got a few simple scratches. More like a few broken bones. This was the battle that he had been wanting for a while. Another training session with Sirsex Lucifer. Drake began supporting his partner by transferring some energy to him, a very small amount, to increase the limit of boosting. Drake, let's go beyond our limits, Issei said. Right with you, partner, Drake replied. Boost times 50. The adrenaline and pain were beginning to awaken the battle-hungry personality that was stored away in the world. Issei was beginning to slowly tap into his evil dragon persona. Now that's what I like to hear, Sirsex said. Maximum transfer. Transferring even more power to his wings, Issei moved at speeds that he didn't expect to move at. Almost losing control of his movement, he appeared behind Sirsex, catching her off guard with the quick burst of speed Issei had obtained. Maximum transfer. Enhancing his foot, Issei slammed straight into Sirsex's back, bringing her down onto the ground, dragging her across the ground with his foot until they reached the wall. Maximum transfer! Jumping up into the air, Issei made sure that the powerful dragon shot was ready for this moment. Diving straight down, Issei used the dragon shot up close to ensure that it landed onto the woman and did almost the damage that it could do. Explosion! A massive explosion happened when Issei put all of his attacks into an explosion. Even his dragon energy and his devil energy was placed into that attack to ensure that it would be his ultimate attack. Blowing him back away, Issei was slammed straight into the wall on the other side of the explosion. Dropping down to the ground, Issei slowly looked up to see the massive mushroom cloud that he produced. He wouldn't have done much to Sirsex, he knew that much, but at least he was hoping that it would do something to that woman. Drake, Issei says. Partner, get up. The fight isn't over just yet, Drake said. Drake could sense the incoming energy surge from the smoke. Issei gradually forward to his feet and watched a massive surge of reddish image dismiss the massive dust cloud, ruining whatever chance that Issei had being proud of his destruction. Now that's what I'm talking about, Sirsex said. The crater that Issei had formed had revealed Sirsex standing in the middle with not a single scratch on her. Issei was bewildered with such a sight. Holy shit, she's built different, Drake said. Since you showed me some of your power, then I'll show you some of my power as well. This will be decently powerful move from me, Sirsex said. The woman raised herself into the air before raising her hands into the air. You see, Issei, the power of the Lucifer. Before creation comes destruction, Sirsex says. Sirsex began forming a small, mediocre-sized ball of destruction. This was ridiculous. The massive adrenaline and feeling of having a decent fight began manipulating Sirsex's mood of fighting Issei. She was treating him as if Graphia, which was terrible news for the boy, because the difference between him and Graphia was a nightmare and day difference. It didn't help that Graphia had fought against the woman yesterday. Issei began smirking, knowing that the battle had concluded. He was finally drained out of all his energy, dropping down to the ground and seeing the massive ball approach him. She was basically throwing a nuclear bomb at him, something far more powerful than whatever he threw at her. Issei, I hope you're for the best, because this ball will leave you severely damaged if not blocked, Sirsex says. Damn, I'm all out of magic and strength. Drake, it was a good fight, Issei said. Issei began dropping to his knees and began breathing heavily from the exhaustion beginning to overtake him. Damn it, partner. Get the hell up, Drake said. Hearing the dragon's words, he frowned, knowing that he couldn't get up. I said get up, Drake said. Drake began overtaking Issei's right hand and forced him to stand. You see, partner, there was something about dragons that made them feared by nearly all of the supernatural beings, Drake said. Drake began transferring even more power into Issei, overloading his body, knowing that it was either that he could potentially be erased from the massive ball of destruction, or that he would be in a coma state after the massive surge that Drake was giving him. Issei Hyoto, remember one thing, in this battle, it isn't you versus Sirsex, it's the both of us versus that dangerous woman, Drake says. Issei slowly began getting the feeling back of fighting with his magic being replenished. How will deal with Sirsex? I'm nowhere near the level that she is when she holds back, Issei says. Partner, Where is your pride? Where is your determination? Don't tell me that you're getting to soften because this woman is your best friend. You've been through things hundreds of times worse than this. Having your parents murdered in front of your eyes, surviving the Juggernaut Drive, even surviving against my training. Yet here you are doubting yourself because you don't have the silly magic that you always used. I'm not letting my pride be tarnished by such ridiculous reasons, and neither should you, partner, Drake finished. Jake screamed in his mind. Issei slowly began taking those words to heart, especially the words of his parents dying and him living through the Juggernaut Drive. His partner was right. He was being softened because of this woman being his best friend. Slowly, Issei began powering up even more than before. The small marble that he always keeps with him glowing, floating out of his pockets. The color of the ball was begging to turn black. Partner, your newest evil dragon, a species of a dragon that has the power to rival even the heavenly dragons. Now, stop being a bitch and get up. You're a fucking dragon. Now, where is your pride? Think, partner, think, Drake said. You're right about that, partner. It isn't me versus X, it's us versus Sir X, Issei replied. Now, partner, how will you achieve your revenge when you can't live through this? Those words were needed to trigger the emotion that Issei needed in this situation, anger and resentment. How will you protect Sir X when you can't survive one of her weaker attacks, Drake said. Anger began turning into malicious dark aura around Issei, beginning to absorb the smaller ball that was his potential. Partner, it's time to awaken the potential within you, because you will become the strongest Red Dragon Emperor, strongest dragon in general, and the first evil dragon to break the trend of evil dragons, Drake said. In that instant, with the combined effort of the two dragons, Issei was able to finally release the massive potential that was given to him. An explosion of black energy began eradicating the massive ball of destruction that Sir X had thrown. What's this? Sir X says, proudly looking at the massive spike of energy. Sir X was met with the Issei beginning to power up more than before. Welch, chaotic night. In the middle of the other crater that was formed by Issei and Dreg, there stood a man with far sharper and more powerful wings, while the armor that he wore was skinnier and far denser, the mutated version of the Welch Dragon Balance Breaker form. Issei had finally obtained the form that he wanted to have. The armor itself was colored red and black, while there was some tint of green around the jewels, which was mutated to the color black. Issei stood up, looking at the woman with fierce eyes. Whew. Appearing behind Sir X, Welch Juggernaut Rook, having his arms larger than anything that Issei could have imagined, far larger than even the arms that the Juggernaut Drive had. Issei slammed his hand straight into Sir X, launching the woman onto the ground. Issei raised himself to the sky and decided that he would try to use all of his energy. He knew that he'd begin to feel the restraint soon enough. Welch, Annihilator Bush-Up. Having one singular cannon on his back, the cannon was far larger than Issei's body. Pointing straight at Sir X, Issei began boosting like crazy. Boost times 30. Maximum transfer. Drake, say it. My pleasure, partner. Be gone, thought. Explosion! A massive beam exploded out of the cannon, making sure that nearly everything in its way was erased, ramming straight into Sir X, blowing her the fuck away into the sky. Partner, good job, Drake said. However, Issei wasn't done. Welch Dragon Rook! Boost times 60. Boosting as many times once more, Issei quickly transferred all the energy into his right fist, forming an image of a massive dragon. Maximum transfer. Issei quickly rushed straight at Sir X, with the dragon finally landing the hit. A massive explosion shook the area around the place, blowing the entire surface of the training room into smithereens. Issei was seen floating in the sky with a broken arm. The armor around Issei shattered into pieces. Issei began descending onto the ground because of the exhaustion destroying him. Thanks, partner, Issei said. Issei began kneeling on the ground, trying his best to stand. Sir X had appeared in front of him with some scratches on her body at that. Not bad, Issei, Sir X said. Before he could respond, Issei began screaming with absolute pain. His voice, with exhaustion and overload of energy, began destroying his body. So, kind of like how Goku, when he used Ultra Instinct, at first, his body wasn't able to handle it, so just imagine that picture in your head. Issei, Sirzex said. Sirzex rushed towards him with the beginning, hearing the bones in his body beginning to break until he was knocked out. Worriedly, she began checking his pulse, and luckily it was still normal. She sighed in relief that she may have gone a little overboard with his training session. She did it on purpose to show Issei the next step that he had to overcome. You little dummy, you always figure out a way to impress me, Sirzex said. Sirzex lifted Issei's peaceful body in bridal style. But you look so innocent, Sirzex says. Sirzex couldn't help but stare at Issei's innocent body. Staring straight at her, Sirzex knew the feelings for the boy. It was inevitable after many days that we spent together, and that he acted with her. However, she was afraid of rejection due to Issei already being scared because of his ex-girlfriend. Seeing this, she could take a quick peck on him for a reward for being there for her, but she knew that would be unacceptable. But the temptation, no. That would be bad, but still, no. Yes, screw it. He deserves this. Sirzex leaned in for a quick peck, which she gave, but that moment she sensed someone behind her. So, is this what you do whenever you knock out Issei? Griffia says. Griffia stood behind her with a pen in her hand with a dark, scary aura. Damn it, Sirzex says. I was training with him, not abusing him, Sirzex says. Sirzex motherfucking Lucifer. I was able to sense the amount of power you used against him. You were supposed to hold back, but because the moment that you sent the massive magical attack at him, from what I could sense, you would have nearly killed him, Grafia says. Sirzex denied that Issei would have died from the massive ball that would have been sent. She believed that Issei was that powerful. Don't even say that he would have survived, because he would have easily died. Issei isn't like you. He can't fight like you. He is just a child. He may have been through things in immense pain tolerance, but that doesn't immediately place him onto the point of you roughly playing with him, Gravia said. Gravia walked up to Issei with a motherly fashion and snatched him away from her. Placing her onto her boy, she began caressing the boy's face, seeing the blood beginning to ooze down his entire face. Next time, I'll be the one training him, Gravia said. And who decided that? Just because I may have gone overboard a little bit, Sirzex says. That's not the point, Sirzex. You could have accidentally killed him, and you would have ruined your entire life. You would have first lost the man you have feelings for, your best friend, and the only person willing to train with you this many times, Grafia said. Okay, now Sirzex was beginning to see the real mess that she had created. She was truly going overboard. She was lucky that Drake was there, or else she would have gone through something even worse than the arranged marriage between Riser and Rias. Something far worse. Gravia simply teleported away before anything could happen, leaving Sirzex to think about all of her actions. And that is the end of Chapter 20. Chapter 21. Issei was sleeping on the bed that Gravia had placed onto him during the night. During the time, he was peacefully sleeping due to Drake, deeming that his training with Sirzex was enough for him that day, while Issei protested that he could do some more. Let's say that he got an earful from Drake and Alicia to make sure that he wasn't trained in the mindscape. During the time, Sirzex was feeling awful about what she had done. After the training with Grafia, a once-in-a-lifetime moment with someone that can force Sirzex into nearly using all of her power in her base form. She was excited to feel the same when Issei was beginning to grow stronger and stronger, making Sirzex feel the adrenaline with Grafia in this battle. Now, she was in front of Issei, looking down at him with remorse, seeing that his body was in a critical state. They didn't have any Phoenix Tears to heal him up in seconds, making the pain last for a while. Issei, Sirzex says. Sirzex gradually sat beside his broken body, gradually seeing the damage that she had done to him, seeing the many broken bones, from the legs being broken all the way to the point where his arms were broken. Sirzex placed her hands gently onto Issei's face, seeing the severely injured nose. His body was literally broken from exerting himself to absolute highest that he could do to survive a tall attack that sent. I wish I could say sorry and let everything be like it before, but simply won't do anything. I can't believe that I failed you as a king again, even though I promised to protect you from the day that you began living with me. Even when you saved me from many things, from loneliness, from rage, and saving my sister, I can't do the same for you, Sirzex says. Sirzex began lifting the poor boy's head onto her lap while caressing his head. Slowly, tears began leaking, rolling down her body and dripping onto Issei's face. She felt like a horrible king, because she was a terrible king. And I can't even help with your girlfriend problem, Sirzex says. Lucifer, Drake says. Sirzex, once hearing someone else's hurrying or complaints, almost screamed but calmed herself since she didn't want to wake Issei up. Sirzex, Lucifer, I suggest just naturally spending time with Issei. I had already realized that you had feelings for my partner the moment you began spending and becoming more obsessive with him after the entire fight with the Phoenix, Drake said. Suzex began madly blushing, but didn't deny the truth. She may have been a devil, but she didn't like lying. Drake began speaking with even more monotone voice. My partner, after turning into an evil dragon, has far more concentrated on training to make sure that he would be ready for his revenge. But he also needs something else with him, or else he would just be a walking time bomb. I'm asking you, not as a heavenly dragon, but as a caring friend, to make sure to be there for my partner, Drake says. Suzex smiled, knowing that Issei was at least having friends that cared for him, gently caressing his head while looking at the boy peacefully sleeping. She had never seen him at peace like this before. She's beginning to remember the many things that Issei had been through, the many reactions that he had, and not a single time had she ever him as calm as this. So many things have happened to my partner in just a single month that he couldn't even process what was happening, leaving him as a shell just walking beside you. However, he now talks with his emotions and will not be afraid to show them if circumstances are right. You just have to find the right circumstance, Drake said. Drake quickly left the scene, leaving Suzex with Issei. I still have a promise to make sure that you keep, and I'll make sure to be there for you, Issei. You're not alone. Now I'll be there for you. I made my mistakes. Not it's time to amend them. Suzex finished. Suzex quickly moved to the side, began sleeping with Issei, using her magic as a way to heal him. She was going to make sure that Issei would have someone to talk with, because currently he was just an emotional ticking time bomb that could enter the Juggernaut drive at any moment. Time skip. Akeno. Where is Kiba? I haven't seen him ever since the battle between the churchwomen, Rias says. I haven't found him either. However, there seems to be far more fallen angels in the territory than before, Akeno says. Akeno quickly sent a bolt of lightning from her finger, straight towards a fallen angel that somehow was able to enter their territory without being caught. The screams of the fallen filled the streets as Akeno began smiling when seeing the fallen desperately trying to escape. Oh, what happened? Where is that feeling of trying to kill me? Akeno said. Let me go, you crazy bitch, the fallen said. Wrong answer, Akeno replied. Akeno continued electrocuting the fallen angel until the fallen exploded into nothing but feathers. Oops, my finger may have slipped on that one, Akeno says. Akeno, take this a little more seriously. So far, that's already the second fallen angel that we have taken out in our territory, Rias said. Sorry, Rias, but I enjoy the screams of my foes, Akeno replied. Rias shivered when hearing the casual tone that her queen stated such a thing. Rias knew that her queen was a sadist and a masochist, but she never fathomed to know the limits of such sadism. Rias was always fearful of how her queen handled her opponents. It was always creepy, but she would also never take things seriously. That is going to be entering. Now, fallen angels, bring me that ass, Akeno says. Akeno began flying around the area in search of fallen angels, while Rias was right behind her, screaming for her to calm down. Time skip, back with Issei. So, I woke up and the first thing I see is Suzex sleeping in front of me. What happened? I'm pretty sure I was knocked the fuck out after the match, Issei said. You were brought back to the house by Grafia and treated by Suzex, Drake said. Nice, Issei replied. Issei slowly began lifting himself off the bed while making sure that Suzex wouldn't wake up from her slumber. Seeing the woman sleeping, he smiled, remembering that the battle they had yesterday was great, even if it was a bit extreme. Where do you think you're going? Suzex says. Suzex spoke while Issei was just leaving the room. I was just about to leave and get ready for the day. School's going to begin soon, and the moment that I miss a single day at school is the moment when the teacher begins assigning random essays for us to complete, Issei says. No, you won't be going to school today. I'll be tending to your wounds. I was the one to blame for your wounds, and I'll be taking responsibility for that, Suzex says. Suzex spoke with sadness, anger, and frustration directly at herself before appearing in front of Issei. She quickly lifted the boy in the air, causing him to fluster at the embarrassing position that she was in. Suzex was smirking when seeing the reaction that Issei was having. She was going to make sure that she would be there for Issei. You know that I can walk on my own, Issei said. I already have said, Suzex. She quickly began binding Issei in some magical restraints. That I would be taking care of you, Suzex said. And the morning went by as usual, just that Grafia wasn't in the building during the time. Suzex was the one that was taking care of Issei. He kind of guessed that she wanted to do this because she promised to be his guardian, but he didn't realize how much this condition had affected her. So, Issei, Sirzex spoke while finishing up her breakfast. Sirzex made sure to outperform Grafia's cooking during this time. There was something wrong with Sirzex, and there was something that Issei was obviously able to tell from the moment Sirzex wasn't making any childish jokes or behaving like she was stupid. Are you mad at me? Sirzex says. Issei was confused by such a question. What did she do wrong that would cause her to ask such a question? What did she do that make Issei hate her? Issei was looking at Sirzex with his right eyebrows, causing Sirzex to think for the worst. She began speaking in a saddened tone, nearing the point of tearing up. Yesterday, while we were training, I accidentally fell into my instincts and created the massive ball of destruction that would have killed you. Grafia made sure that I understood what I did. I realized that I was a terrible king, friend, and naturally was a terrible person for doing that. I had pushed you to your limits that caused you to be in such a state and nearly killed you, Sirzex said. The more she spoke, the more she was reminded of the condition of Issei's body. The broken bones were stuck in her mind. The broken legs were still being played in her mind. And the bloodied and bruised body finally made Sirzex begin to slowly release some tears. Issei watched all the straight face, mostly because he didn't know how to act during the situation. Slowly he walked away towards Sirzex, expecting for the worst. Sirzex closed her eyes and was prepared for scolding. However, she was met with a gentle hand on her cheek, and after a little while, she was met with happy head pats. Looking up, she saw Issei gently smirking at her. Explain me something. Why would I be angered? Something that you were doing that was for the best of me, Issei said. But I could have killed you. Didn't you say, welcome to the supernatural world where every turn would kill you? Anyway, yes. The way you trained me yesterday was honestly a little extreme. However, we all make mistakes. We all make major mistakes. Like the math test I failed, Issei said. Issei grimly spoke when being reminded of his math test. Sirzex wasn't paying attention to the last comment and was more attentive to what she had done. That doesn't exclude the fact that I nearly killed you, Sirzex said. Issei was quite troubled with that statement. He knew that Sirzex wasn't aiming to kill him. She was just aiming to beat him. The power of destruction was very powerful, concentrated and very unstable power that could practically kill anything that it touches with enough training if the user is powerful enough. Issei knew that Sirzex was just training him. Plus, he could have easily teleported out of the blast fire. Seeing Sirzex's expression becoming even worse, Issei decided to begin speaking his mind. True, but there was something different between you were trying to kill me versus Rainier trying to kill me. You weren't trying to do it. You weren't even wanting to do it. You weren't even meaning to do it. For that, accents in the supernatural world do happen. Didn't already say that? Rainier, she was the one that killed me without hesitation and was aiming to use me. Issei finished. Issei stopped himself from thinking about that damned woman. Today was supposed to be a good day. And if that isn't enough, how about this? I forgive you, and if you want to make it up to me, then be my guest. Issei says. Sirzex, hearing this, was still hesitant in accepting such a light comment. But seeing Issei smile, she began sobbing once more, and she was just a child in a grown woman's body. She hugged Issei, nearly squeezing the life force out of his body. Issei may have had some back pain for a while, even the pain tolerance that he had. Greyview was seen standing beside the door listening in. She was going to barge into the room and announce that lunch was ready, but she wanted to hear how Issei would respond to Sirzex's mistake. She was satisfied with Issei's response and was smiling if she was a proud mother. Sirzex, you truly don't know how lucky you are to find someone like Issei, someone that can mask their pain for the better of their loved ones, Grafia said. She decided to leave the two and begin cooking for the other half of lunch while heating the beginning portions. Scene change. Lord Kokaville, the fleet has left for Ko. What should I be doing? Rainier said. It's time for all of us to push forward to that town. We must assassinate the younger siblings of the current Lucifer and current Leviathan, Kokaville says. Rainier smiled once hearing this. Assassinating the two Satan siblings would be wonderful to see. I want you to assassinate that Gremory while I'll be trying to handle the larger foes, Kokaville said. Rainier saluted the approval before departing towards the sky. Luckily, before I left the Gagarts, I was able to steal some of Azazel's more important artifacts, Kokaville said. Kokaville smiled when seeing the weapon in his hand. Sirzex, you're far too much for me. However, Seraphol, be prepared. I'll be making sure that all the joy in your life will be gone before finally snapping your neck in my hands, as Kokaville finished. And that is the end of Chapter 21. Anyway, he had received no homework nor any difficult assignments during the time in school, which was an odd one over the month. They had already been given a few essays to complete. There was something extremely odd with this. Well, got nothing else to do. Issei said. Issei shifted his attention towards his closet fast food restaurant to his location, which was only around a few kilometers away. Thanks to his draconic vision, he was able to see the line was extremely short. Crunching down, he hooked up his determination visible through his eyes, running towards the fast food restaurant. This was the fastest that Issei had ran without using his supernatural powers.
Run, Issei,
Drake said. I'm running as fast as I can, he replied. Drake just said,
run faster.
Time skip. So, I knew that you would most likely want some fruit from the human world, which is why I brought you a whole foot-long sandwich, Issei finished. Issei had returned to the underworld, knowing that this was going to be the safest place that he could stay. The fact that Sir Zex was the most likely eagerly waiting for his arrival. After she would usually finish all of her paperwork equivalent to the time that Issei would be in school. Knowing this, he decided to bring a foot-long as a gift, even if Sir Zex could get any of the maids to make her some better food. It was the thought that counted. Sir Zex looked at Issei, slowly turning around and reaching over towards the bag that he carried all the way to him to the underworld. She began thinking, what could this footlong mean? Knowing Issei, he has many jokes, and on the way he would mess with her. Sir Zex began blushing at the atomic level, thinking of what Issei was trying to explain to her. She began stuttering, however. She wasn't stopping Issei. Here's the sandwich, Issei said, and Issei pulled out the actual sandwich, which was freshly made. When Sir Zex blushed, he began questioning what she was blushing at. Are you alright? Was there something embarrassing that I said? I made sure not to include the special names, Issei said. Sir Zex seemed disappointed when seeing the fact that Issei didn't pull out his long sword. She was kind of excited with seeing it. She definitely got his side of his personality from her mother. However, seeing Issei question her with concern, she began composing herself, quickly grabbed the sandwich from Issei's hand. No, it's nothing. I was just thinking about some wild stuff. Anyway, thank you for the gift. So, what do you want to do? Issei replied. How about traveling around the human world? Traveling around Code, just the two of us, Sir Zex said. Issei, before he could answer anything, was quickly dragged across the entire building. They reached Sir Zex's room, where she prepared all the clothing. It seemed as if she was prepared for this moment for a while. Issei didn't mind spending time with his best friend. It would be great, especially when it was in a place where he could be able to experience the same joy that he once did when he was a child with his parents. Maybe Sir Zex would be able to make this little visit better than those moments. Time skip. Issei had a blast with Sir Zex at the park. He's able to actually enjoy himself during the time at the park. With that, add in Sir Zex, and that was a perfect way to spend the afternoon. Sir Zex was able to spend the express for all the rides, but Issei didn't mind spending money for his snacks here and there to prevent irritation between the two. Well, nothing better than training with you, Drake, Issei said. Issei sarcastically remarked at Drake's training regimen that he was going to force Issei into doing to maintain the continuous improvement upon his draconic magic reserves. Sir Zex had some duties to deal with, and Issei needed to catch up to Drake's new expectations on him. Hearing Issei's remark, Drake growled with frustration at the many little remarks that Issei would have made. Partner, one more thing out of you and I'm about to swing hands, Drake said. Man, you ain't gonna do shit. You are not gonna do anything, Issei replied. Drake grabbed Issei by the head and began slamming him to the ground. Time skip. After the entire deal with Drake, Issei had to deal with school once more, and this was going to be last a day before the weekends. This was going to be the most painful since there were many tests that were being prepared for the students were going to be given out today, which was going to leave a sour taste in many students during the weekends. Most of us weren't going to worry too much about the exam like Issei, due to them already deciding to have a decent future where they wouldn't have to overload themselves and wanting to get into prestige colleges in the globe. Well, partner, are you ready? Issei replied. Issei asked his partner with some nervousness in his voice, before the ancient dragon responded in an encouraging tone. What's the point in worrying when you've already studied well enough? If you fail the test, you failed, and if you pass, you passed. This isn't even the future you're trying to even have, Drake said. Drake, not being used to the idea of encouraging his partner, stated some crucial details to Issei that did make Issei feel more relaxed. The details of him not wanting to have a future in the human world were all true since he was going to try his best to become a figure in the supernatural world. Sighing to himself, Issei walked into the building with a positive attitude. Shake. Wait, before stepping into the building, Issei was able to sense a powerful presence not too far from where he was. Issei thought to himself. Thanks to his draconic senses, he could sense someone from a few hundred meters away with a powerful presence immediately disappear. Turning towards the direction, Issei was perplexed that someone with that much power was inside of this town, unless if someone the powerful stray. There were many possibilities of that who could been. He'll pay attention to that once he's done with these exams. However, Drake was taking note of the presence as well, but he was more perplexed with the quickness of beings' ability to immediately conceal their aura. There was something odd about this. Time skip. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined, Issei said. Issei was exiting school with a grim expression. He had taken the math exam early in the day, which exhausted his mind from all the random calculations that he was trying to figure out. However, the worst part of the exam wasn't that his brain was exhausted, but that he didn't know what to do during most of the exam. Honestly, I think you failed, Drake said. Wow, thanks for cheering me up, Issei said. Hey, I was just being honest. If you have low expectations and then score highly above your extremely low expectations, then you'll be able to comprehend what you got in a far more positive attitude. Honesty is the best policy, Drake said. Issei heard those words and agreed with the fact that having low expectations would prevent him from panicking from low grades that he would have. Even if he wasn't worried about his future in the human world, he was stuck with the mindset that forced upon him by the parents of trying his best. However, hearing the last statement from his partner made him slightly annoyed. Responding in a frustrated tone, he began complaining about the last statement. You did not just copy Miss Karen had said. Issei said, Maybe, Drake replied. You and I both know lying is the best way of surviving in this fucked up world, Issei said. Way to ruin my fun, partner. You're welcome, best buddy. We are not best buddies. Yeah, we are. They continued arguing for a while until they arrived in the RC clubhouse, where Issei was invited once more to come in early, and they had a mystery to solve. Opening the door, Issei was met with Akano, the sadistic woman staring at him with the pure lust and smirk apparent on her face, and Rias, who was sighing in relief with Issei's arrival into the room. Konako was simply eating chocolate in the corner while eyeing down Issei, who gradually approached the two older women. Issei, I'm so glad you're here, Rias said. Rias stated with an uplifted tone, while Issei sat down in front of her, hearing from Grafia the other day about the church woman in this territory meddling with Rias and Sona. Who were the devils in charge of this minor territory, which could change at any moment if Sir Zex chooses to do so? The situation was grand. Even Issei, who didn't really care about others, took the situation seriously, motioning for her to begin speaking about what has been happening in the territory that Rias knew that was telling Issei the truth was important when he was the easiest person to reach. Also, if her sister had trusted this man and found him to be her best friend, then she could also trust this man. Also, her sister frequently would be in the meetings or would be busy with paperwork. Rias starts by saying, From what have I been told by the churchwoman, the night you left, the fallen Katri Kokaville has gone rogue and is planning on messing with this territory with the Excalibur fragments. Kiba, my knight, has gone to fight against ones that caused the Holy Sword Project. Zenobi and Irene both went alongside him. Issei knew what the Holy Sword Project was, since he was being introduced to the history of the angels, fallen angels, and devils, and many of their mistakes. He brought up the question about the mistakes that the angels had. Sir Zex immediately brought up the Holy Sword Project, which had many children massacred just to find the perfect wielder for the Excalibur. Hearing that the knight had gone towards the ones they most likely brought him pain, with the Holy Sword Project brought a small smirk onto Issei's face. Revenge was always going to be sweet. Anything else? Issei said. Unfortunately, we haven't received much since the entire area had been only filled with fallen angels and my queen, and I had to deal with them ourselves, preventing us from gathering information about the entire operation that's happening, Rias said. Rias admitted with a little bit of fear of not knowing what was happening in her territory, but Issei sighed while leaning back on the couch as he was sitting up. Things were going to get bothersome really quick. Especially with a rogue Katri. That might to back up an army was roaming around the world, but there was something that didn't make sense to Issei. If this was an operation that was being led by a Katri fallen angel, wouldn't they follow that fighting against any of the factions alone? Even with these pesky fallen angels, would it be suicidal? Issei was beginning to think that there must be a specific someone in the army that would be able to deal with Sir Zex or Hajuka. I want to tell Sona to warn her sister of the crisis that is happening and tell her directly to come into this area. There is something fishy about this, Issei says. Rias was going to protest since Sona didn't want her sister to know about this or else she would begin on a rampage of the fallen angels, but Issei already left towards the left center of town. Drake, begin the communication circle directed towards Sir Zex, Issei said. Are you sure, partner, that this is a wise decision? Having a super devil would be quite excessive, Drake said. Partner, I have a bad feeling about this. A really bad feeling, Issei says. Fine, partner. Just give me a second and there, Drake said. A small circle with Lucifer crest was formed right beside Issei's right ear where he began speaking towards her sex. Hello, Issei, how's it been? Did you really miss me this much to call me? I should have known to be by your side to make sure that you wouldn't be bored. Yep, there goes her childish behavior, taking control of the conversation. In an instant, Issei ignored the entire conversation that Sirsex was trying to have with him, and he began speaking about the matter that he was dealing with. Catching her up on the entire deal, it would have been foolish not to tell his king or the army that they were dealing with in a Great War veteran, and a battle-hungry veteran at that. So, Kokaville has begun initiating his plan. Why hasn't my sister informed me about the fallen angels trying to murder her in her territory, Sirsex says. Sirsex was obviously livid with Kokaville, wanting to murder her sister and start a great war between the factions again. The devils had a fighting chance with the two super devils. The fact that nearly every being on the planet wouldn't be able to damage her humanoid destruction form. Another thing was that her sister was being too careless and not informing her during the night about the entire deal with the Fallen wanted to kill her. Things were going south for the devils, especially when they're the ones that take the largest loss if Kokaville's plan does work. Shake! Issei could sense someone behind him. This was the same person he sensed from before, earlier in the morning before entering the school to fail his exams. Issei slowly went quiet, beginning to worry Sirsex since this was too quiet. Slowly, he began speaking to Sirsex in a demanding tone. I'll be speaking with you in a little bit, Issei said. Sirsex, becoming very worried with the way that Issei was speaking and acting with her, immediately began questioning what was happening with Issei. Wait, Issei, what's happening? Are you under... Sirsex got cut off. He quickly shattered the communication circle with his fist alone, and turned around and met with a powerful kick to his gut, sending him flying towards the school area. And that is the end of Chapter 22. Chapter 23. The pieces are coming together. Drake, who attacked me? Issei said. Issei immediately asked his partner to sense the being that had kicked him into the school's backfield. But what was awkward about this is that Issei didn't see any of the students in the area. That had meant to him that he was directly set into a barrier that prevented the humans from seeing their actions. Turning towards who he kicked him, Issei's senses immediately kicked in, forcing him into spinning around and blocking a powerful kick to his back with his right forearm. Not bad, even for the Red Dragon Emperor that has turned himself into a devil, Kokaville said. There floated a Catchley-class fallen angel. Kokaville, the one, had gone rogue for the purpose of starting another war. Spreading all out his wings, Kokaville, in the matter of seconds, had formed a dozen spears of lights and rained them down upon Issei. Thanks to his body becoming that of an evil dragon, Issei wasn't truly a significant disadvantage by these light spheres. He was basically only weak to dragon-slaying weapons due to the dragon psychology being superior to that of a devil and taking control of its external part of his body. However, that didn't stop them from damaging, since Kokaville was the one throwing them and not a regular fallen angel. Jumping out of the way and beginning to boost, he didn't waste any time and entered into his balance breaker form. Welch Dragon, Balance Breaker! Immediately, Issei began rapidly boosting to obtain as much energy as he possibly could before fighting the fallen angel. Boost times 10! Kokaville seemed to be bemused by the extent that Issei was going to be prepared for the fight with him, even beginning to wait for Issei to finish boosting. This was a true battle maniac. Now, this is where it's interesting. Things begin to happen, Kokaville finished. Kokaville rushed straight towards Issei, while stealthing back his power, and clashed fists with Issei. Continuously, the both began landing blows onto each other. Each time Kokaville would begin to unleash more of his power, the more Issei boosted. Beginning to see that Issei was a worthy opponent, Kokaville began unleashing a significant portion of his power, directly landing a powerful kick to the back that followed that Kokaville appearing in front of Issei and slamming him directly into the ground, shaking the entire dimension they were in. Huh. Not bad. Even though I haven't fought much, I'm still as powerful as I used to be during the war, Kokaville said. But he immediately was hit by a powerful gut punch, followed by a barrage of punching that had been pummeling him into the ground. Even he was the weakest Catray. He was still considered to be a threat to most beings, but Issei was giving him these hands like no tomorrow. Boost times 10. Powering up even further beyond, Issei continued pounding Kokaville's face against the ground with his hands alone. Blood was escaping the Catchlay's lip. Even if Kokaville was superior to Issei in power, which they both knew, Issei wasn't a mindless idiot thinking that he could win the fight. He knew that he wasn't a match for the Catray if he actually fought seriously. Keyword, if he actually fought with all his might. Boost times 10. Continue aiming for his right side of his face. The quicker you destroy that section of the face, the quicker he dies, Drake said. Kokaville had enough and released all of his power. Boost! I've had enough. Now I'll show you the might of a true fallen angel. He screamed into heaven while being enveloped in a massive dark aura, began shifting the atmosphere from the mysterious silent peer of malicious and uneasiness. Issei decided now that was the best time to ever use the illegal moves. Boost! Times 10. Welch, chaotic night. Issei was in his quicker form that would allow him to have a fighting chance. Kokaville rushed straight at Issei with killer intentions, but Issei backed away just in time to dodge. Boost! Ducking at the rapidly approaching Kokaville, who was rushing straight at him, Issei was able to continue dodging for the next few blows before taking an explosion head-on. Being blown back, skidding across the ground into schools, Issei was seriously at a disadvantage from the pure might that the fallen angel had. Boost! Times 10. However, what Kokaville didn't know was Issei was getting stronger the more they fought. Kokaville was fighting their rage, allowing Issei to predict his movements enough for him to time. Boost! Get strong enough to... Die, you! Kokaville said. Boom! Entering into his rook form, Issei was able to land a deadly blow straight onto the fallen angel's back, allowing for Issei to revert back to his knight form, continuing his barrage while his hits while boosting. Issei easily surpassed Kokaville in the matter of seconds. Now he was just making a mockery out of the fool. Partner, look out for the... However... Before Drake could finish, Kokaville formed an explosive light spear, with it quickly stabbed it straight into Issei. Once the explosion took both of them, Issei was revealed to be coughing up blood onto the deviously smirking Kokaville. Shit, Issei said. Issei backed up while looking at the hole in his left side, the stomach. Before you say anything that you Dragon Emperors usually say about being a cheap move, let me tell you something. In a fight, there is no cheap move. It's killed or be killed, Kokaville said. Kokaville said with annoyance. He must have heard those words many times in his life being part of the Fallen Angel faction. You're right, Issei says. Boost! In a second, giving off a fake act of being in pain, he was able to appear behind the fallen Catray and grabbed his wings. The Fallen Angel didn't notice thanks to him being given the expression that Issei was in a critical state. But thanks to the immense pain tolerance, he was able to shrug off the pain and appear behind Kokaville, who easily was caught off guard. It's kill or be killed, Issei finishes. Issei, with one soothed motion, was able to rip the wings directly off the fallen Catray, making the Catray scream in absolute pain. Blood was exploding out of the fallen angel's back while Issei smirked at the useless piece of shit lying on the floor. I wouldn't have mind having these wings as a bargaining pieces, Issei said. Issei mocked the fallen, while being to power up even further and make the fallen realize the mistake of not going all out at the beginning, because the fatigue of losing his wings and the amount of blood loss was going to be a massive issue for the fallen if he wanted to fight against Issei. Welch, chaotic night. In a brief second, Issei was going to end the life of the Catray, not even going to show mercy because he needed to take advantage of the current situation. However, slice! From behind, Issei was hit by a sharp, dense beam which tore straight through his armor as if it was cheese. Turning around while coughing up blood, he could see a devil was seen standing in the middle of the light, an afterglow of the beam that was being sent straight. What a pitiful creature. Can't believe those clowns taking the names of the Satans through reincarnating such a disgusting beast, Shalba said. You son of a bitch, Issei said. Scene change. Surzex began having the feeling that Issei was in trouble. Ever since she abruptly heard that Issei destroyed the communication circle, she began thinking the worst. She knew that Kokaville, thanks to the news Issei gave to her, was in the area waiting to kill her sister. What the hell is wrong with that fallen angel? Surzex said. Surzex slammed her hands on the desk, shaking the entire building and land in the proximity. Everyone could sense the power of Surzex beginning to skyrocket while her anger began increasing. Her power of destruction was beginning to lose control. Quickly, she needed to gather some troops and send them to Ko. The council wouldn't allow her to abruptly leave the underworld without reason. This was a reason, but it would take some time for the council to actually pay attention to what Surzex was saying. However, she could send reinforcements without their permission. I need help, now, Surzex said. She busted straight through the door and began sprinting down the hallways towards her main room, the living room. Scene change. Rainier was terrified. She was the one that knew the Red Dragon Emperor hated her with a deep passion. She needed to stay away from the dragon, but she also needed to make sure that Rias Gremory and Sonocitri are killed. Fallen angels, Rainier said. She spoke with some confidence, while looking behind the army of fallen angels that were by her Cocaville. She was the commander of the fallen angels in this army, the army of the rogue fallens. Begin the search and killing Rias, Gremring, and Sona Citri. Make our leader proud, Rainier says. They all screamed in approval and began flying around the entire city. The fallen angels had covered up the entire city in a barrier that would make the humans were asleep or were just gone. The barrier inside the barrier that they were inside was the barrier that Cocaville and Shalba were using to fight against Issei without outside interferences. Lord Cocaville, please kill Issei and make sure he never sees me again, Rainier says. The cold glare, the cold attitude, the malicious power that Issei showed during the raiding game against both Ruvel and Riser had completely terrified Rainier. She had met the man when he was just a humble dork, but now he was someone that showed no mercy in destroying his opponent. He showed no mercy to Ruvel or Riser, destroying their pride in front of the entire supernatural world. And that is the end of Chapter 23. The pieces are coming together. Chapter 24. After the event of Issei departing from the clubhouse, Rias was sitting down and was contacting Sona about the situation. If Issei was beginning to worry, then Rias should be far more worried, which she was. She was still able to sense Issei's presence in her city. Issei was using some type of magic to communicate with someone, which allowed for the beings in the territory to sense him. However, the moment that a quick outburst of energy collided with Issei, sending him into the unknown, it became unsensible. This was when Rias was beginning to worry because two random powerful energy signatures just went missing, one of them being that Rias could trust, while the other was unknown. What? Where did Issei's energy signature go? Rias said. Rias was trying in her best sensing Issei's power. It immediately was gone. It disappeared after exploding for a quick second. That presence, it was familiar to a fallen angel, Akeno quoted. Akeno was beginning to feel her blood boil and sensing a fallen angel fucking with her once more. However, that was when she saw a communication circle appear beside her ear and her sister began screaming. Rias, where is Issei? Now, Sirzex said. She had a tone purely filled with worriness and anger. Rias knew that Sirzex, her older sister, was caring towards Issei. She didn't know why, but she would soon figure out why. Rias answered in a saddened tone. It immediately disappeared while another powerful signature took Issei with him. Something's happening. I don't know what's happening, Rias said. Rias replied in her own uneasy tone. Sirzex clicked her tongue and quickly dismissed the communication circle. She quickly began sending information about the entire situation towards Grafia. The both of them cared for Issei. One cared for him more as a mother figure, even if it didn't see her in that way, and Sirzex naturally had feelings for Issei. Rias sighed. Akeno, let's go, Rias said. Rias and Akeno quickly rushed towards where they sensed Issei before and he disappeared. However, on the way towards the location, they were trapped inside of a magical barrier of army of fallen angels were in front of them. Fallen angels! Rip and tear them until it's done, Rainier says. Ah, shit. Here we go again, Rias says. Bring that ass here, Akeno replied. Akeno began electrocuting all of the fallen angels. Time skip. Shalba was seen watching the current Red Dragon Emperor beginning to drop down onto his knees from the massive holes in his body. Cocaville, if we weren't working together for this objective, I would have killed you for this pitiful, Shalba said. I was just caught off guard, Cocaville replied. Cocaville slowly got back up, looking at the Red Dragon Emperor with his wings in his hands. Shalba quickly threw a small vial of phoenix tears. Only one remained, which was enough to Cocaville to heal up. Issei was slowly, with great effort, beginning to get up onto his feet, while looking at the two interacting with each other. Drake, how long will it take to heal the armor? Issei said. It will take only a few mere moments. I suggest trying to leave the area or else something is going to be difficult, Drake said. Issei looked at the two begin approaching him with their auras out. What the hell is your plan anyway? Why are you doing all this bullshit? Issei said. Well, since you've entertained me for a while, I'll show you what we want, Cocaville says. But when we do say it, we can't wait to see your reaction, Shalba finished. You see, we have been getting sick and tired with all this softness of these biblical factions, so we decided the best way to end this was to create our own union. Which we did, Shalba finished for him. They both were directly in front of Issei, who was putting up a decent act while absorbing the negative emotions that he was creating due to his current state into power. He was really beginning to love the fact that he was an evil dragon and not a regular one, even if he was far more unstable and unusually approached as a villain. Now, our goal is to create a utopia of pure violence and fear. Shalba raised his hand, voting for silence directly onto Issei's head. Issei was able to perfectly catch the hand while smirking. Just like usual. You all just love blabbing about your goals, Issei said. Shalba raised his hands. Motioning for the slice directly onto Issei's head, Issei was able to perfectly catch the hand while smirking. In an instant, Issei began powering up with a powerful malicious aura, beginning to even overwhelm that of the two beings in front of him. His eyes began hollowing out, only seeing a white flare, leaving them making him seem if he was standing dead. Black electricity began hovering around his body, while the ground began trembling violently. Issei slowly began smirking with killer intent, walking towards the two, who had taken a step back from the surprised outburst from the young child. Well, looked like the dragon had it in his back pocket, Kokaville said. In a second, without wasting any time, Issei was able to move at lightning-fast speeds and was able to land a bone-breaking punch straight into the fallen angel. Issei, without wasting any time, quickly transformed into his bishop form and began rapidly charging at the cannon while dodging the attacks of Shalba. There is a significant difference in fighting style between Kokaville and Shalba. Kokaville was far harder to predict when he wasn't mad, and that was probably due to hundreds of years of experience that Kokaville had during the Great War compared to Shalba, who was just a psycho. Explosion! The cannon was still locked onto Kokaville. The power of the cannon wasn't a match when he used it against Zex, obviously due to the fact that he didn't transfer the boost into the beam. However, it was still enough to cause an explosion that directly hit the fallen angel. Oh shit, Kokaville said, and that fucker was sent flying into the sky. Issei landed a powerful jab onto Shalba's neck, pushing him back and forcing him into wheezing for breath. Issei quickly took a stance. In one quick motion, he put all of it into his next attack. Maximum transfer. And Issei was quickly cut straight through Shalba's guts. Blood began pouring down Issei's hands while he was smirking at the shocked expression that was visible on Shalba's face. Coughing up blood, Issei threw the trash into the ground while losing the power to be in his illegal forms. Reverting back to his regular balance breaker state, Issei watched as Kokaville and Shalba were both seen heavily damaged. Shalba was coughing up blood on the ground while lifting his head towards Issei. Blurriness was all that he could describe what Shalba could see. The blood was oozing into his eyes while rage began overtaking the feeling of pain. Can't believe I'm being defeated by such rubbish, Shalba said. Shalba quickly began exploding. With even more power than before, he was easily weaker than all of the current Satans, but he wasn't a joke. Kokaville began smirking. Even though he was in pain that he was experiencing, he was able to move his hand towards his pocket and quickly pulling out a specific weapon. I usually don't like stealing from Azazel, but I needed this weapon. Downfall dragon, another armor. The sound of another dragon was heard before Issei was blinded by the light of a specific person entering into their own version of balance breaker form of their own sacred gear. Red Dragon Emperor. I was wrong from the moment that I began sensing you inside of this territory. I was beginning to hear the rumors about the current Red Dragon Emperor being friends with the current Lucifer. My curiosity began overwhelming me. I just had to see what was up with the generation's Red Dragon Emperor. Now I see why, Kokaville said. Kokaville and Shalba rushed at Issei, who was forced in defending himself from the attacks. He was unable to fight them with his own physical might anymore due to the fact that he was too exhausted, and the blood lost was beginning to take a major toll on his physical abilities. Scene change. Rainier watched as his entire army of fallen angels were reduced to ashes by both Rias, Gremory, and Akeno. Rainier decided to deal with this in her own way. Slowly, while the two women were dealing with the remaining fallen angels, she quickly formed a light spear and threw it directly at Rias. While she wasn't paying any attention, however, once she did realize the spear was coming towards her, they shifted her attention to the spear, but it was already too late. The spear had cut her from the side. A large part cut that caused a massive amount of blood to gush out of the side. Unlike evil dragons that have massive pain tolerance, she was panicking from the pain that she was feeling. Shit, Rias said. Rias, you fucking whore, Akeno replied. Akeno sent a quick bolt of concentrated lightning towards Rainier, but she was met with one of the fragments of Excalibur blocking the attack and nullifying the effects the bolt had. Pathetic, Rainier replied. Rainier released 3 parts of her wings, thanks to the fear of Issei. In her meeting him, she was motivated in training just to make sure that she would be able to escape quick enough to be able to handle if Issei they once encounter another. She was easily above the power of Akeno, but she was still toasted if she would be able to hit by the power of destruction. However, thanks to her many years of experience, she could easily predict and maneuver out of the way of projectiles Rainier had this in the bag. Fuck, Rias said. Rias was still screaming about the pain that she was experiencing. However, she was able to stand and glare at the fallen angel that had attacked her. Rias Gremory, I can't believe a month ago I used to fear you. But look at you now, helplessly lying like a bitch on the ground, Rainier said. Rainier mocked Rias, causing the woman to feel enraged in their aura of destruction. I'll make sure to kill you without any mercy, Rias says. Rias rushed towards the woman, but Rainier was prepared for such a movement. Right when they were both in front of each other, a massive blue ball rushed straight at Rainier and forced her into blocking the attack. Rainier, when she was distracted, Rias was able to land a punch filled with the power of destruction, causing a massive explosion, forcing Rainier to be launched into the barrier directly in the middle of the school field. Scene change. Issei was seeing blood, destroyed, and with another hole in his body. He was only alive thanks to Drake trying his best to heal him. Not bad battle, Issei Hyodo. I think that's your name, but it's time to end this, Kokaville said. Forming another light spear, Kokaville was able to land the final blow, but he was quickly interrupted by the barrier being intruded by another fallen angels in both Rias, Gremory, and Akano. All three were sent flying into their respective sides. When Issei looked at the woman, his blood began boiling who the woman was. Rainier was in front of him. Even if she had blood oozing down her face, he could tell that she was still alive in front of him. Partner, don't let your emotions begin controlling you. Listen, just hang on while I try to heal your armor around you. Partner, Drake said. Issei ignored everything that Drake was telling him. The woman that he hated the most was in front of him. Issei began seeing the images of his dead parents in his head, the many memories that he had with them beginning to haunt them once more. Issei was beginning to feel sadness like never before. He was beginning to break down in his mind, but that quickly charged to anger to seeing the woman just staring at him. She was still alive. She was still able to live. What angered Issei the most was the fact that she thought that she could leave without any consequences. She thought that she could leave without facing the wrath of her decisions. She thought that she could live to tell the tale after fucking with the White Dragon Emperor. Red Dragon Emperor. While Issei was beginning to see red, literally and physically, Kokaville was questioning the fact that Rainier was in front of him. Rainier, what the hell are you doing here? Kokaville said. Lord Kokaville, I'm sorry for failing you again, Rainier replied. Kokaville sighed with disappointment, but once Rainier turned to see who could have forced Kokaville into the strongest form, she began trembling at seeing Issei glaring straight at her with his energy about to explode. Lord Kokaville, that Rainier starts. She began pointing at Issei with fear. The glare that Issei was giving the woman was enough to strike fear into anyone. Even Shalba and Kokaville shook when seeing the glare. Issei's eyes were oozing with blood, making the glare far more sinister than before, while his mouth was colored in red. Kokaville began noticing the interaction between the two and slowly began contacting the dots. When hearing Rainier's story from when she joined him, saying Rainier was fearing Issei, and the way that she would react when seeing the Red Dragon Emperor on the news all the time, Kokaville finally understood why Rainier feared Issei, and he was going to exploit this. Would you look at that? Red Dragon Emperor, isn't this woman the same woman that killed you on your date? Kokaville said. Kokaville appeared behind Rainier and grabbed her by the head while pointing her head towards Issei. Wiping the blood off her head, Kokaville smiled when seeing both facial expressions of Issei and Rainier. Issei gritting his teeth when remembering. The same woman that killed your parents, Kokaville finished. He was enjoying seeing Issei's reaction, seeing the blackish aura beginning to envelop Issei once more. I wish if I could have seen their screams in agony. It would have been so delightful hearing their last wishes and telling them that it was their son's fault, Kokaville said. Say one more thing, and I'll make sure being labeled a rogue would just be child play to whatever I'm about to do, Issei said. Kokaville didn't stop. Shalba began stepping back while shaking. The power that was being in front of him had beginning to slowly expand outwards. Shalba was going to tell Kokaville to stop. However, Issei began slowly hearing the voices in his head. It was your fault. Why did you have to do it? Why did you do it to us? The curse of the Juggernaut Dry was beginning to try its best to force Issei into saying the chant. However, there was a benefit of being an evil dragon. Do you want revenge? Let us take control. You must use the power. Use the Juggernaut Drive. Orbs began to form around Issei. It was similar to the Juggernaut Drive. However, Issei began absorbing the orbs right back. Come on, what's wrong? I wouldn't be surprised if Sir Zex was to die next. Everyone that seems to be close to you seemingly is always in danger. Rias was near you for a few days, and here I am wanting to kill her. I mean, if you want to send the others to see your parents, be my guest. Hearing those words, Issei began to remember what started all this hell. Will you die for me? All the memories with his parents, the memories of when he was just living a peaceful life, the memories that he wanted to relieve once began playing through his head. Each memory began shattering the sanity that Issei had. He wanted to go back, but he knew that nothing was going to be normal anymore. He was the Red Dragon Emperor. He was one of the most powerful beings in the supernatural world, and he hated that. He hated the fact that he was the one that caused his parents' death. If he only had controlled his perverted personality and rejected the fallen angel that he dated, then his parents would have been alive right now. Looking at the fallen angel in front of him, who was smirking viciously when seeing Issei finally releasing some tears. However, the moment that he snapped, when he finally began processing the final words that the catcher in front of him had stated, "Shatter." Issei began exploding with an immense wave of pure negative energy, an aura that brought pure terror into those in proximity. The old Satan that was watching Issei began scream with pure anger. He began seeing Issei's eyes beginning to lose their color. Rias was finally seeing what was happening. She began cursing the fallen that had stabbed her, the woman that had ruined the happiness of an innocent child. Yes, this is the power I've been waiting for. The Juggernaut Drive. Release the seal. Release the rampaging monster that you are, Kokaville said. However, Kokaville began seeing that everyone was silent. Issei was clenching his fist with pure anger. Blood began pouring down his hands. A black substance began living up Issei's face, showing his face slowly leaking with blood, showing his face with a glare never seen before. Kokaville, playing with my partner's mind a mistake that you will never be redeemable. We will make sure that even Tartarus will be a joke to what we will do to you, Drake finished. For the first time in a millennium, Drake had spoken with such venom that it petrified everyone in the area. Not a single sound was produced during the whole event, until Issei began speaking. I, who shall awaken. Issei began chanting. The ground began shaking, even with more force this time. Freed, Valper, and Kiba rushed into the barrier. Since Freed had the last piece of the Excalibur, the church duo were behind them, but they were all petrified by the malicious energy coming from Issei. Am the evil dragon emperor who has become one with chaos. Issei's red aura, the last bit of it coming from his boost, was beginning to charge into black energy. The power began enveloping Issei, changing the color of the jewels that attached to his armor. His body began increasing in size. Both his evil dragon's eye and the boosted gear were working together. The overwhelming power that Issei was getting. I shall discard the dreams and create my own nightmare. Everyone was silent. They all watched as Issei's armor began thickening, with his eyes beginning to change from green color to the boosted gear's default color to dark crimson red color, the color of blood. I shall rupture the god, drown the dragons, and devour the insignificance. The malicious energy began retreating back into Issei. Everyone in the supernatural world had sensed the energy. This was the might of the Red Dragon. No, the might of the evil dragon emperor of this generation. I shall show you the genocide that I bring within. Issei finally slowly began to losing his normal voice, the voice of a child, one of true demonic dragon. Berserker Incarnation! Issei began absorbing the negative energy that his previous hosts were giving to him, initiating the Juggernaut Drive. Slowly, Issei's armor began composing into itself the aura that had begun sending fear into everyone in the area. Clank! A single step was heard, that all that needed for Kokaville to realize that he fucked up hard. Rip and tear until it's done, Issei says. In an instant, Issei ripped off both Rainer's wings and limbs straight off. She was still alive, but she was basically useless now. And that is the end of Chapter 24. Chapter 25. Issei was standing in front of the screaming Rainer. His revenge could finally happen. He was going to make sure that Rainer would suffer before she could die. Leaving the woman on the ground, Issei began walking towards Kokaville. The amount of hatred, negativity, and killer intent had restricted many of the beings in the proximity in their movement and abilities to fight. Issei walked straight towards Kokaville. Slowly, Kokaville was beginning to retain his composure against the monster in front of him. However, before the powerful fallen angel could deal with Issei, someone else rushed towards Issei, a rogue fallen angel, one of the many that Kokaville had brought into the battlefield before to kill Rias Grimory. "This is for," the fallen angel says. Issei simply ripped the spine out of the fallen angel before the fallen angel exploded into black feathers. The action was seen by many. "You monster," another fallen angel said. Another one flew straight towards Issei. Until that fallen lost their wings, Issei ripped the wings straight off the fallen angel and shoved it straight down its mountain's throat. The fallen began screaming for mercy. Over time, the fallen had finally died in a brutal way and exploded into black feathers. Kokaville took note of this. Issei hadn't stopped walking towards Kokaville. "This isn't the Juggernaut tribe that I've been expecting. This is something way different," Kokaville says. Issei continued walking, ignoring whatever anyone was saying to him. Then a thought came across Kokaville's mind. Something that could ruin people's lives. "May have happened due to the death of God and the inability of the sacred gear system," Kokaville said out loud. Once the news dropping was found out, everyone in the area was surprised at the news. "You disgusting crow! Stop with such vile lies," Zenovia says. Irina was in the area as well. She was beginning to panic after hearing such news. "Oh, did Michael never tell you the truth? During the Great War, not only did the four Satans die, but the one and only father of the angels was killed as well. Why do you think the Holy Sword Project was even able to happen? If the Lord above was able to see such vile acts, wouldn't he prevented such acts?" Kokaville said. Kokaville was enjoying seeing the reactions of many believers of the church beginning to have the entire crisis. However, Issei was still walking as if nothing bothered him. "Issei Hyodo, did you even hear a single thing I stated?" Kokaville said. "God could die for all I care. I lived without him. I got stronger without him, and that doesn't mean anything to me," Issei said. Kokaville, in rage of seeing and hearing Issei's monotone response, screamed the heavens before preparing for battle, running towards the boy with his new spear, the spear that was given when entering the balance breaker form of the downfall spear. Kokaville swung horizontally, expecting Issei to do at least block the blow, but the spear was blocked by a heavy armor set that Issei had. Continuing the onslaught, Kokaville began forming light spears around him, stabbing into the boy, but the light spears shattered the moment they came into contact with the armor. "No, this can't be happening," Kokaville said. "What's wrong?" Issei replied. Issei spoke in such a dark tone, devoid of any positive emotions, a rough tone that sent shivers down Kokaville's spine. Issei slowly moved his hand forward, and in an instant, slice, ripped Kokaville's arm straight off that was holding the spear. Looking down at his missing arm, Kokaville was beginning to panic. This wasn't the normal Red Dragon Emperor anymore. This was a monster. He didn't even hesitate to rip his arm off, nor did he show any remorse in doing so. Issei watched as Kokaville began backing up and quivering in fear, once seeing the crimson eyes shifting to stare right into his own eyes. Issei quickly decided to end this show. In an instant, Issei ripped apart Kokaville with his own hands. Exploding into black feathers, Issei watched as Rainier. He was trying his best to roll away. Shalba was seen standing. He was petrified at the sight of Issei ripping apart Kokaville with little ease. "What the hell? This can't be happening. Your power wasn't this immense. This isn't even the Juggernaut Drive," Shalba said. Shalba was going to run away, but his legs wouldn't move. Issei purposefully detected the fullest extent of his killer intent towards the man, forcing him into stumbling upon the ground from the pressure being released upon him. However, before Issei could kill Shalba, "I won't die in such a pitiful way," Shalba said. Shalba quickly began transferring all of his energy into a signature point above his massive hole in his stomach, such from when Issei stabbed straight through Shalba's body with his illegal Triana transformations. "Red Dragon Emperor, if that is what I should call you, you may have killed us this time, but there is something that you should know. There are hundreds of us. You will fail miserably," Shalba finished. Shalba quickly shot his blast towards Issei, putting all into his beam, while Issei walked through the beam, approaching the devil with each step shivers down his spine. He knew that it was going to be the end of his life, but he didn't know how he was going to die. A hand went straight through the beam and grabbed Shalba by the neck, lifting the devil into the air and began slowly squeezing the life out of him. Shalba was exhausted to the point where he couldn't even fight back anymore. That was when everyone began to watch as Issei began forcefully his draconic magic into crushing Shalba's entire body, burning his body. "No!" Shalba said. Shalba quickly released, looking up at Issei. He was expecting Issei to pummel him into nothingness. However, he was met with something worse. "Boost!" Issei began spreading his hands into the air. With enough time, "Boost! Explosion!" Finally, a powerful magic circle began forming around the area where Issei and Shalba were fighting. Everyone began looking into the sky to see multiple magic circles colored in dark black and crimson color beginning to form. The fall of a dragon. The entire area turned into dust while the old Satan looked up to see Issei. The man was staring down at him without any remorse for what he was doing. However, for a brief moment, Shalba was able to see something that he never thought was possible. Behind the berserker was a massive crowd of people in the red dragon balance breaker form. They were the last hosts that have finally been able to set free from the curse. The cursed was Issei's newest form. That alone was terrifying. But behind all of them, behind all of the Red Dragon Emperors, right above them, Issei stood, the Welsh Dragon of Domination. Drag Wyosh in all of his glory. Shalba muttered a few words before he died. "Curse you, evil Dragon Emperor." With that, Issei had killed another Satan-class being with ease. Scene change. Rainier was trying her best into rolling away. She didn't even want to know what Issei was going to do to her. "Well, you finally got what you deserved," Kala Warner said. Kala Warner was seen standing in front of the limbless Rainier with a smirk on her face. Millet was beside her, while Donosik was watching them with a disappointed face. "Wait, I know that I messed up before, but give me another chance," Rainier said. "No, we would rather have our position in the Gregor's back. However, that boy over there," Kala Warner said. Kala Warner stared at Issei, who was roaring into the heavens, barely in control with his actions. "He's the one who deserves to deal with you. Even Azazel doesn't deserve to deal with you," Kala Warner replied. In an instant, Issei was in front of Rainier, ignoring the others. In the area, Issei grabbed Rainier's face and forced her into looking him directly into his eyes. Seeing the blood-red eyes filled with anger, resentment, and like no other, Issei breathed heavily, sending shivers down Rainier's spine. She wanted to close her eyes, but Issei's presence forced her into continuously looking into her eyes. "Everything that you've done brought upon this moment. The moment that you're nothing but a worthless crow in front of my eyes," Issei said. Rainier couldn't speak. She was just recently used to provoke the monster that Issei was the person that she admired the most. But not even the person was killed without any effort by Issei. She was now alone. She was a rogue. She didn't have any meaning in life anymore. "Now, I made a promise." Issei slammed his fist against the woman's face, breaking all of her teeth and shattering whatever was left of her jaw. Issei continued bashing her head against the ground, making sure that it was nothing but a bloody mess. Everyone watched as the woman was screaming for her life, but all they knew, the woman deserved it. Even the happy Irina was livid. The fact that her childhood friend's parents were murdered by a supernatural, especially by the same fallen angel that had killed her childhood friend. Rainier looked at Issei while he wanted to see her destroyed face and began begging for her life. Please stop. I'm sorry for what I did," Rainier said. Issei continued bashing her head until, boom, her head finally exploded, and her body was turned into nothing but black feathers. "I'll be making sure to clown on you for the rest of eternity. Just how like Hitler is treated like garbage in the human world, I'll be making sure the same happened to you in the supernatural world," Issei said. With that, Issei was going to revert to his normal form until he sensed another presence in the air. Turning, he began seeing an army of fallen angels from Kokaville's side, and an army of devils from Shalba's side. They all began screaming about Issei being a traitor and should have been killed by them for killing the real kings of the world. "Annoying," Issei said. Issei pulled out both of his hands forwards. The aura that was surrounding him began concentrating on a singular point. Issei had finally unlocked all the techniques that were exclusive to the Juggernaut Drive, and his favorite was this mood. "Heavenly tears. Rupture the skies!" A powerful glared light that was never seen before. The light began annihilating everything surrounding it, destroying the entire army of strays and rogues with relative ease, even beginning to be able to change the color of the atmosphere for a few moments. Issei had massacred an entire army within seconds. On the other side, another presence was floating. The White Dragon Emperor was astonished in seeing the massacre that the Red Dragon had brought. Even then, he was still excited to meet the Red Dragon Emperor in person. The White Dragon Emperor was in the air and watching him from a distance, watching as the Red Dragon Emperor had mutated his Juggernaut drive into something far more sinister and more stable. Issei and the White Dragon Emperor were locking eyes for what they seemed like hours until the White Dragon dived straight towards him. Divide! Feeling a small amount of his power being taken away, even the White Dragon Emperor was surprised in seeing the Berserker just standing in the middle of the pile of black feathers without feeling any visible fatigue. Partner, Volley said. Partner, I suggest entering the Juggernaut Drive. This isn't the normal Red Dragon Emperor anymore. This is the incarnation of the Juggernaut Drive cursed into a physical being. This might not be the most fearful, deadly, and monstrous Red Dragon Emperor. This might be the most fearful, deadly, and monstrous Red Dragon Emperor. He might have been right. He isn't the Red Dragon Emperor anymore. This is the first evil Dragon Emperor, Albion finished. Volley. Once hearing the concern from his partner, Volley was even more pumped up before and was ready to fight against the newest Red Dragon Emperor. However, before he could do anything, a pressure so large began pressing upon him, beginning to slam him onto the ground. From the pressure alone, Issei was forcing upon his full killer intent upon the White Dragon Emperor. Volley was visibly shaking from the depth of Issei's negative energy. Issei was looking at him with the same anger filled in his eyes that he and both Coqueville and Rainier. Volley tried his best to raise himself. Albion, a little help here, Volley said. Partner, I'll try to divide the pressure as much as I can. Just deal with running away. Volley wasn't going to run away. Boost! Issei gradually approached Volley, while the white-haired boy tried his best to stand up. In that moment, Issei appeared right behind Volley and decided to land one of the most devastating blows onto the white-haired boy, reeling his fist back, beginning to enhance his power to an acceptable level. Boost! Boost! Once concentrating with back of Volley, while he was in his balance breaker state, Issei destroyed Volley's entire back and sent the boy flying into the sky at speeds barely anyone could even comprehend. Issei shattered the entire barrier around the city, shattering all the magic spells that were connected with the city. Issei blew away everyone in the area. Some were even knocked out of the shock waves that were produced. Once the chaos calmed down, Issei was standing in the middle of the massacre crater, while in the sky had a massive hole. A single moment passed, and the sky began pouring down. Issei had just changed the weather with a single punch. And that is the end of Chapter 25. Chapter 26. Berserk. Issei, you poor boy. Even going through so much, you still saved us all, Rias said. Rias spoke with sorrowful tone, finally knowing the truth of the change that occurred with Issei. From his prevented beast-type personality, which was quite comical, to his far darker and crueler personality combined with his malicious aura. Rias may have been the only 1 year older than Issei, but thanks to her being her mother's daughter and taking her personality, she felt absolutely terrible for Issei. Slowly, tears began releasing from her eyes, seeing the way Issei was standing with his head down while his face was facing the sky. The beautiful hole in the sky brought a vibrant light which shined upon Issei, glorifying the armor as he wore, showing the true color and menacing pose that Issei was currently in. Akeno, we failed to do the one thing that my sister entrusted us with. We failed to save the humans in this territory, Rias said. Akeno, knowing the pain of losing someone, felt sympathy towards Issei, but she still had her father, which she still held grudges with. But Issei had lost his entire family in a single week of him becoming a part of the supernatural world. She didn't want to answer Rias, knowing that it was partially her fault. Issei, hey Issei, Irina said. Irina screamed towards Issei, but Zenobia grabbed her by the shoulder, preventing the little joyful woman from jumping straight towards Issei, turning towards Zenobia. Even from what they have learned, the father of the church, the father of the fallen angels, and the father of heaven was killed during the Great War. She saw the sorrowful eyes that Zenobia was giving her. Let him have his moment. He needs it. You heard the things that happened to him. You saw what happened to him. And you saw the way he acted. He needs a little time to himself, Zenobia said. Irina, after many attempts to deny Zenobia, eventually accepted and stood by her friend. Issei was seen finally losing the armor that the berserker form had. Issei Hyodo, You have not only shown that you're more worthy than anyone else to wield the boosted gear, but you've also shown the determination and power that you have when wanting what you desire. Something that many don't have. Not only have been a great friend, even with our ups and downs, you have also gave me a great time with speaking with you and the bullying Alicia. But please, partner, wake the fuck up. You've got to get the medical attention now or else you will die, Drake said. Drake hoped for the best from his partner, but he was still not budging. From the broken armor came out was something horrifying. Issei was seen completely covered in blood, while his left side and his stomach was showing. The destroyed boy was standing in the middle of the crater that he formed with his fist in the sky. Issei had not only defeated a catcher-class being combined with powerful sacred gear, but he defeated one of the most wanted criminals in the supernatural world. He also destroyed the White Dragon Emperor with one single punch. Rias was in proximity of arguably the most powerful dragon emperor. When pushed to insanity, Akane was horrified when seeing the one that saved him in such a critical state. She began looking around Issei's body to see many holes that Issei had. Rias, when seeing the destroyed body of Issei, began tearing up at seeing such an innocent boy being forced into such a state while going through the things that a human boy should not have gone through. The moment that the true monster had finally arrived. Rias, where is Issei? I don't sense his energy anymore, Sirzex says. Sirzex had arrived. After dealing with the Devil Council, she was able to arrive with a small army. When seeing Rias with her critical cut on her side, Sirzex was beginning to boil with rage. However, she walked towards Rias and kneeled down. She was glad that Rias was alive, but in a stable condition, but seeing Issei nowhere to be seen was beginning to worry her. Rias, where's Issei? Sirzex said. She spoke in a worried tone. This was the moment that Rias had been worried for. Slowly began to moving her hand face toward the direction of Issei. Zenobi and Irina were seen watching this with confusion. Akano, who was beside them, began shaking in fear, knowing how much Issei meant to Sirzex, not knowing that Sirzex had a feeling for Issei. Slowly, Sirzex turns toward the direction that Rias was pointing towards the look of hope. That all changed when she saw the condition that Issei was in. Rias, when seeing her sister beginning to tear up, she slowly walked towards her sister, but was sent flying into the sky by the quick outburst of energy. What the hell happened here? Sirzex said. Sirzex walked towards the standing body. She was late once more. The moment that Issei was harmed severely. Walking towards the body, Issei was just looking up in the sky with his hollow eyes. Issei, this isn't funny. Wake up. Come on. You need medical attention, Sirzex says. Sirzex closed the gap between the two. She closely caressed the boy's face, feeling the many scars and blood that were apparent on Issei's face. Sirzex began bursting with tears. Rias was beginning to tear up, seeing the scene in front of her. Kiba turned and while sighing with sadness, seeing that the man that saved them being in such a state. Yet, he was trying to get his revenge on an inanimate object. Irina was devastated in seeing Issei's state. She had fought for the worst and began tearing up, seeing the family that she knew and loved. The mother and the father of Issei, including Issei himself, being killed by the supernatural world. However, the atmosphere began to thicken, the aura that was beginning to be released by Sirzex's body. Issei, he's asleep. Let him sleep. He deserves it, Drake said. Once hearing the sorrowful tone from the powerful dragon, Sirzex slowly tapped him. The moment that she tapped him, the moment that when Issei immediately fell right onto Sirzex's lap. Issei, why does this always happen to you? Sirzex caressed Issei's face, the right side. Issei, he fought with all that he could. He wasn't ready for both Shalba and Kokaville to fight him head on. Both of them demolished him until he finally snapped from seeing the same woman that killed his parents in front of him alive. Issei transformed into a more stable yet energy-draining and harmful version of the Juggernaut Drive. This is the aftermath. Issei was isolated on purpose by the enemy. On purpose, Drake said. Sirzex began feeling anger like never before, hearing that Shalba was involved with the entire assassination. Knowing about Shalba being one of the descendants of the original Beelzebub, Sirzex began to feel boiling rage, remembering the massacre the old ancient devil had brought upon the supernatural society during the Civil War. But now he had destroyed the one man that Sirzex had strong feelings for. She should have been here. Damn her title and her responsibilities of being Lucifer. Sirzex began crushing herself in her decision to try to negotiate with the old Devil Council to prevent another war between the fallen angels and devils. But here, she was regretting her entire decision. Holding on to Issei's body, she quickly began expanding her power to extend that no one has seen. Slowly, was reaching the level that she had shut down during the Civil War. After this, we'll be having a great time. I'll make sure to bring you back to the human world, even allow you to skip schools for a few weeks if you live. Please, Issei, please live. After hearing nothing, not a single twitch, she continued crying while the others began seeing the great Lucifer powerful cry beginning to break down. Seeing Issei's body, hearing about Xiaoba's involvement in this entire assassination began to remind her of the time of the Devil Civil War. During the time, her life took a huge turn for the worst. Now she was seen caressing another person that she held dearly. With even more passion than even Rias, she was beginning to slowly hug Issei's body near herself. Slowly, Sir Zex had formed a small barrier around Issei's body to make sure that he wouldn't be affected by her power of destruction, but she knew that it wouldn't sustain her rage. Gradually, Sir Zex was released Issei from her grip, knowing that she was getting out of control. She was beginning to harm the environment around her. She wanted to make sure that she wouldn't be able to harm Issei from the amount of pain that he already had sustained during the rough battle with the two Satan-class beings. I'm sorry for being such a failure devil being, Issei, Sir Zex finishes. Before completely leaving, Sir Zex quickly kissed the boy on the forehead, before placing him onto the ground and walking towards the other side, motioning towards some of Rias' barrage to deal with Issei's body. Quickly, she released all of her rage, roaring into the heavens. The power that she began showing started to make the entire mortal realm shake. The power that she showed even was more powerful than when she showed her strongest form during the Devil Civil War. This power was grand, to the point where she could be considered the goddess among the devils. Her power is beginning to scare all those beings in the supernatural world. Damn you all to hell, Sir Zex says. Even Sir Zex was seen having tears beginning to run down her face. The pressure of being current Lucifer, the massive number of restrictions she had, the amount that was expected of her, the failures that she had shown, the many times that she had failed her family, the many times that she had failed Issei, the destruction that could cause any time, and the failure that she had shown today. It reminded her of Issei's previous state when he survived the Juggernaut Drive. Sir Zex finally snapped, entered into her humanoid destruction form. The power alone began shaking the entire heaven, hell and earth. This was one of the strongest beings, a being that even the strongest of gods feared. This was Sir Zex Lucifer, and she wasn't smiling anymore. Scene change. Michael was making sure that the system with the sacred gears was working properly after a mutation that occurred with the boosted gear. Michael was one of the busiest beings in the world, taking all of the important paperwork that Heaven and his father usually dealt with. It was exhausting, but thanks to his super speed and reaction, he would usually be done with all the work in a few hours, looking up the many mutations that the boosted gear would receive during the time that Issei could casually lose control and ignore his limits. He felt kind of curious with the boosted guild's wielder. Michael knew that the sacred gear, specifically the Longinus sacred gears, can easily surpass the sacred gear above their ranking, depending on the host, but this boosted gear wielder seems to be wanting to tank it to the extreme. Sighing with many questions that he had, Michael continued glancing at the holded boosted gear. Dear Father, why does the boosted gear keep mutating? Not only that, but this might be also one of the most powerful dragon emperors to have ever existed, Michael said. Michael sighed, knowing the mutation peak meant for growth, with knowing the true extent of the Longinus sacred gears. However, he began sensing the immense power that was being released. The power was easily the scale of the catastrophic of the supernatural world. He knew who the power was coming from, the Devil Queen herself, Sir Zex Lucifer, and she wasn't in a good mood. The last time he had sensed such power on a scale was during the Great War, when his father had shown some light to the supernatural world. Sir Zex Lucifer was known for being a great force in the supernatural world, even being to be stated a threat to Go Shiva, the being directly behind Great Red and Orpheus and top beings in the supernatural world. Dear Father, what is this power? Michael said. Michael, without many angels knowing, had decent friendship with Sir Zex, even if he was on guard with speaking to her due to the influence his older brother had on him. He knew that something had happened and decided to quickly teleport towards the location. Scene change. Azazel was sensing all of the shit that was happening in Ko, but being the governor, he was forced into speaking with his faction. However, now, since all he had done with the entire deal with Kokaville, he finally allowed to run towards the location he held the rogue Katsure. Once sensing his energy immediately vanishing, he was overcome with a dark and sinister energy presence that sent shivers down the old general's spine. Then, the magical presence had disappeared. Azazel knew the only one being that could do that a dragon. He knew the only one dragon in proximity, Issei Hyodo. Connecting the dots, he knew the energy signature was coming from Issei, and it wasn't good. Damn that Kokaville. What did he do now? Azazel said. Azazel was going to rush towards the area until an energy signature disappeared. What the hell? Azazel said. Azazel was perplexed. The energy signature was gone, however. He thought the worst and thought that Issei had died. Azazel knew that a war with the devils would be inevitable at that point. Rushing with his gear, he realized that even artificial sacred gears that he created was gone. Kokaville, Azazel said. Azazel spoke in the most disappointed tone as he could. The man that he had trusted the title of Katri had deceived him at the highest degree. Azazel knew that things were going to be troublesome for him, but now was not the time. He began preparing a magic circle to appear beside the Red Dragon Emperor. Scene change. Michael and Azazel both appeared beside each other to see Sir Zex in her humanoid destruction form. Azazel, what the hell is happening? Michael said. I don't know what's happening with Sir Zex, but I do know one of my most trusted people had deceived me and wanted to destroy the entire biblical factions, Azazel said. Michael sighed, knowing the rumors of Kokaville being rogue was true, but that didn't explain what was happening with Sir Zex. There was no way they would even be able to scratch Sir Zex in this form. She was able, incarnation of destruction, was basically invulnerable to all attacks in this form. Unless she was overwhelmed, Sir Zex turned towards them and didn't move. She'd finally gone berserk. However, behind them were the three Seraphim. Brother, what's happening? Gabriel said. Gabriel, the innocent woman that was deemed the prettiest woman in heaven, had sensed her brother's disappearance in this powerful energy source in the human world. Raphael was also beside Gabriel, wondering the same thing. Brother, what's happening with the current Lucifer? Why is she glowing like that? Raphael said. Uriel said, and he was interrupted by a specific devil king being beside him. Damn it. I was late, Ajuka said. Ajuka. The other super devil was beginning to sweat seeing Sir Zex in her super devil form. Looks like it's time for a showdown between the two devils. Ajuka, what the hell do we do to calm her down? Azazel said. Where's that boy? The boy that's always beside her, Ajuka says. Ajuka tried to look for Issei, but he couldn't find him. That was then with Rias, with great effort, approached Ajuka. Ajuka, I know this isn't the time to say this, but my sister seems to be using her emotions for power. She's using her emotions that are controlling her actions. This seemed to be happening because of the destroyed state of Issei, Rias said. And Rias could say anything because she was sent flying away from the shockwaves forcing into her, crashing into the bunch of buildings. Damn, there seems to be only two options left, Ajuka said. Everyone was specifically waiting for his response, which he hesitantly said. We either try our best to at least calm her down, because there's no way we're going to be able to defeat her, or we get that boy back here, because I have a feeling that he and Sir Zex have a far greater connection with each other than any they show in the public, Ajuka says. Sir Zex began releasing even more power than before. Sir Zex was already known for being many times stronger than even the original Lucifer, but with her emotions increasing her magical output, how powerful should she be now? I hate to say this, but I think we all need to work on this one, Michael said. Yeah, and a potential way for us to actually begin a process for peace. I agree with you on that one. They all got ready for the battle against the legendary queen. And that is the end of Chapter 26, Berserk. Chapter 27, Creation vs. Destruction. Ajuka walks as Sir Zex began walking towards them. She wasn't in the best state of mind. Now she was going to fight against the angels and fallen angels. This wasn't going to be pretty for them. Quickly, all the leaders were able to cast a barrier brought to them to another parallel dimension to ensure that the humans in their world wouldn't be destroyed by the destruction that they will bring. Everyone, be on guard, Ajuka says. Sir Zex was looking at Azazel. She was looking at Michael in this state of mind. Sir Zex only saw the wings of an angel and Michael. Well, the wings of an angel and a fallen angel, as those of the fallen race, the race that nearly killed her sister, more importantly, Issei, in a single moment. Sir Zex had a shot of a small burst of destruction straight towards the group, forcing Ajuka to enter his super devil form, in which he was finally able to use the Kenkara formulate to manipulate the balls of destruction, reverting into nothingness. Sir Zex rushed straight towards the group with fist ready to pummel whoever was coming into contact with her. Ajuka quickly began using his fighting position with the great certain Seraphim, and Azazel began backing up to devise a powerful strategy into subduing the woman. Sir Zex, Lucifer, please forgive me for what I'm about to do, Ajuka says. Ajuka quickly clashed fists with Serzex. Even in his super devil form and using the Karahara formula, he wasn't able to completely negate the natural destruction that Serzex brings to her foes from even the slightest instance of contact with her. Serzex took advantage of Ajuka slowly flinching in pain and continued her onslaught with even more power. Ajuka slowly saw that his hand was burning with many blows that they were exchanging. Serzex was known for being the strongest devil in existence for a reason. She quickly reeled her fist back, filling her fist with destructive energy, concentrating the energy into a singular point on top of her fist. She was going to land a direct blow, which have been lethal for Ajuka, even in his super devil form. However, Ajuka was able to dodge the blow, manipulate his magic into sending himself back. Serzex quickly appeared right behind Ajuka, catching him off guard and began sending him in multitudes of blows that severely damaged Ajuka. Ajuka slowly began coughing up blood with both from the energy destruction burning to him and the sheer amount of force behind Serzex's punches. However, once Serzex was going to end the combo with a powerful sledgehammer blow, Ajuka was able to quickly manipulate his magic to force him into blowing himself back away from the deadly blow. There was little to no chance for him to win if they were in close quarter combat, but where he specialized over any devil was in long range combat. Backing away, Serzex quickly sent a barrage of magical balls of destruction, which was perfect for Ajuka. Beginning to use his brain, he began calculating for many ways for him to manipulate the balls of destruction to his favor. Maneuvering the balls around him, Ajuka was able to gradually force the balls into being combined with him, while Serzex, with a massive rage behind her, began manipulating her energy of destruction into a powerful beam. She sent the beam rocketing towards Ajuka, expecting the beam to connect and deal with him. However, Ajuka was far smarter than that. He was quickly his arms around to quickly reverse the trajectory of the beam into hitting Serzex while enhancing the beam's output and condensing the beam into being far deadlier than before. Moving his arms once more, sending a barrage of balls towards destruction at the woman. Ajuka was already taking the massive advantage of the battle. Once the smoke cleared, there stood Serzex with her hands up defending herself with not a single sign of fatigue nor any damage. Ajuka needed to think smarter than this, beginning to manipulate the energy around him, rushing back towards the four great Seraphs. Ajuka was be able to use the Kinkara's formula. Sorry for this, but I need this, Ajuka says. Flashback. Michael and Azazel, the brightest of the bunch of angels in the area currently, watched Ajuka and Serzex fighting with all they had. Ajuka isn't going to last long, Azazel says. I know, but he's our only hope. If he can at least bring Serzex into the being around our level, then we'll have a chance of surviving, Michael says. Brother, what do you want me to do? Gabriel says. Michael looked at her with a smile. He wanted to make sure that Gabriel wouldn't fear the situation they were in. Currently, none of the great Seraphs or any fallen would have been in the same plane of power that Serzex and Ajuka are in. We'll begin to form the largest spear that has ever been created besides Father's spear, Michael says. I agree. However, we'll be needing to use all the power, which will result in us completely being wide open to any attacks to the side, Raphael said. We must. This is the only way for to save our factions and our lives to make sure that our father's promise will be carried out, Michael slowly said. Raphael slowly agreed, knowing that Michael knew that what father was the best. Beside Lucifer himself, Azazel decided to take part of the whole operation. I'll try and contact the others from my department. I'll join you soon in forming the spear, Azazel said. They all nodded and speared their wings. Hovering in the air, Michael, Raphael, Uriel, and Gabriel began placing all their energy into an attack that they plan on creating. Over time, the spear began increasing the size, beginning to become more powerful enough to finally be able to damage the two super devils that were fighting. However, Ajuka soon quickly crashed into the ground with some blood being spilled onto the ground. He quickly muttered the words, sorry for this, but I need this. Ajuka, with the use of the Kinkara's formula, was able to divide the light spears that as angels and Azazel were creating into an equal spear. Taking one for himself, he began enhancing the size and power of the spear, while beginning to slowly shrink the spear. Using his brain, he began to slowly split the spear into 4 parts of his pure holy magic. Combining his super devil form, not his physical being, he was able to condense the magic to entirely coat himself. Looking at Serzex, who was running straight towards him, he quickly sent another barrage of magical attacks, but this attack was filled with holy magic. Each hit began hitting Serzex, forcing her to block the attacks. Well, there goes half of our efforts. Everyone, begin to place even more energy, Michael said. They all agreed with their older brother, the current leader of the Heaven faction. Flashback end. Ajuka continued sending beams. With the Kankara's formula, he was able to use the hands to throw the beams from afar while he closed the gap in between the two. Appearing in front of Sir Zex, who had already predicted this, she quickly sent a bone-shattering kick to Ajuka, which he was too slow to dodge. "Shit," Ajuka said. Both of them felt pain. Sir Zex felt a slight burning feeling when hitting Ajuka's head. She felt as if she touched a massive reserve of holy magic. "Damn it," Ajuka said. Ajuka was sent skidding across the ground until crashing onto another building. Stopping himself to see Sir Zex rushing at him, he quickly calmed himself and waited for the moment. Once Sir Zex came into reach with a powerful attack prepared, she began reeling her fist back with surrounding magic in her fist. Ajuka stood still, manipulating the destruction energy in her hand, forcing her to move to the right, allowing for him to slightly lean his head back to the right side and perfectly dodge the powerful fist coming at him. Sir Zex, being completely caught off guard, was soon met with a devastating kick to the face. Filled with magical energy enhanced by Ajuka to the utmost that he could ensure that he would be able to actually physically hit Sir Zex. Sir Zex widened her eyes when feeling the blows connecting with her body. Once following through the kick, Sir Zex was launched into the ground with such force that she created a massive indentation into the ground. The entire area shook, sending the unconscious bodies of all the weaker beings, Rias, Paraj, and their church duo, even further back in the dimension. Ajuka wasn't a joke. He was one of the most powerful super devils, only second to Sir Zex. Quickly, Ajuka needed to extend the damage that he had dealt onto Sir Zex. Manipulating the magic around him, Ajuka began concentrating the energy above his head. "Kankara's barrage," Ajuka says. The attack connected with Sir Zex, sending a massive explosion that blinded everyone in the area. The entire area that we're in were beginning to shake from the pure raw destruction that was happening. However, Ajuka wasn't finished just yet. He was going to make sure to use all of his power to defeat Sir Zex, to ensure that she doesn't destroy the biblical factions. Ajuka rushed into the destruction. "Do it, Ajuka!" Azazel said. Azazel screamed from afar while watching Ajuka was doing. Once reaching Sir Zex's location, who was on the ground in her true form, Ajuka finally decided to use the destruction that he had created. Using the magic that was released into the air by his attack, well as his magical reserves, Sir Zex slowly began to get up. Ajuka finally decided to use his ultimate attack. "Kankara's kamikaze!" Once the smoke cleared, Ajuka was seen standing with blood all over his body. He was slowly limping towards the edge of the crater that he had formed. However, he began sensing the presence of Sir Zex behind him. Turning towards the energy signature, his eyes widened when seeing Sir Zex standing with a massive shield of destruction. She tried her best to negate the damage inflicted upon them by the powerful attack, but she still sustained a massive amount of damage. Blood was coming out of her mouth. The power of destruction was far superior to that of Ajuka. In close-quarter combat situation, Ajuka was beginning to back up. "Shit," Ajuka said. Ajuka tried his best to force himself into entering his super devil form, but his magic reserves were far too limited until allowing him to enter that form. Ajuka slowly needed time to stall for time, placing his hands in front of him, prepared for the worst beating that he was going to receive. Sir Zex quickly decided to end the battle with a powerful onslaught of attacks. Screaming into the heavens, she quickly began powering up even further than before, surpassing the expectations of everyone. Ajuka was astonished by the might of Sir Zex. He didn't expect her to be even more powerful than during the Super Devil War. "Damn," Ajuka says. Ajuka finally began seeing Sir Zex as being surrounded by her magic of destruction. Her body was emitting this dark crimson color due to her killer intent, which she was beginning to release. Slowly, everyone was taken back by a massive power that Sir Zex was finally showing. The Queen of the Underworld wasn't playing around anymore, Sir Zex said. Zex started coughing. Even though Ajuka had basically lost the battle, he was still able to land a devastating blow onto Sir Zex that severely injured the woman. Sir Zex was known as the strongest devil for a reason. She was known for destruction, devastation, and fear when entering her super devil form. Ajuka was known for being the brilliant one, the strategic. Ajuka gulped with a slight bit of nervousness when seeing Sir Zex finally beginning to walk towards him. He never expected for her to be even more powerful than her devil Civil War self. "I have a feeling this is going to get brutal," Ajuka says. However, in that moment, being off guard, the immense power Ajuka finally saw that he never anticipated. "Kankara's shield," Ajuka said. Forming his shield as fast as he could, Ajuka's instincts were right because Sir Zex was already in front of him. His shield would be able to sustain a massive amount of damage before breaking, but how much would it be? Surzek continued punching the shield. Each punch began slowly cracking the shield. Ajuka, with all of his efforts and mights, began enhancing the shield to ensure that it would be far more resilient than before. However, Surzek began punching even faster, punching straight through the rejuvenation of the shield. Eventually, the great effort from Ajuka had failed to fight against the destructiveness that Surzek brought. Shatter! The shield shattered. Ajuka was forced into blocking whatever Surzek was going to bring. However, Surzek was able to land a devastating blow right before Ajuka could put his guard up. Taking advantage of the stunned Ajuka, Surzek began using most of her powerful attacks, reeling her arm back, using all of the destruction that she could. This was her rival that she was fighting, so taking him down would be the best idea. She appeared directly in front of Ajuka at speeds that he could barely comprehend. Taking her hand, having her purplish electricity, she glared at Ajuka before finally landing a clean blue straight on the same spot where she broke his jaw. Going straight through, following the punch, Surzek appeared straight behind Ajuka, while an unfortunate devil finally began falling to his knees in defeat. That was when the destruction finally occurred and blew away the area Ajuka within the sky. Ajuka had finally been defeated by the enraged berserk Surzek. However, Surzek began kneeling on the ground from the pain, finally beginning to process in her mind. Surzek started coughing again, coughing up blood. Slowly reverting back to her normal form, she was beginning to feel the pain of Ajuka's attack. However, her rage began controlling her once more and forced her into entering her true form. Ajuka may have lost the battle, but he sure as hell weakened Surzek by a massive amount. There was still hope in winning this thanks to Ajuka. And that is the end of Chapter 27, Creation vs. Destruction. Chapter 28, Everything's Failing. Azazel and Michael were stunned at what they saw. Ajuka was defeated even when he was serious against Surzek in a quicker time than they initially thought, but he had done more damage than they had thought as well. Ajuka's plan wasn't to defeat Surzek. He knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat the woman. He knew that Surzek's humanoid destruction form was nearly impossible to stop unless you were to overwhelm her embodiment form. That's why he was trying his best to fatigue Surzek as much as possible while stalling for time. For that, he was needed to use his Kakara formula, which would have been highly effective against Surzek if she would have used her magical power of destruction. But she used her physical might combined with her humanoid destruction form, which made her seem as if she was the embodiment of destruction. Michael and Azazel knew that Ajuka was trying to do, which was why they had to put all into their attack while they were planning on using. Ajuka knew that Michael and the other angels, combined with Azazel and his fallen angel comrades, would be able to do far better on the offense than he would be able to do to the natural physics of angels and fallen angels, having the advantage with their magic being far more effective against devils. "Everyone, is everything ready?" Michael says. Michael asked while beginning to grip a massive sphere, of which they created. Gabriel was the first to respond to her older brother. "Ready," Gabriel said. Raphael was worried that they didn't have enough power to handle the woman in front of them, but seeing this was their only option, he decided to agree upon the sphere and beg their deceased father to somehow save them. "Ready?" Raphael said. Uriel easily, seeing that it was the odd one of the serfs, quickly agreed with his brothers and sisters. "Ready," Uriel said. "Aim now. Shoot the beam while she's not paying attention," Azazel said. With all this might, Azazel grabbed the massive light spear of truth which they have created. They named the spear for some reason. Blame that for Gabriel. "This is the might of the angels," Azazel said. Azazel watched as Surzek began slowly coughing up some blood. Perfectly aligning himself, Azazel finally threw the football-sized light spear straight towards Surzek. They were expecting the best. Seeing as though the light spear wasn't showing any resistance, it was going straight towards the Devil Queen. Gabriel and Raphael began forming smaller light spears when comparing to it the light spear of truth and began throwing them towards the Devil Queen. Surzek watched towards her as a bright light began approaching her. Still being controlled by her rage, she quickly began lifting herself from the pain she was experiencing and began shifting her attention towards the spear that was approaching her at great speeds. Slowly, she began lifting her spear, while the ground began trembling once more. "Puny spear," Surzek says. Using her magic reserve, she begins slowly condensing a power of destruction, the amount that she wanted to use, into her hand, beginning to draw out the magic the had shed within different parts of her body into her hands, causing the small ball of destruction to begin shaking the ground, while changing the pressure in the area. The sheer destruction that awaited for whatever poor being that would come in contact with the ball would be brutal. Pointing the ball towards the light sphere, she quickly began smirking with even more killer intent, kind of like how Broly is. "Before creation, comes destruction. Sir Zex finishes. This small little ball of destruction that he had begun floating towards the massive light spear. Everyone became anxious. All the little weaker beings were already knocked out by the pressure being released by Sir Zex from the very beginning. Once the ball connected with the light spear, the ball easily increased in its size by 1,000-fold. The light sphere that all feathered angels put their energy into was beginning to be pushed back. Sir Zek's pure offensive power was beginning to destroy the might of heaven and the fallen angels. Slowly, the hope of winning was dwindling. "Everyone, push!" Michael said. Michael tried his best to maintain the force being applied to him from the shockwaves. However, Gabriel and Raphael stood by his side and began pushing with even more might. "This was my mess. I will take responsibility," Azazel says. Azazel raised his hands into the air, waiting for something to come into his hands. Slowly, something began rising from the debris on the ground. The artificial sacred gear Azazel had created beginning to finally reach Azazel. Being placed into his hands, Azazel immediately screamed, "Downfall Dragon, another armor!" Fafnir, "You and I are going to have a long and detailed chat after this if we live," Azazel says. Azazel, with a massive power boost, was easily able to push Michael and Gabriel. To ensure that the mess would cause would finally be able to rest, Sir Zex decided to push even more, forcing the ball to grow even larger than before, pushing everyone back. This was the power of Sir Zex, the power of the current Lucifer when going berserk because of her instability of power and mental strength. Slowly, their hope was dying. They began losing the might that they had. However, a new being had appeared. "I won't let you hurt my Sochan, even if I must hurt you, Sir Zex," Seraphal said. From the energy signal that she was able to sense, thanks to the barrier being broken, Seraphal was finally able to appear. Seeing the struggle between the two sides, she finally began helping the angels to deal with this mess. She knew that Sir Zex was going berserk from the odd behavior behind her actions. Sir Zex would never purposely destroy the angels, knowing that another faction would bring the devastation of the entire supernatural world. Seraphal quickly took note of the defeated Ajuka, who was being flung across the sky from shockwaves that were being created between the two sides. "Seraphal, hurry up, we need your help. Sir Zex has gone berserk. The details will be explained after surviving this," Azazel said. Without any further hesitation, Seraphal began injecting her demonic energy into a light sphere, using the magic into creating condensed ice that would be able to push the light spears towards Sir Zex. Now, the struggle was still in Sir Zex's favor, but the resistance between the two increased, allowing for the other side to last a little longer. "Am I too late to something?" Pyamine said. "Lord Azazel, we came as fast as we could after hearing your message," Barkil replied. Two other powerful presences appeared beside the group. Pyamine and a beautiful woman with long purple hair and breasts that made Seraphal envy her had finally appeared and saw the situation. Seeing the side Azazel was on, she immediately went beside the man and she trusted the most and started placing her utmost magical abilities into the attack the other six were doing. Barkil was already at the stage. With three powerful presences, they were able to finally create a balance between the two sides, stopping the movement of the struggle between the massive light sphere and the massive ball of destruction. "We need more power. Everyone, everything is on the line. No matter what we have done, this situation was inevitably going to happen between the three factions. We mustn't kill the woman, for she is the current Lucifer. But if the situation becomes grand, then we must do what we have to keep the equilibrium," Michael finishes. Michael spoke knowing that many of their doubts about the situation in front of them could be avoided if they were to leave the situation alone without interfering. However, Michael knew that the curiosity and the fear that they held for the power of this magnitude was inevitably going to bring them together to fight the woman. The doubt that the other leaders had was still there, but they had to agree that Michael spoke the truth. "So, fight like your life depends on it. We need to put all of our strength into this. We must protect our people," Michael finishes. Michael began putting in even beyond his limit. The rest of the angels, seeing his older brother putting it all into the battle, hearing that speech their brother gave, even if it wasn't that motivational, began placing all of their energy to follow what Michael had said. Over time, Falbum had appeared and began helping with the struggle. Nearly all of the faction leaders were placed them all into this, beginning to even push back the ball of destruction. "Damn it, Sir Zex, what the hell do you think Issei would say if he were to see this? What type of person do you want to be seeing Issei?" Graphia finished. Graphia finally appeared beside Seraphal and began using the magic that was bestowed upon her for being a Lucifage, beginning to use the same amount of power that Seraphal was using. This was the power of a Satan-class being. Graphia knew that even with all the beginnings on this side, they were short of one Satan-class being to actually begin to overpower Sir Zex. Seraphal smiled smiled once seeing Graphia. Being rivals in the underworld for being the second strongest female in the underworld, but both of them knew that they could smack talk after the entire commotion in front of them. Surzex obviously didn't want whatever Graphia Lucifer had to say to her. She began noticing that her ball of destruction completely stopped moving forward. Surzex saw this and continued blasting even more balls of destruction. The ball began expanding in size, beginning to destroy the ground beneath. There was no chance the faction leaders had against the power of Surzex held. Surzex was just built different. Damn it all, Falbium said. They all began losing to the ground surface, which they were standing on was beginning to disintegrate from the heat and pressure coming from Surzex's ball of destruction. No, Zosan, your big sister will make sure to save you, Seraphal said. Seraphal began freezing the surface around her, restrict her movement. She made sure that it wouldn't affect the others around her. However, the ice began melting from the heat. Come on, Surzex, wake up. Notice what you're doing. Damn it, Issei, we need you right now, Graphia said. Graphia was beginning to lose hope. The emotionless facade that was usually shows in public was beginning to fade away and began replacing with a facial expression of fear and worry. Hope was beginning to dwindle. They needed a Juka. They needed the father of the Paraj pieces in the underworld. Scene change. A man was seen and sensing all the commotion that was happening in the city. Filled with devils, the man was smiling when sensing the current Lucifer finally beginning to go berserk. The man had long silver hair running down his shoulder while wearing heavy armor to show his status amongst the people, having a small beard beginning to run down, known for the genocide that he had created during the Devil Civil War. That man was Rizavim. So, dear Lucy, so you finally decided to snap after the many years under pressure of being Lucifer, Rizavim said. The man smiled, once sending the many faction leaders trying their best to deal with the current Lucifer. Rizavim knew that if he joined the fight after the commotion was over, whether it be Surzex one or the faction leaders, he would be massacred in seconds due to the faction leaders potentially already have called for more backup. This is something to take note of. Was it the boy that caused her to go berserk? Was it the pressure alone? This is something that will be very important in the future to my utopia, Rizavim said. Rizavim decided to lift himself to his feet. Walking towards the door behind him, he was going to manipulate Lucifer and make sure that he, the current Beelzebub, was also the will to lose the fight. He was considered a physiological maniac, and he was proud of it. He was going to make sure to use his mother Lilith to continue his plan in destroying the world. Tell them, Elucid, to finally begin the experiment with the duplicate versions of many sacred gears that he has. And that is the end of chapter 28. Everything's failing. Chapter 29. The group was beginning to lose ground. They were all beginning to feel the pressure beginning to increase upon them, seeing the massive ball approaching them at a quick pace. However, someone had finally appeared, someone that they never thought would have appeared. The man was disappointed in seeing the massive struggle happening. Here I thought I had done my job, but I thought wrong, Ajuka said. Ajuka stood beside the group, shaking from pain that he was experiencing. Blood was dripping from all sides, while Ajuka continuously began pushing over even more power, using Kakara's formula into expanding upon the light spear they all created. Michael was shocked in seeing the super devil appearing, helping them, but he began smiling, seeing the only person that he could bring them hope finally appearing beside them. I knew that you weren't going out with just that battle. It's the reason why we call you a super devil. You're built different compared to the rest of us, Azazel says. Azazel was smirking when seeing the persistent devil preserving through the pain and wanting the best friend of Surzex in the factions. This was one of the true and only heroes of the devil faction, if not all of the factions. Seraphal was beginning to worry when seeing the other besties in such a critical condition. Ajuka, what the hell happened to you? Seraphal said. Ajuka simply looked at the woman and stated 3 words and gave the message to all those who had arrived after the fight. Creation versus destruction, Ajuka said. With those words, all of those in the area finally fell silent. Ajuka looked to the sea, were finally beginning to slowly the massive ball of destruction from approaching them. Ajuka was exhausted and destroyed. If it were to have been at its peak, then he could easily have destroyed this attack with relative ease. We need your utmost help, Lord Ajuka, Graphia says. Graphia placed to Ajuka, nodding his head, and began continuing to increase the power onto the light spear. Ajuka finally began placing in all of his own magic into the light spear. Finally, they stopped the ball. Surzex was beginning to push with all of her power, but Ajuka simply began using Kakara's formula to the uppermost and countered her energy output with his own. The ball began expanding with the light spear, but that had reached a specific point until, boom! The ball exploded, releasing the energy from both of the attacks. Everyone had to cover their eye from the sheer pressure and light being released from the explosion. Finally, the barrier that the leaders had been sustaining during the beam struggle and the massive fight between the two strongest super devils, once the smoke cleared, it was revealed the faction leaders. All of them were knocked out from the huge explosion. They were all able to shield themselves from the explosion. However, Suzex, who was on the other side, was seen laying down beside Issei. She was still conscious since her super devil state had taken most of the brute force of the explosion. Issei, I'm sorry for all that has happened, Suzex said, beginning to wrap rounds around the smaller boy. She was still quite a bit taller than Issei. She was able to entirely wrap her body around Issei. Maybe, finally, I could tell the truth to you after your entire revenge, Suzex says. Suzex smiled, not remembering anything beside her losing control, but she couldn't remember all that occurred while she was in her berserker state. She didn't know that she had done what she had done besides staring at a select group of individuals, slowly began to lower her head onto Issei's chest, and finally began snoozing. The blast had knocked her out of her super devil form that she was able to land beside Issei, who was still having Dreg healing his body and sustaining the blood lost. Time skip. The entire commotion had finally come to a conclusion. All the faction leaders, were fighting against the one and only Lucifer. However, after the faction leaders were all knocked out from the massive explosions, the reinforcements had finally arrived. What happened here? Griselda said. One of the most trusted women in the church had arrived to see all of the great seraphs and church duo knocked out into the ground, with the fallen angel leaders and devil faction leaders. The woman walked up to see what happened, seeing as though another faction leader, another devil, were across the current faction leaders that see once arriving. Before anything could happen, the White Dragon Emperor had arrived at the battle scene with pain surging through his body. Volley was the one-shotted by the current Red Dragon Emperor and was wanting to fight the devil once more, but Sire Org also arrived. Azazel, what the hell happened here? Volley said. Volley noticed his adopted father figure from the ground with some bruises. He was unconscious, which alerted Volley immediately to take the situation in front of him seriously. Griselda, being the holy woman that didn't know much about the archangels, were holding away from the church people. She was immediately taking this cursed word seriously. She instantly whipped her head towards the white dragon-haired boy and scolded him. Language, dragon boy, Griselda said. Volley retorted in an even more violent tone to the holy women. Quickly glaring at the women, Griselda raised her eyes in amusement, seeing the devil boy beginning to speak with her. Shut it, wannabe Gabriel, Volley said. Says the one holding on to his gut while trying his best to look tough, Griselda said. Shut it, woman. I'll still wreck you in this battle in this position, Volley said. Volley tried to move at a sudden pace, but he quickly bent over from the pain. Griselda chuckled when seeing the boy proving her point. It was adorable that the boy thought that he could defeat her in his current condition. She quickly went over to him and began petting his head, one of the most disrespectful ways of greeting a prideful dragon. Volley was trying his best to contain the rage and uncomfortable feeling that he was suppressing to make sure that he wouldn't get into a fight with any of them. I'm guessing that a battle occurred, Griselda said. No shit, Sherlock. What I want to know is where's the rumored rogue fallen catchphrase, Sire Org said. Once hearing the question and knowing the past of the answer, Volley began unconsciously saying the truth out loud that caught both the holy church woman and the second youngster in the underworld. The current Red Dragon Emperor had annihilated him with one of the old faction leaders, Volley said. Sire Org was shocked once hearing the news of not only the Satan-class being, but two Satan-class beings were taken out by the current Red Dragon Emperor. There was no way, even with his own balance breaker form, would he even be able to defeat the current Red Dragon Emperor if the statement were true. However, there was still something that Sire was confused about. Wait, how do you know about all of that? You just had arrived, Sire said. I was here way before watching everything happening, but some circumstances occurred and I was forcibly knocked far away and taking some severe damage. Volley spoke truthfully. Volley truthfully spoke, knowing that he was no match for anyone in the area at his injury that the current Red Dragon Emperor had gave him in a singular punch that had changed the weather. It appears that the weather must have changed again from a huge energy surge, potentially by a huge explosion. Sire Org, luckily, wasn't one to hold grudges on the others because of a race. He was usually just wanting to fight strong opponents. Walking towards his older cousin, who was laying on another boy that was severely damaged, Sire Org watched the two massive smirks on his face. These two look like a great couple, I could already tell. I have to take a picture of these two to give them to Helena, Sire Org said. Sire Org quickly was able to pull out a magic circle and take a picture of the two in front of him and sent the picture to Helena before finally able to lift the two. Griselda did the same people while Volley tried his best into lifting all of those from the fallen angel faction. Dragon Boy needs some help there, Griselda said. Griselda sincerely spoke, seeing the boy beginning to struggle lifting the 3 fallen angel on his back. The same back that was in pain. Volley, being the prideful devil and dragon that he was, turned towards the woman with a facial expression filled with anger and annoyance. Shut it, Volley said. Nope, Griselda replied. The woman quickly began helping the boy. Scene change. Elucid. How has the experiment been coming along? Rizavim said. After sensing the commotion being dealt with, Rizavim was containing all of the frustration of knowing that Sir Zex was even more powerful than before. Elucid was seen in his laboratory beginning to manipulate the many pieces of technology filled with magic that he had on display. He quickly looked at Rizavim. Seeing him brought a smile to his face, and quickly responded in a cheerful tone. Everything is going according to plan. It appeared as if I was able to make replicas of the Downfall Dragon Spear. It won't be much time before we are able to deal with Sir Zex in Ajuka, Elucid said. Rizavim was excited to hear that. He quickly responded in his cheerful tone. His plan of destroying the world in his name was coming together. Perfect. We might have some evil dragons replicas. It appears as if the current Red Dragon Emperor is a monster in strength, Rizavim said. Elucid was also thinking about what to do with the current Red Dragon Emperor. He could easily sense what was happening with Shalba and was disappointed knowing that Shalba had failed. He thought of that idea could work and quickly spoke. Just give one to Crom and have him. With support fight against Sir Zex, if we can take her away, then everything will come down easy, Elucid said. Rizavim, hearing the idea, finally decided to let loose at all the pent-up rage, beginning to express when he thought of Sir Zex about the plan that Elucid was giving, which Rizavim wasn't bad, but it wouldn't work because of Sir Zex and Ajuka. But it isn't that simple. Sir Zex is built different. I have seen her true strength on the battlefield once, and I have seen her massacre my people. She has the might of all the faction leaders combined, even Ajuka mixed in there as well. We must use brute strength with our numbers and even stand a chance against her. We aren't Shiva. We aren't dragon gods. We are just devils that are beneath that woman, Rizavim said. Rizavim finally decided to cool down. Keep trying. Leave Sir Zex and Ajuka to me. I'll deal with them. I want you, the only man I could trust to destroy the rest of the biblical factions, Rizavim finished. Elucid nodded, with a sadistic smile. Rizavim walked away, knowing that things were looking good for them. Everything was coming together. Orphis was just unaware of what she had triggered inside of Rizavim. She had triggered a new thought that would bring the doom to the world. And that is the end of Chapter 29. Chapter 30. After the entire commotion, the faction leaders were taken back to their main places by their subordinates, but that was enough time for Rias and her Parage to finally begin gaining their consciousness back. What the hell happened? Rias said. Rias was the first one to wake up. She began looking around to see that everyone was gone and they were back in the human world. Wait, where the hell is my sister and where the hell is Issei? Rias replied. Akane was beginning to wake up, beginning to raise herself to her feet before looking straight at Rias, who was perplexed on Issei's and Sir Zex's disappearance. Rias, where is Issei? Akane says. I don't know. He was here, but, Rias says. Rias was finally beginning to remember her sister releasing a massive pressure that immediately knocked out the significantly inferior to Sir Zex's own power. Wait, where's my sister? She released a massive amount of power before she knocked us out, Rias said. Rias began searching through the entire environment for Sir Zex and Issei until she received a message from her mother through communication circle. Rias, are you there? Velena says. Her mother's soothing tone spoke that caught Rias' attention immediately. Yes, what is it, mother? Rias says. I just wanted to tell you that Sir Zex and the boy, that are in the same area that you are both perfectly fine. They are being treated to the medication and will be fine, Velena says. Once hearing that, Rias was able to sigh in relief, knowing that her sister and Issei were perfectly fine. Also, I want you to send you this, Velena says. Velena sent an image through the nether magic circle that showed Issei being hugged by the knocked out Sir Zex. These two, I can already see it. It's like me and your father, brunette with crimson hair. It's just like the opposite gender being together. I can already see it, Velena says. Velena has been waiting for many years for someone to finally catch her eldest daughter's interest. Someone that could actually take care of her daughter. It just appears to be the same man that saved both her daughters. This was perfect. She didn't mind Sir Zex liking this man. However, Rias was shocked to see her sister hugging Issei like this. Rias has been waiting many years to finally something to make fun of her sister and embarrass her sister. And here it is. The same image that Velena had given Rias was the same image that Rias was going to tease her sister about. Seeing Issei and how he reacts to things, he was mostly likely not going to care much about this, and her sister was. Thanks, Mother, Rias says. Rias smirked deviously about the situation in front of her. Wasn't open house coming soon? Oh, Rias was going to take this to the extreme. Daughter, I already know you want to tease your big sister. Don't worry, I also will be open house, and we'll both do it, Felena says. Perfect, I'll remind my Paraj about this, Rias says. I'll show this to your father, Felena replies. Felena and Rias say, perfect. And the mother and daughter combo was going to make sure that Sir Zex was going to get embarrassed during the open house while making sure they became a couple. Time skip. Partner, wake up, Drake says. Issei was having a dream filled with not a single instance of school or homework. A dream that he was enjoying. He was eating some food while catching some random anime that he dreamt of. Crap, I forgot you're still in a coma state. Alicia, bring Issei into the mental mindscape, Drake says. Got it, Big Red. Issei was quickly dragged to the mindscape where he both saw Alicia and Drake. Alicia leaped towards Issei, dodging the woman due to her first instinct being to dodge. However, Alicia was prepared for such a thing and bounced straight towards Issei, which caught him off guard. Do you know how worried both of us were? Seeing this in their state, we couldn't contact you. No, we're in a stable state, Alicia said. Issei vividly remembered some of the parts when he entered the berserker form. He felt as if he was brutally killing Machine. Seeing the woman in front of him beginning to tear up, there was something about the supernatural woman and them being extremely emotional. Probably had to do with them sending one's entertainment after many centuries of them living. Issei sighed and began patting the woman on the head, something that he learned worked on the others when he used to watch a bunch of anime. Simply dismissing Alicia's concern, Issei walked towards Drake, who was eyeing the boy from afar. Issei Hyodo, the man who has done many impossible things during his lifetime, becoming an evil dragon, surviving the Juggernaut Drive, mutating the Juggernaut Drive form, and also making another form of the Juggernaut Drive from which is safer but still harmful. How many records must you smash? In that new form of yours, you're easily the strongest Red Dragon Emperor, but how many times must you make us worry about your injuries? You single-handedly are the Dragon Emperor with the most injuries and the most instances of being in the near life or death circumstances, Drake said. Issei could tell that Drake was concerned, angered, and even beginning to show some emotions for Issei. It was something that Issei wasn't expecting, since Drake would usually be either grumpy, angered, or sarcastic with him. Hearing this side of him, Issei could tell that Drake was a true tsunade. Drake sighed, knowing that from many hosts and many tales that he had heard, Issei wasn't going to listen to whatever advice he had. Partner, you and I both know that the injuries that I sustained currently were inevitable. It was either die or have no chance to survive in exchange for some permanent damage, Issei said. I know that you're right about that. However, what about the instances beforehand? What about the instances when fighting Sir Zex? Drake said. How do you want me to grow stronger when I can't even put myself into situations to adapt? Issei says. Drake looked at Issei and knew that he was mostly saying the truth. The injuries that Issei sustains in such battle that he is deadly, but they were injuries that the strongest beings would be concerned about their life, but Issei just effortlessly preserved through the pain and fought through his heart's content. Anyway, it's still great to have you, partner, Drake said. Issei began fading away once more to the real world. He looked at Drake, and he knew the time to see what had happened was finally here. Time skip. After opening his eyes, Issei was met with a bright light piercing straight through the window adjacent to him and impacting upon his eyes, forcing him to close them. Fluttering his eyes open, Issei slowly felt the breeze of someone breathing, while also feeling as if the same person was on top of him. Finally, getting his senses back, Issei could see Sir Zex, with many bandages around her body, sleeping on top of him. He didn't mind it, since the woman would frequently do this when they would be sleeping in her house, but seeing her injured was something that Issei didn't expect. She was easily the strongest person that he knew, even stronger than Drake at his best, and seeing her injured kind of worried Issei. Drake, why the hell is Sir Zex injured? What happened while I was knocked out? Issei said. Drake didn't respond. He wasn't sure if his partner was in the best state to be told the information about Sir Zex going berserk when seeing his critical state. Meanwhile, Issei was checking the environment around them. Seeing it as though they were on Sir Zex's bed, someone must have brought them here. Creak! The door gently began opening to reveal someone with gray hair entering the room. Gravy had entered the room in her maid dress, walking towards the two. She was shocked when seeing Issei finally awake. She bolted straight towards Issei and began checking if he was actually awake, beginning to touch his face, and she realized that Issei was actually alive and awake, with some injuries that were still visible on his body. You're actually alive, Grafia says. She screamed with happiness, shock, and sheer excitement in seeing the boy alive, beginning to hug the boy. Issei was shocked in seeing that the way the woman was acting around him. Grafia was beginning to slightly tear up. Issei didn't know that Grafia thought of Issei as a child that she told herself to take care of the moment he entered the Lucifer household. That was the reason why Grafia was so caring to Issei and showed more emotions than she usually does. I must tell the others, Grafia says. Grafia ran out of the room as quickly as she could, while Issei was left perplexed with everything that just happened. What the hell just happened? Also, why does my body feel so tired? Issei says. So, you finally realize that your body has still sustained injuries that are being treated by X. Also, I suggest not doing anything physically hard during this state because it might result in even more permanent damage to your body, Drake said. Makes sense, Drake. Tell me more about this Berserker form. It seems bizarre that this form is still weaker yet harmful to the Juggernaut drive, Issei says. Partner. All the sacred gears in the supernatural world can be mutated depending on the host's emotions and desire. Something that I have already told you before. However, the Parage pieces have somehow been able to mutate the boosted gear, which is why Ajuka was able to state that you had an important piece within you. The raw anger, the raw negative emotions, your evil dragon side, and the Parage pieces all began mutating the queen form of your illegally Triana transformation. This resulted in the Berserker form. That's cool. It appears as if the form will be able to last-ditch effort because of the harmful damage that is done to my body, Issei says. Drake huffed in agreement, with the form being too dangerous to just casually use. That was when Issei began feeling some shifts in the bed sheets to see X looking straight at him. She slowly began smiling while hugging him. It's great to see you awake, X says. She began hugging even tighter grip, which was beginning to cause some of the sensitive bones, and Issei currently had to begin feeling some massive amount of pain. It's great to see you as well, however. How did you even get these bruises? These don't look like little bruises either, Issei said. Issei began gently caressing the smaller bruises that X had, causing the woman to blush in embarrassment hearing that Issei cared enough for her to ask about her well-being, and was asking her about what happened. What Issei didn't know is that the entire week had passed since he entered the Berserker state, while X woke up later that incident. During the time, Issei was being taken care of by X. She was making sure that Issei wouldn't leave her sight, knowing the supernatural world would easily want to take away Issei for experimental purposes or just greed. During the time, X made sure that Issei wouldn't have to go to school for a month and made sure some excuse he was in critical condition and that she would teach him everything herself, which she no nay hell was doing. Well, you know, when you were on the ground nearly dead after fighting against Kokaville and Shalbal, I may have finally snapped, and it took all of the faction leaders to bring my common sense back, X says. She was putting it lightly about her situation. She didn't want to worry Issei about the fact that the job Lucifer was straining her mind with the massive pressure that it applied because of her fear of failing the people. That wasn't necessary because Issei immediately wrapped his arms around her, shocking her by the way he was acting. Usually he would just pat her on the head. Don't worry, I'm still alive and healthy, a simple bruise. And injuries isn't going to stop this evil dragon from fighting, Issei says. You know, you're careless and naive. However, it's what makes you so unique and charming at times. Come here, you overgrown baby. Hey, you're the child, Issei says. And he couldn't finish whatever he was going to say because X hugged him once more. The woman was clearly worried about his health and blaming herself for a condition. She was stressing that Issei would die, and she would have broken the promise that she told herself about protecting Issei. However, Issei was the one protecting her during this entire time that she stayed at X's home. This is what made Issei seem like the perfect man for X because he would be there for the woman. He'd be there to help the woman. He was there to support the woman with her decisions. And he would frequently do his own things for the best of both of them. Issei was just a man who was willing to help those he could trust, that being only a few people such as X and Grafia. Scene change. So, that was Issei Hyodo, the same man that has taken the heart of X. Is that what you're saying? Serval said. Yep, it's quite evident that X was having feelings for the boy. She would always hug him, caress him, and sometimes take advantage of his unconscious form, Grafia said. Serval was the only person that Grafia would usually speak with when wanting to deal with the problems that X would have. What better way of dealing with her childish antics than ask for another childish person? Serval looked at Grafia with her small magic wand in her hand, and she smirked and began twirling her hand around in the air, before pointing straight at Grafia. You did say that he defeated both Kokaville with his sacred gear and Shalba at his strongest, Serval said. Grafia nodded about the statement that Serval had said. That's good, because if Surzex were to show her likings towards Issei, more like love for him, then that alone would bring a bad view on her. It's reason why I, Ajuka, and Falbrim fear getting into a romantic instance with people because of the potential bad view the people would have on us. The moment that the people begin losing faith in us will result in another Devil Civil War. It would be perfect time for Rizavim to come back. Since Surzex and I are close friends, I'll help her out. We have enough evidence and enough reason to finally promote Issei Hyodo. Grafia smiled at once hearing that. Her king needed someone to help her during this time. She needed someone that could help her handle the pressure of being Lucifer. The person was easily Issei, and Issei needed someone that could show him happiness after the entire situation with his parents' death and the fear of women. These two were basically just helping each other in a perfect way. She could embarrass Surzex later, after she feels better, and she could begin embarrassing Issei into making sure that he would still feel some emotions after turning into an evil dragon. And that is the end of Chapter 30, Aftermath. Chapter 31. Issei, wear this, Surzex says. Surzex picked out a suit that Issei will be wearing when leaving the room. After a few droplets of phoenix tears, the both of them were able to heal the peak condition. Surzex was going to wear something simple, while Issei was going to wear something that was a little large for him. Sighing to himself and seeing that this was the only suit that he even had, because of Surzex magically making the other suits that he had disappear into nothingness, Issei quickly changed into the suit while walking out. Now that is style, Surzex said. Surzex appeared directly in front of Issei and began checking around to see if the suit was perfect for him. Issei was beginning to feel really uncomfortable with this woman. However, Surzex looked pleased and began dragging him out of the room towards the living room. Wait, slow down. I'm not going to fall, Issei said. Did you say faster? All right, here we go, Surzex said. Wait, don't go Issei got cut off. She began running even faster than before. Issei was flailing in the air, as if he was a kite, while Surzex was just looking like an eagerly excited child wanting to make sure that her kite was working. Here we go, Surzex said. She began running even faster, which caused for Issei to finally bring out his dragon wings to steer himself away from slamming into walls of the building. Surzex Lucifer, if you don't stop this right now, I will make sure you'll feel my wrath in Uno, and I'll make sure to knock you out this time, Issei says. Surzex turned around and stuck her tongue out at him while moving even faster. What this woman was trying to do? Make him throw up? Issei began using the boosted gear to ensure that he would be able to maneuver his way out of many things of paintings in the building. How? Surzex said. And Issei quickly began to rip his arm away from Surzex's hold and begin flying straight towards the living room himself, finally landing on the ground. Since he could run faster than he could fly, Issei began running as fast as he could. However, once he took a sneak peek behind him, he was met with Surzex catching up to him. Get back here, Issei! Surzex said, oh, hell no, Issei replied. Issei began boosting his way straight towards the living room while Surzex was right behind him. Time skip. I wonder what's taking them so long, Ajuka said. Ajuka was sitting down with some bruises visible on his face. Seraphal was sitting beside him. She was watching one of her favorite animes. Don't know, Seraphal said. That was in the living room, busted down with running Issei and Surzex, who's directly behind him. Someone save me. Someone rescue me from this woman, Issei said. Issei, wait for me. Let's play some devil kite, Surzex said. Issei began running around the couch that Seraphal and Ajuka were sitting on. Seraphal, being the woman that was known for being childish, leaped off the couch and began chasing Issei with Surzex, but she quickly swatted away by Surzex. This is a two-player game. Find your own person to play with, Surzex said. Seraphal pouted before looking towards Ajuka, who simply looked away in the other direction. Ajuka, you're going to play with me whether you like it or not, Seraphal said. I'm beginning to have this feeling of reeling my backhand and slapping the shit out of a woman. But I can't seem to figure out why, Ajuka said. Ajuka mockingly said, while Seraphal decided just to sit down and allow for Surzex and Issei to finish playing their game of tag. Time skip. Alright, since we finally have everyone's attention, we can finally begin what I wanted to say. Ajuka says. Ajuka spoke with a serious tone, which quickly made Surzex turn serious. She stopped hugging Issei, who was really questioning what was happening with Surzex. You see, during the time you were knocked out, Issei Hyodo, Surzex Lucifer lost control of her power and went berserk. Surzex sighed and knew that Issei would eventually know the truth. Issei was surprised with the revelation. He quickly looked at Surzex to be met with the woman shifting her attention away from potentially locking eyes with him. Instead of scolding her or giving her a scowl, Issei just pulled and patted the woman's head. He was going to make sure to embarrass the woman. She began blushing. Ajuka smiled when seeing the interaction between the two. This world would have been destroyed, some of the trust between the people and Serzex, but it turned out that since she was able to hold her own against, if not defeat, nearly all the biblical faction leaders alone, she was given even more respect for doing such a feat. And that we, the devil faction leaders, had her back and made sure that she wouldn't lose her position. Something that only the highest ranked gods would be able to do. Turns out the Devil Council personally likes powerful devils, and Serzex Lucifer is a prime example of a strong devil. Ejuka finished. Turned out that Serzex was supposed to be questioned about her position being Lucifer after that, but thanks to efforts of Ejuka, Seraphal, Graphia, and Falbrum, she was able to maintain her position. However, during the entire commotion between Serzex and the biblical faction leaders, she was given even more respect thanks to her showing her strength of withstanding and nearly defeating all of the other faction leaders. Issei looked at the woman with shock. He absolutely bewildered by the sheer thought of even comprehending the power that the woman held within. Not only that, but the current Red Dragon Emperor, or should I say your new nicknames, the Red Evil Dragon Emperor of this generation, had defeated one of the largest criminals in both the Fallen Angels faction and the Devil faction. You had also prevented the murder of 2 heiresses in the territory and prevented another large great war to break out, Ejuka finished. Ejuka was just listing the things that he was given report from both of the church duo, with the permission of Michael and Rias, who was in the battlefield during the time of Issei's battle between the 2 Satan foes. Having Serzex's recommendation, while either being part of her barrage as being one of the strongest pieces, when you're finally at peak, you would have naturally been given the permission of taking Devil Middle Class exam, Ejuka said. Hearing that, Issei was already becoming excited with the fact that he could be promoted to the next rank in the Devil system. Ejuka stopped speaking while looking at Issei smirking. He was expecting for a larger reaction from the boy, but seeing the smirk was just enough for Ejuka to be satisfied. Before Seraphal could speak, she quickly silenced by someone that decided to speak. The person was Serzex. She began speaking even further than many things that Issei had done during the time that he was a devil for the Devil faction, not including Juggernaut Drive, for instance. However, due to your amazing feat of defeating Kokaville with an artificial sacred gear and Shalba, at his best combined with absolute annihilation that you've caused on the high-class devils, one being the brink of upcoming an ultimate-class devil, this alone may bring another promotion, Serzex said. Seraphal pouted at Serzex, while the older woman stuck her tongue out at the black-haired woman. Seraphal looked shocked at the action that current Lucifer took against her, acting as if she was a child being denied the ability to have chocolate. However, she was quickly able to compose herself when seeing the serious face that Ejuka was giving her. Finally, with the recommendation of all the biblical faction leaders, you will be taking a special exam that would allow for you to be potentially given the ranking of even a high-class devil, Seraphal said. However, the exam that you'll take will be harder than most of the other exams. The expectations that you've given to others are far higher, Serzex says. Serzex finished. Both Serzex and Ejuka nodded before finally lowering their serious tones and gave it going back to whatever they were doing. Cool. When does this happen? Issei said. The test will occur in a few weeks, since we have to find an opponent that will be formidable for you and you'll be needing to take some exams, Ejuka said. With that, Issei was beginning to panic. Using his intelligence in the exam that he had never taken in his life was going to be rough. Serzex wrapped her arm around Issei and began whispering in his ears. Don't worry, I'll have you prepared for this exam. Think of it as a small reward for compensating for saving my sister, Serzex said. Hearing her wanting to help him, Issei began relaxing until Ejuka smirked at the two. Don't worry, I'll be the one giving the exam, Ejuka said. Nope, I would rather have Graphia and Serzex give me exam, Issei said. Serzex definitely won't be giving the exam to you. Easily could be biased. Graphia could give the exam, and here she comes, Ejuka said. Graphia walked into the room to see everyone already sitting down and discussing the plan of promoting Issei into the higher ranks in the devil world. Seeing Issei, she smiled and waved at him. Seeing Serzex, she smiled at the woman and waved at her, getting a wave back in response. Things were clearly calmer than before the commotion last week. Perfect timing, Graphia. I was just speaking about the written exam portion of the promotional test, Ejuka said. What will it be? Graphia replied. Since having some time with the intellect similar to myself would cause panic onto the poor boy, I may potentially give him a math stroke. Anyway, Serzex wouldn't be able to give the exam due to the potential biased results, but Graphia, you could actually give the exam, Ejuka said. Graphia smiled once hearing that. She was able to give an exam to Issei, something that she wouldn't mind. At least she wouldn't have to deal with the cleaning and Lucifer in her household, the household that she decided to stay in instead of the Gremory household, which was far broader than the Lucifer household, thanks to Issei. If it's either Serzex or Graphia, then I'm fine with it, Issei says. Good. Everything has been settled. I'll see you next time. Also, So, Issei, make sure that Sir Zex doesn't go berserk. It would have been nice if you were awake, then she wouldn't have gone berserk, Ajuka said. Ajuka stayed before disappearing behind a magic circle. The man wasn't that bad, just a little strict compared to the other Satans. Issei was guessing that Ajuka was the genius and one of them that would bring the serious attitude of the other Satans, while Sir Zex was just the unstoppable force. Seraphol was basically supporting Falbrum, he was also just there for support. So, who wants to play some hide and seek? Seraphol said. Sure, Issei, you're going to play as well, right? Sir Zex replied, sure. Better than whatever I could even do currently, Issei said. I'll also play, Greyfear replied. Seraphol, you're the one counting, Issei said. Wait, why? Seraphol replied. Because you're the one that brought up the idea of playing hide and seek, Sir Zex said. Seraphol was going to argue, but then they all began running out of the main living room. Seraphol was left crying and counting them that she created her own boredom. And that is the end of Chapter 31. Chapter 32. After the entire afternoon being spent on playing hide-and-seek with Greyfia and Seraphol, Sir Zex and Issei sat down on the bed that they were going to sleep in. Since it was beginning to approach midnight, Sir Zex had already received word from Michael and Azazel of making a meeting between the factions to deal with the entire mess. They needed peace, and Sir Zex easily agreed with the meeting them her two Trust Parade members, the ones that she could easily reach in contact, as well as her sisters and Sona's Parages. Michael would be bringing in the four great Seraphs and the church duo, while Azazel was going to be in the current White Dragon Emperor and all the subordinates that were present during the entire incident. Kala Warner, Millet, and Donoseek were all able to rejoin the Guard thanks to them being honest and preventing Rainier from escaping her demise that she deserved. After the entire meeting with the faction leaders, Sir Zex re-entered the room to see what Issei was watching Adventure Time on the massive TV Sir Zex had. Alright, I wanted to explain to you about the situation between the three factions. As you know, the situation with Kokaville and Shalba were drastic issues with the factions. We have all agreed that peace is mandatory among us all. We will be holding this peace meeting during our open house at your school, which means that I must have to attend your school that day. Sir Zex finished. Open House Day, the day where family members were able to observe their sons and daughters in school, the day that Issei usually don't mind since his parents would always embarrass him one way or another. However, now that he didn't have parents, this was going to be as difficult as Mother's Day and Father's Day. Issei was beginning to tear up thinking about his parents not being there because it had only been a month since he just lost them, a month of constant blame upon himself for losing them. Sir Zex knew that was going to happen and openly hugged the boy. Issei usually doesn't show emotions, but these instances were as hard for him. Finally, after many months of constant absorption of negative emotions to suppress his emotional side, Issei suddenly began sobbing into Sir Zex's chest. The pressure of constant blame that would be applied to himself to being the cause of his parents' death, the constant attempts in him holding into his emotions, the constant reminder of himself for getting revenge against Rainier, in the face of his lifeless mother, all had applied massive pressure onto the boy's mind. Like everyone, there is a moment where weight will be too much, and the boy will snap. Similarly to Sir Zex, Issei snapped, but unlike Sir Zex, Issei was just sobbing. Let it all out. I'm here for you, and I won't ever leave you alone, Sir Zex says. Sir Zex tightened her hug around Issei. That was actually the first time in person that she was seeing Issei finally breaking down. It pained her to severely see the happy and joyful boy from a month ago go through all that he had to go through and finally being breaking down in front of her. She began slowly tearing up. The damage that Rainier had done was going to last for eternity, even if Issei was going to make sure that Rainier was going to be mocked around the whole entire eternity for the supernatural world would exist. It wouldn't stop. The pain of his parents' death being caused by him not being for his parents and his inclusion to the supernatural world, drawing him the unneeded tension onto his parents. The two were left knowing that tomorrow was going to be a rough day for both of them. Slowly, Issei began closing his eyes. He was beginning to feel tired. Dreg was beginning to use his own magic through the boosted year to ensure that Issei would be going to sleep right now. Once Issei was asleep, Sir Zex lifted him upon his position onto the bed and began carrying him in the middle of the bed. Giving a quick peck on the forehead, she placed him down and covered him up on the blanket. She was going to do something over the night with Greyfia to ensure that tomorrow was going to be an easy day for them and the faction leaders. Sir Zex Lucifer, tomorrow, I suggest making sure that Issei doesn't feel left out during the open house event, Dreg says. Don't worry about that, Dreg. I was going to be there with him during the whole day, Sir Zex says. No, I mean speaking about making sure to embarrass him to ensure the same feeling that he would feel from his previous years would still be here this year. From digging through his memories, his parents would always make sure to embarrass him during the open house events. I want you to do the same thing because I sure as hell will be making sure that my partner feels embarrassed, Drake said. A creepy smile began curling on Zerzex's face while she tilted her head backwards. She began smirking, knowing a new plan to make sure that Issei would make her embarrassing her with the weird names from beforehand, with a more devious tone. Thanks, Drake. May the victor of one to make Issei embarrassed the most win. Serzex says, good luck, because you're going to need it, Drake says. With that, the night before, the pain was coming to an end. Time skip. I wake up and the first thing I see is a massive light glaring at me, Issei says to himself. Issei groggily opened his eyes to see the sun blazing the heavenly light upon his draconic eyes. His pupils begin shrinking from his sheer pressure of the light, forcing the boy into shutting his eyes, lids to ensure that he would be able to regain his senses. What the hell is up with the sun today? Why is it so much brighter today than any other day? Issei said. Moving his hands to the right, he was met with a nothing there. Issei soon realized that he wasn't in a dream world anymore, and that a soda can that he was dreaming of was finally gone, sighing with his disappointment being unimmeasurable, and his day was going to be ruined. Issei slowly lifted himself off the bed and began walking towards the door. Today's going to be a terrible day, Issei said. Remember, partner, always think positively instead of negatively, or else you're going to be looking like a depressed man walking around everywhere, Drake said. Come on, Drake. You know what today is, Issei says. Yes, I know what today is. It's a weekday. That means for school, Drake says. Issei groaned at Drake, answering, which earned him a growl from the ancient dragon. After getting ready for the day, Issei was going to be needed to go to school today. Zerzek was able to use her magic to ensure the excuse of him being in a critical condition during the time when he was recovering in his coma state was removed from the time being, and he would be able to go to school today. Walking into the kitchen to see Grafia sleeping on the couch, Issei decided to take a blanket that was on the ground and place the blanket around Grafia. He wasn't going to be an asshole to Grafia. The woman was basically always looking out for him. He was just returning the favor. The kitchen was basically empty. Beside the box of cereal that he brought from the store the other day, beginning to eat the cereal, making sure to put the cereal in the bowl before the milk. What type of monster would even put milk in before cereal? Issei was 100% ready for the day. Time skip. Oh, hell no, Issei said. Issei was met with Matsuda and Motohama both not being in class, which resulted in Issei having no one that he could speak with openly. Look, it's the leader of the disgusting trio of perverts, Kadase said. Hearing those words, Issei shifted his attention toward the woman. If he was the regular Issei, he would have simply dismissed it with pride. But his dragon and devil side were too prideful in just letting the insult go by. The woman glared at the boy with looks that could rival Medusa in scariness. However, Issei was unfazed by the woman. What do you want, pervert? Do you have a problem with me? Kadase said. You just can't keep your mouth shut, can you? Well, I guess it goes down in the family trend. Your mother couldn't keep her mouth shut, and look how many blowjobs that she gave all the entire neighborhoods, Issei said. At least I have people caring for me, unlike you, Kadase says. The chances of me caring are lower than the chances of someone dating you, Issei said. Shut it. I am far prettier than you, Kadase said. Then, why don't you have a boyfriend? Remind me again, Issei says. Who would want to date someone who speaks on woman? Moriyama finishes. The other side of the character had entered the conversation. Issei was liking the odds of the situation in front of him. He would never back down from a fight that also meant verbal battles. Oh, look at that. The side hoe has appeared. Can I ask you something? Issei said. Moriyama looked disgusted when hearing Issei wanting to ask her something, expecting for something perverted to come out of his mouth. She was met with something different. You know, those little sticks that you wave around in kendo class aren't as powerful as you think. Get into a fist-to-fist fight with someone and then see who's on the ground crying like a bitch, Issei said. Issei purposely stated to ensure that the woman would know that he hadn't forgotten the many times that they had given him a beating with the sticks. He was basically taunting them. Being part of the supernatural world had taught Issei one thing. If a woman is willing to fight, show no mercy or it might be your doom. Moriyama and Kadase sat beside each other in total silence. This was not the Issei that they knew from a month ago. There has been a massive change in his perspective of things and the way he stood up for himself. That was when all the parents began entering the room. Issei, knowing that no one was going to be there, simply sat down in his seat for a while and waited for class to begin. Tap. Turning around, he was met with Sir Zex smiling at him and Grafia beside her. The current Lucifer quickly leaped towards Issei and gave him a big hug, catching the attention of everyone around. The both of them had appeared for him. Not only that, but another woman was beside them. It seemed as if it was similarly built like Sir Zex, but different with color, hair, and far less intimidating. The boys in class began wilding out when seeing the school beauty from the past 2 years finally appearing again in their class, but they were shocked when the woman hugged Issei Hyoto. Maybe today wasn't going to be the worst day of his existence. And that is the end of Chapter 32. Chapter 33. After the entire time during class, Sir Zex was always right beside Issei, and knowing him to no extent. Even Drake wasn't going to this extent. Every time Issei would be called upon to answer a question, Sir Zex would begin pressuring him into answering it as quick as possible while taking a video of him. This was something that Issei found annoying, but the worst part would be when Sir Zex and her mother, Von Lena, would both be telling stories about Issei, mostly Sir Zex and then her mother adding on some random bullshit to make the story far more embarrassing than it originally was. I believe that the reason why Issei started. Did you all know that Issei once had asked me about the definition of what a good person is? Sir Zex says. Oh shit. Here we go again. Issei was beginning to feel annoyed to an extreme extent. This was far worse than whatever his parents would have put him through. This was going to be torture at this point. Finally, having enough of this, Issei closed his eyes and began resting his head on the ground. Grafia, who was beside both Valena and Sir Zex, was finally beginning to see that Issei was beginning tired of the annoyance that Sir Zex was bringing. She sighed and allowed for him to sleep. Time skip. Class was finally over, and Issei was seen walking through the hallway with Sir Zex. Many men and women wanted to speak with Sir Zex, Lucifer, but they saw that the perverted beast was walking beside the woman, and they turned around and walked the other way, especially with the rumors of Issei having enough with the shit that people having say to him. Speaking about the situation with Maruyama and Kadase. Issei, I'm sorry about that. Please forgive me for doing that. I'm still not good at these things you humans do, Sir Zex says. I already said I forgive you. It isn't like anyone is going to do anything about the stories that you've told them, especially when they were relatable with people, Issei says. Sir Zex wasn't convinced that Issei had fully forgiven her, seeing as though Issei didn't turn her sincerely and spoke about forgiving her. However, they were both interrupted with Valena appearing beside Issei. Hello, Issei Hyoto, the man that had come and saved my own daughter, Rias Grimmery, from the horrible commitment that were brought upon her. I wanted to apologize for the behalf of my daughter and the embarrassment that we brought upon you. However, it was just too good for the opportunity to get passed up. Valena smirked when saying the last statement, causing for Issei to sigh, but he didn't mind the reactions that the others in the room had. During the time when the others were hearing the stories that Sir Zex was telling them, they began seeing Issei as an actual person that wasn't completely filled with perverted and hideous intent. Something that Issei didn't mind to keep that trait, but personally didn't like others seeing him as just being that type of person. Issei was someone that was changing drastically because of the supernatural world. However, even Issei knew that it was going to take for the others to see him as one else. Getting back into the situation in front of him, Valena was still smirking in front of Issei. Also, I wanted to show you something, Valena says. Valena quickly pulled out a picture. Sir Zex. In the picture, Sir Zex, who was severely injured and unconscious, was hugging Issei, who was in critical condition, but both of them were hugging in a small crater. Sir Zex Lucifer, once seeing the picture, began blushing in a deep shade of red, beginning to fumble her words while beginning to cover Issei's eyes. Valena began laughing at Sir Zex's reaction. It was enough, just enough for him to confirm that her daughter had fallen for the boy. However, Issei was seen staring at the picture with a different intent. He was originally beginning to blush from seeing Sir Zex hugging him in the picture, but he began seeing the injuries that the woman had and focused on the potential circumstances that occurred during the time until he was blinded by Sir Zex's hands. Mother, Sir Zex says. So, you really do have interest in Issei, Valena says. Sir Zex begins blushing even deeper color red than before, until she finally passed out from embarrassment. Once landing on top of Issei, the boy sighed and decided to walk with the woman towards the main hallway. Valena was more satisfied. However, she was expecting for a larger reaction from Issei, but once she saw his eyes, she saw the look of the boy had. She needed to question this because the lost looks that Issei had in his eyes were something that even sent shivers down her spine. The deep and cold look that emanated from his eyes were bone-chilling. That was when Graphia finally appeared. She had been wandering around the school for her own entertainment. Time skip. After meeting with Zectus, Gremory, and Seraphol, they all decided to separate. Zectus and Valena decided to follow Rias to her place, while Graphia, Seraphol, and Serzex and Issei decided to go back to their place. Sitting down in front of the main living room table, they began playing Monopoly. "You are all about to get destroyed," Seraphol said. "Keep dreaming, Seraphol, because I will be the victor," Graphia said. "The same thing you said before losing against me before the title Leviathan," Seraphol said. "I have only been getting stronger over the years, while you've been getting weaker over the years. Want to test that theory out?" Graphia said. Both women were now butting heads with each other, until they finally began to show their true auras. Seraphol Leviathan and Graphia Lucifer, two women that were rivals from the very start, were going to fight once more, until Serzex simply grabbed both their heads and slammed them both together, causing massive pain to surge through their bodies. "Enough fighting," Serzex says. "Get out of this, you hag," Graphia said. "Who are you calling a hag? You literally are the one with old hair," Serzex said. "And you're the one that went on a rampage when seeing your little boyfriend being injured," Seraphol said. Issei was just speaking with Drag, and this caused him to ignore that comment that Seraphol stated, but that didn't go by Serzex's head. "Yet you are basically the easiest Satan to replace. Speaking about my love interest, at least I don't have feelings for my own sister, disgusting whore," Serzex says. "For your own information, I don't have feelings for my sister," Seraphol said. "And not what in the public says. Also, you basically have no one that even has feelings for you," Graphia says. "That's not true," Seraphol replied. Serzex and Graphia both looked at Seraphol with a special look, and Seraphol was left silent. Graphia and Serzex looked at each other while getting into their special poses until snoring could be heard, and Issei was already asleep. "Issei, you can't just sleep yet," Serzex says. Before she could leap onto the boy, Graphia was able to grab onto the woman and slammed her onto the ground. "Let the boy sleep. He needs energy for what's to come next," Graphia said. Serzex grumpily complied before snuggling beside the boy. Time for her to cuddle and watching random cartoons on the internet for advice, making Issei realize her feelings for him. Graphia and Seraphol decided to sleep as well. They still had some time before the massive meeting. And that is the end of chapter 33. Chapter 34. "Now we shall begin the meeting," Michael says. Michael was seen on the other side of the Great Seraph right behind him. Serzex had Issei and Graphia beside her. While the leaders were greeting each other with warmth of welcoming each other, Issei was beginning to wander around the classroom. Yes, they decided to place the meeting inside of the largest classroom inside of the school that Issei, Rias, and her barrage went to. Looking around, that was when Issei caught the eye of Volley just staring straight at him. The boy was staring directly at Issei, interested in seeing how powerful Issei was without the berserker armor. Volley knew that Issei was the Red Dragon Emperor from him asking about the identity of the current Dragon Emperor from Azazel. Once knowing, Volley needed to know how powerful his rival was. His berserker armor was too much for his balance breaker, potentially even too much for a specific version of Juggernaut Drive, the non-mutated version. "Partner, that boy, he somehow had a draconic essence coming from him. Be on guard. He seems to be on the level of your power," Drake says. "Don't worry, Drake. He wouldn't be a fool to attack me in front of the faction leaders. And if he is, rip and tear until it's done," Issei says. Walking towards the white-haired man, who was leaning against the wall, Issei stood in front of the boy. Azazel and Serzex took note of the two coming closer to each other, expecting for something bad to occur. Everything bad happens when the two Dragon Emperors are left alone to deal with their situations. And now that the both were talking and speaking with each other, Serzex and Azazel nodded before walking towards the two. "So, you're the Red Dragon Emperor. My name is Volley, and I'm your destined rival, the White Dragon Emperor," Volley says, arrogantly speaking. While closing his eyes, Issei was slightly annoyed with the way Volley spoke. "You must be confident in telling the truth of your existence being my destined rival," Issei said. Volley chuckled when hearing Issei's response. However, once he opened his eyes to see Issei, he was met with a bone-chilling glare that sent shivers down the white-haired boy's spine. There was no signs of emotions in his eyes. The intimidating glare that Issei was showing, combined with the immaculate aura, the aura that would always be in effect when Issei's anger would increase, was beginning to cause Volley to slightly regret meeting Issei this soon. Azazel had warned him that the current Red Dragon Emperor was a monster. He may have been telling the truth. "What can I say? I just love a good battle, even if I have to place myself at a disadvantage. Honestly, if I have to be my true self, you don't look like much," Volley said. The ground began slightly shaking from the pressure that Issei was releasing. Issei didn't show any visible reaction to what Volley had said until he spoke once more. Yet I was able to defeat you in a single blow, Issei says. That was, and you being alive is also called lucky, Issei says. Volley and Issei both staring at each other with a fierce glare, Volley being intimidated by the reaction that Issei gave when being insulted, while Issei was just bothered by the way that Volley spoke with him. Both boys, Volley slightly being older and taller than Issei, was able to slightly shift his head downwards to see Issei, giving him a mocking grin. He was instantly met with the fist being directly in front of his face. At that sudden moment, Volley slightly backed up to the sheer speed that Issei showed him. That's enough, Issei, Serzex said. Serzex had intervened by grabbing Issei's shoulder. Azazel had also appeared while dragging Volley away from Issei. Turning around, Issei walked alongside Serzex towards the main table where the meeting was happening. So, this is the red dragoner that saved us all from war, Michael said. Michael shifted his attention from speaking with Seraphal to Issei, causing for Seraphal to instantly speak with Gabriel with malicious intent. It was mostly because of her jealous of Gabriel being far more mature in her and the assets. The Archangel smiled when seeing Issei, who was just confused by the way the man was smiling at him. Usually, people of the supernatural world would be smiling with intent to kill him. Speaking about Kokaville, Shalva, Rainier, and even some of the strays with Rogue Fallen, Issei was feeling not a single bit of malicious intent from the Archangel. Yeah, I'm the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei says. Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, and Raphael all walked in front of him and bowed in respect to the young boy. Being shocked in seeing the Archangels bowing to him, Issei was quite surprised seeing that the Archangels were this respectful. We wanted to properly thank you for saving not just the church, but the heaven from the faction from a war with the devils and fallen angels. We don't think that we would have survived. Wanted to thank you for saving that. For that, you have our utmost gratitude, Michael says. Issei, not knowing what to say, nodded with recognition and walked towards Serzex and Grafia. This was really awkward for him. Rias and Sona with her pride had appeared just in a brink of a time before the meeting was actually going to start. First, I want to humbly apologize for many horrid things that Rainier had made you go through. I know that my words won't have a meaning and you still will spite most of the Fallens for what they have done to you, but I still wanted to apologize for one of my subordinates going rogue and destroying your family. For that, I have failed the Fallen Angel faction. I have failed the supernatural world. I have failed the dragons. Most importantly, I have failed you. To at least try and compensate for whatever Rainier has done, I will make sure to help you in your torturous journey in becoming the most powerful dragon emperor, Azazel says. Azazel sighed once seeing the emotional stare that Issei was giving him. Expecting for those words to do nothing, Issei quickly responded in a respectful tone. Issei was known for being many things. Not the brightest in the shed, not being the most well-known person, but he wasn't an absolute idiot. Azazel, let's be honest, not every leader can control all their people. Time and time again, all races have shown this trait. I can't blame all the fallen angels for the action of just 2 fallen angels, Issei said. Azazel smirked once hearing those words. He looked back into Issei's eyes and knew that the Red Dragon Emperor was just hiding his true emotions within that fat cave that he was currently putting up. Azazel quickly looked straight at everyone in the room. Azazel decided to quickly get into things. Let's skip all the introductions and go into the main juices of the meeting. Peace. We all need to be serious with ourselves with this meeting. We need peace in order to survive, Azazel says. Azazel immediately caught everyone's attention with the way he immediately went into speaking about the reason for the meeting. Everyone respectfully took their seats, watching as it threw Azazel around for any disagreements with his claim. I also agree. We can't just keep living in the state of war with each other. We must come at peace and then we will all prosper, Shrzek says. I agree as well. Even if the fallen angels and devils may have nearly caused us into our worth ourselves, we, the Heaven faction, agree, Michael said. That statement that Michael had said immediately sparked Azazel to retort whatever Michael said about the fallen angels. Azazel wasn't paying attention to most of what Michael was saying in case of playfully spiting him. Okay, Kokaville was a rogue. He chose to go rogue and do whatever he wanted. He wasn't part of my faction the moment he wanted war, Azazel said. Shalva is part of the old Satan faction, an entirely different faction that normal devils are from. Serzex says. Michael began chuckling at how defensive the two became. Looking at their reactions, both giving him a slight annoyed facial expression, Michael finally stopped his fun by apologizing. I know he wasn't a part of your entire system. I just wanted to have some fun, Michael said. Not cool. Anyway, let's ask the other 2 juggernauts in the room, White Dragon Emperor. What do you think? Volley solid while thinking of a response before finally looking at Azazel. Hurry up, you little brat, Pammin said. Sighing with frustration, Volley began speaking. If I can at least fight against powerful beings, then I wouldn't mind peace, Volley said. Good, because you really don't need a war for powerful beings to fight. Now, what about you, Red Dragon Emperor? Peace. If I can have less problems walking around in public and less of a chance of important people dying on me, then peace it is. Issei says, alright, it's settled, Azazel replied. Right before Azazel could finish whatever he was going to say, he's blasted straight through the walls by someone from the window. Turning around, Issei could see two people. Would you look at that, to think the new Satan's making peace with the other factions. Truly disgusting, Rias said. However, her appearance was easily overshadowed by another being, a massive dragon that was directly at Issei. Had appeared beside the woman. He was an evil dragon, one of the berserker dragons, one of the pure sadistic intent. Finally found you, Grendel said. Issei, for some reason, was beginning to feel this urge of killing this dragon in front of him. In an instant, Issei entered into his balance breaker form. Welch Dragon, Balance Breaker! The two stared at each other with pure intent to fight. It appears as if the peace meeting was beginning to get infiltrated. However, another thing that was apparent, most of the weaker beings in the room were frozen in time. Gasper. He must have been pressured and terrified into acting in such a way. I need to save him, Rias says. Another problem had appeared in front of the leaders again. And that is the end of Chapter 34. Chapter 35. Without a warning, Issei rushed towards the evil dragon. Boost! With his fist outward, aiming to land a singular blow on the throat of the evil dragon. A feisty one. Now this is what I'm talking about, Grendel says. Without any mercy, Grendel slammed his hand straight into Issei, destroying the balance breaker armor and severely injuring Issei. Right before Grendel could land another blow, Volley rushed into battle. Aiming to launch the dragon, Volley easily swatted away by the massive tail that Grendel had. Out of the way, White Dragon Emperor. You're nothing but child's play in that form, Grendel said, shifting his attention back to Issei. He saw that the boy was gone. Boost! Times 10. Appearing behind the massive dragon, Issei was going for a powerful overhead blow, but his instincts alerted him into backing up. Slice! Issei narrowly dodged as a powerful slash from the claws that evil dragon had. This was going to be a rough battle because Issei in his balance breaker state, Grendel was just mocking him. Let's increase the power output, Grendel said. Grendel began moving at faster speeds than before, landing a series of blows onto Issei's body, destroying the armor that he recovered once more. Issei was shot, rocketing his face into the forest of the area of the school campus. Boost! Times 10. Chaotic Night. Shifting into his night form, Issei instantly rushed straight towards Grendel, both fists aimed for each other and finally colliding, sending shockwaves to be produced in all areas around. However, once colliding with Dragon's fist, Issei's arm was beginning to shake from the sheer pressure and strength that the dragon held within him. Oh, come on, is that all you have? Grendel said. Juggernaut, Rook. Shifting into his rook form, Issei reeled his arm back and went for a powerful punch. Hopefully, it would be able to clash with the dragon's fist. However, Grendel immediately took advantage of the slower speeds and appeared right behind Issei. Perfectly. Grendel slammed his foot forward and nearly destroyed Issei's back, coughing out blood from a direct blow. Looking surprised at the speed of the dragon, Issei was shot rocketing straight into the many trees in the forest. Interesting. My expectations may have been a little bit too high for you, Grendel said. Scene change. What the hell is that dragon doing here? Sir Zex said. Sir Zex was prepared to annihilate the dragon for not just interrupting the peace meeting, but also severely damaging Issei. But before she could rush into battle, she felt something grabbing her shoulder. As much as I agree with you, having you go on a rampage is something that I must prevent. We all must believe in Issei in this one. Help out Rias while I'll intervene if Issei is in severe danger, Grafia says. Grafia knew that the danger of having Sir Zex running around annihilating the land. Sir Zex knew how dangerous of a person she was, when angered, sighing, and walking straight towards Rias to help her sister out. Damn those fucking bastards, they ruined my fucking plan, Sir Zex says. Sir Zex began grabbing the table that she finally got up from, shattering the table into smithereens. Sir Zex's anger was beginning to overload. They ruined her plan for the perfect day. Her burning fury was held back by a serious facade, but people could easily see the aura that she was emitting beginning to grow with more pressure, beginning to release the longer that Sir Zex was angered. However, that was outside. Everyone was distracted by a massive explosion that occurred outside. Scene change. Volley had finally had enough and powered up to his strongest point in his balance breaker form. form. Looking straight at Issei, who was still standing after the entire beating he was receiving, "I must say, he's doing far better than I was," Volley said, running straight at Grendel, appearing behind the beast and slamming him into the ground. Katslia was already dealing with Seraphol, but she decided to escape her destined battle into helping the evil dragon. "Let's see if you can handle me at my strongest," Volley says. Boom! Grendel instantly slammed his fist straight into Volley's armor. "What? Did you expect for a quick victory?" Grendel said. Grendel, before Volley could react, wrapped his tail around Volley's neck, beginning to punch him around like a ping pong ball. Grendel knew that if he could weaken Volley before he could even divide his strength, he could easily annihilate the balance breaker form of the current White Dragon Emperor and destroy his pride. "Shit," Volley said. Volley grabbed the tail of the being, using his magic, and said, "Divide!" Volley was able to severely weaken during that moment, grabbing the head of the dragon and slamming his knee into the knee of the beast's force's head, forcing the evil dragon, letting him go. Volley quickly began pummeling the dragon. "Partner, what do you want to do about Grendel?" Volley said. "I don't know much about the evil dragon. Drake was the one that fought him during the war, but I have heard rumors of Grendel being nearly impossible to kill," Albion said. "Impossible my ass," Volley replied. Volley threw Grendel into the air and began charging a powerful beam in his hand, beginning to transfer all of the energy into his mouth. Combining his devil magic and sacred gear magic, Volley was going to end the battle as quickly as he could, making sure that he would be able to end the battle right before losing his devil magic. "Heavenly disintegration," Volley said. Once Volley opened his hand, Volley let loose a massive beam of absolute supremacy, beginning to engulf the huge dragon. Grendel only smiled when seeing the beam engulfing him. A massive explosion occurred, sending the many trees around the area flying around in the air. Volley was forced into dropping out of his balance breaker form. He was still using his devil magic and trying to keep his stability. However, once he lost that devil magic, he was forced into his base form. While beginning to feel some exhaustion, the battle was finally over, turning around to see Issei on the ground with many bruises around his body. "That was exhausting," Volley said. "Rumble!" Volley widened his eyes, hearing the rumble of the rocks behind him. Turning around, Volley saw Grendel, standing with a sadistic smirk on his face. "I was lucky to come prepared to this battle. Elucid knew that you would be a problem, which is why he gave me a few droplets of phoenix tears as well as injecting a few serums to make sure that I would be able to withstand your blows," Grendel said. "Wait, what? You cheating bastard," Volley said. "I'm just using my resources," Grendel replied. Grendel appeared in front of Volley. Grendel began pummeling Volley into the ground, absolutely showing no mercy in breaking the many bones in Volley's upper body. Instantaneously, Grendel began Volley's body with his magic. Volley's screams were heard. Azazel tried his best to reach Volley, but the sheer amount of opponents that he had to deal with was dragging him down. "Volley!" Azazel said. "Yes, let me hear those screams. Keep screaming," Grendel said. Grendel finally ended off the combo by flying into the sky. "Albion, how is he even alive?" Volley said. "No, this shouldn't even be happening. With that blow you gave to him, he was supposed to be dead. He isn't even supposed to be alive right now. Those damn tears saved him," Albion said. Volley and Albion were furious with the revelation, but only was able to express themselves. "Here comes Johnny," Grendel said. Volley let out a scream of pure agony while many of the bones in his ribs finally shattered into pieces. Grendel was enjoying this, lifting Volley with his right hand, lifting him into his eyes. "Love the attempt, but it wasn't enough," Grendel said, reeling his fist back and finally ending the battle. "Cheating is only just way of another battle." Volley was shot straight through the entire forest, slamming into the ground and cutting through a decent portion of half the surface. Volley Lucifer's arrogance combined with Grendel not giving a fuck about cheating or not having brought to his defeat. One Dragon Emperor down, one more standing. "Sorry, kid, but my aim is to kill the Red Dragon Emperor," Grendel said. Grendel slowly shifted his attention towards Issei and began approaching him. "Nothing personal, kid. But be honored that I don't want to hear your screams. The screams of breaking each one of your bones," Grendel said, reeling his fist back, aiming to land another powerful blow. However, an uneasy feeling began engulfing Grendel when seeing Issei just standing in the same spot with a small aura of darkness around him. Grendel didn't feel as if the next blow will finish the fight, but he followed through with the attack. "Issei!" Grafia said. Grafia rushed straight towards Issei's location, but it was too late. The fist was directly in front of Issei. Sighing to himself while being disappointed, Grendel expected for the battle to be finally over. Thud! Did you slow down? Issei said. Issei had grabbed the fist with his juggernaut rook form. You thought that I would be defeated with such simple blows? Issei said. Issei exploded with energy. Pure malicious energy that was beginning to send shivers down everyone's spine. I was just using you as fuel, Issei said. He lost their pupils. His hair began glowing a dark black color. Black electricity began swirling around Issei. He had no other way of dealing with this evil dragon. Then using all of his strength. Boost! Times 30. Let the games begin, Issei said. And that is the end of chapter 35. Chapter 36. I must say, this is an interesting development, Grendel says. Grendel reeled his fist back, colliding with Issei's fist. The battle had begun once more. An explosion occurred. Grendel was sent flying back. It turned out Issei transformed into his chaotic form, which resulted in him dodging Grendel's blows and countering him with his most powerful punch. Oh, come on, Grendel says. Grendel quickly blocked another punch from Issei, blocking the continuous barrage of blows that Issei was giving him. Each hit that was blocked, the more power that he exerted. Grendel was able to intentionally allow for Issei to punch him in the gut, allowing him to get closer look at Issei. Reaching out and attempting to grab him, Issei easily boosted his way out of the potential trap. However, Grendel was a step ahead of Issei. Kneeling down, Grendel quickly landed a powerful drop kick onto Issei, sending him flying into the air at a rapid pace. Come on, this is finally beginning to... Grendel got cut off. Issei instantly got a grip of himself in the air and directly rushed towards Grendel, forming a small after-image of a dragon in his right hand. He was able to quickly appear right in front of Grendel. Boost! Times 4. Right when Grendel was going to counter with his fist, Issei instantly flipped over, which he perfectly dodged Grendel's attack before finally landing his own blow. Landing the blow directly dead center of Grendel's body, forcing Grendel to lose his breath for an instant. Issei quickly followed through with a powerful overhead kick, sending the dragon flying into the ground. Issei began transferring his energy into his mouth. Maximum transfer. Right before Grendel could compose himself, he was met with a powerful beam of pure heat beginning to impact him. Issei was sending all into his attack, sending in barrage of flames with his own draconic flames. Partner, put your all into this. Grendel is known for being nearly unkillable. I don't know how he survived the battle with me many years ago, Dreg said. Explosion! Issei was already placing all of his into his beam. Once the explosion that he caused finally calmed down, Issei was seen floating in the front of another crater. Grendel was seen with many scratches evident across his body. However, the old ancient dragon immediately looked at Issei with a sinister grin. Flying straight at Issei, while he wasn't paying attention, Grendel quickly grabbed his face. How much do you love kissing the ground? Grendel says. Issei muffled his response, but that didn't matter much because Grendel slammed his face against the ground, beginning to drag him across the ground at speeds even faster than before. Grendel was holding back a severe amount of power. Issei lost the boost that he built up, losing the resistance that he could have potentially put up against the being dragged across the ground. Speaking about flames, how about I show you mine, Grendel says. Before Issei could try and defend himself, he was met with Grendel throwing himself into the air and beginning to blow flames straight towards Issei. Beginning to burn Issei's body, Grendel was beginning to be satisfied in hearing Issei's screams of agony. Gravy was rushing towards Issei's location, but she was once more too late because even the numerous terrorists in the area. Once the flames died out, Issei was seen dropping onto the ground with many burn marks. Since you've lost, I'll show you the failure you've brought upon yourself, Grendel says. Grendel kneeled down in front of Issei. I'll make sure you watch each and every one that you care about die in front of you, each one screaming for help. Just imagine their beautiful screams. It would be harmony for my ears. Grendel finally began showing his true colors, giving Issei a sick grin, showing Issei the true colors of an evil dragon that Grendel was. That woman you're close to, that red-haired woman, she will be the woman that I'll kill in front of you first, Grendel says. Quickly, Issei began losing his consciousness again and his will. He wanted to kill this son of a bitch, but he was too exhausted and damaged to deal with it. Come on, where's that smile now? Grendel said. Grendel was laughing like a maniac. Right before he could destroy Issei's spine, Grafia came into the rescue. Scene change. Seraphal Leviathan, the false Satan, I will make sure to kill you by the end of today, Cattleya said. Be prepared for the massacre I'm about to bring upon you, Seraphal replied. Don't make things you can't promise, Castriel said. The two have been fighting for a while. Catrell and Seraphol both have some bruises. Catrell was easily far more injured than Seraphol. However, before the two could even fight, someone decided to appear. I should be saying the same to you. The day was ruined. I had plans with Issei, wanting to visit the movie theater, wanting to watch the best cartoons from humans, and even sleeping together. However, you all just decided to ruin my plan. Now Issei is most likely going to be injured after this entire conflict, and I'll have to wait, Zerzek says. Zerzek's aura of destruction was beginning to incinerate the ground. I told you, once during the Devil Civil War, I was going to show you no mercy if you ever come across me again. Zerzek quickly lifted her hand in the air in an instant. Katsuya was enclosed within a small spear of destruction, beginning to destroy her. Zerzek watched as Katsuya hopelessly screamed for mercy. Looks like the descendant died to the false. Must really hurt your pride to know the truth, Zerzek said. And the woman was finally killed. Rias and Akeno both had rescued Gasper. This was a set in the right direction to secure victory. Seraphol, as your queen, I order you to get back with the others while I annihilate these other fools, Zerzek says. Seraphol immediately nodded, knowing to not get on her queen's bad side. Scene change. Issei, wake up, Grafia says. Grafia was lightly slapping Issei's face to wake him up from the state that he was in. She was able to stop Grendel from entirely annihilating Issei's body, but he was in critical condition. Oh, turns out that man in the story is the damsel in distress, Grendel says. Grendel landed in front of Grafia, destroying the ground around, shattering the surface below. Grafia was face to face with the evil dragon. Damn you all! Just when I thought that things would be looking good for my boy, you had to come and completely destroy it, Grafia said. Grafia began expelling out her magic, shaking the entire ground. Looks like it's just you and me. I already annihilated your entire army, Grafia says. Wouldn't say army, more like toys for experiencing with, Grendel said. In an instant, the atmosphere began freezing. Grafia had already sent a barrage of ice magic straight towards Grendel. Seeing her sheer speed and power of the Lucifer, Grendel was caught off guard and frozen on the spot. However, using his heat, he began melting the ice, but Grafia knew that he would have done that. Appearing directly on top of him, Grafia reeled back her fist, engulfing her right fist with her magic, and slammed it directly on top of Grendel. Hearing a slightly crack, she sighed, knowing that the battle was finally over. Turning around, she walked towards Issei's body. Well, at least this time your body's damage is actually fixable. Come on, let's go home already. Kneeling down, caressing the boy's cheek as if she was a mother, Grafia carefully lifted Issei. Oh, come on. Is that all you have? Grendel said, with a weird tone. Instantly turning around, Grafia was shown with a horrid sight. Grendel's head was cracked, making his head bent horizontally. He was speaking with such a sinister tone, sending shivers down the woman's spine. Grafia knew that she would be needing to use more power than that to just deal with this dragon. Looks like I'll have to get my hands dirty once, Grafia says. Right before she could deal with Grendel, he quickly pulled out a bottle of phoenix tears and consumed all of the droplets of the tears. Much better, Grendel says. Grendel slowly stretched his neck from the side to loosen himself. You're far better than the Red Dragon Emperor. How about we fight it out, Grendel says. Fight? No, I want to kill you, Grafia says. LOL, Gohan line. Scene change. Inside of the boosted gear, Issei was seen sitting down. Drake. How will I be able to defeat Grendel? He's far above my current power, Issei says. Drake and Issei were both speaking with each other. Drake, being far more experienced with fighting dragons, and specifically Grendel, was trying to give Issei some advice.
Partner, Grendel isn't a normal evil dragon. He is known for his sadistic and psychopathic personality. The only way for you to even able to stand a chance against Grendel, you must push past your limits, Drake said.
How will I be able to deal with him? How will I be able to push past my limits? Issei said.
Don't fight dragon to dragon. Fight evil dragon to evil dragon, Drake said.
Once the words began processing inside of Issei's head, they didn't make sense. However, over time, Issei began understanding what Drake meant. Issei was fighting with Grendel as a dragon. He was just fighting with his boosted gear powers. But he should have taken advantage of all of his attributes. He was an evil dragon. He was someone that was supposed to be built from negative emotions. Grendel was similarly built, but Issei would have been using negative emotions for power for a while, when Grendel would use it for his insanity.
Partner, You already have been through so much, seeing your parents' corpse, their lifeless body, and they were killed by your ex's girlfriend. During that time, you even went through the Juggernaut Drive, a mutation to that form, fighting against 2 Satan-class beings while going through another dangerous form. This is just a regular day for you, a regular situation for you. Why are you asking me for help when you already can easily solve this with your own powers, like before, Drake says.
Issei began waking up. He was beginning to fade from the void.
Show them the strength of not a dragon, but the strength of an evil dragon, Drake said.
Scene change. Slowly, the negativity within the entire barrier, all of the depths and the tragedy caused on both sides.
Welt's dragon, balance breaker.
Issei was beginning to feel the emotions of all those around him, the many of those on the Chaos Brigade, the ones that saw their comrade's death. He was beginning to absorb their negative and malicious intent.
Grendel, you like genocide, I'll show you massacre, Issei says.
Issei's body began mutating to a familiar form to his mutated Juggernaut Drive form, but the difference was that Issei didn't have the plates. This was his evil dragon form on top of his balance breaker form, weaker than his berserker form by a significant amount, but the form was enough of a difference for Issei to feel more confident against Grendel.
Let's play a game, it's called Don't Die, Issei says.
Issei began opening his eyes, showing the hollow white eyes. Grendel and Grafia, the second being the one slapping the dragon around, were both petrified at the sight of the monstrous form that Issei was showing. Grafia was still stronger than Issei, but the amount of negativity that Issei was displaying was bone-chilling. And that is the end of Chapter 36. Chapter 37, Don't Mess with Lucifer. Right when the battle started, Issei began releasing his own flames, perfectly manipulating the shape of them into a sphere, condensed shapes of pure annihilation. Issei began throwing them at Grendel, making sure that they would explode directly beside Grendel. This is something new. Oh shit, Grendel said. Right when the ball surrounded Grendel, they all exploded, causing a smoke screen to be visible by everyone. However, Issei rushed straight through the smoke, sensing the negativity from Grendel. Issei began pummeling the evil dragon. Even if the evil dragon was physically stronger than Issei, he sure wasn't as versatile. Well, take this, Grendel says, reeling his fist back, colliding with Issei's side. Grendel was shocked when seeing that he was already behind him. Issei quickly landed a series of blows. Each blow that he landed, the more damage Grendel became. However, instantly, Grendel quickly released a burst of energy that stunned Issei for a quick second, but that was enough time for Grendel to initiate his next attack. Grendel pushed through, grabbing Issei by the neck and began squeezing Issei. However, Issei finally began burning Grendel's hand with his darkness aura. Grendel screamed while letting Issei go. Issei decided to end the battle as quickly as possible, forming a massive sphere of darkness in his right arm, jumping onto the air, slamming the entire right arm straight into Grendel's throat, instantly ripping the entire inside of Grendel's throat out. With all of the strength that he could muster up, Grendel was supposedly dead, dropping onto the ground. Issei stayed silent, watching the body of Grendel. Drake told Issei that Grendel was one of the toughest beings to kill. Right when Issei was beginning to hope that Grendel was actually dead, the body of Grendel began moving towards Issei. Backing away, Issei watched as Grendel continued getting to his feet while his throat was on the ground. Pulling one last droplet of the phoenix tears, Grendel applied it to his mouth. A feisty one, not bad, Grendel says. Grendel began flying in the air. Issei quickly followed. The both began punching each other with great force. Each hit one would land on the other would be countered by the other fighting with the same blow. Grendel began spewing massive amount of blood. The same could be said about Issei. Drake, begin regenerating the armor, Issei said.
Partner, I am, but the damage being sustained is far more than you think. Your pain tolerance is the only reason why you're even conscious, Drake said.
Clicking his tongue, Issei continued fighting with his all. Blood was beginning to land everywhere. Each of their bones began breaking. This is one best battle I've ever been in. As his bones were shattering, Grendel said. Grendel was beginning to feel as much of his bones beginning to shatter from the force of each punch that Issei would land. Keep talking, sadistic and masochistic bastard, I will shatter you, Issei says. Backing up, both dragons reeled back their fist while beginning to charge their fists with all their magic. Running straight at each other, Issei began screaming at the top of his lungs, releasing a draconic roar while Grendel was doing the same. Die, Issei said. Die, Grendel replied. Issei and Grendel finally landed their punches on each other's faces, easily breaking their jaws. Issei and Grendel were both launched in the opposite direction. Issei slammed into the ground with blood oozing out of his mouth, while Grendel had the same thing occur to him. Now, the Mona of who was going to get up first was occurring. Issei was trying his best to slowly move his finger. He was trying his best to slowly raise himself. However, Issei began failing. Grendel tried his best to get up, but he began chuckling, knowing that he was too injured to get up. Swoosh! The dragons both had wings that they were going to use them. Both of them began slowly looking at each other, slowly composing themselves. They slowly gave a roar before rushing straight at each other. Issei slid under Grendel's fist, which was coming straight at his throat, and gave a bone-shattering blow to the gut. Grendel, beginning the masochistic bastard that he was, slowly fought through the pain and landed his own powerful blow onto Issei's gut. Grendel and Issei continued fighting for some time, while the leaders were dealing with many terrorists in the area. Scene change. Michael, Sir said. The Archangel turned his head to see Sir Lucifer with a serious facade. She wasn't smiling, nor was she in a good mood anymore. Her entire plan was ruined. Using the day for her to slowly bring Issei to realize her feelings, the day was perfect for such a due to the being great. Due to the open house and the peace meeting, but that plan was in ruins. I have annihilated in the entire army. Only Grendel is left, Sir says. Well, you certainly are in a good mood, Michael says. Sir just gave him a glare, sending shivers down Michael's spine. Beginning to fumble his words, Sir passes him to watch Issei fighting against Grendel in far darker and malicious form. Scene change. Issei, only being able to handle so much, had finally come crashing onto the ground. That was amazing, Grendel said. Grendel slowly approached Issei. Let me tell you a specific secret about most evil dragons, Grendel said. Grafia had finally arrived to finish Grendel off with her own powerful blow of ice magic, but she soon backed away when an uneasy feeling began engulfing her. Grendel was finally beginning to easily stand up. We evil dragons, most of us, are also destroyed. Our minds that most of us are always wanting to kill, Grendel says. Grendel stated while beginning to slowly crack his bones even more than before. Using his own magic, he began healing himself at a steady rate. Issei was shocked. The amount of magic that Grendel had was massive. Was he holding back the entire time? When we don't really get to kill for a while, we usually get frustrated and begin to feel anger like never before, Grendel says. Grendel began engulfing the entire area with his chronic magic. His power was beginning to grow at rates like never seen before. I have this feeling of killing for many years, especially when I was just spirit roaming around. Now, I get the chance to create that genocide, and here I am not taking it. It gets me so mad that I can't. Damn it all, I want to kill. Grendel kept repeating wow, beginning to feel himself with anger. Slowly, his power easily eclipsed Issei's, easily reaching the level of Grafia. Now, it's even higher than a general had made. This fucking bastard. He's abusing his emotions and damage that he sustained by your fight. He's doing it similarly to what you would usually do. He's learning from you. That damn bastard knows how to manipulate his opponents, Drake said. Drake, what the hell? His power is easily beginning to match someone of the current Satan class beings. That fucking bastard just doesn't know when to quit, Drake says. Grendel was seen smirking, finally feeling the power that he was releasing. Grafia was beginning to back up from the sheer pressure that was being released from Grendel. This was the most powerful developments that Grafia had seen, besides Sir and Ajuka at their absolute best. Grendel was easily too much for most beings. Let's begin with the show. I'll first kill the main objective, Grendel says. Grendel eyes down Issei with a vicious smile. Grendel appeared in front of Issei, giving him the honor of dying a normal death and not of his sadistic ones. Right when the evil dragon was going to land a killer blow on Issei, Issei finally closed his eyes. He knew that he wouldn't be able to handle the next blow. There was so much of his powers that would be able to handle. He wasn't at the point of snapping into balance berserker armor. There was no doubt about it. Issei had lost another battle, a second battle into the second terrain air, closing his eyes and expecting for death. His bones were broken and his body was nearly unrepairable by normal human medication. Right when Grendel was going to kill Issei, Sir Zax had appeared in front of Grendel, attacking completely, taking the blow. Slowly, Issei was beginning to feel confusion envelop his facial expression when he wasn't dead. Opening his eyes, he could see a kind of Sir Zex in front of him. Issei, you've done good. However, let me deal with this fool. You're still recovering from injuries from the battle from a week ago, Sir Zex says. Grendel quickly slammed his fist into Sir Zex and didn't even make Sir Zex budge a single inch. Issei gradually finally beginning to lose his consciousness with the many injuries that he sustained. These injuries were far more easier to handle than his state previously when living in the Berserker and Juggernaut Drive. Sir Zex was seeing this, smiled knowing that he truly gave his all during the battle, something that made him far more remarkable than most devils and dragons. She quickly held Issei in her arms and began approaching Grendel. You decided to come to this meeting. You decided to fight against Issei. You came in with many phoenix tears and expected a fair fight. Defeating the White Dragon Emperor is one thing, but trying to kill Issei is another. Don't tell me that the current Lucifer has fallen for such a low-class scum, Grendel says. Grendel continued trying to hit Sir Zex, trying to damage her, hitting her from the backside, from the neck, and even from the forehead. However, there was nothing happening. Sir Zex's magical power was beginning to become too much for anything that Grendel could even do. My feelings for him doesn't need for him to be in the upper class of prestige in the supernatural world. As they say, love doesn't need prestige, it just needs two pieces that fit together. Grendel continued hitting Sir Zex while she made sure that Issei was safe. What the hell? They didn't say that you were this powerful. This is absurd, Grendel said. Grendel began panicking when seeing that whatever he was doing was basically useless against the strongest female in the biblical factions. Sir Zex looked at Grafia and began directing Grafia towards her. Sir Zex finally spoke to the woman in a cold tone. Take Issei back while I begin to show the old Satan just who I am, Sir Zex said. Grafia nodded and grabbed Issei away from the battle. Once seeing Issei's body, it's an amazement that he was even able to fight against Grendel in such a state. You seem to forget that you're only a puppet to Rizavim, Sir Zex says. What the hell do you mean? Grendel says. Come on, you thought I wouldn't notice. The only one person in the biblical factions would be able to get an army of this caliber together, Sir Zex says. Grendel began backing up when seeing the huge pressure that the being Sir Zex was releasing. The woman was something out of this world. The strongest devil to have ever existed was in front of him. Even Cromcrotch didn't even hold a candle compared to Sir Zex. Even in her current state, partially beginning to bring out her super devil magic, she was already forcing fear into Grendel. What the hell have I gotten myself into, Grendel says. Grendel began shooting as much magic as he could. Each magical ball, magical flames, and magical weapons did nothing but bounce off Sir Zex. Nothing was actually going to hurt this woman. Fine. Since you asked for it, I'll give you my most powerful attack, Grendel says. Grendel began backing up, while beginning to charge up a powerful magical beam in his mouth. Sir Zex simply walked towards him without any care in the world. Grendel was questioning why he was feeling fear. He was a psychopath. He shouldn't fear from this woman. Was it because he was useless against her? Was it because this woman was bringing her killer intent? Why was this woman terrifying him? Finally, having enough, Grendel shot his flame straight towards Sir Zex. Once the attack collided with Sir Zex, a massive explosion covered the entire area. Finally, Grendel began feeling more confident when seeing that the woman wasn't making any movements towards him. He began to sense nothing through the smoke. Grendel finally began smirking, then he began full-out laughing. So, this was the current Lucifer. Rizavim was right about you. Nothing but an egotistical woman that is nothing but an emotional bitch. How does it feel to be killed by an actual evil dragon? Grendel says. Can't really feel that when you haven't killed me, Sir Zex says. Grendel stopped laughing. When hearing someone speak through the smoke, there was no way that woman could survive that. That was his strongest attack. Even Seraphal Grafia would have heavily damaged by that attack. Once the smoke cleared, Sir Zex would have been seen standing on a small pillar that was surrounded by a massive crater. She negated the destruction by using her destruction magic. Slowly, she began bringing up her hand. Using attacks in the being of destruction isn't the highest or brightest idea. Think, dumbass, think, Sir Zex said. Grendel was bewildered by the power of the current Lucifer. Rizavim was wrong. This woman was built completely different. Grendel slowly began retreating. However, Sir Zex finally began releasing all of her killer intent straight at Grendel, instantly crushing his body onto the ground. Ooh, What's wrong? Perhaps you dropped a coin or something, Sir Zex says. Damn it all. You may kill me here, but your entire faction, no. Matter how many allies you make, you will never be prepared for the future to come. Destruction is all that will be in front of you. All the people that you love, especially that Issei boy, will be covered in blood. There's screams and everything. Sir Zex simply placed a small spear of destruction at the lower jaw of Grendel. Sorry, I just didn't feel like hearing your bullshit, Sir Zex said. Sir Zex quickly began flying into the air, beginning to form a massive spear of destruction, something that she took inspiration from the archangels. The sphere was beginning to melt onto the ground. Azazel and the other faction leaders began worrying if Sir Zex wouldn't be able to control her rage. However, she quickly threw the spear directly at Grendel, annihilating the entire existence of the dragon, destroying the barrier that was created to contain the supernatural. Sir Zex had once more destroyed another parallel dimension. Even if it was small in size, it was far more impressive than anything the other faction leaders could do. Rizavim Lucifer, I'm coming for you, Sir Zex says. Sir Zex walked back to where everyone else was, beginning to approach Grafia. How is he? Sir Zex says. Well, he's actually feeling far better. He'll wake up in a few hours. Only 2 Phoenix tears for him to recover his physical damage. Sir Zex lifted Issei from Grafia and smiled at him. You know, it's funny that Issei to view just a weakling that was afraid of fighting. After nearly 2 months, he has gotten to the point where he is obsessed with fighting. From a low-class devil that he was, watching him transform himself for a person that is just a monster, someone that is breaking the record through will determination alone, showing the many things that many men don't do, like helping their kings out. Issei is just someone that I can respect. Azazel was beginning to chuckle when seeing the two. One was just trying to focus on trying to become stronger, and that he's afraid of a woman, and it was apparent from the other he would react around Sir Zex and Grafia, and the other was trying her best, beginning to slowly become frustrated with the way that Issei would simply ignore her advances, that she set on him. Sir Zex looked at the fallen angel and gave him a grin that promised a bunch of pain. Got something to say? Sir Zex said. Looking around, Azazel chose to ignore Sir Zex, but he couldn't find Folly. It appeared as if Folly had left the area. And that is the end of Chapter 37. Don't mess with Lucifer. Chapter 38. Sir Zex was speaking with Grafia. Fia, I don't know how to make Issei notice my feelings for him. He just doesn't seem to understand the truth, Sir Zex says. Grafia sighed, knowing that this day was going to come. She had already planned in helping Sir Zex with her man problems. Her, Sir Zex, and Drake had all been working on making Issei notice the advances that Sir Zex was pulling off for him, but he didn't even notice because of his trauma. Zex, it's quite interesting seeing as though you're the one trying to confess. Usually it would be the man doing such a thing. However, knowing that the things that Issei had been through, he won't notice your advances. What you must do is actually confess directly to him. Issei is not the brightest in knowing things about girls. What if he rejects me? Sir Zex says. Grafia facepalm, knowing that low confidence that her king had when she wasn't sure about something. He won't. Come on, we've all been working together and helping Issei get over his trauma. What you must do is confess. Allow for Issei to think of cover, especially when Drake is most likely going to help him. So, this was the plan all along, Sir Zex says. Yep, it's called stealing the heart. Sir Zex simply hugged Grafia, being shocked at seeing Sir Zex actually hugging her and not insulting her, absolutely obliterating her in a training session. And Grafia began slowly smirking while returning the hug. Plan, stealing the heart, is now in session. Scene change. Drake, I'm bored, Issei says.
Do something. Play some games or watch some animes, Drake said.
Yeah, but I'll become too addicted to those things and we'll forget about other things, Issei said.
How about drinking some juice or water? Do something even I'm getting bored, Drake said.
Issei was sleeping on a massive bed due to Sir Zex saying that it would be too early for him to begin walking around to training due to the amount of blood that was lost. Phoenix tears can heal injuries, but not the loss of blood. Drake, want to play some I Spy?
No, I would destroy you. Uno, you'll obliterate me.
Chest? I don't want to hear you cry. Monopoly?
Rather not get destroyed. Ouija board? Do you want Grendel's spirit to come back?
Alright, what do you want to do?
Partner, let's do something productive. Want to finish your homework?
Drake said. Issei, once hearing this question from his partner, was extremely surprised, dropped his hand on the bed, and mentally imaged Drake saying those words. What did you do to Drake? Drake was confused when hearing this.
What do you mean? I am Drake.
My partner would never, ever want to do some homework.
You're right, but there is always a first time for everything, Drake said.
Issei decided to take the advice that his partner was telling him. Walking to his desk, Issei began completing his homework. Maybe he wouldn't have to deal with the disgusting problems that the teacher was going over. Issei wasn't the brightest, which is why he was also taking algebra instead of calculus, like many others around his grade would take. Even then, he was still over his knees crying for every test that he would receive. However, it was about time to change that. From getting a below average on tests, he was determined to follow the dream of his mother placed upon him, to become a completely different person in terms of book smart. Alright, here we go, Issei says. Right when he was going to lift his pencil onto his paper, he saw a communication circle appear beside him. Issei, I want you to meet me in the main living room, Sir Zex says. And the communication circle disappeared. Issei sighed in frustration. Right when he was going to be productive, something had to ruin that productive energy that he would receive. However, Drake noticed that the tone of Sir Zex spoke, and seeing how random the timing was for this communication, Drake decided to guess that it was finally time that Sir Zex would finally show the truth to Issei. Drake, do you know anything about why she wanted to speak to me at such a random time?
Issei, let's just say I don't know either,
Drake said. Issei decided to walk the entire way just to think of what was happening with Sir Zex for her to call for him during her meeting. During the night. Time skip. So you finally decided to arrive, Sir Zex said. Sir Zex was sitting on the main couch, with a huge smile on her face while Issei just toppled over onto the couch. Grapefruit was on top of the refrigerator, which was located in the kitchen, directly on the corner of the kitchen. Issei wasn't able to notice Grapefruit standing on top of the fridge because of the fact that she was concealing her energy. Issei, I want to tell you something meaningful, Sir Zex says. Okay, Issei replied. Issei, for the past time that we have known each other, you have shown many things that a man should have. Issei looked confused with the woman, why she was comparing him with other men, beginning to take the conversation a little more seriously. You've saved my sister, something that nearly no one could do due to the laws and crap that the Devil Council have placed onto the arranged marriages, Sir Zex says. Sir Zex slowly approached Issei with a caring presence around her, something that she doesn't really show frequently due to her acting like a child most of the time. You've been with me, helped me, and even spent a bunch of time with me while I was being bored and depressed. Not only that, but you have also saved my sister a second time, saved all of the factions, and shown determination that most don't have, Sir Zex says. Finally stopping in front of Issei, looking upon the boy nearly standing a half a foot above the boy. Even when I feel as if I have done nothing to help you or compensate you for many things you have done for me, you always decline the reward, and you instead acting the way that you always are, Issei Hyodo. You're someone that even the current Lucifer looks up to. Blushing when saying those words, beginning to feel heated around the cheeks when closing the distance between the two. Issei was also slowly beginning to feel some embarrassment. Even if Issei was confused, that didn't stop the fact that they were basically a more matured version of Rias Grimory in front of him, the same girl that is highly praised in his school. Sir Zex decided to hide her embarrassment and slowly began caressing Issei's face. She could easily tell the damage that Rainier had done to Issei was still lingering around inside of his heart. However, Sir Zex knew that there was a perfect moment. If she failed to do it now, then she wouldn't be able to build up the courage or have enough time to confess her true feelings for Issei, especially when she was being supported by so many people. Serafal stated that she would even help if the plan would go downhill. Ajuka was also supporting the plan, since hearing about the way that Issei would be able to somehow lighten Sir Zex's mood most of the time would be enough for him to support this decision. Also, the fact that Issei seemed like a chill fellow. Issei was beginning to get flashbacks with Rainier, and would do the same thing before they left the fountain in the middle of Ko. However, he was able to compose himself because that bitch was dead and won't ever come back. Issei, you're an amazing person, an amazing dragon. You're like a perfect boyfriend, Sir Zex says. Once hearing those words, that was when Issei began clicking the pieces together. At a very slow pace, she was trying to confess to him. Was she? Issei, I've had enough time waiting for you to realize the truth, but I have fallen for you, and it's been a while since I have. I can delay the truth any longer. Before I burst from pressure, I have it. Issei, do you want to be my boyfriend? The bomb was finally dropped. Boyfriend, such an innocent word that could be taken for such a wonderful thing for both men and women. Something that would bring joy for the parents of many children, but the different was for Issei. Being reminded of such a word was something that was horrid for him. For many, this wouldn't be a trauma, but the woman had precisely confessed him and had been the woman that he ruined his life and killed him once already. However, there was still common sense in Issei and told him that Sir Zex
Surzex was the polar opposite of Rainier, beginning to feel his heartbeat slowly rise, this circumstance that could even evoke emotions that Issei thought he had lost. The emotion was fear and sadness. Surzex quickly did something, wrapping Issei into a bear hug, giving him a comfort while he began the process.
Partner, listen to my advice. I want the best for you and always have. Just like the way you want the best for those who you trust, not being many, Drake says.
Issei began hearing his second best friend speak it to him.
Rainier, seeing through your memories, was a woman of pure evil intention. She was a whore, a woman that was nothing but scum. She doesn't deserve to even have a mention as being your previous girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. She doesn't deserve such praises. Comparing Surzex to Rainier is night and day difference. It's like comparing Great Red to a human. A night and day difference. Surzex Lucifer, a woman that has won most prestige in the supernatural world, one of the beings of the upper top 10 strongest beings in the supernatural world, is a woman that easily saved you during desperate times. Surzex Lucifer protected you from the world, helped you during a depressive state, and she brought on your revenge of that horrid woman. She is a woman that actually done things that normal girlfriends don't even do. She has been doing this for months.
Drake, I don't know. What if she's lying?
Why would she even need to lie? She is a woman that is literally risking her prestige in the underworld to be with you. She is doing something that nearly all the beings in the supernatural world would even do. She also has been showing signs of liking you, but she actually took your trauma into her own hands and has been trying to treat it through the background. Partner, don't listen to your trauma, listen to your heart. Open a heart up once more. Trust me, Surzex is a woman you will never find again.
Issei didn't know what to do. He did recall the moment before the open house that Surzex was there. She was the only person there that was supporting him while his mind was having a crisis. Surzex currently still hugging him. Issei decided the best thing to do was to give it another chance. Slowly, Issei began moving his hand to reciprocate the hug. The two were finally beginning to move a step up. Issei started saying. Surzex looked towards Grafia. She was telling her to continue hugging the boy. She motioned to Surzex to rub Issei's head, to give a better and more comfortable feel to Issei. She did just that. She was clueless, but the reason why Grafia was there. I accept, Issei says. Surzex finally began tearing up when hearing that. All her month of hard work of trying to help Issei was actually showing progress. She was actually beginning to show steps. In 1 week, Surzex will make sure that Issei would slowly push away what Rainier did to the back of his mind. She was already thinking of plans ahead. Grafia decided to leave the two alone. They stayed like that for a while, both showing a tear, knowing that they were taking huge steps into territory that they didn't know about. As they say, life is nothing but a game. You take a risky turn and either win or lose. And that is the end of Chapter 38. Chapter 39. Surzex and Issei were finally preparing for Issei for the class promotion test for Issei. When the news broke out that Surzex had a new pawn piece, being the current Red Dragon Emperor, the underworld was going crazy. They'd all begun partying since they knew the tale and power of the Welch Dragon and the Red Dragon Emperor. If the Red Dragon Emperor was in the proj of the strongest devil, then that would mean that they don't have to worry about much of their safety of the underworld since they finally have another juggernaut. Alright. And that's how you solve a math problem, Surzex says. Wait, hold up. I only see sentences and diagrams. This is not math. This is science. Issei said. Surzex simply flicked Issei's head while guiding her hand over the paper. Science is basically math, but more simplistic, Surzex says. Are you lying? Issei replied. Surzex picked up Issei from the bed again and began walking towards the living room. They slept peacefully yesterday. It was a major day for them, and both of them woke up far more pleasantly and joyfully than before. How much time is there left until I take the promotional test? Issei says. Issei looked to see Surzex continuing her way within his arms. The woman looked down onto him and began thinking. She was estimating on how long it would take for Ajuka to set up the exam for Issei. I would predict that it would be a week. The exam for half-bloods are usually far more difficult than full-bloods since they are usually far less trustworthy than us, speaking more directly about the many strays that lurk around the realms.
Issei sighed, knowing that the stray devils that were in the underworld were part of the problem for discrimination and hatred that most devils have for reincarnated devils. Once the people made their way into the living room, Grafia was sitting down with her breakfast on the table. Surzex, Lucifer, and Issei Hyodo, Grafia says. Grafia took the cup of coffee, and then she prepared for the day, beginning to sip it with attention. The room began increasing. I want to congratulate both of you on finally getting together. Issei, do you know how long Surzex has been waiting to finally confess to you? It's been weeks and the woman was way too damn shy to actually confess, Grafia says. Surzex began shaking in embarrassment when hearing Grafia. The wrath of her queen was beginning to show when Grafia was holding out and embarrassing Surzex. She was purposely waiting for this moment to finally begin telling Issei the many failure attempts that Surzex had gone through. Damn, it was that long? Now I can understand why Surzex confronted me yesterday, Issei said. Surzex quickly dropped Issei, beginning to recompose herself. Grafia was finding the interaction amusing. Ow! Could you tell me that in detail? Issei says. Sure, you see, right when you were speaking with Rias Gremory for the first time, Surzex sensed your presence and immediately rushed towards the area, knowing that Rias Gremory was going to want to spend time with her savior, and wanted to see what reward the savior would want, like money or equipment. Surzex Lucifer covered Grafia's mouth while beginning to chuckle lightly. Issei was wanting to know the truth. He wanted to know what Surzex had been holding behind his back. It was amusing seeing Surzex genuinely being embarrassed. There was something about the strongest woman in the biblical faction being embarrassed by some random words. Issei was finding this far too amusing. What she meant was that I was there to help you out. Issei, I heard from that Sony you scored higher than average on your English exam. Nice job on that, Surzex says, and she quickly changed the subject, the typical thing that Surzex does when she doesn't know how to handle a situation. Also, I heard from your school that you'll be going on a month-long break. Azazel has requested from me that he would ask for you to be at his place to help you out with your evil dragon powers. He has some useful data that would be able to help you out, Surzex says. Surzex quickly threw Grafia right through the window. These two were really good friends. Issei was going to leave, but Surzex grabbed hold of his hand. Turning around, Surzex quickly pulled a magic communication circle paper, the teleportation paper that was used to communicate with Surzex and summoning her right when Issei was initially killed. She handed it to Issei while looking worried. Sending a loved one in the territory of unfamiliar beings was something that Surzex couldn't help but be worried about. I'm sorry for being worried, but I can't help but fear the worst. Knowing you, it will most likely happen, but take this paper and apply it magic to it, right when the situation gets worse, Surzex says. Issei chuckled at how she insulted him, at the same time also worries for him. He simply hugged the woman to comfort her and lower her worriedness. It was still bugging him that Surzex was an entire head taller than him. Surzex was taking advantage to baby Issei at times. This woman was unpredictable. In an instant, Issei disappeared from Surzex's house. Surzex Lucifer, you better be putting those hands because I am coming for you, Grafia says. Grafia, you demon, I will show you the power of destruction. Both women were staring at each other, one with murderous intent while the other was smugly smirking. The fight between the women was going to begin, until Surzex took her armor off and began powering up. That was when Grafia decided to run for her life. Time skip. Azazel was sitting down, screaming at the fact that he'd lost in Mario Kart. He was still in first place until he saw the blue shell chasing him down, getting hit by the blue shell, resulting in him being placed into third place. But his luck didn't stop there. He was hit by 2 red shells, 2 green shells, a blue bullet pill, and random lightning strike, placing him in last place, and finally the race ended. Azazel sat down rethinking about his life, knowing that he was absolutely destroyed. Issei finally appeared in front of him in his own apartment. Boy, you finally decide to visit the old man, Azazel says. Azazel slowly stood back to his feet while looking down upon the child. Issei was a head shorter than Azazel, making him look like a rookie in front of the fallen leader. Yeah, you said you would help me with my power. I decided to take that offer, and here we are, Issei replied. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Let's see, was it about your evil dragon powers, Azazel says? Issei nodded while taking a seat on the couch beside him. Azazel began thinking about what he should do, either play Mario Kart or should he help Issei. Click! That was when Azazel came up with a big brain move. He would combine both ideas into one. Say, kid, have you ever played Mario Kart? Azazel said. Yeah, when I was a kid. Why? I got 2 controllers, Azazel said. Issei began smiling, knowing that he could finally relax and play some Mario Kart. Who doesn't like playing Mario Kart? Not competitively. Azazel walked towards his desk and pulled out another controller, pointing it towards Issei. Azazel began smiling, knowing that he was going to crush the boy. You and Drake versus the Fallen Leader, 1-on-1. Mario Kart right the fuck out. Winner gets bragging rights, Azazel said. So, you think you can defeat me in such a match? Issei replied. Azazel smirked with confidence while Issei showed his vicious smile. Azazel was asking for things that he wasn't prepared for. My partner and I aren't ones for losing in such childish games, Fallen Leader. Be prepared for trouble, Drake says. Make it double, for I am about to destroy whatever pride you have in this game, Issei says. Bring it on, Dragon Boy. Funky Kong, here I come, Issei says. Dry Bones and I are about to wreck shit up, Azazel replied. That was how Azazel and Issei began playing a bunch of Mario Kart matches through all the cups and tracks. And that is the end of Chapter 39. Chapter 40. Azazel was making some strong assumptions that were most likely correct. The evil draconic power coming from his evil dragon side was purely different than his boosted gear power. It was forcefully affecting the boosted gear when Issei was in dire need of something that quickly boosted him into killing whatever was in front of him. However, that was when both the boosted gear and his evil dragon side were going berserk. What Azazel was specifically speaking was his ability of summoning such powers without any circumstances. What I fear is that if your evil dragon side becomes too dominant and begins to mutate the boosted gear into something completely different. However, Drake's own power would be able to counter that with relative ease. For now, Issei Hyodo, I believe in you as the rest of the faction leaders do, Azazel says. With that, Azazel began drinking some more coffee and downloading some Dark Souls. Want to play some Dark Souls? Azazel said. I would, but I'd rather keep my sanity for the time being. I'll see you later, old man. Hey, I'm not that old. Actually, shut it, kid, Azazel says. And Issei left the place before Azazel could throw the controller at him. Damn kids and their attitude. I'd rather watch the original Sonic movie than even babyest a child, Azazel says. Time skip. Arriving back home, he was met with Sir Zex immediately leaping on him. The woman was able to sense him since there was no restrictions on the woman due to them actually being a couple. Issei was going to be receiving a bunch of affection. What took so long, Sir Zex said. Sir Zex croaked while letting go of the boy. She had patiently wanted to spend some time with him, since she didn't really have much time to do it during the day. She didn't want to hang around Rias, not wanting to bother her little sister and trying to become a great heiress, and that she couldn't really hang out with the friends when she didn't have many. The only friends that she had were all busy, the friends being the faction leaders. Well, I may have gotten detached with some video games and the old Fallen, Issei said. When saying that, Sir Zex was beginning to slightly annoyed, knowing that Issei basically had wasted many hours of potential doing this with some stupid game. Actually, what are these video games that Issei was playing? She would need to ask someone for that. Well, what do you want to do? We have an entire evening and night. Want to watch something? Or Sir Zex says, Sir Zex, I wanted to tell you a thing that Azazel told me, Issei said. Sir Zex, completely forgetting the reason why Issei even went to Azazel, quickly nodded, wanting to know the truth of what Issei's evil dragon side could do. She herself wanted to know the truth and was questioning the transformation that Issei went through when using the evil malicious energy in the area. Beginning to tell whatever Azazel told him, Sir Zex quickly took her serious personality and began devising a plan for training for Issei. Starting tomorrow, you'll be restricted from even using the boosted gear. During your month break, you'll be coming with me to my parents' house and we'll be spending the specific time person that will help you with your training. Also, you'll be taking your promotional test as well. Make sure to not go berserk during the exam, Sir Zex says. Issei was a little weirded out by the thought of not using the boosted gear, but he decided that it was truly for the best, beginning to agree with each statement that Sir Zex was saying. Issei knew that Sir Zex was far more experienced in him than training him. If he was the one training without a plan beforehand, he would have just stuck with doing the normal conditioning. Now, it's time to snuggle onto the bed. To the bedroom, Sir Zex says. She quickly picked up Issei and ran straight into the room. Issei was screaming along the way. He hated rides, but the feeling of potential head crashes and that he could have was just bothering him. And well, that's the end of Chapter 40. Chapter 41. The Red Dragon Emperor is out first priority to kill. Forget about trying to kill some of the faction leaders. Trying to kill a threat that is unpredictable instead of predictable is the way to go. If the Red Dragon Emperor were to get stronger, then we wouldn't know how much since he keeps on mutating his power, KOKO says. Ko, the leader of the hero faction, was seen working with the Chaos Brigade and wanting to destroy the supernatural world, the power of which they held was massive. Having juggernauts like Rizavim and Crom was definitely a plus. Even having Indra, one of the heavenly gods, on their side is a massively beneficial when trying to face off against someone of the strongest beings in the Biblical Alliance. That may be true. However, Issei won't be a problem until he becomes as strong as a super devil. That is still years away. What we must focus on is to defeat Sirzex Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub. Those two are far more of a threat than Issei will ever become, Rizavim says. Yeah, right. Leave Issei to me. I want to test his abilities of an evil dragon soon. I also want to meet Drag once more. I have grown to be the strongest evil dragon, if not the strongest dragon besides the dragon gods, Crom said. Everyone stayed in silence, in shock knowing that Crom doesn't take things lightly when saying things that he would take on someone. If that someone has shown great capabilities and gave Crom a reason to be interested in fighting them, that person would be receiving a brutal fight with an evil dragon, the largest battle maniac to have ever existed. Everyone continued to be in silence until Indra finally began speaking. I will try to get some new of my army members to try and ambush Sirzex. Fighting alone with that woman would be suicidal for me. However, having some sort of boosted power on this sort of alliance with another group would help severely in killing biblical factions. We must destroy them before they ally themselves with Shiva, the god of destruction, Indra said. That sounds like a good idea. I'll have a Lucid be prepared for the attack we'll send. Having Loki begin his assault on the factions, Fenrir will be needed to be past the prime for this, Rizavim said. I already have given orders for him. He seemed to have declined my orders, simply showing his plan in the world was enough. He'll be preparing soon. Odin will be disappointed with him soon, Indra said. What if he fails? Rizavim replies. We'll get rid of him and keep Fenrir. He is one that can kill God with his own teeth. Loki had already shown enough disrespect around here. What do you think, Orphis? Indra said. The small little girl with a small dress was seen sitting down on the largest seat. Everyone slowly shifted their attention to their supposed leader for what she wanted to say. Orphis finally looked at everyone, glancing around to see their reactions, and finally began speaking with her monotone voice. If it will keep me getting rid of Baka Red, then I agree, Orphis said. Everyone sighed in relief that their supposed leader was going to agree with their plan. Indra finally began taking a role of speaker seriously and beginning to increase his aura to gain the attention of everyone, besides Orphis because she was in her own world. Then it's settled. Ko, I want you to send Samil while I'll deal with the juggernauts of the biblical factions. Crom, I entrust that you'll be dealing with the Red Dragon Emperor, Indra says. Indra finally began getting up. Soon, we'll have the apocalyptic beast on our side, Indra says. Orphis didn't seem to be paying attention to whatever they were speaking about. She was just patiently waiting for the time that she could take back her home. Baka Red, I'm coming for you, and I will get my silence back, Orphis says. Time skip. All right, everyone, are you prepared for the final exam today? The teacher says. No, everyone said in collective. Good, because I honestly don't care if you studied or not. This all depends on your process of paying attention or not, the teacher says. Issei was prepared for his final exam. This test was going to be tough. However, Sirzex helped him prepare for the test. Alright, if you pull out any device that could give information, you'll begin an automatic 0 and will likely probably not fail the class. Try and look around. You fail, as you can see. I'm not in a good mood, the teacher says. Teacher walked around, passing the test out. Okay, I know that I studied for this. Wait, I only just see scribbles. This is math class. Why are there scribbles? Okay, calm down, Issei. You studied for this. Remember, Issei says. Issei began closing his eyes, began remembering what he did last night. He firstly went into Sirzex's room and began rolling around the bed. However, he finally opened his backpack after he was done rolling around and began pulling out his math work. That was when he quickly panicked and placed the paper back. No, past me. Please don't do this to me. Please don't do this to me, Issei says. Partner, don't forget that I also learned from Sirzex what we were supposed to do. I forgot that Sirzex was one of the smartest people you may know, Drake says. Drake quickly looked at the paper and, you're on your own, partner, Drake said. Issei finally smiled and opened his eyes, looking up. Okay, I tried my best. Time to cheat. The teacher was directly staring at him. No, it's not. The teacher is looking directly on me, Issei said. Issei sighed and began hoping for the best. Beginning to move at sonic speeds, Issei began solving 1,000 calculations in a second. Most of them wrong. Scene change. Grafia. My Issei senses are tingling. He's in trouble. Grafia, call for the same in distress plan. Sirzex says. Grafia sighed while face-palming. This was going to get ridiculous, but the more Sirzex began panicking. Ever since Issei had entered the Sirzex's life, he had filled the void of Immertana that Sirzex was missing due to the Devil Civil War and that monster Rizavim. However, that also came in with some consequences. Now Sirzex can't wait patiently for Issei, sometimes even appearing at school to pick him up earlier than expected. Now, since he was taking his finals, she couldn't allow for Sirzex to pick up nor bother him. Sorry, my queen. However, Issei needs to pass his finals, Grafia said. What if I begin mentally speaking with him? What if I... Do you want Issei to be brain dead like you? I actually want him to grow up and become a person that his mother most likely would be proud of, Grafia said. Damn you, Grafia, spoiling my plans once more, Sirzex says. You and I know that Issei won't fail the test. You taught him, right? Grafia says. Sirzex began sweating, knowing that she taught Issei the wrong thing. Sooner or later, Issei will most likely begin taking the promotional test in a few days, and it will be learning to basic mathematics that devils use algebra. Time skip. My amusement is immeasurable. My day is secured, Issei says. Issei had scored a 69 without the bonus points. With the bonus points, he had scored a 78. He scored one of the highest in the class, scoring even above the Kendo woman. What? Issei? When the hell were you this smart? Kadase said. Everyone was shocked about Issei scoring one of his highest in his class. Usually Issei would be scoring one of the lowest, bringing down the class average, which would make some feel good about their score. But that was different. He was the one that Ford scored the highest and brought the class average up, meaning that most of the others were beginning to feel terrible about their scores. Since the highest score was an 80, you will be given a 20-point curve. Issei Hyodo, you have shown the most improvement. Congratulations on actually passing this class with one of the highest scores, the teacher said. Issei was feeling happy. He could finally tell his mother, wherever she was, and that he had scored one of the highest scores on the most hardest exams. Time skip. Sirzex, I passed! Issei began jumping up and down with a smile on his face. You did it! Yes, Sirzex says. Sirzex decided to join on the fun. Now that she didn't have to deal with the nonsense that Grafia was going out through not on properly helping Issei, Sirzex and Issei began jumping up and down in excitement. Sirzex didn't need to teach Issei the basics, and Issei could finally have a well-deserved break. Good job, Issei. You actually did far better than I expected, Grafia says. Grafia was reading the report on his final grade. It was a solid B. For this, we'll be doing nothing but celebrating for the time being, Grafia says. However, right when Sirzex and Issei were going to play some hide and seek or play some Monopoly, Sirzex received a communication circle right next to her ear. I feel as if Rias Grimmery telling her sister that she failed her test, Elsha said. Elsha was finally speaking. Yes, Issei, I was just wandering around the area, and I needed a break from the world, but I'm back now, ready for some action, Elsha said. Sirzex finally scattered the communication circle. Rias barely passed her math exam. Time to celebrate even harder, Sirzex says. Woo! Yeah, baby. That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Let's go! And that is the end of Chapter 41. Chapter 42. Alright, training will begin tomorrow. You'll be going on a train with Rias, since I am focused to run errands with Grafia. The public is still skeptical about your presence, but they wouldn't do anything knowing that I exist. Today is also the day that you'll be promoted through taking the test, Sirzex says. Giving Issei a quick hug and a peck on the cheek, Sirzex disappeared through a magic circle, leaving Issei confused, not knowing what was happening. Things were going at speeds that he wasn't expecting to move at. Who's going to take me there? Issei says. Grafia appeared right beside Issei. I am going to take you there, Grafia replied. Grafia quickly lifted Issei. Being slightly taller and, more importantly, far more mature, she began walking away towards the magic circle that she had formed for this occasion. Today was going to be one of the largest days in the Underworld. Since the Devil Civil War and the prevention of the Great War with Kokaville, the Red Dragon Emperor was finally going to show his true power to the Underworld. Those who will be in his path must be prepared for his wrath. Alright. I'll be making sure to carry you until you get there. Knowing you, a second of you moving around equals to a massive chance of conflict occurring, Grafia said. Issei began widening his eyes in astonishment. He wasn't going to be able to walk around freely because of the lack of trust in public that he had. He hadn't done much wrong beside angering the Phoenix family, fighting against two Satan-class beings and winning, fighting against a Satan-class Matrix's dragon a fair degree, and even surviving blasts from Sirzex while she held back. Grafia, please don't do this to me, Issei says. Nope. You're always walking around with Sir Zex, allowing for her to have fun. Now, allow me to have my dream come true. Allow me to baby you until the next exam, Grafia says. Issei tried to leave, but Grafia was quicker and already left through the magic circle. Grafia had always wanted to be a mother figure to someone close. Issei was the perfect person to do so. She was going to take advantage of the situation to the fullest. She didn't have feelings for the boy, but she sure as hell wanted to be his new mother figure, especially when Sir Zex was not capable of being such a figure. Time skip. Alright, I have been given permission to give you the exam, Grafia says. The embarrassment that Issei had experienced while getting to testing room was massive. He was finally given the written exam. This time, he was prepared and knew what he was doing. Moving at speeds that no one expected, he was beginning to mow down the exam. Grafia was shocked at how prepared Issei was. Maybe Sir Zex wasn't such a terrible teacher. Alright, Dreg. Begin answering the logical question. These questions only require experience, and you have the most experience compared to nearly everyone I know.
I got your back, partner,
Drake says. Issei and Drake began doing the test. Issei's left hand was being moved by Drake while he was moving his right hand, while the test takes 30 minutes to complete. Issei had finished in 5 minutes and aced the exam.
Partner, if you and I work together,
there is nearly nothing that can stop us.
Now that's what I'm talking about,
Drake finished. While Issei and Drake were celebrating, Grafia was making sure that Issei had answered all the questions correctly. I can't believe this. You aced the exam. This is actually amazing. Now it's time for the true hardest part of the exam, Grafia said. Grafia quickly began dragging Issei. The administration gave their trust to Grafia. They knew that the Ice Queen was going to show no mercy at all. Even during the exam, Grafia gave no mercy to Issei, making sure that he would be given a harder version of the promotional exam. Now, since Issei was finishing with the written portion of the exam, this time for his practical exam portion was beginning. Usually, for full-bloods, they would have to trust of the public, since they would most likely have family members that were loved by the public. That made it easier to give the exam, since the public didn't need to fear for chances of full-bloods to betray them. However, that was different for reincarnated devils or half-breeds. These type of devils are usually the ones to turn to strays when in Parajas. Even if they have a valid point in betraying their masters, they still have killed innocent beings in the human world or the supernatural world. Arriving in the massive arena that was going to hold Issei's test, the arena was built similarly to one of the ancient times, similarly to the Colosseum, but the arena was filled with magic to enhance the walls around the arena. The magic inside of the arena was similar to what Sir Zex would use in a training room to make a room strong enough to handle the power of destruction. Taking a single step onto the massive circular platform in the middle of the arena, Issei could tell that this test was going to be interesting. The first time that Issei was going to fight in the arena was going to be his most important fight. The ranking in the supernatural, no, absolute most important fight.
The world has truly changed since I have been alive. It makes the feeling of not having the ability to walk around freely far more difficult to bear. That damn Albion will pay, Drake said.
Drake looked around to see the many beautiful paintings on the wall, showing the many accomplishments that the devils have done, from the darkest secrets, showing the tyrant Lucifer, demonstrating his absolute authority by standing on top of the flag in his hand whatever place he conquered, to someone more of the recent accomplishments with Sir Zex and Ajuka standing on top of a blood pile with their hands in the air after winning the devil civil war. Issei could feel the sorrowness that his partner was feeling, beginning to feel sympathy for the dragon. He was interrupted by the fact that this exam didn't make sense unless if the circumstances were going to be stretched to the insane degrees. There was something bizarre about this exam. The way they held the exam was far too weird, knowing the middle-class promotional exam would be breeze, since Issei was far too powerful for any middle-class being. However, high-class could be a problem if they restricted his sacred gear, but even if they did, only a few high-class could even challenge him. Issei, what I think they'll do is make an exam far more endurance type fighting. They will most likely want to make sure that you're a warrior prepared to fight any potential war, knowing that many enemies of devils, Elisha said. Elisha wasn't wrong, knowing that many enemies that the devils naturally have, and many enemies that he said in the Chaos Brigade, and a certain manic dragon roaming around wanting to fight him. That left the question, why were they hyping up the exam far more than it was actually going to be? There was no way that they were going to make the exam far more difficult compared to what Issei was thinking what might happen. They might potentially make Issei fight an entire army of high-class beings or many Parajas, maybe even an ultimate class being. While Issei was thinking of what he might fight, he didn't realize Grafia had left the area. Issei, can you hear me? Ajuka said. Ajuka spoke through the massive speakers that were planted on the side of the arena. Issei shifted his attention towards the man speaking through the speaker. For this test, the opponents you will be facing are the caliber of your power, Ajuka says, and that answered all the questions that Issei had beforehand. So, a high-class, ultimate-class beings was going to be the opponent for the young boy. Ajuka continued further, finally introducing the person that was going to fight against. Let me finally introduce you to your opponent. She has fought for many centuries. She has shown power like never shown before, being a woman that has fought alongside the Satans at the end of the Devil's Civil War. She has known capabilities of a true Satan. You may have heard her name before, but let me welcome Grafia Lucid. Once Ajuka finished speaking, the massive doors on the perpendicular side to Issei began opening up. Issei was instantly hit by a massive aura of pure coldness slamming across his body. This power was even above the might of Grendel and Kokaville, the power of being that deserved respect. Grafia was preparing him for the exam minimal amount of time because of this. She didn't want him to know anything about her to make sure that he wouldn't have an advantage before the battle. She was going to show him the might of the Lucifer. But Grafia wasn't smiling, which was the true reason why Issei was beginning to feel a slight bit of chill running down his spine. Sorry, Issei, but I will show no mercy, Grafia finished. The two looked at each other directly in the eyes and knew the fight was going to be brutal. And that is the end of Chapter 42. Chapter 43. Ice Queen. Grafia immediately began powering up to a decent amount while Issei instantly entered into the Welch Dragon Balance Breaker. Entering his mutated form, Issei began boosting. Boost times 10. Right when fighting boost was when Grafia launched her magical attack arrow pierced straight towards Issei. Backing away, he was expecting the area to at least bounce, seeing as though the attack was far away enough and easy to dodge. But the arrow instead exploded, creating all ice around it, freezing Issei in midair. He was already in a tough situation.
Partner, I'll begin heating your armor up. Just continuously boost. Don't even think about fighting her in the state with such little boost stored, Drake said.
Right when Drake finished the statement, Issei began feeling heat beginning to melt the ice. Boost! Times 5. Quickly, Issei sensed a powerful presence behind him. Acting on instinct, Issei decided to step right, taking his surroundings to see Grafia going back for a quick right hook, missing the attack and following through with a spin kick. Issei was barely able to block the attack with his forearm, shattering the armor that Issei had, widening his eyes from the force. He forgot of how much stronger Grafia was than him. Being shot straight towards the edge of the arena, Issei continued boosting. Boost! Times 5. Finally, when he was going to reach edge of the arena, Chaotic Night. Issei grabbed onto the ground and to slow himself down until he finally, with a bunch of force, stabbed his hand onto the ground to anchor himself, spinning around, using his arm a pull of some sort. Issei quickly countered a surprise attack from Grafia, who was right behind Issei to the end of the battle with another blow, but hitting the surprise Grafia, Issei's attack easily stunned Grafia for a few seconds. Taking the chance, Issei quickly appeared under Grafia. If the old Issei were to be here, when he could finally have immediately rendered useless from his hormones controlling his actions, but this Issei was relying on his evil dragon personality in these situations, forcing all of his power into his hand. Maximum transfer. Beginning to enhance his hand with all the power that he had stored during the fight, Grafia was still stunned from the blow, but she still widened her eyes to see Issei actually putting effort into the battle, something that caused a smirk to grow on her face. Explosion! Losing all the boosted energy, while sending a massive shockwave straight at Grafia, attempting to launch her straight into the ceiling, wanting to end the battle. Since this battle inside of an arena, Issei thought that the ground wasn't the circular platform that was considered out of bounds, similar to some tournaments, sending the woman flying into the sky. Boost! Times 10. Taking the opportunity to try his best to recover the energy that he lost, he could tell that Grafia was holding back. Seeing through her eyes, she was still holding back because she didn't think that Issei would be able to handle it. This slightly angered Issei. His evil dragon side wouldn't be able to accept such, and his devil side was wanting him to take advantage of such a situation. Boost! Times 10. Grafia easily stopped herself in the air. Not bad, but you can do better, Grafia said, and she didn't even have a visible scratch. Instantly, with her immense magic, she actually froze the entire arena. Issei was able to use the heat from the help that Drake was giving him to melt the ice around him, but the magic was beginning to thicken. Continue boosting. Enter your base evil dragon form at its full capacity. Aim for quickness and powering up instead of fighting back in this instance, Drake said. Hearing the advice while watching Graphia beginning to form instant tentacles and wanting to grab Issei, Issei was beginning to hesitate in following through the ancient dragon plan, but every time that Issei would want advice, Drake's advice would always work. Sighing to himself, he hoped that the ancient dragon wasn't wrong. Boost times 10, running around the slipper ice, beginning to break the ice and creating a smoke screen or a shared screen. Issei could tell that Graphia was beginning to manipulate ice, beginning to come closer to Issei's location. Spreading his dragon wings out, Issei flew in a zigzag direction, making sure to break the ice all around him, and his mass will have real effect to make sure that Graphia would have some trouble with finding him, even if she could pinpoint his presence. However, boom! Graphia herself caused the ice all around her to implode, sending the men flying into the sky. Graphia began motioning her hands into continuously hitting Issei, leaving the boy hopelessly blocking the attacks. Most of the attempts in dodging her were futile, beginning to slightly freeze in some parts of the skin. Even the help of Drake, Graphia's ice was still slowly overwhelming the heat. Finally, Graphia formed a massive ice hammer. Issei could tell that Graphia would instantly win the fight if she were to slam onto him. Boost times 10.
Juggernaut Rook.
Swiping with all of his might, Issei was able to create an opening for himself.
Chaotic Knight.
Issei quickly slammed himself onto the ground while running around attempting to dodge the hammer that Graphia had planned for him. Beginning to form a small condensed energy balls, coloring them black to make harder to see thanks to placing them between the cracks. Issei saw Graphia rocketing towards him. Slowing down, Issei quickly positioned himself while forming a small ball of domination. Right when Graphia was going to end the fight, Issei was able to stare directly into her eyes, giving her the cold icy glare that he gave everyone. The amount of darkness in Issei's eyes, of negativity, was immense. Graphia had become soft over the years. The dark and cold glare from Issei had caught her off guard, allowing for Issei to quickly throw a small ball of domination, mostly a ball created from the combined efforts of Issei and a small portion from Drake, and majority of the power from the boosted gear. Boom! Sending the woman flying away, Issei took the opportunity to fly in the air and began sending in her pure barrage of small spheres of darkness, the same ones he planted while running around. With a single motion of a click, the arena blew up. The entire arena. Boom! A bunch of booms. The explosion continued, breaking the entire icy arena into nothingness but a massive cluster of craters.
Partner, do you know this isn't going to do anything to the woman, right?
Drake said. She had the environmental advantage when casting her ice around the arena. I needed to destroy that advantage, Issei said. Boost times 5. He had reached his limit. Graphia was seen walking through the rubble with little to no visible scratches on her body. Her clothing was torn, exposing only her bra. She was expecting for Issei to begin blushing from the sight, but she was surprised to see Issei, beginning to get nervous. Not nervous about her body, but nervous about her immense power. This was a man that, when in this serious situations, isn't afraid of showing that his hands are rated E for everyone. Graphia finally had enough and began blitzing straight towards Issei. She was satisfied enough with the fight, instantly she began landing a series of combos.
Juggernaut Rook.
Issei was able to at least transform into his defensive form midway through the battle, but he was not expecting for the series of combo blows that Graphia was landing to instantly eradicate the armor that he was wearing.
Partner, hang on for a little bit. I'll try and recover the armor, Drake says.
Issei tried his best to block the blows and counter them, but each attempt that he tried proved futile. Beginning to become frustrated, Issei finally swung his hand with full force to be met with a bone-shattering blow to the side. Shattering of his bones, his ribcage was severely injured from the blow. Issei was quickly met with another blow straight towards his head. Sending him flying back, he was just a soccer ball, but what pissed Issei off the most was that Graphia was still holding back. Fuck off, Issei said, roaring with his draconic voice. Issei was able to slightly force Graphia to back away. Opening her eyes from the bright light, she finally began to see the same form that Issei used against Grendel. Floating in the middle of the air, Issei was seen in his first stage of evil dragon form, the Darkness Breaker. Some generic name that would work for now because Issei actually figures out the name for the form. Using the leverage of frustration and pain, Issei manipulated his emotions by doing so many times before. He was able to tap on them once more. Futile hopes, Graphia said. And that is the end of chapter 43. Chapter 44. Issei simply looked at the Ice Queen. Ajuka was having the time of his life watching these two duke it out while eating some popcorn. Suzex was coming soon. Issei had just had to make sure that he would last long enough because then the battle would be far more calmer with her around. There were advantages with Suzex around, but right now Issei had no advantages. I already have seen, Grafia says. Boost times 5. With even higher potential comes with even higher boost. Ducking under powerful punch, Issei was perfectly land a blow straight towards Grafia's side to ensure that she would be stunned from pain. Backing away while making sure that the plan worked, which it didn't, Grafia was already in front of Issei, easily freezing his figure with her ice magic. Shatter. However, in this form, Issei was able to generate his own flames. With that combined heat from Drake, Issei was easily able to handle the ice this time. Grafia quickly blasted Issei onto the ground. Finally, Grafia began using some of her most powerful attacks. Forming a massive ball of ice, Issei would have been terrified of the ball if he didn't have a solution. He may have been far too weak to deal with the ball normally, but this is where fixes come in. Ice versus fire.
Partner, I have to say this, but the ice seems to be thick for regular flames, Drake says.
Issei already had a plan, sending the information of what he was going to do through the mental link that the two had. Drake began smirking, seeing Issei's brain actually getting smarter through the many random exercises that he would do during the time that Suzex would teach him things. Boost times 5. Maximum. Beginning to transfer all of the darkness surrounding into his hands, Grafia was amused by the weird pose that Issei was doing, but she didn't mind.
Drake, you ready? I'm ready as ever could be, partner, Drake says.
Issei finally begun pulling the two balls of darkness, pure flames, together into a singular point. Beginning to enhance the output of the ball as much as he could, the power behind Issei's attack was massive.
Welch Annihilator Push-Up.
Taking a small ball of transferring into a huge cannon that Issei had on top of his body when entering the bishop form. Issei began scooping the area and saw that he could take advantage of the situation, stabbing his foot into the ground. Digging himself into the ground for some reason, it was catching Grafia's attention, which caused her to be confused with what Issei was doing. However, she continued pushing the massive ball of ice that she formed, and finally,
Flames of Insurrection.
In an instant, a supremely powerful thrust of flames began blowing straight onto the ball of ice. Issei's cannon began slowly breaking apart from sheer force. However, he had Drake to support him with regenerating the armor, seeing as though the flames were doing nothing to be condensed of a ball of ice. Issei finally began finishing the attack by
Maximum Transfer. Explosion.
In an instant, Issei's entire armor shattered into nothingness while he dug himself deeper into the ground. His hands were now beginning to push the flames. His mouth was thrusting in the flames into the sky. His throat began burning from the sheer pressure, heat, and energy being released from the flames. Grafia began seeing the flames slowly beginning to melt in the ball of ice. She could sense her own attack beginning to shrink, pushing with her own power. They were two stuck in an equilibrium. However, that soon changed when Issei began pushing with every ounce of energy that he had. His plan wasn't to melt the ball of ice, it was to crack. The middle of the sphere began cracking from concentration of the flames. The force of the flames began slowly cracking to the center point of the ball, which was Issei's plan. This was only stage 1 of his plan. Crack. Issei knew that Grafia would push with more power, which is why he began digging himself into the sky with even more force, beginning to force himself deeper into the ground and make sure that he would have a strong enough base support to prevent himself from losing ground. Damn, this is far more powerful than I expected. However, Grafia said, Grafia began pushing with 2 hands instead of just 1. It's time to sleep, Issei. You already passed, Grafia said. Issei didn't accept such statement. He didn't want to lose, especially when he was so close in winning in this arena style type battle. Issei continued pushing. Crack. The ball of ice was beginning to crack even further than before. Okay, Grafia began regretting holding back a massive amount. Pushing with more of her power, Ajuku realized that Grafia underestimated the power of not just Issei, but the power of Drake as well, because, crack, Drake was there supporting his partner throughout the battle.
Partner, the armor can't regenerate, Drake says.
Issei, there is only one way to fighting through this. Continue fighting with all you have. Let your will and desire control you, Alicia says. Even Alicia was supporting Issei.
Use your gosh damn emotions. This is nothing. Compare this to the beating you received from Grendel and the result of the Berserker armor, Drake says.
Issei was beginning to lose his consciousness from the pain of burning his throat on his hands while losing all of his stamina. However,
get the fuck up, soldier. We have to win this battle, Drake says.
Once hearing Alicia and Drake, Issei began processing what they were saying. They were right. He could fight through this. This is baby play compared to what he had gone through. Crack, using his emotions. Using his pain that he was going through. Issei began forming even more darkness around him, beginning to push back against the ball. He just needed an opening. Grafia finally pushing with one hand, but she finally serious about the battle. However, Issei's plan worked because shatter. The ball of ice finally shattered into a million pieces, leaving Issei and Grafia to withstand the massive explosion to come. Boom! Another cluster of explosions occurred, leaving Issei to withstand the many shards to cut him while Grafia was sent flying back to avoid the shards, landing on the ground while covering herself with magical shield. Once the smoke finally cleared, Issei was left on the ground breathing heavily. That was actually impressive, Grafia said. Grafia looked at Issei with a smile. He was getting stronger alright, and he hasn't softened even with Sir Zex and him finally being a couple. But Issei was finally left with barely any way of getting up. Grafia was going to end the fight as she could, but
Issei won the battle by his opponent being sent out of the bounce, Ajuka says.
Wait, looking down, Grafia could see that she was indeed standing outside of the massive circular platform. That was when everything began coming to her. The attempts of pushing her towards the side. The attempts of blowing her away instead of trying to physically hurt her. The attempts of stabbing his foot into the ground for support. They were all a part of Issei's plan while making sure to make Grafia unaware of his plan by putting all of it into the battle. He had outsmarted Grafia because he was able to take advantage of her having a soft spot in her heart for him, leaving her to fall to her demise to his plan. Issei began chuckling while coughing heavily. She lost from Issei's plan, and she thought that she was being harsh on him during the fight. This truly showed her that she has become soft over the many years. He actually won, Grafia said. Issei lost the fight, but won the battle. Fuck, that hurt, Issei said. A small shard of ice accidentally landed on him from the top of the crater that he purposely formed to prevent himself from being pushed back to push downwards.
Stop screaming, Drake said. Why not? It's fun screaming random crap. Scream again, and I don't even know.
Issei just looked at him.
Partner, don't even do it.
Issei's face just looked at him again.
Partner, believe I can fly. Damn! That's it. I'm 100% going to whoop your ass in the mindscape.
And the two continued bickering while Grafia slowly approached the two with no visible scratches or marks on her. She had annihilated whatever Issei threw at her, but she didn't annihilate the match. And that is the end of Chapter 44. Chapter 45. Issei, Grafia said. Grafia crouched down near Issei's level. The crater that Issei purposely created was deep, easily nearing 100 feet deep. Grafia looked at Issei, who couldn't even shift his neck to look directly back at Grafia. She sighed, seeing that maybe she'd been a little harsh on the boy. But it was necessary to do so, and make sure that he was actually prepared for the promotion. Hey, Grafia, Issei says. She was wearing only a bra on top while her pants were at least intact. She saw while looking at Issei's damaged, bruised, and bloody body. His sides were showing invisible markings of his body freezing. She hated him seeing him in such a state, but it was all necessary to make sure that he would have an amazing future. She was really acting like a mother to Issei. She couldn't help it. Congratulations on your win. That was actually impressive. That you were able to fight against me while making sure to slowly power up to the longer the fight lasted. However, please try to best not to push yourself to such degree. I actually begin worrying when you begin doing bizarre poses and weird attacks that would potentially fail to block the huge ice ball that I threw at you, Grafia says. Grafia slowly began lifting Issei in a bridal position before looking at the little boy. Issei was slightly smaller than Grafia, chuckling painfully at the statement that Grafia told him. You know who I am. What's the point of trying to prevent me in what I do best, Issei says. Grafia sighed while finally reaching for her pockets. Pulling out a vial of phoenix tears, she began placing some of the tears into Issei's mouth. She saw as though Issei began finally losing consciousness from the adrenaline. She made sure to apply the least pressure on his injured points. Now that she was understanding just how much Sir Zex has gone through when healing Issei, she had to give some praise to her, even if she despised praising that woman. Truly, Sir Zex has found a perfect man. Both are equally stupid while also being equally valiant. Grafia says. Issei slowly began feeling much better to the point where he opened his eyes to see Grafia look down upon him. Alright, time to see your results, Grafia said. Grafia casually said while humming a tune to herself while making sure out the entire crater. Issei was kind of left confused. Wasn't she going to let him talk on his own? He began slowly fearing that she was going to do the same thing that she did when she brought him into the place, where she carried him through all that were just watching him. Many looked in envy, both men for that he was being carried, and the horny woman that were wishing that they were lifting him. Grafia continued climbing the crater until she reached the top. Slowly, she began stopping while looking around the area. Maybe she just wanted to make sure that he would be alright, preventing him from climbing up the crater to make sure that he wouldn't suffer from fatal injuries. But Grafia began walking towards the exit of the arena. Wait, I can walk on my own? You know? Issei says. Grafia chuckled when hearing this concern that Issei had when she was carrying him. It was one of the many reasons to why she wanted to do this. No wonder Sir Zex enjoyed doing this nearly all the time. It was enjoyable seeing the berserker that Issei was on the battlefield being reduced to someone being cautious about his surroundings and fearing the day that he would be embarrassed until no end. Grafia casually responded to Issei with little to no remorse in her voice. Yeah, I know. Grafia says. Grafia continued walking towards the exit, unfazed by her action and the squirms of the boy that she was holding. Issei tried the best to get out of the grip of the Ice Queen of the underworld, but he couldn't figure out a way to get out. She was literally too strong for him. Could you please let go of me? This is kind of... Issei says. I'm afraid I can't. Didn't I say that I'll be carrying you back to my house? Issei says. Grafia said. No, you never said anything like that, Issei replied. Issei wished he could enter his balance breaker form, but the amount of blood that he lost was beginning to affect him physically, preventing him to do anything into entering his balance breaker form. Even that he didn't want to be able to escape the tightness of the grip that Grafia had on his body. Well, I basically brought this onto your body. Let me make responsibility or at least taking care of the damage, Grafia says. Grafia continued walking. Issei decided to wait it out. Grafia wasn't doing anything necessarily wrong, especially when no one was actually in the building excluding them, besides Ajuka. Once making her way to the main room, he was met with Ajuka sitting down with a bowl of ice cream. He looked to see the two entering the room. Quickly, he threw the ice cream into the trash and quickly composed himself in front of the two. Coughing into his hand, regaining the attention of the two, Ajuka finally began speaking. Honestly, the results of the written blew my expectations. Usually, most devils fail the math portion, dealing with some of the more slightly advanced portions, but you seem to be well equipped before this exam. So Zex Lucifer may have been a better teacher than anyone I initially thought. She was always that woman that would give this facade of dumbness, but was far smarter than most, Ajuka said. Issei also realized the same thing when being taught by Sir Zex, that woman was far smarter than she let on about, easily being smarter than nearly everyone that he knew, besides Ajuka. Drake was far wiser than intelligent. Leaving that aside, Issei was glad that he blew the expectations of Ajuka in the written portion of the exam. That man was doubting his ability to do basic things from the very start. Moving on to the practical portion, weighing in your majority of the exam, I had expectations of you at least being able to handle a decent amount of Grafia's power. None of us were prepared for the sheer transformations that you had, seeing as though you made Grafia use some of her more serious attacks and began forcing her to take you seriously at the end. Needless to say, you blew my expectations once more, Issei Hyodo. Ajuka looked at the child in front of him with a smile on his face, approaching the child while beginning to take some documentation and results of Issei's exam. I hereby promote you to high class, Ajuka says. Let's go! You hear that, Drake?
I hear you loud and clear. My partner isn't a useless dragon, thanks to whatever lord that has blessed me with his partner, Drake says. Griffia chuckled at seeing Issei's reaction. While he was still in her arms, he didn't know how much harder life was going to be for him. Well, one more important factor was needed to be set for this promotion to even happen. You see, I'm pretty sure you know how the old devil council is about half devils, or even being a full devil isn't blooded devil. They didn't accept the fact that you were being promoted to such a high class. Issei was slightly bummed out that the Old Devil Council were obviously against him. Not many liked the way the Old Devil Council ruled the underworld. Being even more influential than most devils, only a few beings were able to even compete with their power. Ajuka saw the smirk on Issei's face beginning to fade. That was when he began explaining the good news of his promotion. However, seeing as though the number of incredible feats that you have performed, they couldn't argue with the fact that you were deserving of high-class status. But to make sure that they would agree without the public being involved, seeing as though the majority of them would be against your promotion, we decided to postpone your Parage set until you promote to ultimate class or be able to deemed worthy of being publicly known as Sir Zex's husband. Not privately, but publicly. That was when a bunch of news being dropped onto Issei, seeing as though the Old Devil Council seems to be hesitant with promoting him due to the trust issues. Issei could significantly understand that, seeing as though it is similar to what the government in the human world. However, Issei was just excited knowing that he was finally high class. He was surely not prepared for Parage pieces. With that, I'll be leaving, Ajuka says, and in that instant, he left, leaving the two alone. Now, it's time for you to tell the news of your promotion to our king, Grafia says. Maybe taking a quick nap is worth it, Issei says. Issei was preparing to sleep. The blood that he lost from the battle was beginning to take over his body, leaving the vulnerable exhaustion, which is leading him to slowly falling asleep. Grafia sighed seeing the small boy sleeping. Seeing this troublemaker sleeping so peacefully makes you nearly forget all the things that he has been through. Sir Zex, you truly did the right decision of finally confessing to this dimwit. Walking away through a magic circle, the exam was finally over. And that is the end of chapter 45.